Like and subscribe this channel guys, for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Chen Tianming, I've said this many times. I, Zhao Xuequan, don't like you. Please don't come to my company and harass me again. Magic City. Downstairs of Galaxy Group. A stunning woman with a fair complexion and porcelain-like features was now folding her arms across her chest, looking at the handsome man in front of her with disgust. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were like a deep pool of cold water, without a trace of warmth. Zhao Xuequan spoke loudly and publicly rejected Chen Tianming, who was holding 99 roses in his hand, at the entrance of the Galaxy Group. His words were extremely harsh and his eyes were full of impatience. In fact, this was not the first time Zhao Xuequan rejected Chen Tianming. However, every time he was rejected, Chen Tianming felt very disappointed. But it won't be long before he will pick himself up again and come to the door of Galaxy Group to confess his feelings in public again. After a long time, the people around have become accustomed to it. It seems that Chen Tianming was rejected again this time. They all looked like they were watching a show, whispering to each other nearby. How many times has Master Chen failed in his confession? I can't remember exactly, at least 20 or 30 times. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. Speaking of which, young Master Chen looks just as good as a celebrity, is the eldest son of the world's largest family, and only likes Mr. Chen. Why doesn't she agree? Who knows? Maybe this is what being loved is always fearless means. If Mr. Chen is willing to confess his feelings to me in public, I will definitely agree. Stop dreaming. Young Master Chen is pursuing a goddess of President Zhao's level. How could he possibly be interested in you? When everyone was talking about it. The other side. Chen Tianming was standing there with a dazed look on his face. I looked around blankly, feeling a little dizzy. What is this place? He remembered that he was playing games in his small rental house just a moment ago. Passionate exchange of words with teammates. The next second, his vision suddenly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the middle of the crowd. She was holding a bouquet of roses in her hand. Chen Tianming's doubts did not last long. An unfamiliar memory forced its way into his mind. Wait until all the memories of the original owner are digested. He finally understood what was happening to him. I traveled through time. Chen Tianming was a little shocked. I've heard of people being transported through time by dump trucks. But people like him travel through time while playing games in bed. It was the first time he saw it. However, for a young man who graduated from an ordinary university and couldn't find a job, traveling through time and space to become a rich second generation, doesn't seem so bad. While Chen Tianming was digesting the original owner's memories, his thoughts were involuntarily divergent. Ding! Host detected, loading the appropriate system. Host's current status detected, the Destiny Villain system activated successfully. What the hell? System. Chen Tianming was startled when he suddenly heard a voice inside his head. But as a hardcore online literature reader, after hearing it clearly, he reacted quickly, and then his heart was filled with ecstasy. I quickly said in my heart. System, introduce your functions. This system is called the Destiny Villain system. Aim to help the host fight against the Son of Destiny and subdue the Daughter of Destiny. As long as the host successfully defeats the Son of Destiny and takes the Daughter of Destiny into the villain family, they can gain villain points. Villain points can be used for system lottery. It is detected that the host has bound to the system for the first time, and the novice task has been opened. Change the current storyline and receive a newbie gift pack. Wait, are you saying I'm a villain? Chen Tianming was stunned. That's right. Chen Tianming frowned slightly. I originally thought I was the protagonist, but I didn't expect that I would travel through time and become a villain. This made him feel a little uncomfortable as he usually reads stories where the protagonist got slapped in the face and showed off. However, Chen Tianming soon felt relieved. You have your own system, what are you afraid of? Thinking of this, he glanced at the heroine symbol above Zhao Xuequan's head. At this moment, Zhao Xuequan's favorability towards him was indeed zero. From memory, he confessed his feelings more than 20 times. Countless gifts were given. I didn't expect that I still have no favorability at all. This made him speechless. Even if it's just feeding a stray dog a few times. When you see them again, they will at least wag their tails at you. But he is devoted to the heroine Zhao Xuequan. It's even worse than throwing money away. Not even a sound could be heard. Moreover, he is the eldest son of the world's first family. How noble is your status! However, when facing Zhao Xuequan, the whole person looked like he had been drugged. He has become a bootlicker with no bottom line. I didn't think anything of it when I put myself in the protagonist's perspective before. Now he really has become a villain. On the side of the villain. Only then did I realize how outrageous the author's original setting was. Of course, Chen Tianming doesn't want to be a bootlicker after traveling through time. He immediately threw the rose in his hand into the trash can. Looking at Zhao Xuequan's beautiful face, he said lightly. Well, since Miss Zhao doesn't like me so much, I won't come to see you again from now on. At the same time, to express my sincerity, all cooperation between the Zhao family and the Chen family will be terminated. From now on, we will no longer have any dealings with each other. The noisy discussions of the crowd around came to an abrupt halt. The look he gave Chen Tianming changed from mockery or sympathy to shock. It's like meeting him for the first time. The original whispering sound paused for a moment, and then became several times louder. What the hell? What's going on? I think Zhao Xuequan has been refusing to agree to young Master Chen's request. He must be completely disheartened, right? Young Master Chen said he wanted to terminate all cooperation with the Zhao family. It seems he wasn't joking. The reason why the Zhao family was able to go from a second-rate family to one of the 4 major families in Magic City is all because of the Chen family. Now that Chen Tianming has terminated the cooperation, hiss. Everyone looked at each other. At the same time, a thought flashed through my mind. Something big is going to happen to the Zhao family. Zhao Xuequan didn't feel anything. For her, Chen Tianming is just an annoying bootlicker. Of course, she never took the efforts of the lickspittle to heart. Naturally, no one knows what impact the Chen family's termination of cooperation will have on the Zhao family. Now Chen Tianming says he wants to terminate the cooperation. Zhao Xuequan's first reaction was surprise. Are you serious? She couldn't help but confirm. Of course, I can guarantee it with the reputation of the Chen family. Chen Tianming's expression was half smile. But, before that, I wonder if Miss Zhao could return the night elf necklace I gave you earlier. The onlookers were shocked again when they heard this. Night elf, is that the necklace that took 13 renowned masters 10 years to create and is the only one of its kind in the world? I heard that the necklace was sold at an incredible price of $3 billion. Finally, it was bought by a mysterious wealthy man at an auction. I didn't expect that man to be Mr. Chen. This necklace alone is equivalent to 2/3 of the Zhao family's wealth, right? I didn't expect that Zhao Xuequan would not agree to Mr. Chen's request on the surface, but actually put on the gift he received. Tisk tisk, you're really both responsible and capable. Zhao Xuequan didn't expect that the gift she casually accepted would be so valuable. I was stunned for a moment. Then, listening to the pointing and talking of people around her, her face turned red. At the same time, my heart is full of grievances. It was obviously Chen Tianming who gave it to her voluntarily, and she didn't ask for it on her own initiative, so what does it have to do with her? And now Chen Tianming wants to take back the gift he gave to someone else. Why is no one saying anything bad about him? Even though she didn't agree to Chen Tianming's request, she still accepted the gift, which seemed a little wrong. However, putting aside the facts, let's take a step back and ask ourselves, as a man, is there nothing wrong with Chen Tianming making a fool of himself in public? Zhao Xuequan was very conflicted and didn't want to return it. However, hearing the increasingly harsh words from the people around her, she finally couldn't withstand the pressure. You! I'll just give it back to you. Who wants your broken necklace? Zhao Xuequan suddenly untied the necklace around her neck and threw it to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming reached out and caught it in mid-air. Almost at the moment Chen Tianming took the necklace, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack. Chapter 2. When Chen Tianming heard the voice in his head, his eyes suddenly lit up. I immediately said in my heart, open the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a super iron kidney. Congratulations to the host for doubling his charm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Great Realm cultivation level upgrade card *1. In the world of urban novels, the levels of ancient martial arts cultivation are Warrior, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Bright Force, Dark Force, Transformation Force, Land Godly Immortal. Accompanied by the system sound falling, Chen Tianming only felt a warm current flowing into his body out of nowhere. Shuttle through the limbs, Lily. Quickly temper your muscles and bones. His physical fitness, which had already surpassed that of ordinary people, increased several times again. That's not all. Chen Tianming noticed that his mental strength had also improved. A cool feeling passes through my mind. The world in front of me became several times clearer. That's just a few seconds. The abnormalities in the body subsided. After opening your eyes, Chen Tianming discovered that his realm had been elevated from Grandmaster to Grandmaster. Cool. He was very excited. I couldn't help but stretch out my hand and clench my fist. This significant improvement in his physical fitness made him feel refreshed. It seems like every cell has been sublimated. Moreover, the significant improvement in his strength in a short period of time gave him a surge in confidence. I even had the illusion that I could destroy everything with one punch. At the same time, in the eyes of everyone around, Chen Tianming's already celebrity-like looks have doubled again. Many girls in the crowd blushed and their hearts beat fast, and they couldn't close their legs. When Chen Tianming looked over, their faces all blushed, their hearts were pounding, and they didn't dare to look him in the eye. When the other men saw Chen Tianming, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. As for the reward of Super Iron Kidney, after the system is activated, Chen Tianming felt a little hot on both sides of his kidneys. There is no intuitive feeling. It seems that only after practice can you feel the difference from the original. Chen Tianming curled the corners of his mouth and was in a very good mood. I didn't expect the newbie gift pack to be so rich. He casually handed the 3 billion night elf swords in his hand to a woman in black beside him. This necklace is a reward for you. This woman is the master bodyguard assigned to him by his family, her name is Qi. Although not as good as Zhao Xuequan, but she is also a first-class beauty. The overall appearance score reached over 90 points. Of course, the most important thing is, Chen Tianming saw the 4 big words important female supporting role marked above her head by the system. He could guess it with his heels. This must be one of the harems of the protagonist who has not yet appeared. As a villain, he is really surrounded by enemies. Qi quickly took the night elf with both hands. At this point the protagonist has not yet appeared to intervene. She remains loyal to Chen Tianming. Master, this is too precious. Stop talking nonsense, just take it if I give it to you. As a novel reader, Chen Tianming knows. The villain's downfall is often not due to being directly defeated by the Destiny Child. Instead, it began to disintegrate from within. Therefore, before the protagonist appears, why not spend a little money and be nicer to your own people? Yes, for the world's largest family, $3 billion is indeed just a drop in the bucket. To Chen Tianming, money is just a string of numbers. The onlookers all widened their eyes in shock when they saw this. A necklace worth 3 billion was just given to one of your men like that. That's not $30. Isn't Mr. Chen too generous? I'll immediately apply to work for Master Chen. I don't know when I'll be rewarded with billions. Mr. Chen is surrounded by either beautiful women or world-class industry elites. Forget it. Everyone was talking about it. His words were full of envy for Achi. Achi held the necklace in his hand and looked at Chen Tianming with burning eyes. Zhao Xuequan, who was not far away, looked at Achi holding the necklace that should have belonged to him. Bit your lips lightly. A feeling of unprecedented boredom arose in my heart. Is this what they call jealousy? I don't know why. This thought suddenly flashed through Zhao Xuequan's mind. She was shocked. He quickly shook his head in denial. How is that possible? Why would I be jealous of this guy? Little did they know that all this was seen by Chen Tianming. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Seeing Zhao Xuequan's inner hesitation, he laughed inwardly. Where are we going now? Can't stand it anymore? His plan has just begun. However, he also knew that one must take one step at a time and do things one at a time. Seeing that things here have come to an end, he turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. Please wait a moment. Chen Tianming paused, looked behind him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. In the crowd on Zhao Xuequan's side, a beautiful long-haired lady with a queen-like look walked straight towards Chen Tianming. Is this Luo Yunyun? I didn't expect that the big star Luo is here too. I've seen the movie Ambiguous, Made Up, starring her. The heroine in it is so cool. What is she doing out here at this hour? Chen Tianming was also slightly stunned when he saw Luo Yunyun. I saw 4 big words important female supporting role written on Luo Yunyun's head. But, according to memory, the original owner probably didn't know this person. Luo Yunyun didn't care about the looks of the people around him. She stood in front of Chen Tianming and said, I heard that Master Chen has a movie coming out soon. I wonder if I can have a chance to be in it. Wait. Zhao Xuequan said anxiously, Miss Luo, we agreed at the time that you would participate in our company's poster and product promotion. Luo Yunyun turned around and said calmly, regarding the liquidated damages, you can talk to my agent. She will pay you exactly as agreed. As a star, she can still afford this amount of money. Zhao Xuequan's face looked very ugly. He opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. Since everyone has said they are willing to pay compensation, what else can she do? Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. He had some impression of the movie that Luo Yunyun mentioned. It was a project that his predecessor had started on a whim and not much money was invested in it. Given Luo Yunyun's current reputation, he shouldn't be interested in such a small movie. Now, there is only one reason why he made such an abnormal decision without hesitation, even at the cost of offending the Zhao family. She guessed the future of the Zhao family. I want to be on the Chen family's big ship. Chen Tianming looked at her deeply. This is a smart woman. At this moment, Chen Tianming suddenly noticed Zhao Xuequan with a grim expression next to him. My heart moved slightly. With a curl of his lips, he simply went along with it, turned around and said with a smile, the first time I saw Miss Luo, I felt that the heroine of this movie must be you. After I get back, I will increase the investment and have someone revise the script again, tailoring it to Miss Luo's standards. However, the specific matters regarding the contract are quite complicated. Since Miss Luo is interested, why don't we go to the hotel and discuss it in detail? Luo Yunyun was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then his ears turned red. As an old man who has been in the entertainment industry for such a long time, she naturally heard the hidden meaning in Chen Tianming's words. But in the end she hesitated for a moment and nodded. Chen Tianming laughed in his heart. Walked to the extended luxury car parked on the side of the road. He took Luo Yunyun and sat in it. Zhao Xuequan, who was in the crowd, watched Luo Yunyun get into Chen Tianming's extended luxury car. Nails digging into the palms. There was a dull, empty pain in my heart. Just in that moment, she felt as if she had lost something important. Chapter 3. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 12 o'clock noon the next day. Chen Tianming looked at Luo Yunyun, whose hair was disheveled beside the pillow. While playing with her hair, he smelled the fragrance in the air. While recalling yesterday's signing process, I didn't expect that this was Luo Yunyun's first time. Later, I found out after he asked further questions. It turns out that Luo Yunyun is actually the daughter of a wealthy businessman in Shanghai. Although the family's power is not as great as the four major families in Magic City, but it does have some background. Almost all the films I participated in were invested by my family. Naturally, no one dared to touch her during filming. I didn't expect that he would get the upper hand now. This also fits the characteristics of the women around the protagonist. No matter what field. Almost all of them are first times. Chen Tianming did not wake up Luo Yunyun, who was still sleeping. Get up and wash up. Just as he was about to leave the house, his cell phone suddenly vibrated and the screen lit up. Reach out and pick it up from the bedside table. Turn on the screen. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised, and he muttered to himself. Has the fun begun yet? Galaxy Group. After Zhao Xuequan left yesterday, he couldn't sleep the whole night. All I could think about was what happened during the day. A serval bootlicker suddenly woke up, slapped her in the face in public, and then walked away. Anyone who is subjected to such stimulation would find it difficult to fall asleep. It didn't take long before I fell into a drowsy sleep. It was already the next morning. No way. She could only drag her tired body to work. But what Zhao Xuequan didn't expect was that the impact of yesterday's incident was far from over. Her nightmare had just begun. This morning, I arrived at the company with dark circles under my eyes and saw a group of people crowding at the door of the company office. Some are employees, and some are partners of their company. The two groups of people mixed together, appearing quite chaotic. Zhao Xuequan could still vaguely hear her secretary shouting, "Don't worry, everyone. Please wait for our President Zhao to come and make a decision on everything." At this time, an employee in the team saw Zhao Xuequan. Suddenly my eyes lit up. He quickly raised the A4 paper in his hand. "Boss Zhao, I want to apply for resignation." The man shouted, and the others turned their heads immediately when they heard the noise. "I want to quit, too." "Me too." Zhao Xuequan's face darkened as he looked at the huge crowds of people leaving their jobs. She looked at the secretary beside her and asked, "What's going on?" The secretary came to her and hesitantly told her what had happened. Only then did Zhao Xuequan understand. It turned out that after Chen Tianming left yesterday, overnight, all of the Chen family's channels and support were cut off. In addition, the incident happened at the company gate. Someone posted a video clip online. The number of views has now reached tens of millions. Became popular overnight. Galaxy's reputation is already in disrepute. It even caused some impact on the Zhao family's other businesses. Their company's market value took a double whammy. Overnight, the market value evaporated by at least hundreds of millions. And it continues to fall. Most investors saw this. They arrived at the company's door early in the morning and demanded to terminate the cooperation and receive compensation according to the original contract. The company's employees were worried about being implicated, and more than half asked to resign. There are still many people waiting and watching. However, most of them were already in CAO's camp, but their hearts were with Han. Zhao Xuequan's eyes went dark when he heard this and he almost fainted. With the help of the secretary beside him, he finally managed to steady himself. Galaxy Group is the result of her hard work for so long. Now that she heard that the company was in trouble, she almost couldn't hold it in. Zhao Xuequan took a deep breath. Breathed a sigh of relief. I know I must not panic now. He gritted his teeth and said. Don't worry, I will solve all your problems one by one. Only then did everyone quiet down. I finally got back to the office. Learn the details of what happened. Zhao Xuequan put down the information in his hand. Leaning back in the chair, he closed his eyes. A strong feeling of powerlessness arose in my heart. She always thought that the reason why Galaxy Group could develop so fast was all because of herself. But now it seems. Not only was she wrong, she was terribly wrong. Now the Chen family has announced that they will no longer support the Zhao family. There was absolutely no way she could turn the situation around on her own. It was already noon when Zhao Xuequan finished dealing with company matters. Almost all investors withdrew their funds. Hundreds of millions in compensation were paid. 2/3 of the employees quit. The company completely shut down. On the verge of bankruptcy. Zhao Xuequan's mind was already somewhat numb. Just when she was about to eat something to relax, the phone in the office suddenly rang. Hello? Zhao Xuequan, do you know what you have done? The person on the other end of the phone was almost roaring. Get back here right now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. She was very familiar with the voice on the other end of the phone. It's her father. In her impression, her father has always been a relatively gentle figure. This was the first time she had seen her father get so angry since she was a child. As for the reason, there is no need to say more, it is because of her. Zhao Xuequan hung up the phone numbly. Gave up eating. Walked downstairs to the company. I saw an extended sedan waiting there. The driver has silver hair. It was Afu, the housekeeper who served my father. Generally speaking, Afu will always stay by Zhao's father's side. But now he was sent to pick her up in person. It can be seen that the severity of the matter has exceeded expectations. After getting on the bus, Zhao Xuequan couldn't hold it in any longer and started crying loudly. Afu saw Zhao Xuequan's appearance from the rear-view mirror. I sighed inwardly. In the end, nothing was said. Wait until the car stops. Zhao Xuequan has adjusted his mood. Just a little red eyes. Miss, please. Zhao Xuequan walked into the gate. Waited until the living room. Zhao's father's voice rang out from afar, Mr. Li, could you please make some concessions? I am also following Mr. Chen's instructions. I hope Mr. Zhao won't make things difficult for me. Only on the sofa in the living room. A middle-aged man in a black suit with his hair neatly combed was drinking tea slowly from a cup. There is a stack of materials on the table. Opposite him, Zhao's father was sweating profusely and his face was pale. He doesn't look like the head of one of the 4 major families at all. Mr. Li, can't you be more flexible? Zhao's father begged again, looking extremely humble. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhao's father. I sneered in my heart. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? At first, he depended on the Chen family like a parasite, but he still acted superior. Are you panicking now? Sorry. Mr. Li showed no intention of giving in. I stood up and straightened my clothes. Walked towards the door. He walked to the door. Looking at Zhao Xuequan standing at the door, he raised his eyebrows slightly. But he didn't stop. Just passed her by. And on the sofa in the living room, Father Zhao seemed to have suddenly aged 10 years. He leaned back on the sofa with a pale face. The Zhao family is finished. Chapter 4. Zhao Xuequan stood at the door, watching this scene, biting her lips lightly. After hesitating for a moment, he called out, Dad. When Mr. Zhao heard the sound, he turned around subconsciously. When he saw Zhao Xuequan standing at the door, his eyes instantly turned red. I was just holding back a lot of anger, and I took it out on her all at once. You still remember to come back? Do you know what a good thing you have done? Because of what you said, the Chen family has completely broken off relations with the Zhao family. Even though they said they wouldn't retaliate against us, who from other families would dare to bet on this? Our Zhao family became the target of public criticism overnight. You are going to piss me off to death. As Mr. Zhao was speaking, his face suddenly turned pale and he covered his heart with one hand. The body retreated uncontrollably. Dad! Zhao Xuequan's face changed and he hurried forward to help him onto the sofa. Looking at his father like this, Zhao Xuequan felt extremely guilty. For the first time, I began to doubt whether I had done something wrong. Pause for a while. Father Zhao slowly recovered. After all, he is the head of the Zhao family. After venting my emotions for a while, I quickly calmed down. Now that things have come to this, he can only find a way to make amends. Sigh. He waved his hand and said. Forget it, there's no point saying anything now. Because of the Chen family's attitude, no one dares to cooperate with our Zhao family now. The only way now is to find a way to get Chen Tianming's forgiveness. Otherwise, even if the Chen family doesn't take action, it's only a matter of time before our Zhao family collapses. Zhao Xuequan lowered his head, looking dazed. Has the Zhao family reached this point? Father Zhao glanced at his daughter and felt a little regretful. If he hadn't been spoiled since childhood, maybe there won't be such a difficulty this time. Go change into some new clothes, put on some makeup, and come with me. Although Chen Tianming said he doesn't like you anymore. But, after all, humans can't be like machines. Even if he really has changed his mind, there should at least be a buffer period. For the sake of our past relationship, if you admit your mistake, he might be in a better mood and soften his heart, and let the Zhao family go. When Zhao Xuequan heard that her father actually asked her to apologize, she was immediately incredulous. Subconsciously, I feel repulsed and want to refuse. How could she apologize to that bootlicker? However, the moment she looked up and met her father's gaze, she saw that he had aged several years overnight. She opened her mouth, but in the end, no words came out. I understand. Watching Zhao Xuequan leave, Father Zhao sighed again. My daughter is good in every way. The only shortcoming is that he doesn't know how to judge the situation and is always stubborn. She is obviously a woman, but she is so tough. What level is the Chen family? Others don't even have time to lick your boots. Zhao Xuequan just refused. And he had to say such harsh words in front of so many people. To put it nicely, it has personality. To put it bluntly, it's stupid. Dang dang dang. Master, people from the Zhao family are here. A key voice sounded outside the door. My dear brother, where did you learn this? I really can't stand steadily in this position, ah. Chen Tianming's voice rang out from behind the door, tell them to wait outside and tell them I'm studying stunts for a movie. Ah Qi was stunned, then her pretty face turned red, and she quickly turned around and left the room. The master is really something. He starts working as soon as he opens his eyes and is not afraid of exhausting himself. As for Chen Tianming, after simply teaching Luo Yunyun the posture he had learned before the time travel, he waited for Luo Yunyun, who had just woken up, to faint again. Then he took a leisurely shower, tidied his clothes, took out his cell phone and started checking messages. I traveled to this world yesterday and resolved Zhao Xuequan's issue. He immediately mobilized his family's power and notified everyone to block the entire train station, airport and bus station in the Magic City. All were under surveillance. According to the routines he knew, the protagonists of novels where the heroine was an ICCEO and the villain was a bootlicker, usually followed the path of a master returning from a difficult time. Most of these protagonists returned to the city by these means of transportation. And at the beginning, he encountered some little devils to make things difficult for him, and he showed off his skills in front of others. As an old bookworm, Chen Tianming told his subordinates about several familiar tricks used by masters to return. Let them focus. The facts are as expected. He opened his phone and looked at the reports from his subordinates. He discovered that just 2 hours earlier, a young man at the train station had caught a thief who was about to steal something. The thief took out a knife and planned to hurt someone. The young man beat him up in public. The thief was handed over to Hua Jiaman, a female police officer from Shanghai who happened to arrive. Wait until he is ready to leave. The thief's brother followed again. More than a dozen people surrounded the young man. This young man was in front of so many people at the train station. He single-handedly knocked down more than a dozen people. Shocked the whole audience. Then everything was handed over to Gao's Hyman. It can be considered as a great contribution to the other party. For a police officer like Gao's Hyman who has a strong sense of justice. The young man's actions made her feel quite favorable towards him. The two naturally exchanged phone numbers. After that, the young man didn't know what he was holding. Ran straight towards the Zhao family. According to the time. It may be almost here now. As for the identity of this young man. Even if Chen Tianming mobilized the power of his family, it still took some effort to find out. This person is none other than Ye Fan, the eldest son of the Ye family who fell into poverty 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Ye Fan's parents jumped off a tall building due to business failure. The entire Ye family collapsed overnight. Ye Fan fell off a cliff due to a car accident on a rainy night and was classified as missing. Unexpectedly, the other party has returned again. And he also inherited the ancient martial arts from somewhere unknown. Chen Tianming looked at the report on his mobile phone. Realized it immediately. This person must be the protagonist. At the beginning, his parents died and he disappeared to inherit the ancient martial arts heritage. There is a high probability that he still has an engagement in his hand. As soon as he came back, he couldn't wait to go to Zhao's house to find Zhao Xuequan. Isn't this the standard protagonist template? If it were according to the normal plot. Now he is still acting as a bootlicker beside Zhao Xuequan. When the other party came back and saw him, with his golden finger, it was natural for him to slap him in the face. But he's not a traditional villain. Thinking about this, Chen Tianming looked at his phone. Suddenly an interesting plan flashed through my mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chapter 5. The other side. Ye Fan just came out of the train station and took a taxi. Watching the scenery outside the window recede backwards. 5 years of memories came flooding back like a tide. His parents failed in business and went bankrupt, and then jumped from a tall building. He was disheartened and planned to take a bus back to the countryside. But unexpectedly, it started to rain heavily halfway. The driver was driving due to fatigue. The wheels slipped and the car crashed through the fence and fell over the cliff. Everyone thought he was dead. But unexpectedly, he fell off the cliff. He didn't die from the fall. Instead, he was pierced in the chest by a branch on the cliff. Hanging in midair on the cliff. At this time, a mysterious old man happened to pass by. Seeing Ye Fan hanging on the tree branch, he felt pity. Rescued him. Ye Fan only found out later. It turns out that the old man is a traditional martial artist. While treating Ye Fan, I unexpectedly discovered that he had extraordinary talents. Very suitable for cultivation. Considering that his time is coming to an end, he still lacks a successor. So he passed on all his life's cultivation to him. Ye Fan did not disappoint the nameless old man's expectations. In 3 years, he reached the Grandmaster level. The speed of advancement is appalling. And so on to reach the Grandmaster level. The old man let him leave the bottom of the canyon. And also gave him a marriage contract. It is said that he saved a rich man casually. The other party heard that he had an apprentice. In order to repay him, she insisted on marrying her daughter to Ye Fan. So I wrote down this marriage contract. Now Ye Fan has made great progress in his cultivation. It's time to go down the mountain too. Just give the engagement to Ye Fan. Let him decide for himself whether to fulfill the agreement. And after the old man had inherited the legacy, the end of life is approaching. He passed away in meditation. After Ye Fan went down the mountain, according to the instructions of my master, returned to the magic city. The streets that were once familiar. 3 years have passed. Things and people have long since changed. After going back to pay homage to my parents, he then went straight to the Zhao family with the marriage certificate, intending to fulfill the engagement. Ye Fan quickly arrived at the Zhao family by car. "Hello, I'm here to see Zhao Xuequan." Ye Fan came to the door and said to the security guard. The security guard at the door looked Ye Fan up and down. I saw that Ye Fan was dressed simply at this time. The whole outfit cost less than 100 yuan. But the whole person has an extraordinary temperament. A pair of eyes that are exceptionally bright. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. As the security guard of the Zhao family, they all have good eyesight. Seeing Ye Fan's extraordinary temperament, didn't dare to make things difficult. Go in and report directly. Soon, the young security guard came back with a message. Come in. Ye Fan walked into the Zhao family with a calm expression. The splendor along the way did not scare him. When abroad, he had seen decorations more magnificent than this. Soon, Ye Fan saw a beautiful woman in the living room. Mother Zhao looked a little haggard at this time, as if she had not slept well. However, you can still see her beauty when she was young. When Zhao's mother saw Ye Fan, she first looked him up and down, then asked, "You said you were here to find Zhao Xuequan. What's going on?" When Ye Fan saw Zhao's mother, he took out the engagement contract from his arms. "I came here to fulfill my engagement." Ye Fan simply recounted the story his master had told him. Mother Zhao's brows gradually furrowed. She had heard what Ye Fan said from Zhao's father. He went abroad to do business. Lost contact for several days. After returning, he told Zhao's mother about this matter. If it is normal. Zhao's mother fulfilled her promise. However, Chen Tianming's affairs have now made them extremely anxious. If that person knew that Zhao Xuequan was already engaged, people even came to the door. The consequences are simply unimaginable. In the entire destruction of the Zhao family and the fulfillment of the promise. Mother Zhao just thought for a moment. The answer is here. Mother Zhao placed the engagement contract directly on the table and said apologetically. "I'm sorry, Xuequan already has someone he likes." "What?" Ye Fan opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhao's mother. The other person's expression didn't seem like he was joking. He quickly asked, "Who is that person?" "This has nothing to do with you." How could Zhao's mother possibly tell Chen Tianming about this? She could only make an excuse. "Your master saved my husband back then, and I'm very grateful. But, the engagement has been going on for 3 or 4 years now. You haven't come back for such a long time. During this time, Xuequan fell in love with someone else, and there was nothing we could do. However, our Zhao family was the one who wronged you first. We can discuss how much compensation you want." "Compensation?" Ye Fan was so angry that he laughed. After becoming an ancient martial artist, his mentality is no longer that of an ordinary person. These mundane things have lost much of their appeal to him. He just didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing just after returning to the city. As for what Zhao's mother said, after he realized it, he didn't believe it at all. As a master-level warrior, reading people's expressions is the most basic skill for him. After calming down, he realized that Zhao's mother was talking about other things and her eyes were wandering. She was definitely lying. As for the reason, although Ye Fan didn't know, he believed that he could find it out with his ability. No need. Ye Fan pulled the marriage certificate over before Zhao's mother could react. You were the ones who wanted to marry your daughter to me, and now you are going back on your word, and I just didn't agree. Finally, before leaving, Ye Fan said pretentiously, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't look down on the young and poor. After saying that, regardless of Zhao's mother's dark face, Ye Fan turned and left. But after leaving the Zhao family, found a hotel to stay in. Sit in a chair. Ye Fan also gradually calmed down. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Although it feels good to show off. But, pretending to be cool is not a way to make a living. He still didn't know why the Zhao family was unwilling to fulfill the marriage contract. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard someone discussing Zhao Xuequan not far away. Did you know? Yesterday at the entrance of the Galaxy Group, the Chen family announced a complete break with the Zhao family. That IC CEO pretended not to care, but in fact, he was dragged to the Chen family by his father early this morning to apologize. Is this true? Isn't President Zhao always so high and mighty? How could he actually bow his head and admit his mistakes? Oh, you don't know this. After the Chen family withdrew their investment, no one in the entire demon realm dared to cooperate with the Zhao family. Their business has come to a halt, and they will have to declare bankruptcy soon. What other options do they have? If you ask me, it's the Zhao family's own fault. Ye Fan relies on the strength of a grandmaster. PK up your ears. After some understanding, finally figured out what was going on. Chen Tianming. Ye Fan frowned and remembered the name. I heard that Zhao Xuequan had actually changed into new clothes and went to Chen's house 2 hours ago. Ye Fan's heart was filled with alarm. Suddenly a bad guess arose. There was no time to think about why a few passers-by knew about the Zhao family's detailed arrangements. Feeling that the sky above him seemed to be turning green, Ye Fan immediately took a taxi and rushed to Chen's house. Little did they know that after Ye Fan left, the few passers-by who had just pretended to be chatting casually looked in the direction the taxi left. He pulled the phone out of his pocket. At the same time, the other side, Chen Tianming glanced at the screen and received a report from his subordinates that the plan was going smoothly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He put his phone in his pocket, estimated the time, opened the door and walked towards the heroine and the other person who had been waiting for a long time. At this time, Father Zhao waited in the living room for more than 20 minutes. The initial composure is long gone. The whole person was restless. Just when he was about to get up and ask the woman in black again, suddenly, footsteps were heard. The two of them subconsciously turned around to look in the direction of the footsteps. After waiting for such a long time, Chen Tianming finally came out. But at this moment, Zhao Xuequan discovered with his sharp eyes that there was a small strawberry on Chen Tianming's neck. Chapter 6. Zhao Xuequan looked at Chen Tianming, who looked full of energy, and the little strawberry on his neck that was not completely covered. He immediately thought of Luo Yunyun, whom he took with him when he left. Recall what I said before. How could she not guess what had happened? While blushing, an indescribable feeling of depression rose in her chest. As a woman, Zhao Xuequan's mentality gradually underwent a subtle change. Looking at the man who originally only had eyes for her, there are other women around him. For a moment, an inexplicable jealousy filled my heart again. After Chen Tianming brought Qi out, he swaggered and sat on the main seat. He first glanced at Zhao Xuequan's expression. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, barely perceptible. Then he looked at Zhao's father beside him and asked knowingly, "The patriarch of the Zhao family came to my Chen family so early. Is there something wrong?" "Morning?" It's already noon now. Father Zhao subconsciously glanced out the window. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I complained in my heart. However, he still put on a smile and said, Mr. Chen, you're joking. We came here mainly to apologize to you. It was because of my poor discipline that my daughter bumped into Master Chen. Oh. Chen Tianming looked at Zhao's father, who was lowering his head opposite him, with a hint of playfulness in his voice, and casually crossed his legs. One hand rested on the sofa and tapped it gently. I don't think there's anything wrong with Miss Zhao. If I don't like it, I don't like it. It's better to say that I was just being sentimental before. Father Zhao's expression turned bitter when he heard this. He had guessed before he came that things probably wouldn't go so smoothly. But I didn't expect that Chen Tianming didn't care about our original friendship at all. As a veteran in business negotiation, Father Zhao didn't dare to answer. Instead, he suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Xuequan, who was still a little distracted, and scolded him harshly, What are you standing there for? Why don't you apologize to Master Chen right now? Zhao Xuequan came back to his senses. Looking at Chen Tianming, who was sitting on the sofa with a playful look on his face. She gritted her teeth, an instinctive resistance rising in her heart. However, I thought about how my father almost collapsed at that time. Finally, she lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry. Without waiting for Chen Tianming to continue speaking, Father Zhao quickly looked at him and said, Look, my daughter has already apologized. She was definitely wrong in this matter. If you need any compensation, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. I have to say, Mr. Zhao is indeed a veteran negotiator. A few words. He adjusted the pace of things to his advantage. However, Chen Tianming was no pushover and naturally wouldn't be tricked so easily. Compensation. Chen Tianming smiled, supporting his chin with one hand, looked at him and said, What your Zhao family has, our Chen family has. What you don't have, I also have. What can you compensate me for? Zhao Xuequan was already very dissatisfied with the fact that he had just bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Now, Chen Tianming is still so arrogant. As the heroine, she finally couldn't help the anger in her heart, frowned, and said, Chen Tianming, don't go too far. I've already apologized, what else do you want? Chen Tianming smiled. Sure enough, how could the heroine bow down to a villain so easily? However, this woman still doesn't seem to understand the situation. Bang! Father Zhao suddenly stood up and slapped Zhao Xuequan in the face. He was almost angry to death, and at the same time he was completely disappointed in his daughter. Shut up! Zhao Xuequan was stunned, covering his face with one hand, and fell to the ground with an incredible look on his face. This was the first time that Zhao's father had hit her since she was a child. Moreover, he beat her in front of Chen Tianming. Suddenly, a feeling of grievance welled up in my eyes. Do you know how much psychological damage a big fight can cause to a kid in his 20s? After beating Zhao Xuequan, Father Zhao took a deep breath, looked at Chen Tianming and said, I wonder what the conditions are for Zhao Xuequan to marry young Master Chen. Zhao Xuequan raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and looked at his father in disbelief. Chen Tianming, however, remained calm and composed. No immediate agreement. He picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. Right at this moment, suddenly, a young man's angry voice came from outside the door, I object. Immediately afterwards, Ye Fan, who had hurried all the way and climbed over the wall outside, walked in through the gate. At this time, Ye Fan was still wearing a set of street stall goods. There were even 2 holes on the washed-out jeans. Placed on the roadside, he looks like a cleaner beggar. This shout made everyone present look at him. Except for Chen Tianming, who had been waiting for the other party to appear, he just narrowed his eyes. Everyone was shocked. Where did this fool come from? You dare to shout in front of the Chen family? Are you tired of living? Especially Zhao's father, he was shocked and confused, and also a little angry. Who is this person? What does the problem between their two families have to do with him? After Ye Fan entered the room and glanced at everyone present, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Xuequan like a magnet, and he stood there in a daze. My saliva is about to come out. He had been living in the mountains for so many years and had never seen such a beautiful woman. Is this his fiancée? I originally came here with the mentality of not being able to swallow this humiliation. The moment I see Zhao Xuequan now, he made the unilateral decision in an instant. I will not marry anyone else but her. This is his future wife. No matter who says it, it's useless. At this time, the bodyguard at the door finally reacted. He immediately rushed forward, trying to subdue Ye Fan. But only for a moment. The three bodyguards fell to the ground. A face full of painful howling. Never get up again. They didn't even see how Ye Fan made his move. He was thrown to the ground. Ye Fan sneered. Do you really think that all his training over the years was in vain? These little shrimps can't even get into his body. Except for Chen Tianming and Qi, no one present could see clearly how Ye Fan made his move. A master at the grandmaster level. A cold light flashed in Qi's eyes. I saw Ye Fan's strength. Take a step forward. Just about to take action. Chen Tian stopped her. He said lightly, well said. I just can't be a bootlicker because I'm not very agile. Since this friend also disagrees, I think we should just leave it at that. Father Zhao suddenly became anxious. I have already cursed Ye Fan's ancestors in my heart. In a hurry. He was about to speak. Right at this moment, Zhao Xuequan, who was standing by, took the initiative and said through gritted teeth, wait. I can actually be your lapdog. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Zhao Xuequan. No one expected that the always arrogant and icy CEO would say this. Ye Fan looked at Zhao Xuequan with a look of surprise. He didn't expect that Zhao Xuequan would actually bow his head at this time. This made everything he had just done seem like a joke. Almost at the same time, Chen Tianming heard the system prompt sound. The protagonist Ye Fan is shaken, villain value plus 233. The protagonist Ye Fan doubts his life, villain value plus 489. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 7. Ye Fan listened to Zhao Xuequan's words and his eyes widened in shock. His face was full of disbelief. The whole person seemed to be petrified, standing there blankly. On his way here, he heard countless people talk about her coolness and beauty. When you actually see the real person, Ye Fan was even more excited. However, now this aloof goddess in everyone's mind actually said in person that she is willing to be Chen Tianming's bootlicker. Ye Fan turned his head suddenly and looked at Chen Tianming with eyes full of anger. If it weren't for this guy's threat, how could Zhao Xuequan say such a thing? At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a surge of regret in his heart. If I had come earlier, maybe Zhao Xuequan wouldn't need to be so servile to Chen Tianming. Father Zhao, standing beside him, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This daughter who had always been stubborn finally learned to be flexible at the critical moment. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's all my fault for protecting her too well before. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. I feel that I have always been obsessed with the development of my family. He has not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Little did they know. Everything they see and think now. These were all designed by Chen Tianming long ago. The purpose was to let the protagonist Ye Fan see with his own eyes that the heroine was snatched away by him in advance. And he personally expressed his willingness to follow him. The facts were just as he expected. Ye Fan looked at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. Listen to the system prompts in your ears. Chen Tianming glanced at his villain value. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he asked curiously, System, what would happen if I killed the Child of Destiny now? It's okay, but the Child of Destiny still has a lot of luck. If you kill him, all the luck will disappear immediately. Therefore, the system suggests that the host can play with the Child of Destiny in the palm of their hands, constantly attacking the Child of Destiny's mentality, harvesting his luck value, and then kill him when he has no luck value left. Is that so? Chen Tianming thought about it and felt that the system's statement made some sense. Anyway, the Child of Destiny has appeared now. With the Chen family's background, you can ensure that he is always under your nose. There is no need to worry about this Child of Destiny causing any trouble. Think of this. Chen Tianming glanced at Zhao Xuequan, curled his lips, and said, it's a waste for Miss Zhao to be a lickspittle with her status. How about being my maid? Take in a female protagonist who was originally an IC CEO as her maid. It's exciting just to think about it, right? Zhao Xuequan's pretty face turned red. However, she hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chen Tianming and asked, if I agree to be your maid, will you let the Zhao family go? Although Zhao Xuequan is stubborn, but as the heroine, her IQ is still online. He took the opportunity to put forward his request. Ye Fan stood by, like a third party being ignored by the two of them, and he was completely dumbfounded. Ah Chi couldn't help but glance at his young master. There was a strange flash in his eyes. I don't know if it was her illusion. Chen Tianming seems to be a little different since yesterday. Chen Tianming took a sip of tea and said lightly, Miss Zhao, please don't talk nonsense. I have never taken action against the Zhao family. Before, your Zhao family was sucking blood from the Chen family. Now I am just leaving as you requested. Or, you become my maid on the condition that you continue to suck blood from my Chen family. I said publicly that from now on, I will never cooperate with the Zhao family. Now I regret it. How do you want others to see me? Zhao Xuequan opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. His expression was gloomy. My heart is filled with bitter regret. She was too arrogant at the time. I never thought that my words would have such a big impact. She bit her lip, her voice a little hoarse, and asked, then what do you want to do? Chen Tianming placed the empty cup on the table and held up 3 fingers. First, you go back now and ignore what I said before. In 3 months at most, the Zhao family will be destroyed. Second, the Zhao family and the Chen family are at odds. In about a week, the Zhao family will be destroyed. Third, sell 51% of the Zhao family's shares to the Chen family at a low price, turning the Zhao family into a branch of the Chen family. 3 conditions and 1 theory. Zhao Xuequan was stunned. The first 2 options are simply impractical. Since she came here, the purpose is to save the Zhao family. Therefore, Chen Tianming actually only gave 1 choice. Either surrender or die. So domineering. Ye Fan next to him couldn't help it any longer. As the protagonist of a passionate novel, his eyes turned red when he heard Chen Tianming's unfair terms. In front of him, not only did he let his fiancée serve him as a maid, you also have to offer your entire family with both hands. Isn't this a blatant slap in his face? Ye Fan's murderous intent surged, and he stepped forward and said word by word, Chen Tianming, don't go too far. Can't bear it anymore? Chen Tianming glanced at Ye Fan with his eyes slanted. As the Child of Destiny, it is impossible for him to just watch the heroine being controlled by him. However, this is exactly what I want. Feeling the Grand Master level aura on Ye Fan, he chuckled secretly and said disdainfully, I just bullied you, what can you do to me? You are looking for death. Ye Fan originally wanted to say something, but Chen Tianming's attitude completely made him lose his mind. The tiger's eyes glared and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. He slapped Chen Tianming with his palm. But the moment he set off, Qi, who had just been standing next to him pouring tea for Chen Tianming, had already blocked his way. The two men faced each other in mid-air. With a bang, the terrifying air wave instantly shattered all the glass in the villa. Qi stopped Ye Fan from a distance. The two of them were deadlocked in front of Chen Tianming. Ye Fan widened his eyes. From the time he was born until now, he had never been shocked as many times as he was in the past 10 minutes today. He never expected that the maid who poured tea next to Chen Tianming actually had the strength of a grandmaster. Zhao Xuequan and his son standing next to them were even more stunned. Is this still a human being? Qi's pretty face was covered with frost as she said indifferently, if you want to attack the master, you have to get past me first. Ye Fan's expression gradually became heavy. Facing a master, even if the other party is not as strong as yourself, it is impossible for him to win easily in a short period of time. Thinking about this, Ye Fan snorted, took 2 steps back, and distanced himself from Qi. The protagonist Ye Fan doubts his life, villain value plus 666. The protagonist Ye Fan is excited, villain value plus 886. Chen Tianming listened to the voice beside his ear. Without panicking at all, he said calmly, head-on confrontation? Is this what your Zhao family means? If that's the case, you can go. To be honest, if he waits until the Zhao family is destroyed before taking action, it will at most take a little longer, but the effect will be the same. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Zhao Xuequan's expression changed immediately. Ye Fan couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Chen Tianming, what's the point of hiding behind a woman? If you're brave enough, come and have a 3-move fight with me. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him as if he was a moron. Has this guy read too many novels? Return the 3-move agreement? However, what everyone didn't expect was that Chen Tianming smiled slightly and said, okay. Mr. Chen. Qi was the first to lose his composure and quickly turned around. She knew the difference in strength between Chen Tianming and Ye Fan. This bet is bound to lose. But Chen Tianming raised his hand to stop her. No need to say more. Ye Fan was overjoyed when he saw this. He is indeed a playboy. See my own strength. He actually dared to promise me. He was filled with ecstasy and rushed towards Chen Tianming like a sharp sword. Although Ye Fan is hot-blooded, he is not a fool. He did not use his full strength when he attacked, he just wanted to knock the young man to the ground and teach him a lesson. But in the next moment, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow falling towards him. Before he realized what was happening, there was a crisp sound. Ye Fan was slapped in the face. The whole person flipped more than 10 times in the air, then fell face down to the ground with a bang, and lost consciousness. Like a dead dog, it died without any sound. The protagonist Ye Fan's mentality collapses, and the villain value plus 996. Chapter 8. After the system was strengthened, Chen Tianming has become a Grandmaster. Grandmaster fights Grandmaster. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Ye Fan couldn't react at all. He was knocked to the ground with one slap. He completely fainted. Although the Zhao family father and daughter are powerful because of their family, have channels beyond ordinary people's reach. I have some knowledge of ancient martial arts. However, they are just ordinary people after all. There is a huge gap between him and Chen Tianming. I just vaguely felt the moment when Chen Tianming took action in front of me. It's like he's become a different person. The momentum became extremely fierce. The originally gentle disguise was torn apart by the beast in the body. Next second, only a black afterimage flashed by. Ye Fan, who looked extremely powerful, fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back. The marble floors were cracked and spider-webbed. Qi is a martial artist at the Grandmaster level. I saw more than the Zhao family father and daughter. The moment Chen Tianming made his move, she had already seen his strength. For a moment, she was extremely excited. She couldn't help but look at Chen Tianming in shock and said, "Master, you are already a Grandmaster. You know, it was just over a month ago." Chen Tianming was still a Grandmaster when he made his move. Now, just 1 month has passed. He has already achieved the Grandmaster realm. What kind of advanced speed is this? To call him a genius is not enough to describe him. It's simply a monster. Chen Tianming retracted his aura and turned back into the harmless young master of the Chen family. He said calmly, "Not bad." The Zhao family father and daughter were even more shocked when they heard this. For a family like theirs, it is usually considered good enough to have a martial artist as a worshipper. The Grandmaster realm is even more unimaginable. Now, tell them. The eldest son of the Chen family who was rejected by them. It's actually the Grandmaster realm? Father Zhao suddenly felt that he had missed out on 10 billion. My head felt dizzy. Covering his chest. I feel so uncomfortable that I want to vomit blood. How could this be the good-for-nothing playboy that his daughter was talking about? This is clearly a son-in-law sent from heaven. But they haven't grasped it yet. Zhao Xuexuan felt even more regretful. Kneeling on the ground like a fool. She couldn't figure it out. I was like a bootlicker in front of her before. Worthless Chen Tianming. Why the sudden change? Becoming an existence that she couldn't even look up to? Chen Tianming glanced at the dazed Zhao Xuexuan. I laughed secretly in my heart. You can guess it by looking at the expression of the heroine. At this moment, their impression of themselves has changed 180 degrees. This will naturally be a great thing for me to conquer the heroine in the future. Of course, the strategy mentioned here is not to be a bootlicker like before. To please the heroine. As a villain. His method of conquering the heroine is naturally the opposite of the protagonist's. At this time, Qi came back to his senses from the shock and looked at the people lying on the ground. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "Master, how do we deal with this person? Do you want to?" Chen Tianming came back to his senses after hearing this. He turned around and glanced at the protagonist. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Call the police." What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded again. He looked at Chen Tianming in disbelief. As the eldest son of the Chen family, someone broke into the door. Shouldn't you just kill him? Or is it a cement column? Call the police? Is this still the dandy young man they know? Little did they know what they were thinking. Chen Tianming had thought of it a long time ago. But this is the child of destiny. If this person is poured into a cement pillar, sink into the sea. According to the powerful destiny of the child of destiny, maybe you can find some incredible opportunities at the bottom of the sea. Come back with upgrades when the time comes. Don't play it yourself. On the contrary, send the person to the police department. Keep him under your nose. Instead, it is more convenient to control. Chen Tianming smiled and did not explain. He took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said, "Breaking into a private residence, intentionally injuring people, and damaging private property. Just call the police as I said and let the police department handle it. Remember, have a policewoman named Gao's Hyman come here in person. Then send those injured by Yafan to the hospital, examine their injuries thoroughly, and make a report to send to the police department. You don't need me to teach you how to do it, right?" Qi naturally understood what Chen Tianming meant. Looking at his half-smile expression. I don't know why. She suddenly felt a chill. From the tailbone straight to the forehead. Clear. Qi nodded honestly. After saying that, he turned around and left the living room. The issue of Destiny Child has been resolved. Chen Tianming turned and looked at the Zhao family father and daughter again. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhao Xuequan spoke first and said, "I'm willing to be your maid." I don't know if it was her illusion. After dealing with this guy who suddenly broke in, Chen Tianming seemed to have lost interest in their affairs all of a sudden. It seemed that everything he had done before was to arrange this young man. Zhao Xuequan noticed this. I didn't even think about it. Before Chen Tianming could speak. Don't care about being shy, said quickly. Father Zhao felt that his daughter had really changed. He was stunned for half a second. He quickly followed up, I agree too. Although I have to give half of my life's work to the Chen family. It was really hard for him to accept. But at least the Zhao family is still there. And join the Chen family. It may not be an opportunity. That's the largest family in the world. According to foreign sayings, it is the world's largest chaebol. Join the world's largest chaebol. This is an opportunity that countless people long for. Maybe I can use this opportunity to take the family to the next level. Think of this. Father Zhao's mood suddenly didn't feel so heavy anymore. Chen Tianming was surprised to see that the heroine suddenly became so sensible. I was also stunned for a moment. But give yourself a heroine and billions for free. He didn't seem to have any reason not to. Touched his chin. Nodded. Said, in this case, Patriarch Zhao, please go to the next room and hand over the property transfer procedures with my lawyer. As for Miss Zhao, Chen Tianming glanced at Zhao Xuequan. Although the woman's boxing skills and stupid appearance did leave him with a bad impression. But as the heroine, her appearance is still online. Now I even put on light makeup before coming here. Changed clothes. It looks even more stunning. Especially her cool appearance and blushing cheeks. The shock of contrast. It is enough to make any man unable to control himself. Chen Tianming is also a man. Nature is no exception. But at this time, his mentality was completely different from that of the original owner. He is so beautiful. There was no urge to lick it at all. All I have is the desire to conquer. As for Miss Zhao, follow me. Chen Tianming looked him up and down. He gave a meaningless smile. Turned around and walked towards the second floor. Zhao Xuequan looked at Chen Tianming's eyes just now, which was like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. I don't know why. Suddenly, a wave of regret arose. However, she had no choice at this point. I could only grit my teeth. Following in the footsteps of Chen Tianming, Chen Tianming went to the workshop on the second floor. It's called a workshop. It looks more like an oversized dressing room. At least 200 square meters. Chen Tianming searched for it. He took out a set of clothes and threw it to Zhao Xuequan. Put on this dress. Zhao Xuequan caught it subconsciously. Wait until she sees the dress clearly. Her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Isn't this a maid costume? How can I wear this kind of clothes? Hearing this, Chen Tianming sat on a chair among the clothes, turned his head, crossed his legs, and supported his chin with one hand. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Did you make a mistake? You are my maid now. Not that high and mighty, ICCEO. You have to wear whatever I tell you to wear. Chapter 9. In the end, Zhao Xuequan changed into the maid outfit that was made of almost no fabric as Chen Tianming requested. After walking out of the dressing room, a cold wind blows. She couldn't help but hold down the hem of her skirt with one hand and hugged her chest with the other. Her pretty face turned slightly red. Too shy to look at Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming crossed his legs and looked him up and down. I saw Zhao Xuequan, who had been wearing a conservative black uniform in front of everyone. After changing into maid outfit, revealing snow-white arms and calves, blushing cheeks. On the contrary, it has more charm. The cold and aloof air of an icy president coupled with the shyness of a maid who has to obey. The strong contrast formed. It makes his lethality to men increase exponentially. Chen Tianming is naturally also a man. He let out a sigh. Patted his thigh. Come over. Even though Zhao Xuequan was extremely unwilling. For my father and family. I could only bite my lip and move forward obediently. The moment she walked in front of Chen Tianming. Suddenly. Chen Tianming put his arm around her waist. Amidst Zhao Xuequan's exclamation, he pressed her onto his legs. Zhao Xuequan was suddenly shocked. This was the first time she was so close to a man. Looking at Chen Tianming who is right in front of him. Subconsciously, I want to resist. Wait, ow. But before she could finish, Chen Tianming then firmly pressed the back of her head. Blocked her mouth. Zhao Xuequan's eyes suddenly widened. She reached out and hit Chen Tianming on the chest. But it can't cause any harm at all. Naturally, there is no way to push it away. Instead, it looks like a couple flirting. As the feeling of suffocation gradually came, Zhao Xuequan's eyes gradually became blurred. Resistance is growing weaker. The whole person seemed to have turned into a puddle of mud. Finally, when Zhao Xuequan felt that he was about to faint from lack of oxygen, Chen Tianming finally gave in. After pulling out a transparent silk thread, Zhao Xuequan breathed in oxygen. It's like a drowning person being rescued to shore. He started breathing heavily. Consciousness gradually became clearer. My first kiss. Was it just taken away by that bad guy? After Zhao Xuequan realized the problem. Her pretty face is like a peach. Become tender and white with rosy cheeks. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt something on her thigh. Zhao Xuequan was stunned at first. Then she said in panic, wait, let's go to the bedroom. Chen Tianming naturally didn't give the other party a chance to choose, and raised his eyebrows, right here. At the same time, outside the Chen family compound, Gao's Hyman listened to a key account of what had happened. A federation of overseas Huxia that is both heroic and beautiful is now covered in frost. Finally, Qi followed Chen Tianming's instructions. The most important surveillance video was handed over to Gao's Hyman. Of course, this video only shows outside the hall. This does not include the part where Chen Tianming took action. Next, it's up to police officer Gao. Don't worry. Gao's Hyman looked back at Ye Fan who was being carried away by his colleagues like a dead dog, with a hint of disgust and anger in his eyes, and then turned his head away. Breaking into a private residence, intentionally causing injury, an attempted murder. He'll be locked up for at least a few decades. She first saw Ye Fan subduing a thief at the train station. I still have a good impression of this young man. People in today's society are indifferent. Most people, when faced with danger, adopt a nonchalant attitude. It's rare to see such a passionate young man. Plus, Ye Fan is not very handsome. But he has an extraordinary temperament. She was inexplicably attracted to him. With a strong sense of justice, she couldn't help but have a good impression of Ye Fan. Therefore, when Ye Fan wanted her prestige, she agreed. However, what she didn't expect was that this seemingly passionate young man was actually a potential criminal. And he has a serious tendency towards violence. He actually broke into a private house. Several bodyguards were injured. And he also plans to attack Chen Xiao. If something happens to Chen Xiao in the area she is responsible for. Not just her. There is a high probability that her father, the director behind her, will also be replaced. Think of this. Gao's Hyman became even angrier. She looked at Qi and said, please tell Master Chen that I will personally interrogate this prisoner. After saying that, she got in the car and left Chen's house. Police department. Wait until Ye Fan slowly wakes up. Open your eyes again. It was already 3 hours later. Chen Tianming held back on that slap. Otherwise, relying on the cultivation level of a grandmaster, at least the whole body is paralyzed. A little bit less luck. It is not impossible that he was beaten to death on the spot. After Ye Fan regained consciousness, the first feeling was a burning pain on my face. Half of his cheek was swollen. I lost several teeth. Immediately following, he subconsciously wanted to get up. But just a slight movement. But he found that his hands and feet had been fixed to a chair. The cold touch made his consciousness clear instantly. What is this place? Look around. Then he made a horrified discovery. While he was unconscious, he was actually sent to the interrogation chair of the police department. He guessed it instantly. After Chen Tianming knocked himself down, it didn't kill him directly. Instead, call the police and hand him over to the police department. A feeling of frustration and anger rose in Ye Fan's heart. This was a naked humiliation for him. It's more painful than killing him. The protagonist Ye Fan is mentally unstable, villain value plus 666. Right at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Gau's Hyman's face was as cold as frost, and he was holding a stack of information in his hand. It fell in front of him with a bang. Tell me, what is your purpose in assassinating Chen Tianming? Assassinate Chen Tianming? Purpose? Ye Fan opened his mouth, full of question marks. When did he want to assassinate Chen Tianming? Ye Fan reacted and subconsciously explained. Etc. Did you misunderstand something? I didn't mean to kill anyone. Ye Fan tried to defend himself, telling the truth that couldn't be truer. Didn't you kill anyone? Gau's Hyman was so angry that she laughed. Even now this guy still wants to deceive her. It turns out that the bravery I showed before was just to get close to him. She pulled out a few sheets from the file. The bodyguards you injured are still being treated. You said you didn't mean to kill anyone. Ye Fan looked at the critical illness notices. Everyone is stupid. He knew it when he returned to the League. It's different here than in other countries. Therefore, when I made the move, he always pays attention to his own limits. Those bodyguards are all ancient martial artists. He just knocked it unconscious. It's a minor injury at most. Now turning around, he actually looked like he was about to die. Isn't this a scam? No need to think about it. It must be the work of that guy Chen Tianming. But he still couldn't explain it. After all, he was the one who started it first. Ye Fan's face turned green. I feel like I've eaten the defense. A very uncomfortable group. Gau's Hyman was speechless when she saw Ye Fan. He snorted coldly. There are witnesses and evidence. I think you should explain why you attacked Mr. Chen as soon as possible. Otherwise, based on the evidence we have now, we can lock you up for decades. Think about it yourself. After saying that, Gau's Hyman threw down the materials in his hand. Just walked out of the room. Ye Fan was left with a dazed look on his face. How many decades? Then by the time I come out, won't even the opportunity be gone? When I think about myself now in the police department, and Zhao Xuequan might be being bullied by Chen Tianming. He wished he could use his master's strength to escape from prison. But Ye Fan still restrained his desire. He loosened his clenched fists. This is the alliance. If he dares to escape from prison, the next moment will be wanted. No matter how powerful he is. Be more confident. I'm not stupid enough to think that I can compete with a country alone. Think of this. Ye Fan's hatred for Chen Tianming was like a surging river, endless. At this moment, Chen Tianming, who was touching Zhao Xuequan's head with one hand, suddenly heard a system prompt sound in his ear. The protagonist Ye Fan's mentality explodes, villain value plus 999. The corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 10. This Yefan is really a fat sheep. Chen Tianming sat on the bed, feeling Zhao Xuequan's sharp teeth and sharp mouth, while reaching out to touch the heroine's head, thinking secretly in his heart. Just a short while. The villain value of this child of destiny has already filled the screen. Just at this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! The host's villain value has been detected to have reached a 10-draw streak. Do you want to draw a prize? Chen Tianming was cheered up. Smoke! In an instant, a colorful wheel that only he could see appeared before him. The lucky draw begins. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. The turntable spins rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the doubled physical fitness reward. Colorful fireworks scattered across the system panel. Moment. Chen Tianming's physical fitness is already very exaggerated. Soar again. But on the surface, the muscles in his body contracted slightly. From the original fit body shape into streamlined muscles. But the power contained in each muscle has become more terrifying than before. If the original muscles are like ropes, so now, these ropes are like being twisted together. Become more resilient. And, because of the shrinkage of body size, Chen Tianming's agility has also improved significantly. She has truly become the type of person who looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. This is a great reward. Chen Tianming's eyes lit up. Very satisfied. Improvement of physical fitness. It also greatly increased his combat effectiveness. Basically achieved the same realm. Few rivals. Chen Tianming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Looking at the panel, there are still quite a few villain values left. Said in my heart. Keep smoking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a portion of stinky tofu. Congratulations to the host for winning a portion of snail rice noodle. The next few rewards are more general. Obviously. You can't always get good rewards from the system lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 different cat-girl suits. What the hell? Chen Tianming was slightly stunned. A thought came to my mind. In his hand appeared a set of clothes with a collar, bells, cat ears, and a tail. Ahem, keep smoking. Chen Tianming coughed twice and put the cat girl suit into his own space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a candle that will never burn out. Next second, a pink candle appeared in his hand. The corner of Chen Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. This system doesn't seem very serious. But I like it. Keep smoking. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 rejuvenating grasses. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qi gazing technique. Qi gazing technique, by observing the Qi and luck, the host can extend the range of perception of the son and daughter of destiny, and directly display the gold finger of the son of destiny within the range of vision. Chen Tianming's eyes flashed with golden light. A golden light flashed in the black pupils. Next second, he found that there was a golden airflow in the world before his eyes. Look along the golden airflow. All the golden luck in the vicinity gathered on Zhao Xuequan. Obviously, this golden airflow represents that Zhao Xuequan's identity is the destined daughter of this world, that is, the heroine. Is this the art of looking at Qi? Right at this moment, Chen Tianming suddenly noticed a shadow appearing in the mirror next to him. Turn around and look. In the mirror, black air currents were wrapped around his body. In his sight, I was wrapped in black airflow. It's like the devil coming to the world. The black airflow probably means that I'm the destined villain. Chen Tianming was slightly stunned, and soon realized what the black luck on him meant. Then, his eyes lit up. What a good thing! With the Qi gazing technique, you don't have to worry about missing out on your destined son or daughter. The golden airflow is very conspicuous. You can see it clearly from 100 meters away. And Through the chi-gazing technique, he can also directly know the golden finger of the child of destiny. Be prepared in advance. Don't fall into a passive position. After all, in the world of novel fusion, not all children of destiny are like Ye Fan. The master has returned. Compared with the previous physical fitness enhancement, Chen Tianming felt that this chi-gazing technique was actually more practical. Wait until the excitement gradually subsides. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although the art of looking at chi is indeed good, but he would not waste other rewards. Chen Tianming raised the corners of his mouth slightly and took out the cat ear girl suit he had just obtained. He stood up and threw it to the dumbfounded Zhao Xuequan. He smiled condescendingly and said, "Put on this outfit. In the future, wait until you open your eyes again." It was 2 days later. He glanced at Zhao Xuequan, who was sleeping in his arms like a kitten. Memories of the past 2 days came flooding back. Because of the system's support and doubled physical fitness. Finally, Zhao Xuequan arrived after a day and a night. "Roll your eyes." He completely lost consciousness and passed out. Chen Tianming took Zhao Xuequan's hand away from him. It didn't disturb her sleep. As the saying goes, people's physiques cannot be generalized. Zhao Xuequan is just an ordinary person after all. Naturally, the recovery speed cannot be compared with my own. He slowly stood up. Look around. The room was filled with scraps of cloth and water. He went to the bathroom and washed himself. Then he changed his clothes and walked out of the room. I just feel refreshed. Sitting on the sofa, Ah Chi tactfully came out from not far away. A lunch was served. Chen Tianming was very satisfied with this. While finishing lunch. While doing so, he briefly checked the information he had missed while sleeping. Click on the system panel. Densely packed reminder messages of villain value receipt popped up like a waterfall. Take another look at Ye Fan's luck value. At this time it has dropped to 60%. Chen Tianming's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that being deceived made that senior police officer very unhappy. This Destiny Child's gold coins are popping up so fast that it's flooding the screen. Think of this. He reached out and touched his chin. However, since Gau's Hyman now feels disgusted with the Child of Destiny. On the other hand, this is my chance. Now, the only important female supporting character left beside Destiny Child is Gau's Hyman, who has no strategy left. Close the system panel. Chen Tianming thought secretly in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. A plan quickly formed in his mind. The next few days, he devoted himself to the operation of conquering this female police officer with an overflowing sense of justice. The facts prove it. The difficulty of conquering the female supporting role is indeed much lower than that of the female lead. There is previous preparation. Plus there is no Ye Fan's interference. Next, Chen Tianming just needs to transform himself into a caring citizen again. Report several illegal incidents. It was easy to establish contact with Gau's Hyman. When the two of them go out, Chen Tianming accidentally saves the damsel in distress a few more times. Cooperate with the director of police to mediate. The two of them naturally came together. Since then, Ye Fan, the son of destiny, and the last woman by his side were also successfully recruited by Chen Tianming. In the hotel, after some discussion, Gau's Hyman and Luo Yunyun, two important female supporting characters, leaned in Chen Tianming's arms. Full of happiness, Chen Tianming lights a cigarette. Took a deep breath. Spit it out slowly. After coming to my senses, he looked at Gau's Hyman beside him and asked casually, "How is Ye Fan doing recently?" When Ye Fan is mentioned, the two important female characters in Chen Tianming's arms couldn't help but frown. He showed a look of disgust. Gau's Hyman frowned and snorted, "He deceived me back then and even wanted to attack young Master Chen. Naturally, I won't let him have an easy time in the police department. But that guy is really tough. No matter how much I tortured him, I would bite him to death. The injuries of the 3 bodyguards had nothing to do with me, and I didn't intend to murder Master Chen. But fortunately, the evidence provided by young Master Chen is solid. It's useless for that guy to deny it. He'll be sent to a union prison soon. Sent to prison? Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. Calculated the time a little bit. According to normal procedures, the time is almost up. However, after realizing this, he thought about it for a moment and frowned. The environment inside the prison is much more comfortable than that small room in the Magic City Police Department. Once Ye Fan really enters the Alliance prison, his scope of operation will be greatly increased. Instead, he will be out of reach, losing most of the control over this child of destiny. The most important thing is, as a novel reader who traveled through time, he knows. Prison is also a magical place where the child of destiny rises. What about being falsely accused? After being put in prison, he became very successful. 3 years later, he was released from prison to seek revenge. This kind of routine, he is simply too familiar. After all, Ye Fan didn't really kill anyone. At most, he will be imprisoned for a few decades. If you perform well. He got involved with some big boss in prison. Maybe we can really come up with something like the Raptors are released from prison 3 years later. Think of this. Chen Tianming couldn't help but smack his lips. He is indeed the son of destiny. Even in such a desperate situation, as long as you still have luck, there is still hope for a comeback. Chapter 11. As a qualified villain, Chen Tianming naturally would not let the child of destiny escape from his control. He thought for a moment, looked at the policewoman Gau's Hyman and said, "Don't let Ye Fan enter the Alliance prison. Regarding the evidence of his previous injury, I will ask that hospital to issue a certificate of misdiagnosis. When you go back, just release him. As for the subsequent matters, with the power of the Chen family, they can naturally handle it." Gau's Hyman didn't ask the reason and agreed without hesitation. He nodded and said, "Okay. For her. Now Chen Tianming is her whole world. No matter what Chen Tianming asked her to do, she would agree without hesitation. Even if it goes against the so-called justice she has always insisted on." As for the reason, Chen Tianming naturally had his reasons for doing this. He didn't say. Gau's Hyman would not ask proactively. But immediately following, Gau's Hyman's pretty face suddenly turned red, and her handsome face actually revealed a bit of a coquettish expression, and said, "Hubby, I promised you to release Ye Fan. Don't leave for the next 2 days." Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. "Come back to your senses." Subconsciously looking around him, that pretty face that was full of heroism was now red with embarrassment. His eyes were full of love. Lying on the bed, leaning in his arms. If this scene was seen by her colleague who she was pursuing in the police department, Police Officer Gao, who has always been decisive in front of everyone, she actually acted like a little girl in a man's arms. "I wonder if my eyes will explode with shock." Chen Tianming smiled. He reached out and touched Gau's Hyman's head. "The tall branches are like kittens. Squint your eyes." He raised his chin in enjoyment. It rubbed in his hands. "I can accompany you for a few days, but..." Under Gau's Hyman's suddenly bright eyes, he showed a villain's smirk, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, "But, I want you to change into the uniform of the police department." 3 days later, an Emperor's sports car stopped at the door of the police department. Under the extremely envious gazes of passers-by around, Gau's Hyman got out of the car with a document in his hand. Only a few people who knew her well noticed. This policewoman graduated first in the police academy. At this moment, it seemed like he sprained his ankle. He walked with a slight stagger. Chen Tianming looked at Gau's Hyman slightly panicked back. I laughed secretly in my heart. These 3 days. He made Gau's Hyman fully aware of the consequences of his words. Even she begged for mercy in the middle. Chen Tianming had no intention of stopping either. In the other person's heart, your shadow is deeply engraved. Then he looked away. Step on the accelerator. Accompanied by the roar of a sports car. Quickly disappeared from the spot. Dark room. Suddenly. There was a sound of a door opening. Lying in the corner, Ye Fan, who hadn't taken a bath for who knows how many days and exuded a sour and smelly smell all over his body, slowly opened his bloodshot eyes. When he saw that the person standing at the door was Gau's Hyman, the policewoman he had a good impression of before. Even though he has the cultivation level of a grandmaster. At this moment, I couldn't help but curl up into a ball. I couldn't stop shaking. There was a hint of fear on his face. When he first met Gau's Hyman, he had no idea of this. The woman looks beautiful. But in fact, he is a vicious person. And there is a serious tendency towards violence. During the half-month he was imprisoned here, I hardly ever had a good night's sleep. Originally a body full of muscles. At this time, he also became extremely thin. The whole person became a little neurotic. On the verge of mental breakdown. The moment I saw Gau's Hyman, he seemed to have encountered some natural enemy. I couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. I couldn't help but want to escape. But the whole room is just this big. He could only act like a frightened mouse. Shrink into the corner. Gau's Hyman smelled the stench in the air. He glanced at Ye Fan in the corner. A trace of deep disgust could not help but appear on her pretty face. Why did I agree to give prestige to such a guy? There is absolutely no comparison between this guy and Chen Xiao. No. Compare this guy with Chen Xiao. It's simply an insult to Mr. Chen. Think of Chen Tianming. Gau's Hyman couldn't help but recall the past 3 days. A blush couldn't help but appear on his heroic face. Chen Xiao is really something, actually letting me put on work clothes to act. Now I can only wear spare clothes. Moment. Gau's Hyman came back to his senses. He waved his hand impatiently. A police officer beside her walked over to Ye Fan. Uncuff his handcuffs. In Ye Fan's shocked eyes, Gau's Hyman took out the document and said calmly, "The 3 bodyguards you injured earlier." After a follow-up visit to the hospital, it turned out to be a misdiagnosis. The Chen family has no intention of pursuing the matter. This half-month will be considered as the time you are locked up for disturbing the peace and intentionally injuring others. You can go out now. Misdiagnosis. Ye Fan was stunned. Some couldn't believe their ears. What misdiagnosis can lead from a minor injury to a trip to the emergency room? And it took half a month to find out? If you make up a reason, at least make it sound plausible. Are you too lazy to even act? Gau's Hyman looked at Ye Fan who was still standing there. Her willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. The original shyness disappeared in an instant. The whole person instantly turned into that heroic and violent policewoman. His expression turned cold. How? Don't want to go out? Ye Fan quickly stood up. Stand up honestly. He quickly shook his head and said. No, no. Are you kidding me? Stay here for a few more days. He was afraid that even with his grandmaster level of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. It's really explained here. This woman is so cruel. Next. It's just some handover procedures. And keep it on record. Gau's Hyman stayed with him throughout the whole process. A look of disgust and impatience. If Chen Tianming hadn't specifically reminded me. Be sure to watch Ye Fan walk out of the police department. She didn't want to be around this stinking guy for even a second. Finally. An hour later. Ye Fan walked out of the police department. watching the other person's back as he leaves. Gau's Hyman took out his cell phone. His expression changed and his voice suddenly became soft. Mr. Chen, Ye Fan has already left the police department. At this time, not far from the police department, a luxury car was parked on the side of the road. Chen Tianming held the phone and looked at Ye Fan, the son of destiny, who came out of the police department. All I saw was the luck value of this child of destiny. After a visit to the police department, it has dropped to only 1/3. And the whole person looks extremely decadent. The clothes on his body were also tattered. He doesn't look like the protagonist in the novel at all. It seems that after I conquered Gau's Hyman, the other party's heart has been completely won over. This so-called child of destiny was tortured a lot. I saw him, he did a good job. Chen Tianming said lightly, his eyes already looking out the window. On the other side, Gau's Hyman, who was praised, immediately showed a hint of joy on her pretty face. Chapter 12. The other side. After Ye Fan walked out of the police department, blown by the cold wind, consciousness quickly returned. Memories from before and his encounter with the police department resurfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Finally returned to the city. But he was played around by Chen Tianming. As the child of destiny, how could he bear such injustice? Revenge, revenge is necessary. Ye Fan gritted his teeth and made a secret decision. Right at this moment, accompanied by a roar, it approached rapidly. He suddenly felt a sense of threat instinctively. He is a master of cultivation. Without even thinking about it, roll to the side immediately. Left the place where you just stood. With a squeak. Next second, a strong wind blew by. Wait until Ye Fan stood up in a panic and looked up. I saw it not far ahead of him. A luxury car stopped where he was standing. Sitting in the car were Chen Tianming and Zhao Xuequan. Ye Fan got up from the ground in a mess. When I saw clearly that the person coming was Chen Tianming, a pair of eyes suddenly seemed to be spewing fire. Chen Tianming. He gritted his teeth and spit out the name word by word. The protagonist Ye Fan is angry with you, villain value plus 666. The protagonist Ye Fan is furious, villain value plus 887. He didn't expect it. The enemy you were thinking about just a second ago. The next second, it appeared in front of him. Thinking about the torture I have suffered since returning to the Magic City. He wished he could grind the man in front of him into ashes. Chen Tianming looked at Ye Fan's exasperated look, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. But Ye Fan is still rational now. Knowing that he is no match for me. Didn't come forward. Just glaring at me from a distance. It seems that I have to continue with my plan. Still need to continue stimulating. Think of this. His eyes rolled. He looked at the heroine beside him. The mind moved slightly. Suddenly he reached out and put his arms around Zhao Xuequan's waist. In the heroine's exclamation. In front of Ye Fan. Bending his head, he kissed her. Boom. Ye Fan only felt as if something exploded in his head. The whole person seemed to be petrified, standing there in a daze. The protagonist Ye Fan's mentality explodes, villain value plus 999. The protagonist Ye Fan doubts his life, villain value plus 1000. Listen to the prompts in your ears. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. Immediately following. Without waiting for Ye Fan to react. Chen Tianming let go of Zhao Xuequan. Turn your head. Step on the accelerator. Accompanied by a roar. Driving towards the distance with Zhao Xuequan. BD. Ye Fan stood there with his eyes glaring and bloodshot. The nails dug into the palm of the hand. If he still had some rationality. So now, seeing his woman being forcibly kissed by another man. If he could still bear it. Is that still a man? However, by the time Ye Fan reacted, Chen Tianming and Zhao Xuequan had already gone far away, leaving only a tail light. Even if he is a master-level ancient martial artist, physical fitness has almost reached the limit of human beings. It's impossible to catch up with a sports car. Ye Fan subconsciously looked around. Suddenly my eyes lit up. He ran straight towards a taxi parked on the side of the road. He opened the car door and got in. Then, Ye Fan quickly pointed forward and said, "Master, catch up with the car in front." This. The taxi driver subconsciously looked in the direction Ye Fan pointed. "But wait until you see clearly." His expression became somewhat embarrassed. The other party was driving a luxury car. Obviously not an ordinary person. He is a taxi driver. There is no reason. Naturally, I don't want to mess with someone of this status. I'll pay more. Ye Fan watched Chen Tianming disappear from his sight. In a desperate situation, he couldn't help but shout, "As long as I can catch up, I'll give you 100,000. When the taxi driver heard about the extra charge, his eyes lit up. "Quickly shift gears, start the engine, and give a reminder. Young man, sit down." With a loud bang, the taxi drove away quickly like a sword drawn from its sheath. Ye Fan watched the distance between the two sides gradually narrow. I made up my mind secretly. This time, I must explain everything clearly to Zhao Xuequan. But at this moment, he swayed. The whole car suddenly turned sharply. Wait until he reacts. But I found that the taxi was at an intersection, driving in the opposite direction of Chen Tianming. And go further and further. Wait. Master, this is not the direction. Ye Fan, who was sitting in the back row, couldn't help but remind loudly. On the other side. But the driver didn't say anything. Driving in silence in another direction. Soon, they left the main road. Came to a dirt road. The flow of people around was rapidly decreasing. Ye Fan finally realized that something was wrong at this time. He was about to get up and open the car door. However, he suddenly found that all the strength in his body seemed to have been drained away. A slight shake. He fell directly into the back seat. "Is this poison?" Ye Fan said with difficulty. Even if he was stupid at this moment, he realized that something was wrong. "Who are you?" No answer. Ye Fan only saw it in the rear-view mirror in the front row. The middle-aged man who originally looked honest and simple glanced at him. A sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. We drove for a while longer. With a squeak, the taxi stopped. The middle-aged man who looked unremarkable opened the car door expressionlessly. He pulled Ye Fan down. "Throw it on the ground." Only then did Ye Fan realize that he had been taken to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. He tried to circulate the internal energy in his body. However, he had cultivated his internal strength at the Grandmaster level for 3 years. But now it seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. No matter how he urged it, there was no response. Obviously, this is a conspiracy against him. Everything he has is calculated by the other party. Watching the taxi driver walk towards him step by step. At this time, Ye Fan finally panicked. "We have no grudges or hatred. What on earth are you going to do?" The taxi driver took out a long knife, looked down at Ye Fan, and said lightly, "No grudges or hatred. You dared to attack young Master Chen. You should have expected this day to come." Ye Fan widened his eyes. You are Chen Tianming's man. Chen Tianming wants to kill me." "No, I am." "Phew." The middle-aged man was not interested in listening to Ye Fan continue. With his internal force activated, he raised his hand and chopped off Ye Fan's head with a single blow. This was specifically instructed by Chen Tianming at the time. When killing Ye Fan, don't waste time talking to him. And his head must be chopped off directly. Otherwise, it would be like piercing the heart. It is not certain that this child of destiny can be killed. Although the middle-aged man felt it was outrageous. However, as the Chen family's dead pool, he still completed his task strictly according to Chen Tianming's instructions. Ding! The protagonist Ye Fan died with his eyes open, villain value plus 1000. Detected that the host successfully killed the child of destiny. Host villain value plus 2000. The other side. Chen Tianming heard the voice coming from his ear. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, even the child of destiny cannot continue to live after his head is chopped off. And the family of this child of destiny has already been offered sacrifices to the heavens. Even if I disappear quietly, no one will notice. It saves me time to deal with subsequent matters. Then, the next step is to capture the last heroine. Chen Tianming glanced at the Magic City shopping mall not far away. A change of direction. Driving towards the mall with Zhao Xuequan. Chapter 13. The moment the Emperor's sports car appeared in the Magic City shopping mall, it immediately attracted the attention of people passing by the Magic City shopping mall. The rate of pedestrians turning their heads to look at each other reached 100%. Gorgeous shapes and curves. Even someone who knows nothing about cars can see that it is worth a lot of money. Oh my god, is this the Emperor Series sports car? I heard that every Emperor Series car is a limited production, and each one costs at least tens of millions, and this is a sports car. How much does it cost? Look at you, you've never seen the world. This is the Emperor Sports Car S. There's only one left in the world. It sold for over 1 billion in Shanghai. Finally, it was bought by the Chen family. Good fellow. Doesn't that mean the person in the car is from the Chen family? The legendary world's largest chaebol. Hear the identity of the person in the car. Everyone around gasped. There was a hint of awe in his eyes. Chen Tianming ignored the of people around him. Having inherited the original owner's memories, he has long been accustomed to the strange looks from people around him. Drive straight into the underground parking lot. After locking the car, he took Zhao Xuequan into the Magic City shopping mall. Handsome men and beautiful women are the most eye-catching wherever they are. Chen Tianming put his arm around Zhao Xuequan's slender waist. As soon as you enter the door, he immediately attracted a lot of envious and jealous glances from people. Although most people don't know Chen Tianming, but many people recognized Zhao Xuequan, the IC president of Galaxy Group. They were all somewhat shocked and whispered to each other. I couldn't help but guess Chen Tianming's identity. Who is that person? He actually managed to win over this recognized cool goddess. Make her convinced. Zhao Xuequan's pretty face blushed in Chen Tianming's arms. It's okay when they are in private. This was the first time she was so intimate with a man in public. She suddenly felt her legs go weak. If Chen Tianming hadn't supported her, she would have had trouble walking. But under Chen Tianming's training these days, she didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. I can only lower my head. The roots of the ears are red. Endure silently. Chen Tianming, on the other hand, didn't care at all about the looks of people around him. I found the nearest store that specializes in suits. Walk straight in. The saleswoman in the store saw Chen Tianming. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. Such a handsome guy. She's been here for so long. This is also the first time I've seen it. Without any beauty enhancement. He is actually much more handsome than those stars on TV. And she has a great figure. He's a natural clothes hanger. He glanced at Zhao Xuequan who was beside Chen Tianming. She immediately gave a professional smile. Went to meet him. Miss, what kind of clothes do you want to buy for your boyfriend? All of our suits are handmade by masters, so we're sure to find one that will satisfy you. Zhao Xuequan blushed. I couldn't help but whispered, he's not my boyfriend. What did you say? The saleswoman didn't hear clearly. Chen Tianming glanced at Zhao Xuequan. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then he said, "Nothing. I want a suit that's suitable for sports." The saleswoman smiled again. "What color suit would you like?" Chen Tianming thought for a moment and said, "Black." "Please follow me. Walk into the store." The saleswoman first measured Chen Tianming's body shape. A suit suitable for Chen Tianming was quickly found. Then Chen Tianming let go of Zhao Xuequan and walked to the fitting room with the suit. After a while, the door of the fitting room was opened. The moment Chen Tianming walked out, the two women present. I was stunned. The saying that clothes make the man is indeed not an empty saying. If we say that Chen Tianming, who was originally dressed in casual clothes, stood out from the crowd with his good looks and figure. Now Chen Tianming has changed into a black suit. The whole person's temperament has undergone a drastic change. That kind of sharp temperament was displayed vividly. The eyebrows and eyes are perfectly defined and dark. Just standing there, it exudes a suffocating sense of oppression. It's like the devil has descended to the world. Stand in front of him. It's hard to feel confrontational. I can't help but want to bow my head and surrender. Zhao Xuequan stood there blankly, staring at Chen Tianming steadily. Although she had known that Chen Tianming was handsome before. However, that kind of devil-like temperament has never been like it is now. Such a vivid display. Right at this moment, Chen Tianming, who was standing there, suddenly turned and looked at her. The two people's eyes met in mid-air. Zhao Xuequan's pretty face suddenly turned red. I couldn't help but look away. I dare not look him in the eye. Chen Tianming chuckled secretly. Maybe she didn't even realize it herself. At this time, Zhao Xuequan's attitude towards himself, compared to half a month ago, there have been earth-shaking changes. Next, Chen Tianming selected several suits of the same size as replacements. Under the young lady's reluctant gaze, after he paid by card, walked out of the store. Then, Chen Tianming took Zhao Xuequan to a store that specialized in women's clothing. "Hello, what kind of clothes do you want to buy for your girlfriend?" the salesperson asked with a smile after seeing the two of them. Zhao Xuequan. She was too lazy to explain their relationship. Actually, the two of them walked on the road in this posture. No wonder others mistake them for a couple. Chen Tianming glanced at Zhao Xuequan. I looked at the saleswoman and said, "Give me something that suits her temperament." Zhao Xuequan is the iceberg president. Although I have been almost trained by him now. But, as the heroine, the character has a queen-like temperament. But it did not disappear. The saleswoman glanced at Zhao Xuequan in Chen Tianming's arms. Smiling, he said, "Please follow me, both of you." Soon, the saleswoman then brought out a black business suit. After Zhao Xuequan changed, the moment I walked out of the dressing room, she seemed to have returned to being the IC CEO of the Galaxy Group. Perfect appearance and figure. Match this professional suit. Instead, it gave her an extra desire to be conquered. Chen Tianming is ready to make a move. He reached out and took out another set of clothes. Try this slip dress. This backless dress is nice too. Next, under the guidance of Chen Tianming, Zhao Xuequan tried on many other clothes. He was standing in the shop. Look at your own request. Zhao Xuequan changing into various clothes. One hand touched his chin, admiring it leisurely. I can only say, she is worthy of being the heroine. With a face value and figure that are set above 95 points. She is a natural clothes hanger. No matter what clothes, she can handle it easily. All the clothes she tried on were packed up and taken away. Chen Tianming waved his hand. Finished the normal shopping. Chen Tianming took her to a store that specialized in selling stockings. Everyone knows. Stockings are a type of clothing that is easily damaged. Therefore, Chen Tianming was not stingy. What black silk, white silk, with letters, without letters? Zhao Xuequan's blushing face, and the shocked and ambiguous eyes of the shop girl and the people around her. I bought dozens of them at once. Next, Chen Tianming was carrying a lot of bags. With Zhao Xuequan, in the envious eyes of everyone around. Left them all. I bought a lot of clothes though. But this amount of weight is not enough for a grandmaster. No pressure at all. Wait until you get on the bus. Chen Tianming brought Zhao Xuequan with him. Step on the accelerator. Drive towards the villa area. Wait until we get back to the room. Chen Tianming took out the black silk stockings she had bought earlier. Next. Of course, it was the female lead's dress-up show that only Chen Tianming attended. Chapter 14. In the future. Zhao Xuequan, wearing a white long dress, knelt on the bed. The long skirt that originally fell to the calves was now lifted to the waist, showing off long beautiful legs. Right at this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Chen Tianming's mind. Ding! The heroine Zhao Xuequan's favorability, black, has reached 100. You can now add it to your villain family. Do you want to conquer it? White favorability is normal favorability. Black favorability refers to constantly suppressing the heroine, forcing her to do things that violate her character setting, and stimulating her sense of shame until she subconsciously develops a mentality of complete obedience to the host. Chen Tianming's eyes lit up. Get out of it! I said in my heart, subdue. Ding! The host successfully recruited the heroine Zhao Xuequan into the villain family. Detected that the host has conquered the heroine for the first time. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Great Realm Upgrade card. Host successfully conquers the heroine and is rewarded with 1 rejuvenating pill, 1 essence boosting pill. This reward is pretty good. Wait until you see the prompts on the panel clearly. He nodded secretly in his heart. Then, Chen Tianming's mind moved. Silently said in my heart. Use the Great Realm Upgrade card. Ding! Used successfully. As the system's mechanical synthesized sound echoed in my mind. The next moment, Chen Tianming felt the internal force in his body. Instant surge. Emerging out of thin air. Just a few seconds. Chen Tianming felt like he had turned into a balloon. The whole person had an illusion of swelling. Wait until the internal force in the body expands to its limit. The huge internal force suddenly began to compress towards the Danshan. Countless internal forces slowly compressed into mist in the Danshan. After all, the internal force in his body has been compressed. Chen Tianming was surprised to find out. The internal force in his body completely transformed from the original gas into mist. Regardless of the operating speed or the energy contained therein, there have been qualitative changes. Immediately following, countless experiences of cultivating the Ming Jin realm appeared in his mind simultaneously. After a moment, he digested the memory that appeared out of nowhere. Chen Tianming shook his dizzy head. Consciousness gradually returned to clarity. Based on new memories, he was surprised to find out, in addition to the upgrade in internal force quality and general improvement that he had just intuitively felt, after becoming a Ming Jin warrior, he also gained a new ability. Internal force penetrates the body. Chen Tianming stretched out his hand and shook it gently. Invisible internal force emerges. He is now within a certain range. It can influence reality out of thin air through the internal force that penetrates the body. You can even use internal force to change the direction of the bullet to a certain extent. After becoming a martial artist of ancient martial arts at the Ming Jin realm, even if you just stand there, have someone shoot him with a pistol, he can also do this when the bullet is close to his body at a certain distance. Change its direction. Certainly. This impact on reality also has its limits. If it is fired with a rifle. If the bullets are dense. Even if it is Ming Jin. Can't stop it. However, he wouldn't be so stupid as to just stand there. Is this Ming Jin? Chen Tianming muttered to himself. His expression was full of surprise. If you say a realm below the Grand Master level, it is simply about improving physical fitness. Then the Ming Jin realm is more like entering a completely new field. This may also be the realm of a warrior after reaching the Grand Master level. This is probably why the realm names are becoming more and more mysterious. After feeling the changes in your body, Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised, clenched his fist. This feeling of a surge of power. No matter how many times it happens. Still so fascinating. He stretched out his hand and flipped it. Take out the 2 pills. It is the Zuyan pill and the Peyuan pill. The rejuvenating pill, as the name suggests. Needless to say, of course. And Peyuan Dan. It can improve the talent of cultivation and lay the foundation for ordinary people who have not yet stepped into ancient martial arts. These 2 pills are for Chen Tianming. Not very useful. Obviously. The system rewarded him by letting him give the elixir to the female protagonist who had already been accepted into the family. Chen Tianming helped Zhao Xuequan up and said, "Eat this." Zhao Xuequan's delicate body trembled slightly. After seeing the pill in Chen Tianming's hand clearly. I don't know what I thought of. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. But her black favor ability has been maxed out by Chen Tianming at this moment. For Chen Tianming, the subconscious mind has already developed a mentality of obedience. So I didn't refuse. Open pink lips. A roll of the tongue. Swallowed the pill. The pill melts in your mouth. Soon. Zhao Xuequan felt his body begin to itch. But, the strange thing is, apart from this, she didn't feel any other effects. Could it be that the effect of this medicine is not? Without waiting for her to continue thinking, an itching sensation in her bones interrupted her thoughts. My body is so itchy. Zhao Xuequan couldn't help but reach out and scratch his face. However, it was slippery when I started. Look down. Only in her hands. It turned out to be a black sludge. She was shocked. Take a closer look. I saw a layer of black filth on the surface of my body. Moreover, it emits a foul smell. Ah! Zhao Xuequan screamed. Jumped out of the bed suddenly. He quickly ran to the bathroom next door. After the sound of rushing water. After Zhao Xuequan walked out the door. Stand in front of a mirror. Looking at my flawless face. The whole person couldn't help but feel a little dazed. As the heroine. Her original beauty was the pinnacle of this world. Now I am taking the anti-aging pill. After expelling the filth from the body. The skin becomes white and rosy. Like a newborn baby. Reach out and pinch it. It seems like water can be squeezed out of it. That's not all. Some of her little flaws. For example, uterine cold, lower back pain. At this time, they all disappeared. The whole person seems to have been reborn. Although she didn't know what the pill Chen Tianming gave her was. However, it can have such a miraculous effect. Obviously. Extremely precious. And she had previously thought that what Chen Tianming gave her to eat was. With an expression that looks ready for you to pick. Now think about it. A pretty face can't help but get hot. Just as she was in a daze. Suddenly. The bathroom door was opened with a click. The person who came was Chen Tianming. See the changes in Zhao Xuequan. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but lose consciousness for a moment. As the heroine, Zhao Xuequan was originally very beautiful. Now, after taking the rejuvenating pill to cleanse the marrow again, It's so beautiful that it seems unreal. If her appearance was originally 95, now, it has reached 98 points, or even 99 points. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. After Zhao Xuequan saw Chen Tianming come in without permission, she couldn't help but hold down the yukata with a blushing face. She said coquettishly, "You, why did you come in without knocking?" Although the two already knew each other well. But, after all, she was only completely subconsciously surrendering to Chen Tianming. In fact, there is not much good feeling. The relationship between the two. It's more like master and servant, rather than a couple. Meeting in this situation. Naturally, she still couldn't help feeling shy. Chen Tianming smiled faintly. "This is my home, of course I can do whatever I want." "The first pill worked well, take this one too," said. He stretched out his hand and flipped it. He also took out the Peyuan pill. With the experience from last time, Zhao Xuequan did not refuse. She knew how precious the pills Chen Tianming took out were. Like the elixir that has the effect of cleansing the marrow and beautifying the face. If put up for auction, especially among women, it will definitely fetch a sky-high price. This is too valuable. Zhao Xuequan had a complicated expression and couldn't help asking, "You, why are you so nice to me?" She was a little bit confused. Why would Chen Tianming give such a precious elixir to himself? "I'm just his maid." Chen Tianming smiled slightly, "Because you are my woman." Zhao Xuequan froze where he was when he heard that. These words are extremely domineering. Like a sharp sword. It pierced her heart deeply. Chapter 15. After accepting Zhao Xuequan's gratitude. It's already the second day. Chen Tianming drove her towards the Galaxy Group. Zhao Xuequan is labeled as a business talent by the author. Chen Tianming naturally wouldn't let her stay at home as a vase. Not just her. Other female supporting roles. They also have their own lives in normal times. When Chen Tianming is not around, they are all leaders in their respective fields. Have a very high social status. But when facing Chen Tianming in private, they will then reveal their charming side that is unknown to others. Now Zhao Xuequan has been taken into the villain family by him. Loyalty is guaranteed to a certain extent. There is no need to worry about her rebelling at any time. So Chen Tianming thought about it. He simply handed over all the Chen family's businesses in the Magic City to her to manage. And I just act like a hands-off boss. Anyway, the Chen family's businesses are spread all over the world. Most companies. It already has its own operating model. Even Zhao Xuequan was a little uncomfortable at first. It won't cause any big problems. Cooperate with some elderly people for help. Chen Tianming believed that she could get familiar with it quickly. As for the voices of opposition within the company, Chen Tianming came forward in person. Even if some people are dissatisfied, I can only keep it in my heart. And as time goes by, after everyone discovered that there was nothing wrong with the abilities displayed by Zhao Xuequan, this sound will naturally disappear completely. As for Zhao Xuequan, after discovering that Chen Tianming had handed over all of the Chen-owned enterprises in Shanghai to her, I couldn't help but feel surprised. I didn't expect Chen Tianming to trust me so much. I was moved. The original fear in my heart gradually dissipated. Instead, her favorability slowly increased, something she herself hadn't noticed. After doing all this, Chen Tianming was driving on the road. But just when he was about to return to his villa, suddenly, a golden airflow attracted his attention. Destiny and destiny. Chen Tianming reacted quickly. Look along the inverted golden airflow. Only on the road. Not far from him. In a taxi. A young man who looked to be around 25 years old. The whole body is radiating golden light. The moment Chen Tianming saw him, The person's basic information immediately popped up in front of him. Name, Zhou Cai. Identity, taxi driver, destiny child. Strength, mortal. Goldfinger, super taxi driver system. Goldfinger introduction, you can accept random solicitation tasks issued by the system. If you complete the tasks within the specified time, you can get system rewards. Chen Tianming's eyes lit up. I never thought I'd meet my destiny's child even when walking down the street. But he soon reacted. This should be the result of his physique as a villain by fate. As the mortal enemy of destiny's child, there is a natural and unifying force at work between the two sides. After seeing the basic information of this child of destiny, Chen Tianming couldn't help but chuckle. Finally I met the child of destiny with a system. However, the system of this son of luck does not seem to be that powerful. At this time, Zhou Cai's strength was still that of a mortal. Of course, it could also be that he just got the system not long ago. There are not many tasks left to complete. Chen Tianming, based on the information he obtained, quickly analyzed it in his mind. At the same time, the other side, Zhou Cai suddenly frowned. Just now, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if he was being targeted by some ferocious beast. A thrill. My heart couldn't help but beat faster. He subconsciously looked around. But nothing unusual was found. Did you not sleep well last night? Zhou Cai touched his head. Some doubts. That feeling of horror just now. Quickly come, quickly go. It disappeared in just an instant. He couldn't find the source of the anomaly. Zhou Cai couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Just think of it as not sleeping well. A little neurotic. Right at this moment. Just then, the traffic light ahead started flashing. Along with the numerous vehicles on the road started. He put the abnormality that just happened behind his mind. Start the taxi skillfully. Driving forward. Chen Tianming originally planned to take the opposite path from him. However, since I have seen the child of destiny, of course he couldn't let it go easily. Decisively changed the original plan. Follow Zhou Cai and head to the other side. Relying on his powerful eyesight in the Mingjin realm. Following him from a distance. As a mortal, Zhou Cai naturally did not realize that someone was following him. Driving towards the destination without any doubt. As a building in the distance gets closer and closer, Chen Tianming finally noticed Zhou Cai's destination. But immediately following, his expression became a little strange. Isn't this my company? Yes. Zhou Cai's destination was a branch of the Chen family in Shanghai. Chen Tianming didn't expect that after following for so long he actually ended up at his own company. Although it is just a branch. But as the Chen family's property, this is still one of the largest and most powerful companies in Shanghai. There are countless industry leaders every year. Trying my best to get in. It's not just because of the Chen family's company. Of the same size and level. The salary is more than double that of other companies. The most important thing is, as the world's #1 chaebol, among many fields, the Chen family's businesses are all thriving. If I could get a job in Chen's company, it's definitely an honor. Moreover, whether it is the room for advancement or the salary, no other company can compare. Even if one day you don't want to do it anymore, change jobs, enter other companies or industries. This resume is priceless. Very valuable. Chen Tianming parked his car far away. No casual approach. He just relied on his powerful eyesight to watch from afar. After all, my Emperoress is too conspicuous. And Zhou Cai is a taxi driver. Came here in the afternoon. Of course, he couldn't be here to work. Then the only reason he came here could be to see the heroine. Time passes by every second. Chen Tianming watched Zhou Cai parked not far from the company. Not long after, as the time to get off work comes, people came out of the company one after another. Chen Tianming quickly noticed the crowd. A woman emitting golden air walked towards the door. Name, Qi Wanzhi. Identity, white-collar worker, female protagonist. Strength, mortal. Appearance, 9'5". Character setting, class of XX, fresh graduate, a top student from Shanghai University. A graduate of Magic City University. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. Doesn't this mean that this heroine is my senior? What a coincidence. The other side. After Qi Wanzhi walked out of the company, he casually hailed a taxi through the mobile app. Zhou Cai, who had been waiting not far away, suddenly had his eyes light up. Pick up your phone. He immediately locked onto Qi Wanzhi's order through his own system. Then intercepted it. Yes. Zhou Cai came here just to get close to Qi Wanzhi through his profession. Chapter 16. The story of how the two met dates back more than 10 years ago. Zhou Cai and Qi Wanzhi were actually classmates in junior high school. At first, Qi Wanzhi was mentioned by adults. The so-called, other people's children. Excellent in both moral character and academic performance. I don't know how many people think she is a goddess. The most important thing is, Qi Wanzhi's family is actually very ordinary. Both parents are ordinary people. She was admitted to the #1 middle school in Shanghai entirely due to her own hard work and talent. This made her stand out among the boys at that time. There is another nickname. The common people's goddess. Zhou Cai has been a poor student since childhood. The reason why I can go to this school. It's all because my parents are the bosses of a company. It cost a lot of money to send him to the best middle school in this magic city. But after entering this school, Zhou Cai did not work hard because of this. But still muddle along. He was like most boys at that time. Secretly in love with Qi Wanzhi. I also stuffed love letters into Qi Wanzhi's drawer. Certainly. These love letters and elegies have never been opened. As a recognized academic master, she puts all her attention on studying. Naturally, I wouldn't think about falling in love. But the more Qi Wanzhi acted, the more it seemed like he only had studies in his eyes. The more Zhou Cai liked her, the more he liked her. Waited until high school. Qi Wanzhi successfully completed the entrance examination. Zhou Cai was able to enter the high school department thanks to the support of his parents. But, just when I graduated from high school, his parents suddenly lost money because the company's funding chain broke. Borrow money at high interest rates. Unable to repay. Finally jumped from a tall building. Zhou Cai's identity and status plummeted as a result. And because I had never studied hard before. Naturally, his grades were not good enough to continue studying at university. You can only enter society and work hard early. You can say that. Overnight, heaven fell into hell. Qi Wanzhi relied on his excellent grades. I was admitted to Magic City University. I originally thought that the two would never meet again in this life. But fate always likes to play jokes. After working in society for a while, Zhou Cai, who has no special skills, ended up in Shanghai. I chose the profession of taxi driver. Unexpectedly. 4 years later, the two of them actually rented the same house. However, Qi Wanzhi had already graduated from university at this time. And as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, successfully entered the Chen family's branch. Qi Wanzhi was surprised to see Zhou Cai here. But her feelings for Zhou Cai have always been those of an ordinary classmate. So, exchange some pleasantries. Not one step closer. But that very night, Zhou Cai was about to fall asleep. Suddenly I heard the sound of system binding in my ears. The sound of the machine instantly woke him up. Wait until you realize what's happening to you. He was suddenly surprised. He usually comes home after work. I also often read online novels. Naturally know what the system is. This is a magic weapon that can help you turn your life around. A month later, he relies on his own super taxi driver system, while constantly soliciting customers to trigger system rewards. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Chi Wanj needed to take a taxi back to the rental house. Grab orders through the system every day. Pick her up and drop her off at get off work. Get closer to her. Increase emotions. Although Chi Wanj knew Zhou Cai's identity on the first day. But at the beginning, facing an old classmate who is a taxi driver, she was still a little embarrassed. But over time, she got used to it. But I'm still a little curious. Logically speaking, she hailed a taxi through an app. Drivers should be assigned randomly. Why do I always meet Zhou Cai on my way to and from get off work? Zhou Cai was just shameless about this. He said with a smile. Maybe it was God who made us meet. Maybe we are destined to be a couple. Chi Wanj is a college student who just graduated. Naturally, no one is as thick-skinned as Zhou Cai, a veteran who has been working in society for so long. Some people can't stand this kind of cheesy love talk. Just shut up. Zhou Cai had no intention of winning the heart of his goddess with just 1 or 2 words. Don't be discouraged. On the contrary. After obtaining the system, he became extremely confident. Based on my usual experience of reading novels, he believes that he is the protagonist of the world. By completing system tasks. In just 1 month, he started out as a taxi driver with a monthly salary of 3 to 4,000 yuan. A monthly income of 300,000 yuan. And until now, he also just completed the system release. The easiest task. Those more difficult tasks. He doesn't have enough points to unlock it yet. Zhou Cai successfully intercepted Chi Wanj's taxi task through the super taxi driver system. But, at this moment, he suddenly noticed a man in a suit holding flowers walking towards Chi Wanj not far away. Under the gazes of the crowd, some of them were puzzled, while others were watching the show. He stood beside Chi Wanj and said loudly, "Wanj, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Please be my girlfriend." Is this a public confession? Zhou Cai and the people around him reacted slightly. I reacted quickly. Zhou Cai frowned slightly. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Some people even whistled. As the saying goes, watching the fun is human nature. Soon, the commotion here attracted more people to watch. Promise him. Promise him. Some people who were just watching the fun even shouted out loud. However, Chi Wanj's expression did not change in the crowd. Just frowned slightly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she looked at the man in the black suit and said calmly, "Sorry, I don't want to be in a relationship right now." From childhood to adulthood, she couldn't even count the number of people who had confessed their love to her. Reject this kind of thing. It's almost become muscle memory for her. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers immediately showed disappointment. I couldn't help but sigh. You're just rejecting it like that. Isn't this Manager Li from the company next door? At such a young age, he's already achieved success. The conditions are great. I didn't expect to be rejected so decisively. Are you just passing by? How do you know? Oh, this guy is a famous person in the neighborhood. Pond Goddess. What happened to Manager Li? So far, I can't even count on one hand the number of people my goddess has rejected. There are many who are higher in status and more handsome than this one. Good fellow, she doesn't like handsome guys, nor does she like rich guys. Then what kind of person does she like? Who knows? If I knew, I would have done it myself. Zhou Cai, who was not far away, saw Qi Huangzi reject the other party. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but curl his lips. Looking at standing there, a distraught man, he couldn't help but say it in his heart with pride. So what if you succeeded through hard work? As a mortal, isn't it still rejected? Only a protagonist like me, blessed by fate, can become the ultimate winner in life and win the heart of the beauty. While thinking this, he stepped on the accelerator. The taxi was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushed towards Qi Huangzi. At the same time, Qi Huangzi, who was standing at the door waiting for a taxi, had her long black hair scattered casually. A perfect face like porcelain. She stood still, like a flower on a high mountain. People can only watch from a distance and are not allowed to play with it. And in front of her was a man wearing a suit. A handsome man wearing a suit and holding flowers. It was time to get off work. Plus, he confessed his feelings in front of the company. There are a lot of pedestrians coming and going. Amidst the discussions of those around me, some were mocking, while others were just looking for fun. His expression was quite embarrassed, as if he didn't expect to be rejected, and his face turned red. But he obviously didn't give up so easily. Summoning up his courage, he looked up and said, "Elegy, if there's anything I'm lacking, please tell me and I can change it. I can become whatever you like." Qi Huangzi's eyebrows slowly frowned. A hint of impatience appeared. Doesn't this person understand what he's saying? Still pestering me. Just when Qi Huangzi was about to speak, suddenly, a roar was heard. Everyone looked over subconsciously. I saw a taxi drifting. It stopped in front of Qi Huangzi and the man in a very showy manner. Immediately following, under the shocked gaze of everyone, Zhou Cai put down the glass. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Putting one hand on the car window, he looked at the man and said jokingly, "This gentleman. People say they're not interested in you anymore. Is it still interesting for you to keep pestering me like this?" Chapter 17. If it was a month ago, Zhou Cai, who had suffered a lot from the society, met this successful person. Don't talk about groveling. He must have spoken carefully. But now that he has obtained the system, looking at this group of mortals, the mentality has naturally become condescending. What is your identity? You dare to snatch a woman from me? Don't even look in the mirror. See if you are worthy? The man was indeed angered by Zhou Cai's arrogant attitude. A taxi driver. How dare you make fun of yourself like this? He laughed out of anger. But in order to maintain his image in front of Qi Huangzi, he still suppressed his anger and asked, "Who are you to her? What does this have to do with you?" The people watching around were originally planning to leave. Anyone who is slightly familiar with it knows it. Qi Huangzi was confessed to every other day. But I never promised anyone else. This scene of rejection, everyone found it interesting after watching it once. But I've seen too much. It's inevitable that you will feel a little bored. But what they didn't expect was, at this time, a taxi driver suddenly appeared halfway through the game. The story took a 180-degree turn. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to Zhou Cai again. Stopped. Zhou Cai really enjoyed being watched by others. However, I heard what the man said. He was stunned again. Right at this moment, his mind suddenly twitched, and he blurted out, "I'm her boyfriend, what does it have to do with me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, there was an uproar. What? Almost everyone subconsciously looked at Qi Huangzi next to them. I want to confirm whether what the taxi driver said is true. Qi Huangzi frowned when she heard this. She didn't expect Zhou Cai to say this. But then she thought again. I have no power or influence. Facing the confessions of these people who have a certain status in society. And you have to maintain your posture. Don't use too harsh words. I've been fed up with it for a long time. Since Zhou Cai said so. Then she just took this opportunity to find a shield. As a top student, the speed at which her mind changed was quite fast. Just a roll of the eyes. I have already thought clearly about the pros and cons. So, under everyone's shocked gaze, she miraculously did not refute. Just standing there quietly. It seemed like he agreed with Zhou Cai's words. This scene immediately shocked all the men around. My goddess actually found a taxi driver as her boyfriend? It feels like seeing a flower stuck in cow dung. It's ridiculous. Especially the manager who confessed in public. His mouth was open. I was speechless for a moment. After Zhou Cai said this, he actually felt a little regretful. However, when he looked back cautiously, I noticed that Qi Wanzhi was frowning. But there was no time to refute. I was stunned at first. Then a burst of ecstasy surged in my heart. Qi Wanzhi did not refuse. Doesn't that mean that she actually has a good impression of me? With a mentality of showing off. He turned to look at the man, chin tilted up. A victorious attitude. Said, did you see it? Elegy is my girlfriend. You confessed your feelings to my girlfriend, what's it to me? The product manager looked like he had eaten a fly. His face turned pale and blue. I opened my mouth, but couldn't say anything. He couldn't believe it. My goddess actually found a taxi driver as her boyfriend. Doesn't this mean that I'm not as good as a taxi driver? He felt like he was slapped in public. A face burning with pain. His chest was heaving. Zhou Cai also knew to quit while he was ahead. It seems to be almost done. Quickly walked to the side. He opened the back door of the taxi for Qi Wanzhi. Qi Wanzhi looked at Zhou Cai deeply. No words were said. He moved sideways into the back seat. Zhou Cai closed the door. Go around to the front driver's cab. Immediately following. Step on the accelerator. Floating away. Chen Tianming, who witnessed the whole process from a distance, did not step forward easily. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I feel like I have figured out the general direction of the next plot. If you don't have your own words, Zhou Cai will probably gradually get closer to the heroine through this so-called misunderstanding. Plus the help of the system. Due to the gap in identity. Constantly playing the pig and eating the tiger, getting slapped in the face and pretending to be cool. During this period, improve Qi Wanzhi's favorability step by step. Finally got together. He thought about it. The names and photos of Zhou Cai and Qi Wanzhi were sent to his subordinates. Ask them to send their information to you. Then, he changed direction. Driving towards the distance. Left here quickly. After returning to the villa, Chen Tianming has received information about Zhou Cai and Qi Wanzhi on his mobile phone. He first read the information about Zhou Cai. Then his eyes stopped at the last line. A month ago, there was suddenly an extra 300,000 yuan in my bank account. In other words, he obtained the system about a month ago. The moment I saw this message, Chen Tianming made a subconscious judgment in his heart. The system was just bound a month ago. This can also explain why Zhou Cai is still just an ordinary person until now. There is no ancient martial arts realm. Of course, this is also due to the fact that his system and the original plot tend to be more daily. After all, not all of the Destiny's golden fingers are of the combat type like Ye Fan's. Next, he looked at Qi Wanzhi's message again. Compared with Zhou Cai's ups and downs, Qi Wanzhi's information was relatively bland. It can be said that there were almost no twists and turns. Both parents are ordinary people. And I have been a top student since I was young. Because of her outstanding appearance. Often confessed. But I never promised anyone. Later he became the #1 scholar in Shanghai. Entered Magic City University. Because of family reasons. She did not continue studying. Instead, he joined his own company after graduation. We are currently starting from the grassroots level. If it were placed in other companies, Qi Wang's identity at least starts at the management level. Finally, his eyes fell on a line of markings. I like reading, and my parents are urging me to get married. See here. He touched his chin with one hand and suddenly thought of the previous incident. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. A plan gradually emerged in my mind. Immediately following. After some instructions. He picked up his phone. The call was connected. After Zhou Cai sent Qi Wang home. No immediate rest. Instead, he planned to take advantage of this rush hour to pick up more passengers. He is bound to the super taxi driver system. When he was soliciting customers, the system will randomly distribute tasks. That is to say, if he wants to get more rewards, you have to attract more customers. This will trigger the randomly issued system tasks more times. Normally, Zhou Cai sent Qi Wang home. Because there is not much pressure to survive. He will take a break for a while. Then go out again. But today he was in a good mood. Then, he turned around and drove towards the place he remembered. Little did they know. Not long after he left, a car parked on the side of the road followed him. Zhou Cai, who was driving in front, was an ordinary person and naturally did not realize that someone was following him. Open the app skillfully. Started soliciting customers. Almost at the moment he took the first order. A mechanical voice appeared synchronously in his mind. Ding! Mission activated, complete the next order within 15 minutes. Mission reward, 10,000 Alliance coins. System upgrade progress 30/50. Zhou Cai heard the system prompt in his mind. My eyes light up. I couldn't help but sigh. What good luck! I didn't expect that the system task would be activated on the first order today. After he clicked on the navigation, skillfully following the instructions, he drove towards the distance. Chapter 18. Zhou Cai immediately followed the navigation and drove towards the location where the order was placed. This is a nearby company. It wasn't far from him. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the traffic in front of him suddenly became denser. The speed is getting slower and slower. Traffic jam. Zhou Cai was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized something. Just as he expected. At first the car in front would move a little. In the end, there was really no movement at all. Completely stuck on the road. Why are you so unlucky? Zhou Cai's face darkened. This was the first time he encountered a traffic jam on the Shanghai overpass. He subconsciously looked at the rear-view mirror next to him. There are cars in front and behind. Zhou Cai had no choice. I can only watch the time for my system task slowly pass by. Eventually returns to 0. Ding! Mission failed. Penalty for mission failure, 10 seconds of electrotherapy. What? Zhou Cai was stunned. This was his first mission failure. Unexpectedly, the mission failed. There is actually a punishment. Wait. In panic, he subconsciously planned to say something. But there was no time to utter a complete sentence. An electric current instantly emerged from his body. Then it quickly rushed into the body. Zhou Cai only felt that his body was paralyzed in an instant. Then the intense pain made him open his mouth subconsciously. Eyeballs bulging. Arch your body. It started shaking like crazy. He wanted to scream. But he found that he couldn't even make a sound with his mouth open. After a violent convulsion, Zhou Cai's tense body suddenly relaxed. Exhaled a breath of black air. Hair stands up. There was a wisp of white steam coming out of his body. My consciousness became blurry. The protagonist Zhou Cai is mentally unstable, villain value plus 456. Wait until consciousness gradually recovers. Zhou Cai couldn't help but tremble slightly. He showed a look of fear. Ouch! It hurts so much. This pain that penetrated deep into his soul made him feel fearful. I even had the idea of unbinding the system. However, after hesitating for a long time, he still shook his head and gave up the idea. The system is the key to whether you can turn things around. He didn't want to give up this opportunity easily. And when I accepted the mission before, he has never failed. Actually, the time the system leaves him is definitely enough. This time it was purely bad luck and we encountered a traffic jam. Yes, it's just bad luck. Zhou Cai gradually regained consciousness. Then he gradually calmed down. I suppressed the fear in my heart and comforted myself in my heart. Right at this moment, a text message suddenly popped up on the phone next to him. The order has been cancelled and the account credit has decreased. The corner of his mouth twitched. But Zhou Cai did not give up. He found out after his deal failed. The road ahead soon became flowing again. Only when he got to the front did he realize it. It turned out that the traffic jam was caused by a chain reaction accident ahead. Wait until the roads return to normal. Zhou Cai breathed a sigh of relief. Continue to operate the app to start accepting orders. But then he seemed to be plagued by bad luck. There are always various problems. Not a traffic jam. The customer cancelled the order halfway. The whole night. It's 9 o'clock. The flow of people has gradually become sparse. He didn't complete a single order. During this period, I was shocked by the system twice. Even because many orders were not completed. His account was temporarily blocked by the platform. Zhou Cai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But there is nothing I can do. Pause for a while. I could only drive back to my small rental house first. Little did they know. Not far behind him, an unassuming black car. Watching all this quietly. Chen family. In the villa. Chen Tianming looked at Zhou Cai's current state. One hand touched his chin. Will I be punished by the system if I fail the mission? Immediately following, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect that the system of this child of destiny was so easy to crack. As long as he keeps having people hinder Zhou Cai, it made it impossible for him to complete the order. It will make his system completely useless. Yes. The reason why Zhou Cai didn't succeed in making a single order in such a long time today. It was because he was behind the scenes. Just as Chen Tianming was thinking. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Look back. It was Zhao Xuequan who had already gotten off work. At this time, Zhao Xuequan had not had time to change out of his work clothes. The temperament of an IC CEO is clearly revealed. But when I saw Chen Tianming, she subconsciously showed a hint of fear. You're looking for me. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. 2 hours later, Zhao Xuequan was like a frightened little rabbit, snuggled in Chen Tianming's arms. Her pretty face flushed with shame. Chen Tianming said calmly, I asked you to pay attention to an employee named Qi Wanzhi during the day. How's your investigation going? Zhao Xuequan heard this, and an unnatural expression flashed across her pretty face. She whispered, very good. Briefly recount the information you learned. Chen Tianming thought about it and didn't see any problem either. He said, in that case, let's promote her position. Be a product manager first. Having said this, he paused slightly. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Are you jealous?" Zhao Xuequan suddenly froze in his arms. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianming saw through my thoughts at once. However, she still said stubbornly, "How is it possible?" Chen Tianming chuckled. No answer. The body flipped over. Then naturally there was another bloody storm. After sleeping with Zhao Xuequan. The next day, early morning. Chen Tianming stood up. I called Luo Yunyun and Gao's Hyman. Give the anti-aging grass you drew earlier to the two girls. Qi had already taken the time to give it to the other party. This magical effect shocked the two of them. Next, it was naturally time for Chen Tianming to accept the gratitude from the two. 4 hours later, Chen Tianming changed his clothes. Walked out of the hotel. Drive straight to a bookstore called Tomorrow. After he discovered that the heroine liked reading, someone was immediately asked to find out which bookstore she often went to, and the specific time. Later, he discovered that the lady usually came on Sundays. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I took the bus to Tomorrow bookstore. Buy or bring your own books. Reading by the window in the store. And now, the book she is reading is All Quiet on the Western Front. An anti-war novel. Chen Tianming arrived at the bookstore early. To keep a low profile. It is easier to get closer to Qi Wanzhi. He didn't drive the Emperor's. Instead, he chose a low-key, ordinary black van. Qi Wanzhi had not arrived yet. He walked over to the bookshelf. Pulled out the novel. Then he quickly flipped through it. As a Mingjin ancient martial arts practitioner, his mental strength is also far beyond that of ordinary people. Although I can't achieve something as exaggerated as being able to remember everything I see. However, it is not a problem to memorize the general content of the entire book and a few classic passages in a short period of time. The cemetery is in ruins. Coffins and corpses are everywhere. They have been killed again. But every broken body saved our lives. Read the contents of the book silently in my mind. There was a moment of silence. He walked to the seat by the window where Qi Wanzhi often sat. Then pretend to be reading a book. Slowly began to flip the papers in his hand. Not long after he sat down, there was a sound of footsteps. The person who came was Qi Wanzhi. Chen Tianming didn't look up though. But he could feel Qi Wanzhi's aura. And feel it. After the other party entered the bookstore, his gaze was directed straight in his direction. Chapter 19. After Qi Wanzhi walked into the bookstore, he subconsciously looked towards the seat where he usually sat. I didn't expect that someone was already sitting there. This is where she usually sits. It is currently occupied. She frowned subconsciously. However, Qi Wanzhi only paused slightly. Didn't say much. Planning to leave. Change the place where you read. But just at this moment, out of the corner of her eye she suddenly caught sight of the cover of the book in Chen Tianming's hand. All Quiet on the Western Front. Qi Wanzhi paused. He actually reads the same book as me? She paused for a moment. Right at this moment, Chen Tianming, who had been reading with his head down, seemed to be planning to leave. Closed the book in his hand. Then stand up. The moment Chen Tianming raised his head, Qi Wanzhi looked at Chen Tianming's handsome profile with a hint of bookishness. I couldn't help but stare in amazement for a moment. Even forgot to act. Without a doubt. This is what she has been doing for so many years. The most handsome man I've ever seen. Little did they know. All of this was carefully designed by Chen Tianming. With his financial resources and good looks. Ask the makeup artist to adjust your outfit and hairstyle. Some behavioral adjustments have been made to match the strength of ancient martial arts. No makeup even needed. It is very easy to express that kind of scholarly air. Based on his analysis of Qi Wanzhi's information. A top student like her. I have never been in a relationship until now. Plus, I have just entered society and have not been polluted yet. Compared to those successful men in society, the Prince Charming in one's heart is naturally more inclined to be a man who shares the same interests and hobbies as oneself and is handsome. Exactly. It is not difficult for Chen Tianming to do this. But in order to make it appear more natural, do not arouse the other party's suspicion. After Chen Tianming stood up, didn't talk to Qi Wanzhi. It was as if I had never seen her. After paying the money, just walked away from her. Wait until Qi Wanzhi reacted again, turning to look outside the bookstore. But where is Chen Tianming? A hint of disappointment suddenly flashed across Qi Wanzhi's eyes. He should come again, right? This thought flashed through Qi Wanzhi's mind. The next moment, a rare blush flashed across her pretty face. He sat absent-mindedly in the seat where Chen Tianming had just sat. He opened the book in his hand. The other side. Zhou Cai finally waited for his account to be unblocked. However, after experiencing the system's punishment, this time he did not continue to solicit customers in the center of Shanghai. Instead, they came directly to the more remote area outside the Third Ring Road. Zhou Cai also came to terms with it. Anyway, for him, the main income comes from the system. It doesn't matter where it is, as long as there are people. Only then did he open the app and start taking orders. Outside the Third Ring Road, the road is relatively smooth. There will be almost no traffic jams. With the lesson from last time, the place he chose this time can be said to be much more cautious. Little did they know that all of this was seen by Chen Tianming through the reports of his subordinates. He sat on the sofa in the villa and chuckled, "Do you think it will be okay if you change places?" How naive! Zhou Cai changed his place. It turned out to be very smooth. There are fewer vehicles coming and going. No more traffic jams. But there is also a problem in places with few people. That is, the order quantity has become much smaller. It takes a long time to get an order. Corresponding, the frequency of system-triggered tasks has also been reduced significantly. Just when Zhou finally got the next order, accompanied by the app prompt sound, the system in his mind finally sounded a prompt. Ding! Mission activated, complete the next order within 20 minutes. Finally here. A hint of excitement flashed across Zhou Calian's face. I was planning to drive towards the location on the map. But at this moment, with a bang, he suddenly felt a powerful force pushing his back. It made him suddenly jump forward for a distance. At the same time, the airbags in front of him popped out. Ding! It is detected that the host's current status cannot complete the current order. Mission failed. Penalty for mission failure, 15 seconds of electrotherapy. Zhou Cai was already feeling a little dizzy from the collision, bleeding from the corner of the forehead. His eyes widened when he heard the voice. What? Don't, After a violent convulsion, plus the impact caused by the previous collision, Zhou Cai rolled his eyes. Completely fainted. Wait until he opens his eyes again. I have already appeared on the hospital bed. After some understanding, only then did I realize that I had been rear-ended by a drunk driver. There's nothing serious wrong with people. Only the taxi was seriously damaged. The second half was compressed into almost half of its original space. It is definitely unrealistic to repair it and take orders again in a short period of time. Unless he spends money to buy a new car. Zhou Cai heard this. I almost vomited blood. The protagonist Zhou Cai's mentality explodes, villain value plus 999. The protagonist Zhou Cai doubts his life, villain value plus 999. He is really going crazy. 2 days ago. There are all kinds of traffic jams. I originally thought that I could just change places. But I didn't expect to change the place. He actually crashed into his car. This can't be called bad luck. It's like he's possessed by a jinx. Right at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. Because Zhou Cai suddenly thought of it. I started to have bad luck. It seems that it started because the manager of the neighboring company was humiliated in public. Could it be him? Zhou Cai's expression was uncertain. Frowning. However, he soon reacted. The other party should not have such great energy. Could it really be that I've just been unlucky lately? Zhou Cai shook his head and finally gave up thinking. There is no evidence at this time. It's useless to think about it. After completing the discharge procedures, he received tens of thousands of alliance coins as compensation. This amount of money certainly won't satisfy him. But he had no other choice. I could only take a taxi back to my rental house. The next few days. Because the original taxi is still under repair. He couldn't continue to pick up and drop off Qi Wange. The taxi driver that Qi Wange took was naturally replaced by someone else. Zhou Cai originally planned to take the opportunity to get closer to Qi Wange. Because of this car accident, it was also completely ruined. Qi Wange naturally didn't know about Zhou Cai's affairs. Actually, she is in normal times. There wasn't much to talk about with Zhou Cai. Every time I take the car, it was often Zhou Cai who talked incessantly beside her. She responded with and oh from time to time. Even though she had clearly shown that she didn't want to talk. But Zhou Cai seemed not to notice. He still chatted endlessly with her about nonsense every day after getting in the car. This made her very upset. But due to the relationship between the two, not shown. Just make up your mind. I must buy a car of my own later. Now Zhou didn't know why. Suddenly he no longer appeared in her life. Instead, she felt that her life had become much quieter. And I don't know if the last time I publicly acknowledged my relationship with Zhou Cai, it had an effect. Until now, no one confessed to her anymore. Plus because of the recent promotion, she truly felt the beauty of life. My mood has improved a lot. The only fly in the ointment is, recently my parents have been urging me to get married again. Think of this. She couldn't help but close her eyes helplessly. Chapter 20. Qi Wange's parents are ordinary people from rural areas. The idea is the same as most people. I think women should get married in their early 20s. However, because Qi Wange usually confesses to her, the so-called successful people, I don't like any of them. So until now, she has never been in love. That's exactly why. Compared to many people of the same age, her concept of her other half seems more idealistic. In her mind, your significant other can be without money or status. But you must have the same hobbies as him. Same topic. The most important thing is, must be handsome enough. And these few conditions are enough to screen out 99% of people. Especially in society. I want to meet this kind of person. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is not an exaggeration at all. However, Qi Wange's parents don't understand this. Seeing that Qi Wange couldn't find a boyfriend, so he planned to arrange a blind date for her. Qi Wange was persuaded by his parents. With a try it attitude. Go ahead. Tried it once. The result is self-evident. Since then, she did this to avoid blind dates and her parents' questions. I am extremely annoyed. I just made up a boyfriend. Facing parents' questions, she just said that both sides are still in the stage of getting to know each other. The other party is also very busy at work. Can't take it home for now. This temporarily shut up my parents. Now 2 or 3 months have passed. Her parents brought up the matter again. Maybe he realized something. They gave a deadline this time. Within half a month. Must bring boyfriend home. Think of this. Qi Wanj suddenly felt a headache. The boyfriend she made up was fake. How is it possible to bring the other person home? And it only took half a month. Where can she find a boyfriend? Think of this. Qi Wanj was suddenly stunned. Suddenly, the person Chen Tianming whom I met in the bookstore appeared in my mind. Even if I really want to find a boyfriend, I'd choose this type. She couldn't help muttering in her heart. However, Qi Wanj reacted instantly. Pa. What am I thinking about? She looked slightly panicked. But tomorrow is the weekend. I wonder if he'll still be there. Think of this. Qi Wanj's pretty face suddenly felt hot. For a moment, I felt both anticipation and shyness. Time quickly came to the weekend afternoon. This time, Qi Wanj deliberately arrived at the bookstore a little earlier. Really? She saw Chen Tianming in her previous window seat. This time Chen Tianming changed his clothes. However, the gentleness and scholarly air in him did not disappear. The book in his hand was still the same one as before. Maybe it was because she came early. This time Chen Tianming was not in a hurry to leave. Last time we just met and didn't see clearly. Qi Wanj finally had time to take a good look at this man. In the sunlight by the window, golden light fell on his focused face. The nose bridge is high. The jawline is perfectly curved, accompanied by the rustling of pages. Qi Wanj's eyes lit up. Immediately following, she walked across from Chen Tianming. Are you reading this book too? As soon as she said this, she regretted it. I was too anxious. Chen Tianming seemed to have just discovered that there was someone next to him. He raised his head and looked at Qi Wanj, looking him up and down. Then, a gentle smile appeared. The cemetery has become a ruin. Coffins and corpses are everywhere. They were killed again. But every broken body saved our lives. This is a passage from this book. Qi Wanj's eyes lit up. Most of the doubts in my mind disappeared. Suddenly, the feeling of meeting a close friend made her feel happy from the bottom of her heart. He is handsome and we have common topics. Isn't this my ideal boyfriend? Next, Qi Wanj sat down opposite Chen Tianming. There happened to be not many people around during this period. This is also why Qi Wanj always comes here at this time. After the two of them had a conversation, Qi Wanj was completely sure that the man in front of her really liked reading. She spoke the contents of most books or novels. Chen Tianming can express the general content and insights. I can even recite some of the passages. This level of understanding of books cannot be faked. Qi Wanj's eyes sparkled. The two of them got along better and better as they talked. At the end, after the sky gradually darkened, Qi Wanj stood up reluctantly. Chen Tianming then stood up and glanced at the expression on the heroine's face without leaving any trace. I laughed secretly in my heart. I knew I had a preliminary grasp of this heroine. Just as he guessed. Although the heroine appears to be a cool and arrogant academic master. But because I only have study in my mind. Concentrate on studying. Until now, their mental age is actually younger than that of their peers. This is just like what I saw in the news in my previous life, where those so-called high IQ top students were fooled by scammers who only graduated from elementary school. He originally thought that there would be more chance encounters. Finally, he took action himself. Only then can you win this heroine. I didn't expect the progress to be beyond my imagination. Chen Tianming said with a gentle smile. It's getting late. Do you want me to take you back? If it is normal, Qi Wanj would definitely not agree. Or even a flat rejection. But this time she hesitated. She didn't know what she was thinking. Her pretty face turned red. He hummed softly. The corners of Chen Tianming's mouth rose slightly. It soon returned to its original state. I thought to myself. It seems that even a top student can become lovesick. Just one afternoon of chatting has made her trust me so much. Come to think of it. Otherwise, Zhou Cai is just a taxi driver. Even with the system, there's no way he can capture her. Chen Tianming thought in his heart. The movements of his hands were not slow at all. After picking up Qi Wanzhi and putting her in the black car he had specially bought, he clearly felt the body of the woman next to him tense up. However, what Qi Wanzhi didn't expect was, Chen Tianming didn't do anything to her along the way. Under her guidance, he took her back to his rental house at a leisurely pace. We're here. Chen Tianming reminded. Oh. Qi Wanzhi finished half a beat, and then her pretty face turned red. He opened the door and got out of the car in a panic. Just at this moment, Zhou Cai, who had nothing to do, happened to come down to throw away the garbage. In recent days, he stayed at home the whole time. Order takeout for meals. The trash cans fill up quickly. Frequently need to take out the trash. But just as he reached the stairs, suddenly, I saw a familiar figure out of the corner of my eye. Look closely. He saw his goddess Qi Wanzhi getting out of an unfamiliar van in a panic. He suddenly froze in place. When I looked clearly, I saw Chen Tianming in the car. It was like having hot water poured over his head in winter. I was completely dumbfounded. I couldn't help but rub my eyes. I'm starting to wonder if there's something wrong with my eyes. Qi Wanzhi actually came back in a strange man's car? Look at Qi Wanzhi's shy expression again. She's just like a little girl who just fell in love. Is this still the cool and arrogant academic master he knows? How is that possible? The protagonist Zhou Cai doubts his life, villain value plus 666. The protagonist Zhou Cai's mentality is shaken, villain value plus 881. Chen Tianming heard the system prompt sound suddenly ringing in his ear. Raise your eyebrows slightly. Subconsciously looked around. His sight instantly locked onto Zhou Cai who was not far away. Destiny Child is here too? It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. But it was quickly covered up. Right at this moment, Qi Wanzhi, who had originally planned to do so, seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and walked back. Let's add some prestige, shall we? She was obviously a little stiff when she said this. A pretty face. Even in the dark, you could see that it was flushed red. I didn't dare to look him in the eye. Obviously, Qi Wanzhi had never done anything to gain prestige from boys. The whole person looks very nervous. Chen Tianming's eyebrows moved slightly. Immediately following, he showed a gentle smile and said, "Okay. Bite." Accompanied by the sound of adding success, Qi Wanzhi suddenly felt like he had obtained some treasure. A smile appeared. He held the phone to his chest. Then he waved to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming chuckled secretly. He discovered that although the heroine appeared to be a cool and arrogant academic, but once she opened her heart, but the other person looked like a little girl, acting a bit naive. Chen Tianming looked at the smiling faces outside the window and waved back. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he glanced inconspicuously at Zhou Cai who was standing not far away and watching this scene. Zhou Cai, who was watching all this, opened his mouth wide. A look of shock. Is this still the Qi Wanzhi he knows? The protagonist Zhou Cai's mentality explodes, and the villain value plus 812. Chapter 21. Qi Wanzhi watched Chen Tianming leave. Her pretty face turned a little red. This was the first time she had taken the initiative. But just as she was about to go upstairs, suddenly I noticed someone holding trash not far away. Zhou Cai stood there in a daze. Qi Wanzhi was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that he saw everything that happened just now. Realizing this, Qi Wanj couldn't help but frown. The girlish attitude she displayed was directed only at Chen Tianming. Naturally, I don't want others to see it. But he took a look at the garbage bag in Zhou Cai's hand. She didn't say anything either. He turned around and walked upstairs. But just as it passed by, Zhou Cai finally reacted. Etc. Furious, he couldn't help but ask, who was that man just now? Qi Wanj paused. Looking at Zhou Cai, he frowned and asked, "This is my business, what does it have to do with you?" Didn't you promise me at that time?" Zhou Cai stuttered for a moment, but then he showed a look that asked her to explain clearly. "Promise you?" Qi Wanj was stunned for a moment. But she soon reacted. Zhou Cai was talking about what happened between her and the manager. At that time, Zhou Cai said in public that she was his girlfriend. She didn't argue. "Originally, I was just using the other party as a shield. And considering that Zhou was the one who stood up for himself at the time, she didn't spoil it in public. It's considered as giving the other party face. I didn't expect the other party to take it seriously." Qi Wanj felt as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. "I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I originally thought that this old classmate had various shortcomings. But it's not inherently bad." Now she realized that she had really made a mistake. Not only is his IQ low, emotional intelligence also seems to be a bit flawed. Qi Wanj didn't bother to refute. He looked at Zhou Cai as if he were a stranger. The voice was cold and said, "Get out of the way." It was the first time that Zhou Cai saw Qi Wanj like this. The body trembled. Subconsciously moved to the side. Qi Wanj didn't look back. Returned to his rental house. The door slammed shut. Until he was the only one left in the corridor. Zhou Cai finally reacted. "After coming to my senses." A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. "I was too anxious." Zhou Cai couldn't help but turn around, looking with resentment in the direction where Chen Tianming had left, and clenched his fists. He murmured softly, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault that Elegy became like this. If it weren't for you, how could it have turned out like this? The protagonist Zhou Cai holds a grudge against you, villain value plus 825. Far away." Chen Tianming listened to the voice beside his ear. "Raise your eyebrows slightly." Then he laughed in his heart. "I haven't done anything yet. You're resentful of me now." Based on the feedback provided by previous subordinates, he was sure that Zhou Cai didn't know that it was the taxi driver who had tampered with the car. That is to say, "I just sent Qi Wanj back home." He suffered Zhou Cai's resentment. "I can only say that he is worthy of being the child of destiny. There is nothing wrong with harassing Qi Wanj by myself. Others just need to get close to the heroine. He will bear a grudge against you. When I read novels, I put myself in the protagonist's perspective. This kind of pleasure of revenge. It's all about your own feeling. It's really cool. But now he has become a villain. Take another perspective." Only then did he realize how disgusting these children of destiny were. However, this guy won't be able to jump around for much longer. Chen Tianming took off his plain glasses. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He stepped on the accelerator. Driving towards the distance. Soon disappeared. The next period of time, Chen Tianming mainly stayed in the villa, chatting with Qi Wanj through WeChat about the books that the other was reading. Occasionally, we make time to meet offline at the bookstore. As a martial artist of ancient martial arts at the Ming Jin realm, his mental strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. The book mentioned by Qi Wanj. He flipped it slightly. "I can remember almost everything. And relying on the original owner's knowledge and experience. From time to time, he would come up with some insights that would enlighten Qi Wanj. Therefore, in every chat, Chen Tianming can talk freely. This kind of performance made Qi Wanj like Chen Tianming more and more. The two of them soon developed a close relationship where they could talk about anything. After realizing this, Chen Tianming took the opportunity to ask Qi Wanj to dinner. Qi Wanj was a little reserved, so he agreed. The other side. After Zhou Cai's taxi was finally repaired, he immediately drove his taxi towards Qi Wanj's company. Because my taxi is temporarily unavailable, and since the last incident, the chances of him having contact with Qi Wanj are almost zero. Even if we meet occasionally. Qi Wanj saw that he behaved like a stranger. He didn't even have a chance to talk. Now the taxi has finally been repaired. He couldn't wait to use his system to apologize to Qi Wanj. Try to save the relationship between the two. To this end, he was waiting at the door of Qi Wanj's company early. As time passes by, every second. Finally, Zhou Cai's eyes lit up. Locked in the crowd. Qi Wanga stands out from the crowd. He suppressed his excitement. Directly open your own system. Prepare as usual. Take the task into your own hands. But what made him dumbfounded was, after Qi Wanj walked to the door, I didn't choose to take a taxi as usual. Instead, he walked towards another black van. A happy smile appeared on her pretty face. Zhou Cai looked to the side in disbelief. Standing next to the black van was Chen Tianming with a smile on his face. It's this guy again. Zhou Cai's nails dug deeply into the palm of his hand. There was a flash of resentment in his eyes. The protagonist Zhou Cai becomes angry with you, villain value plus 764. Chen Tianming heard the voice in his ear. Eyebrows moved slightly. Subconsciously looked around. Through the perception of ancient martial artists. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly noticed Zhou Cai in a taxi not far away. I didn't expect that the child of destiny would be here too. The main purpose of the last car accident was to temporarily prevent the other party from using the system capabilities. So it wasn't too serious. Calculate the time. The taxi really needs to be repaired. He glanced at the other person's head and saw that there was less than a quarter of his luck left. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cruel smile. A plan to kill the son of luck and reap the last bit of luck. It has quickly taken shape in my mind. And the other side. Zhou Cai didn't know that he had been targeted by Chen Tianming. Seeing Chen Tianming under the envious gaze of the people around him, Qi Wanj got into his car. Turn around and leave here. Driving towards the distance. He didn't even think about it. He quickly followed. Meanwhile, Chen Tianming in front glanced at the rear-view mirror inconspicuously. Sure enough, I saw Zhou Cai's taxi following behind. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, it was as if nothing was discovered. Drive towards the hotel. Chapter 22. Chen Tianming was driving in front. We soon arrived at our destination. Tianxiang Pavilion. A restaurant that uses a lot of solid wood carvings and hollowing as decoration. The overall style is elegant. The location is not on either side of the road, but relatively remote. The environment is relatively quiet. After Chen Tianming and Qi Wanj got off the car, walk straight inside. But, at this moment, Qi Wanj's phone trembled slightly. Turn on the screen. After some inspection, a hint of helplessness flashed across her lips. My mother is urging me to bring my boyfriend home again. This week it's especially frequent. I didn't expect to receive messages urging marriage here. But at this moment, she suddenly glanced at Chen Tianming beside her. A thought flashed through my mind involuntarily. If Chen Tianming was willing to go home with her, would his parents stop urging him to get married? Think of this. Qi Wanj was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, her pretty face turned red. Even my body stiffened for a moment. He glanced around nervously. After discovering that Chen Tianming didn't notice her abnormality, I finally felt relieved. Wait until you calm down. I couldn't help but secretly look at Chen Tianming's perfect profile. I secretly judged it in my heart. I have to say, Chen Tianming is really her ideal type. Not only well-read. When the two of them communicated, even she is often amazed by the other person's powerful memory. Some of the books she mentioned, regardless of whether it is unpopular or not, he could remember the general content in an instant. Even recited some passages. And the other person's appearance is even more amazing. Plus the elegant temperament. It was really hard for her to help but sink into it. Just when Qi Wanzhi was feeling confused and entangled, Chen Tianming had already taken her to a seat. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked a little fat walked over with a flattering smile on his face. He subconsciously wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, this is our menu. What would you like to order? The man was the boss here, Yang Qi. After the last time the other party came, he asked everyone to remember the appearance of the eldest son of the Chen family. Therefore, the moment the two of them stepped into the restaurant, he received news from his subordinates. He hurried out of the office. Came here in person to serve Chen Tianming. I was afraid that others would accidentally anger the eldest son of the Chen family. This person can make the entire demon city move with just a stomp of his feet. If he is unhappy here, this is the restaurant I have run for half my life. I'm afraid that they will all disappear along with him the next day. Qi Wanzhi looked at Yang Qi with some confusion. You two knew each other before. Chen Tianming glanced at Yang Qi who was standing next to him. A smile appeared on his handsome face. I've eaten here once before. Let's order. He didn't continue explaining. Although Qi Wanzhi felt strange. But I didn't ask any more questions. Wait until you've ordered the food. Chen Tianming noticed it out of the corner of his eye. Zhou Cai finally caught up. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. However, he quickly pretended not to notice anything. He just waited on his own. After Zhou Cai arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion, immediately looked around. Soon, his eyes were fixed on Chen Tianming and Qi Wanzhi. His eyes suddenly focused. He subconsciously took a step forward. But at this time, Zhou Cai's expression changed slightly. He thought about the last time. Qi Wanzhi's attitude towards him. If she knew she was following them, the relationship between the two is completely over. But let him leave like this. Watching his goddess fall into the arms of another man, Zhou Cai couldn't accept it either. My mind raced. He simply sat in an inconspicuous corner not far away. He observed the two of them from a distance. Interesting. Chen Tianming glanced at Zhou Cai inconspicuously. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Why don't you eat? At this time, Qi Wanzhi discovered that Chen Tianming had not touched his chopsticks. She glanced at the dishes on the table. I couldn't help swallowing. The meals here are all home-cooked. But the chef cooked it just right. Instead, it allows people to taste different flavors from familiar dishes. Chen Tianming came back to his senses, smiled slightly, and picked up the chopsticks. Nothing. Qi Wanzhi looked at Chen Tianming's extremely handsome face. I couldn't help but stare in amazement. When Chen Tianming looked up and met her eyes, only then did I realize that I had lost my composure. She quickly lowered her head shyly. Zhou Cai is not far away. Watching this scene, my back teeth are about to be broken. The protagonist Zhou Cai hates you to the core, villain value plus 751. Chen Tianming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He glanced at Zhou Cai inconspicuously. The latter was aware of Chen Tianming's gaze sweeping over him. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to be ordering food. I haven't done anything yet, and you can't stand it. Chen Tianming couldn't help but feel a little funny. The mentality of this generation's destiny child is really not good. Can't let go of the heroine. Since you like watching it so much, I'll let you watch it to your heart's content. Chen Tianming laughed in his heart. There was a cold flash in his eyes. Next, Chen Tianming was not in a hurry. Just eat slowly. Occasionally say a few words to Qi Wanj. Relying on my own knowledge. The atmosphere at the dinner table. Soon it became active. For a while, the two of them seemed like a real couple. Zhou Cai ordered something casually. Watching this scene in the shadows, his eyes were full of resentment. If it weren't for this guy who came from nowhere and interfered, I should be the one next to Qi Wanj now. Think of this. Even if the food in front of you tastes great, he also felt that it was tasteless. I can't eat it at all. Finally, Chen Tianming and Qi Wanj finished their meal. Get up and leave. Zhou Cai also stood up subconsciously, planning to follow. But at this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of him from the side. This person is none other than the boss of Tianxiang Pavilion, Yang Qi. Yang Qi said with a smile, "My dear, you haven't paid yet." Only then did Zhou realize that he had not yet paid the bill. However, he didn't care. Just 2 dishes, how much can they be worth? Seeing Chen Tianming and Qi Wanj were about to leave, he casually pulled out his credit card. He said impatiently, "Swipe the card." Yang Qi took the card from Zhou Cai with both hands. He turned around and brought out a black machine. "Swipe your credit card up." Accompanied by a red light, a mechanical sound followed. Beep. Insufficient balance. A strange look flashed across Yang Qi's face. The smile on his face slowly faded. He looked up at Zhou Cai. Zhou Cai's face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? He still has more than 300,000 yuan in his card. Can't you afford a meal? As he said this, he couldn't help but reach out and pat the machine twice. Zhou Cai subconsciously thought that the machine in front of him was broken. And his movements were in the quiet restaurant. Naturally it seems very abrupt. As the eldest son of the Chen family, the place Chen Tianming chose before was naturally unusual. People who can eat here. They are all the elites in this society. For a moment, everyone around frowned and looked in the direction where Zhou Cai was. Qi Wanj, who was originally planning to leave, felt as if he heard Zhou Cai's voice. I subconsciously stopped and looked behind me. Chen Tianming stood nearby. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He revealed a barely perceptible sneer. The fish is hooked. Chapter 23. After some inspection, Zhou then discovered that his credit card had been frozen. The reason is that someone reported his account for illegal money laundering. The smile on Yang Qi's face completely turned cold. "Sir, do you have any other payment methods?" Zhou Cai felt the gazes of the people around him. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, what puzzled him even more was who reported his account. All his money was transferred directly through the system. It is indeed of unknown origin. But after all, this is processed by the system. If it is not a deliberate investigation, it won't be easily discovered. But who is targeting me? Just when Zhou Cai was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak, a voice that was as refreshing as spring breeze rang out among the crowd, "I'll pay for him." Suddenly, everyone present looked towards the door. Zhou Cai is naturally no exception. But when he saw who was coming, the whole person seemed to be petrified and stood still. The person who spoke was naturally Chen Tianming, who secretly had someone report Zhou Cai's account. Beside him was Qi Wanj, who was looking at him coldly. "Elegy, I." Zhou Cai stammered and tried to explain. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qi Wanj. Please call me by my full name. Our relationship isn't that good yet. As the heroine, she certainly can't be a fool. Even she didn't know that Chen Tianming would bring her here for dinner. Given Chen Tianming's relationship with Zhou Cai, he naturally wouldn't tell him. So that's why Zhou appeared here. It's easy to guess. Qi Wanj glanced at Zhou Cai with disgust. The last bit of friendship between the two. After she discovered that Zhou Cai was following her. Completely exhausted. At this time, she was already thinking about when to move. After all, no one wants to have a stalker as a neighbor. And at this moment, Chen Tianming spoke. He looked at Yang Qi standing next to him and smiled faintly. I know this gentleman. I'll pay for him. Yang Qi has managed to get to this point. Naturally, he is also an old fox. Eyes rolled. He smiled and said respectfully, so it's someone young Master Chen knows. I was reckless. At this time, some people around have recognized Chen Tianming's identity. There were bursts of exclamations. Is that Mr. Chen? I've heard before that young Master Chen is incredibly handsome, but I thought he was just bragging. But when I saw him today, it turned out to be true. Who's that woman next to him? She's so beautiful. She's just like a star. Could it be the eldest daughter of some family? The place Chen Tianming had been to was certainly not a roadside restaurant. Most of the people here have a high status in Shanghai. Chen Tianming appeared directly among the crowd. Naturally, some people recognized him as the eldest son of the Chen family, who was very famous in the circle. For a moment, voices of shock and envy came from all directions. Some women looked at Qi Wanj with eyes that seemed to wish they could replace him. Qi Wanj naturally knew that everyone around them had misunderstood their relationship. I couldn't help but blush. However, an irrepressible joy rose in my heart. But after hearing Chen Tianming's identity, but she was completely stunned. He stood there blankly, looking up at his side. As an ordinary person with no background, she naturally didn't know what the name Chen Tianming meant. It was not until today, from what others said, that she found out that the handsome man beside her who made people jealous was actually her elusive boss. She had doubted Chen Tianming's background from the beginning. After all, the way he talks is really not like that of an ordinary person. However, she didn't expect that Chen Tianming's identity was even greater than she imagined. And Zhou Cai, who was not far away, was also stunned. The whole person seemed to be petrified. Chen Tianming's identity echoed in his mind. The president of Chen Group, the eldest son of the Chen family. At this moment, he figured it all out. Why was my credit card frozen? Why am I being blocked in every way when completing system tasks? It's him. All of this was done by Chen Tianming behind the scenes. Paralyze traffic and freeze credit cards. Compared to the Chen family's power, it's simply not worth mentioning. The purpose of all this is to make Qi Wanj stay away from him step by step. Chen Tianming's target is Qi Wanj. Yes. In this way, all the previous anomalies can be explained. It's not because he's unlucky at all. But someone is dealing with him behind the scenes. Zhou Cai couldn't help but tremble. What kind of scheming is this? He had walked into the other party's trap without realizing it. It wasn't until the last moment that I realized something was wrong. When it comes to playing with people's hearts, this seemingly gentle and kind eldest son of the Chen family is definitely the most terrifying person he has ever seen, no doubt about it. Zhou Cai subconsciously wanted to speak out all his guesses. But, at this moment, he suddenly saw Chen Tianming looking at him with a smile on his face. He suddenly shuddered. He forced himself to swallow back the words in his mouth. Zhou Cai suddenly realized. His current reaction was also within Chen Tianming's expectations. The purpose is to make him express his guess. In the absence of evidence, my favorability in Qi Huang's heart will definitely drop to negative. By then, even if he has the system, he will no longer have any chance. No. No. We must not let Chen Tianming succeed. A trace of hatred flashed in Zhou Cai's eyes. Although Qi Huang now dislikes him very much. But as long as he finds evidence of what Chen Tianming did, place it in front of Qi Huang, there is still a chance to get Qi Huang back. Thinking of this, Zhou suppressed the anger in his heart. Standing there without saying a word. Did you find out? Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cai actually managed to hold back and expose himself in public. Unfortunately, this is also what I expected. He glanced at Zhou Cai, whose luck value had reached the bottom. I laughed secretly in my heart. Shook his head. I no longer paid attention to this fat sheep that had been plucked dry. In his heart, the child of destiny without luck is already a dead man. He took out a black card and handed it to Yang Qi. It's actually a black card. There was another cry of surprise from all around. Wait until you pay by card. Chen Tianming ignored Zhou Cai who was still glaring at him. With a smile on his face, he asked Qi Huang beside him in public, I heard that there is a new movie that has been released recently and has received very good reviews. I happen to have 2 movie tickets. I wonder if you have time, Huang. Qi Huang glanced at Chen Tianming, who was so handsome that everything around him pales in comparison. Her face turned red with shame. He lowered his head and said barely perceptibly. Almost instantly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Chapter 24. Ding. Detected that the protagonist Zhou Cai hates you to the core, villain value plus 666. Chen Tianming frowned slightly. Is that all that's left? I hate him so much that only this much villain value is revealed. It seems that Zhou Cai, the son of destiny, is really about to be plundered by himself. Chen Tianming laughed secretly in his heart. He muttered to himself without any emotion. Then, in front of Zhou Cai, suddenly, a hand grabbed Qi Huang's slender waist. He held her in his arms. Ah! Qi Huang was shocked. Her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. However, he did not resist. He leaned against Chen Tianming. After all, she had just promised Chen Tianming. I'm already mentally prepared. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. Walk towards the door. Crunch. Zhou Cai saw this scene. Grit your teeth. My eyes are red. In front of him, hugging his goddess, what's the difference between this and hitting him in the face in public? But he finally endured it. Now is not the time to turn against each other. He wanted to find clues to let Qi Huang see Chen Tianming's true face. Zhou Cai took a deep look at Chen Tianming and Qi Huang. Under the ridicule of people around, walked out of Tianxiang Pavilion. Get in your own taxi. Driving towards the distance. Chen Tianming looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. The lips moved slightly. But no sound was made. Then he turned around and walked away with Qi Huang. Now Qi Huang already knows his identity. There was no need for him to continue pretending to be an ordinary person. Get in the Emperor's sports car that Ah Qi gave me. I stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the cinema. The other side. After Zhou Cai left Tianxiang Pavilion, driving towards his rental house. The amount of information brought by today's events is really too much. He couldn't accept it for a moment. Plus how to investigate Chen Tianming. He had no idea for a moment. So I plan to take a short break first. Wait until the next day to figure it out. Soon. He drove to an intersection. Right at this moment, Zhou Cai's face changed. He found that his brakes suddenly failed. No matter how hard he stepped on the pedal, the speed of the car didn't change at all. The taxi continued driving towards the intersection at the same speed as before. What's going on? I watched the traffic light in front of me turn red. Zhou Cai's face turned completely pale. He subconsciously planned to jump out of the car. His speed is not too fast now. He shouldn't have fallen to his death. But when he reached out to pull it, he found that the door handle of his car was also out of order. At this moment, a sharp braking sound suddenly came from the side of Zhou Cai. The white light of a dump truck enveloped him, rapidly zooming in. At the last moment, Zhou Cai felt that everything around him slowed down. Past memories flashed before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. He suddenly thought of the disdainful smile Chen Tianming gave him at the last time. For a while, there seemed to be a flash of light in his mind. The whole person was a little dazed. Could it be him? Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. Zhou Cai completely lost consciousness. The Destiny Child Zhou Cai has died, and the host has gained a villain value of 2000. A system has been detected on the Destiny Child and has been devoured for system upgrades. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. Chen Tianming's hand, which was originally paying, paused slightly. Can your own Destiny villain system devour other systems for self-upgrade? The corner of his eye twitched slightly. I didn't expect that my system is more powerful than I imagined. But soon, he returned to normal. Yes. Zhou Cai's taxi broke down. It was he who secretly asked Qi to do this. Discovered by Chen Tianming. Killing the child of destiny doesn't mean you have to do it yourself. As long as there is an indirect relationship with him, the system will still determine that it was you who killed the child of destiny, thus giving corresponding rewards. After buying the soda and popcorn needed for the movie, he came to Qi Wanz's side. Qi Wanz stood there awkwardly. When she was about to enter the venue, she mustered up the courage to say, I actually don't have any feelings for Zhou Cai. I've known for a long time that he likes me, but I don't like him. I just treat him as an ordinary classmate. Qi Wanz stuttered and spoke cautiously. Face turns red. I couldn't help but glance at Chen Tianming who was standing next to me. What he meant was that he hoped Chen Tianming would not let Zhou Cai affect their relationship. Chen Tianming didn't expect that the heroine had been holding it in for so long just to clarify her relationship with the Destiny Child to him, the villain. He couldn't help but feel a little funny for a moment. Qi Wanz doesn't know yet that Zhou Cai has been killed by him in a traffic accident. If Zhou Cai heard this, I wonder if the other party will come back to life from anger on the spot. Chen Tianming listened to Qi Wanz's words quietly. Wait until you are seated. The surrounding lights went out. A thought came to his mind. Suddenly he leaned close to Qi Wanz's ear and whispered, if that's the case, do you like me? Although the relationship between the two has reached the level of boyfriend and girlfriend. But on the surface, the window paper has not been broken. Qi Wanz's ears felt itchy when he heard Chen Tianming's words. She sat where she was. The blush on his face almost spread to his neck. I like it, woohoo. Qi Wanz hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly his mouth was blocked. Her eyes suddenly widened. Immediately following, a mist rose in front of my eyes. It's like I've lost all my strength. He slowly lowered his eyelids again. I don't know how long it took. Until Qi Wanz felt that he was about to lose consciousness due to suffocation. Chen Tianming then let her go. A transparent thread was pulled between the two of them. Qi Wanz gasped and looked at Chen Tianming with a confused look on his face. After seeing Chen Tianming's half-smile, she suddenly reacted. A pretty face turned red. My first kiss was taken away just like that? Chen Tianming laughed in his heart. If it weren't for the wrong place. Now, Qi Wanz's situation is not as simple as having her first kiss taken away. However, At this moment, Chai Wanj saw the problem. She hesitated for a moment and slowly lowered her head. Chapter 25. Wait until you come out of the cinema. Qi Wanj followed Chen Tianming with a numbness in his lips. Amidst the envious gazes of people on the roadside, he got into the Emperor's sports car. As the car started, the scenery on both sides quickly receded behind us, blown by the cold wind. As consciousness regained consciousness, Qi Wanj finally understood what he had just done. The pretty face suddenly turned red. I didn't even dare to look at Chen Tianming next to me. I was actually in the cinema. She is not an open person. This can be seen from the fact that she has never been in a relationship until now. But that's it. She actually did such a thing. Looking back now, Qi Wanj still felt incredible. I felt like I was a completely different person at that time. At this moment, Chen Tianming, who was sitting next to him, suddenly said, "Do you need me to take you home?" Qi Wanj came back to his senses. Subconsciously I wanted to agree. But she suddenly remembered that Zhou Cai now lived next door to her. I couldn't help but frown. A trace of rejection rose in my heart. Right at this moment, her mind changed. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Chen Tianming and said hesitantly, "Or, you can take me back to my parents." Does this mean, meeting the parents? Chen Tianming turned and looked at Qi Wanj. The latter blushed a little. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look him in the eye. All you can see is the redness in the other person's ears. It's quite cute. Chen Tianming's mind suddenly flashed with the information about urging marriage that he had seen in the materials. A look of understanding flashed across his face. "You lead the way." Chen Tianming smiled slightly and said lightly. I heard that Chen Tianming did not refuse. Qi Wanj felt relieved. According to Qi Wanj's guidance, the two soon arrived at an old residential area. Qi Wanj's parents are ordinary people. Their house is outside the Third Ring Road. The environment naturally cannot be compared with those core areas of Shanghai. Qi Wanj glanced at Chen Tianming's expression nervously. I found that the other person looked normal. He didn't show any disgust. Only then did I feel completely relieved. After getting off the bus, Chen Tianming followed behind Qi Wanj. Wait until you pass the corridor and go up the stairs. Qi Wanj stood outside the door. I couldn't help but glance at Chen Tianming, who was extremely handsome beside me. I let out a long sigh, mustered up my courage, and knocked on the door. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Not long after, Chen Tianming heard footsteps approaching from afar. Snap! The door was opened. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s opened the door. "See pool elegy." She muttered subconsciously, "I didn't even call before coming back. The room is not cleaned yet." Right at this moment, Qi Wanj's mother suddenly noticed that there was a man standing next to her. I was slightly stunned at first. Then he subconsciously looked at Chen Tianming. As the villain, Chen Tianming is very handsome. Plus the charm bonus of the system later. At this point, he was no less impressive than the processed stars in the movies, and even better. Kai's mother's eyes suddenly lit up. What a handsome young man! Then, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He quickly looked at Qi Wanj and asked, "Is this the boyfriend you were talking about?" "Yes, yes." Qi Wanj's ears turned red. "Oh, it took you so long to bring it back." Mother Qi didn't care about her thoughts. The smile on her face is like a blooming chrysanthemum. Between words and expressions, they are all satisfied with Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming smiled gently, "Hello, auntie." "Oh, okay, okay. Don't stand at the door, come in and sit down." As she spoke, Kai's mother moved aside. He waved quickly. Qi Wanj secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She said coquettishly, let's go inside and talk. Chen Tianming is quick to accept advice. Come home. After some greetings. To Chen Tianming's polite calmness. Qi Huang's parents are very satisfied. Facing various problems as a family. Relying on the memory of the predecessor. Chen Tianming handled the situation with ease. Talk freely. The more Mother Qi listened, the more she felt that this was her ideal son-in-law. After I found out that Chen Tianming was also the boss of a company. The two looked at each other. The look he gave Chen Tianming. It's like seeing some rare animal. I couldn't help swallowing. Passionate attitude. It's just like facing his own son. Fruit later. A few melon seeds later. As for Qi Huang, he was completely left out. Instead, he looks more like an outsider. Seeing this scene, Qi Huang couldn't help herself any longer and said coquettishly, "Mom, am I your biological child?" Kai's mother gave her a sidelong glance. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this Xiao Chen's first time here? Oh, I almost forgot, Xiao Chen, you haven't eaten yet. I'll do it for you right away. Mother Qi clapped her hands, as if she suddenly thought of something. The impatient expression on his face when he looked at his daughter changed, and he turned around and smiled. He got up and walked towards the kitchen. Chen Tianming then stood up and said with a smile, "I'll help you." Although he has lived 2 lives, he still knows nothing about cooking. But as an outsider, you still have to show your attitude. Even if it's just to help out. Sure enough, it was just as Chen Tianming expected. Seeing Chen Tianming's positive attitude, the smile on Kai's mother's face became even more pronounced. For a while, the words of praise almost never stopped. Wait until the meal is ready. At the dinner table, he was still praising Chen Tianming for his diligence. The 3 of them were putting on a show, completely ignoring Qi Huang who was standing next to them. Received a lot of resentful looks from the other party. After dinner, with his excellent eloquence and knowledge, Chen Tianming has become the future son-in-law in the eyes of Qi Huang's parents. Mother Qi looked at Chen Tianming and found him more and more pleasing to the eye. He turned his head and looked at his daughter again. The two sat together. A comparison. She couldn't help but shake her head slightly. I just feel that my daughter is not worthy of Chen Tianming. Think of this. A sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart. No. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? We can't let it go so easily. Wait until you finish your meal. Glancing out the window. Suddenly, she had an idea. A smile appeared. Xiao Chen, it's getting late. It's so late, why don't you stay here for one night? Qi Huang blushed and couldn't help saying, "Mom, we don't have enough rooms." Well, can't you just squeeze in with Xiao Chen? It's so dangerous when it's dark. It's better to leave at daybreak. You young people should also communicate more, so that your relationship can be strengthened. Qi Huang's face turned red. Mom. All right, all right. It's getting late, go to bed early. After saying that, Mother Chen waved her hand. Without waiting for the two to refute, he pulled Kai's father and returned to his room. Soon, only 2 silent people were left in the living room. Qi Huang didn't expect that her traditional mother would say such words in front of Chen Tianming. For a moment, I was so embarrassed that I wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Chen Tianming frowned slightly. Naturally, he saw what Kai's mother was thinking. Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Originally, he just wanted to send the heroine home first. Meet her parents. Perform well. Unexpectedly, things went smoothly, which was beyond his expectations. He glanced at Qi Huang beside him with some amusement. At this time, Qi Huang lowered his head. I wish I could bury my head between her peaks. Chen Tianming reached out and held the other person's hand. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's really getting late. We should rest. Qi Wanzhi wanted to say something. But when he looked up, he saw the smile on Chen Tianming's lips and felt the warmth in his hands. Her delicate body softened. For a moment, I couldn't say anything. He let Chen Tianming half pull, half hug him and drag him into the room. After a rustling sound, accompanied by a slightly painful groan, an unspeakable sound mixed with Qi Wanzhi's suppressed crying rang out. Living room. After Chen Tianming and Qi Wanzhi entered the house, the door that Kai's mother had originally closed, it was pushed open again silently. After Kai's mother and father carefully touched their daughter's door, it was actually posted on the door. Listen to the wall. Chen Tianming, who was lying on the bed, naturally felt the presence at the door first. The aura of Qi Wanzhi's parents. His eyebrows moved slightly. The wall recognized the identity of the person outside the door. The two figures appeared in Chen Tianming's eyes as if they were translucent. I thought I was quietly sticking to the wall. Want to listen? Chen Tianming raised the corners of his mouth. Then let you listen to it enough. He exerted force suddenly. Qi Wanzhi's eyes suddenly turned white, and her body began to tremble as if she had been electrocuted. A cry mixed with countless emotions echoed in the old residential complex with poor sound insulation. Chapter 26. No words were spoken that night. As the sun gradually rises, Chen Tianming watched the light gradually dispel the darkness. Only then did he slowly pull himself out. Look down. Qi Wanzhi had completely fainted. The room was filled with water elemental spells. Right at this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the heroine Qi Wanzhi's favorability, white, has reached 100. You can now add it to your villain family. Do you want to conquer it? Chen Tianming was shocked. Been busy for so long. Did you finally max out your favorability? A famous quote by Eileen Chong could not help but come to his mind. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he immediately said in his heart, subdue. Ding! The host successfully recruited the heroine Qi Wanzhi into the villain family. Host successfully conquers the heroine and is rewarded with 1 rejuvenating pill, 1 essence boosting pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, villain value 2000. Chen Tianming nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems that as long as I can recruit the heroine into the villain family, you will get 2 fixed pills. Every female protagonist can be enhanced in both appearance and body. Although Chen Tianming is a villain, however, he still cares about his woman. Just as his mind was changing, suddenly, a mechanical voice was heard. Ding! System upgrade successful. Chen Tianming was slightly stunned. Come to mind quickly. This is because his system successfully swallowed up Zhou Cai's previous system. Until now, there is finally a response. He laughed a little for a moment. Not just myself. Even his own system has implemented the villain's will. He calmed himself down. Curiously, I asked in my mind, system, what new features have you gained after the upgrade? After this system was updated, the host's ability to see Qi has been enhanced. By seeing the photos of the Child of Destiny and the heroine, you can directly confirm whether the target contains luck. The host's destiny as a villain is strengthened and his talents enhanced. Increases the host's chance of meeting the Destiny Child and the heroine. The lucky draw wheel has been upgraded to level 2. Chen Tianming nodded slightly. Not bad. Ding! The host's villain value is detected to be enough for 10 consecutive draws. Do you want to draw? From last time to now, he hasn't drawn a lottery in a long time. The villain value has long exceeded 10 consecutive draws. Now the system is updated. A prompt popped up immediately. Chen Tianming immediately felt itchy. Rubbed his hands. Some excitedly said in my heart, pull. The virtual panel flashed. A turntable composed of data suddenly appeared in front of Chen Tianming. Just glanced at it casually. Compared to last time. This time, there are obviously more grids on the turntable. This means after a system upgrade, the rewards have also become richer. Then, in front of his eyes, the colorful turntable began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient martial arts inheritance, purple. Levels, white, green, blue, purple, red. Ancient martial arts inheritance. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. Ye Fan's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. After killing the Child of Destiny. As a villain, he will obtain the plot fragments corresponding to the Child of Destiny through the system. Therefore, he knew. At the beginning, Ye Fan inherited the legacy from a dying ancient martial artist. Only then did the plot of the Master's return come about. At that time, the ancient martial arts inheritance level that Ye Fan obtained was only blue level. Now he actually drew a purple level ancient martial arts inheritance. Doesn't this mean? Is this inheritance more powerful than Ye Fan, the son of destiny? Chen Tianming's eyes lit up immediately. I feel like I've found a treasure. Although he himself does not need this inheritance. On the one hand, he has the Chen family's ancient martial arts heritage in his hands. As the world's largest family, the level of ancient martial arts inheritance. Needless to say. Naturally, it is the highest grade red. At the same time, he just went through the system himself. You can directly improve your cultivation. But most of his women are ordinary people. It is true that Chen Tianming has a red level ancient martial arts inheritance. However, the highest level of inheritance often requires the most advanced talent to practice. Obviously, not everyone has top-notch talent for cultivation. Even after taking Heroine pill. Now, this purple level inheritance was drawn from the system. Although it is not the best, it is just right for them. After becoming a warrior of ancient martial arts, the life expectancy of his women will also increase significantly. This can be considered as some obsession he brought with him after traveling through time. He doesn't want to have a long life left. But he watched his woman die before his eyes. Chen Tianming let out a sigh. Suppress the complicated thoughts in your mind. Attention returned to the lottery wheel. This is a great reward. Keep smoking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower, mind control, level 1. Is this another explosion of gold? Chen Tianming was stunned for a moment. I couldn't help but sigh that I was lucky. I got some pretty good stuff in the first 2 rounds. Is it integrated? Fusion. Chen Tianming's mind moved. The next moment, he saw a white light sinking into his body. The ability of mind control and the memory of how to use it immediately appeared in his mind. It's as if it has become my instinct. As long as the mind moves, it can be used immediately. Woo! Right at this moment, he suddenly heard a low groan from beside him. Chen Tianming subconsciously turned his head to look. Qi Wanzhi slowly opened his eyes. Woke up from a coma. When Chen Tianming saw this scene, his mind moved. He turned and looked at her. Silently launched mind control. Moment. Chen Tianming's eyes became extremely deep. Qi Wanzhi, who had just woken up, looked dazed for a moment. His eyes quickly became empty. The next moment, her expression turned charming. Husband. Qi Wanzhi, who was always reserved, uttered these 2 words softly. The slender legs moved, leaning directly on Chen Tianming's chest. But this anomaly lasted only 3 seconds. Qi Wanzhi's eyes became clear again. Immediately following, she seemed to have thought of something. He was slightly stunned in place. His face suddenly turned red. He suddenly pulled his head into the quilt. Chen Tianming touched his chin thoughtfully. I just used mind control on Qi Wanj. Make the other person more obsessed with you. The result was that the reserved Qi Wanj called her husband in person. However, 3 seconds later, the other party is out of control. Is this level 1 mind control? Once the level of mind control is increased, the effect should be even stronger. But now that it's only at level 1, this is the only effect it can achieve. It's better to have something than nothing. At least I can still upgrade my mindset later. Chen Tianming turned his attention to the next draw. Keep smoking. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qi and Blood Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient martial medicine bath. Congratulations to the host for winning an ordinary t-shirt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pancake. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower, Water Element Control, Level 1. Another superpower. Chen Tianming perked up. This time, the ability is more material-oriented. After receiving the system's transmission, he turned his head to look at a glass of water on the bedside not far away. After reaching out your hand, accompanied by the activation of supernatural powers, the water in the quilt turned into a water ball. Slowly floated up. Accompanied by a thought, the water ball turned into a parabola and fell to the ground not far away, merging with other water stains. The water polo is not fast. It also has no direct killing power. Watching this scene, he shook his head secretly. It seems that no matter what kind of superpower it is, if it is only level 1, the direct damage to people is still very small. Chen Tianming thought secretly in his heart. I just don't know how to upgrade my superpowers. Chapter 27. Chen Tianming checked the system introduction. But, unfortunately, he has not found a way to upgrade his superpowers. No way. We can only give up for now. Next. Continue the lottery. But the rewards after that are pretty average. No new superpowers appeared. After spending the last bit of villain value, Chen Tianming closed the system panel. He turned to look beside him. Seeing Qi Wanj still curled up in the quilt, I couldn't help but feel a little funny. Last night, under his coercion, she had shouted out even bolder words. Now I am awake. Just calling me husband. Instead, I became shy. I have to say. Sometimes, women are such strange creatures. He reached out and patted the towering quilt. Come out. The ball in the quilt was tangled for a while. A pretty face reluctantly poked its head out. However, Qi Wanj still lowered his head, not daring to look Chen Tianming in the eye. What happened to me just now? He suddenly became bolder. That kind of, I just shouted it out like that. It's so embarrassing. At this moment, Qi Wanj's face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. A blush spread down her ears. It spread to the snow-white neck. Chen Tianming glanced at Qi Wanj's appearance. How could you not know what she was thinking? But he didn't care either. At this time, Qi Wanj's favorability had been fully increased by him. This kind of thing. One life. Twice cooked. Just get used to it. He stretched out his hand and flipped it. 2 thumb-sized pills appeared out of thin air. It was after Qi Wanj was pulled into the villain family. The system rewards obtained. Chen Tianming glanced at Qi Wanj and said lightly. Open your mouth. With multiple training experiences, Qi Wanj subconsciously looked up and opened his mouth. Looks well behaved. Chen Tianming couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he saw it. He secretly suppressed the surging internal force in his body. The pill melts in your mouth. By the time Qi Wanj reacted, the medicinal power has already been absorbed into the body. She raised her head and asked in confusion, Mr. Chen, what did you just give me to eat? Chen Tianming smiled and said, a good thing. Feel the changes in your body. Nice one? Qi Wanj was stunned for a moment. Then, her thoughts wandered off to somewhere unknown. His ears turned red and his eyes were suddenly filled with mist. Could it be that the pill just now was? I didn't expect that Mr. Chen actually liked this. Isn't this too embarrassing? However, at this time, Qi Wanj's favorability towards Chen Tianming had reached 100. It can be said that no matter what Chen Tianming asked her to do, she would do as she was told. Therefore, although there is some resistance in my heart. However, he did not resist. Sure enough, it was just as Chen Tianming said. She soon felt a warm current in her body. After running through the lilies, they converged towards the Danshan from all directions. And then nothing happened. Qi Wanj opened his eyes blankly. Why is there no follow-up feeling? Isn't this the medicine? Right at this moment, she suddenly saw a thick layer of mud beginning to seep out of her body. Ah! Qi Wanj jumped up. What is this? She looked at her body in panic. Chen Tianming smiled and said, Go take a shower first. Upon hearing this, Qi Wanj glanced at Chen Tianming. Seeing that the other party was still so calm, her heart also calmed down a lot. Holding the thought that Chen Tianming would not hurt himself, he quickly ran towards the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. 10 minutes later, Qi Wanj walked out of the bathroom, facing the mirror, looking at my baby-like delicate skin, full of shock. Suddenly, a guess flashed through my mind uncontrollably. Is this the effect of the 2 pills I just took? Chen Tianming also came to Qi Wanj's side at this time. Watch her changes. Nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, he reached out and touched Qi Wanj's eyebrows. Qi Wanj hadn't yet realized what was happening. Countless knowledge about ancient martial arts cultivation flooded into her mind like a tide. Wait until you come to your senses. Chen Tianming briefly explained to Qi Wanj about the practice of ancient martial arts. The world is a fusion of novels. Various supernatural news appear much more frequently than on Earth. Affected by this, Qi Wanj became interested in the existence of ancient martial artists. The ability to accept is still relatively strong. Later, with the help of Chen Tianming, she easily reached the initial warrior stage. A solid foundation has been laid. As for another matter, for women, the cultivation methods of women are very different from those of men. In addition, Chen Tianming did not intend to let his woman face any danger. The main purpose is to increase lifespan and strengthen the body. Therefore, Qi Wanj has cultivated to a relatively high level. From the outside, at most, she looks better, with more graceful curves and brighter eyes. There will definitely not be extreme situations like Muscle Barbie. After listening to Chen Tianming's introduction, as the heroine, Qi Wanj naturally guessed how precious this inheritance was. Immediately, he excitedly took the initiative to repay Chen Tianming. Wait until the 2 of them have cleaned up the room. After opening the door, it's already 12 o'clock in the morning. Living room. Kai's mother, who was sleeping on the sofa, heard the noise. Yu wakes up. Qi Wanj looked over subconsciously. I saw that my mother had dark circles under her eyes and looked listless, as if she had not slept well. Mom? What's wrong with you? Qi Wanj asked curiously. It would be better if you didn't say this. When this matter is mentioned, Kai's mother was very angry. It's like I found an outlet. I couldn't help but glance at my daughter. It's because you 2 are being too loud. Last night, the neighbors knocked on the door several times. I didn't sleep well all night. Speaking of this, she glanced at Chen Tianming beside her. The tone softened slightly. He continued, You young people, please exercise some self-control and don't damage your health. Also, be careful. Don't let anyone get killed. Talking and talking. Kai's mother's old illness has recurred. He started to babble on. And opposite her was Qi Elegy. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Under Chen Tianming's fierce attack, she was like a small boat in the waves. Almost lost consciousness. I can't control myself at all. I didn't expect my voice to be so loud yesterday. The neighbors are knocking on the door. Doesn't this mean? Those dirty words at that time. Not just Chen Tianming. Even his own mother. Even nearby neighbors. Did you hear all that? This is the thought. Qi Wanzhi felt like he was socially dead. I wish I could never step out of this door again. And next to her, Chen Tianming smiled slightly. I didn't take it to heart. Mother Qi subconsciously glanced at the two of them as she spoke. Qi Wanzhi looked obviously haggard. But my skin has improved a lot. However, there was no sign of fatigue on Chen Tianming's face. The eyes are bright and lively. It's really refreshing. I thought of the magic sound that pierced my ears yesterday. She couldn't help but secretly smack her lips. I just feel that my future son-in-law is really not an ordinary person. Then, I couldn't help but look at my daughter with some sympathy. After a brief chat, Chen Tianming followed Qi Wanzhi to eat the lunch that Kai's mother had prepared long ago at home. It was only then that Qi Wanzhi discovered. All the dishes on the table are very nutritious. What is it all about? Lamb kidneys, yams, oyster soup. Qi Wanzhi's face suddenly turned red again. Eat with your head down. I didn't dare say a word. On the other hand, Chen Tianming ate with gusto. After an awkward meal, Chen Tianming made repeated assurances. I will definitely come again when I have time. Only then did Kai's mother reluctantly persuade him to stay. Walked out of Qi Wanzhi's home. Qi Wanzhi said this when he was resting in bed. Today she also needs to go to Magic City University to give a speech to the graduates. Considering that I don't have anything to do today, Chen Tianming simply took her to Magic City University. After all, it is my future university. I'd take this opportunity to go and have a look. Yes, Chen Tianming just graduated from the college entrance examination. As this year's top scorer, he is still just a prospective college student. And Qi Wanzhi is nominally his senior sister. Chapter 28. Magic City University is like many other schools. Every year, we look for some of the more successful graduates from our school. Invite them back to school. Give a speech in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Provide some experience and encouragement for future students. By the way, improve the reputation of your school. And Qi Wanzhi is a top student. After graduation, I joined Chen Group. Less than a year. Already entered management. Naturally, he can be called an outstanding graduating student. Qi Wanzhi sat next to him. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Tianming was full of love. In her heart. Like Chen Tianming, the big boss of a company. It must be very busy at ordinary times. However, for her, he still took time out to take her to school. Little did they know. If only Chen Tianming knew what she was thinking. You will definitely laugh out loud. Now he has pushed all the affairs of Chen Group to Zhao Xuequan. He himself has completely become a hands-off boss. Just go over and sign it. Normally, you don't need to do anything. At this time, at the entrance of Magic City University, many people stood there whispering. Look up from time to time. His expression is full of anticipation. As a student who is about to graduate from Magic City University, they were notified. Before graduation, a graduating senior returned to school to give a speech. As a college student, for this kind of speech, as long as it's not mandatory, generally, people try to escape if they can. Even at Magic City University, this is no exception. However, the number of people present this time was rare, almost all of them were present. The reason is simple. The one who returned to the school this time was Qi Wanzhi, the civilian goddess who had been voted as undisputed in the past 10 years at Magic City University. Not only is he extremely good-looking, he is also a well-deserved academic master. She is almost the goddess in the hearts of all boys. Even among the girls, many are fans of this senior. Therefore, after knowing that Qi Wanzhi would be there today, these graduating students, most of them were waiting at school early. Some are more confident. He looks eager to try. They whispered quietly. When Qi Wanzhi was still in school, I didn't have the courage to confess my feelings. This time, I must seize the opportunity. Tisk, just you. She's now a senior executive at the Chen Group. I heard that every day, countless successful people come downstairs with roses in their hands to confess their love to her, but none of them succeed. You should take a break. Is this true? How could this be false? When Goddess Qi was in school, weren't there many people who confessed their love to her? I haven't seen her ever agree to anyone. Goddess Qi is like a flower on a high mountain, hard to reach. I don't know what kind of man can catch the eye of Goddess Qi. The crowd was talking not far away. They all looked sad. This senior student is usually obsessed with studying. Rarely interacts with people. This leads to all pursuers. I don't even know what standards she requires in a partner. There is not even a direction to work towards. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Look! Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction not far away. I saw a domineering sports car with black and dark gold as the main colors driving towards Magic City University. Seeing this, the surrounding cars subconsciously made way for him. Are you kidding me? Although many people don't recognize this sports car. But just look at the appearance. You can see it. Definitely worth the money. And the people in the car. Naturally, you are either rich or noble. In case it gets scratched, they may not be able to pay off the debt even if they repay it in their lifetime. Emperor's sports car. Someone in the crowd recognized the origin of the car. As a student of Magic City University, some of them still have some vision. I couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. His face was full of shock. Emperor's sports car? Someone looked at the person who made the sound in confusion. Although they are students, I have no idea about this. However, the person who made the sound is usually considered a so-called rich second generation. It could shock him so much. Obviously. This car is absolutely extraordinary. In their eyes, the sports car stopped slowly not far from Modu University. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Qi Wanzhi got up from the car and walked down. Mr. Chen. Chen Tianming sat in the car, glanced at Magic City University, and did not get off. Now is not the time to reveal your identity. He glanced at Qi Wanzhi and said, what should I call you when I teach you on the way? Qi Wanzhi's pretty face turned red. But she still said obediently, husband. Chen Tianming smiled and patted the dog's head, good boy. After seeing Qi Wanzhi off, Chen Tianming was sitting in the car, watching Qi Wanzhi walking towards Magic City University. Everyone at the school gate looked at Qi Wanzhi at the car door from afar, revealing a shy expression that had never been seen before. Everyone was shocked. Everyone who originally planned to take this opportunity to confess their feelings. At this moment, my heart sank. My goddess is in love? Snap! I don't know how many people's hearts were broken at this moment. Some people comfort themselves in their hearts. It's okay, it's just a relationship. After we break up, I still have a chance. It's just that no one saw it. When Qi Wanzhi was walking towards here, his steps were slightly unsteady. She held the bag in her hand. Thinking back to last night, his eyes then became somewhat resentful. If I hadn't become a warrior, it is unknown whether she can get out of bed today. Just at this moment, A person at the door suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He said, "Hey? Did you notice? Goddess Kai's skin seems to have become whiter. Yeah, it's just like a newborn baby, it seems like you can squeeze out water. Some celebrities don't necessarily have natural skin like this even with beauty filters on, right? You can't even see her pores, she looks like a fairy. So beautiful." Everyone's attention. After Qi Wanj approached, everyone was attracted by her stunning beauty. After taking the anti-aging pill, Qi Wanj's appearance has been qualitatively improved. It makes people's eyes seem to be attracted by magnets. I can't bear to look away. And such a stunning one. I've actually fallen in love with someone else. Suddenly, Qi Wanj's followers were waiting at the school early. They all felt a sharp pain in their hearts. I wish I could replace the person sitting in the car. Chen Tianming was sitting in the car. After watching Qi Wanj welcome him in, his gaze then shifted to a person walking in the distance. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Squinting my eyes. In his sight, a graceful figure walked past the gate of Magic City University. There is a golden aura surrounding his body. It's another female protagonist. Chen Tianming subconsciously looked around. However, unfortunately, he did not see the presence of the Child of Destiny nearby. Chapter 29. Name, Dong Qingyun, female lead. Age, 25. Identity, the youngest professor at Shanghai University. Appearance, 9'5". Special, loves to drink, easily drunk. Chen Tianming looked at the label in front of him. The focus finally stopped at the prone to drunkenness physique. I secretly memorized this term in my heart. Then pick up the phone. He sent Dong Qingyun's basic information to his subordinates and asked them to investigate. With the experience from last time. This time, Chen Tianming also requested an investigation into the men who often appeared around Dong Qingyun. And have someone monitor them secretly. Make sure that if anything happens, you can give yourself feedback immediately. After explaining these things, he stepped on the accelerator, driving towards the distance. And the other side, Dong Qingyun, who was about to go to the office, suddenly felt an inexplicable gaze looking at him. But when she looked around, but nothing was found. Is it an illusion? She murmured softly. Confirmed it. In the end, nothing abnormal was found. I could only shake my head secretly. Turned around and left. After Chen Tianming left Magic City University, went directly to Galaxy Group. This time it's over. On the one hand, there are some important documents that need his signature. After all, Zhao Xuequan is at most an agent. He is the real one behind the scenes. The boss of the company. On the one hand, he has been dealing with the issues between Zhou Cai and Qi Wanj recently, and has somewhat neglected this IC president. This time is a good opportunity to go over and deepen our relationship. While on the road, Chen Tianming happened to see a flower shop. Thinking about it, Zhao Xuequan's white favor ability has not been fully refreshed yet. Hesitated slightly. So, step on the brakes. Parked the car on the side of the road. Based on the hobbies learned from the previous investigation of Zhao Xuequan, he bought a bouquet of white roses. Then, continued driving towards the Galaxy Group. Soon, Chen Tianming came to the company. But just as I entered the company and passed by the employee area, he suddenly found himself in front of the door. There is a faint golden scent floating in the air. Look! This kind of aura was not the first time Chen Tianming had seen it. For a while. Although I was shocked. But on the surface he remained calm. His footsteps paused slightly. Turn around. He calmly moved towards the direction where the golden aura came from. With the powerful strength of Ming Jin. Looking inside at the door. He quickly understood the direction of destiny. Targeted a young man at a workstation. Almost at the same time, Chen Tianming's basic information about him popped up in front of him. Name, Lin Yu. Identity, ordinary employee of Galaxy Group, child of destiny. Gold finger, increases the favorability of your lover by 50%. The protagonist of urban romance. Chen Tianming finished reading the system introduction. He sighed with some disappointment. There's no system. The effect after the last system enhancement. He still remembers it vividly. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. He turned around and left the staff area as if nothing had happened. While on the road, Chen Tianming spoke calmly on the phone. Tell the people below Lin Yu's information. Let them investigate. After doing all this, as the elevator door opened, Chen Tianming came to the top floor. As the actual person in charge of the Zhao family. Naturally, no one dared to stop him along the way. I successfully knocked on the door of Zhao Xuequan's office. Come in. A cold voice came. Although it is pleasant to the ear, it carries with it a sense of coldness that keeps people at a distance. Chen Tianming laughed in his heart. No words said. Pushed open the office door of this IC president. Zhao Xuequan looked up subconsciously. When I saw the person coming, it turned out to be Chen Tianming. He was obviously stunned for a moment. The original cold image was instantly broken. He quickly stood up. Somewhat awkwardly he said. You, why are you here? Zhao Xuequan at this time. Compared to the fear and obedience I had before, I have gradually become at a loss when seeing the person I secretly love. Chen Tianming handed the white rose in his hand to Zhao Xuequan. The moment I saw the white rose, Zhao Xuequan's eyes lit up. I took it subconsciously. But then, a hint of blush appeared on her pretty face. Some were afraid to look up at Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming said with a smile. This time I came mainly to give you a gift. Said. He reached out and touched Zhao Xuequan's eyebrows. Wait until the purple quality ancient martial arts is passed down. After also handing it over to Zhao Xuequan, he simply repeated what he had said to Qi Wange. Moment. Zhao Xuequan raised his head. The look he gave Chen Tianming was full of complexity. Ever since I came to the Chen family, her positioning of Chen Tianming and herself, it has always been a master-servant relationship. She never expected that Chen Tianming would actually give her such a precious ancient martial arts inheritance. Actually, after Chen Tianming demonstrated his strength in front of her last time, she had investigated matters related to ancient martial arts through her father. In this world, although ancient martial arts are mysterious, but it's not completely unknown. A big family like the Zhao family, especially after being recruited by the Chen family, channels in all aspects have been greatly broadened. Just find the right person, willing to spend money, some basic common sense. It's not difficult to get. That's exactly why Zhao Xuequan knew even more about the preciousness of the ancient martial arts heritage. In addition to family inheritance and master-disciple sex, the inheritance of ancient martial arts is almost impossible to obtain through ordinary methods. Even if you have money, it's useless. Now he saw that Chen Tianming was actually willing to pass on an ancient martial arts inheritance to him. Zhao Xuequan was stunned for a moment. My heart is trembling. I couldn't control myself for a moment. The look he gave Chen Tianming. Complex emotional changes. I didn't know what to say. This scene fell into Chen Tianming's eyes. How could he not know that his plan had succeeded? The corners of his mouth slightly raised. He reached out and took Zhao Xuequan into his arms. Put it on the desk. 3 hours later, in Chen Tianming's eyes, this cold-blooded president was quite angry with him at the beginning. At this time, the favorability of both black and white was finally maxed out by him. Almost at the same time, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! It's detected that the heroine Zhao Xuequan has been completely captured by the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Minor Realm Upgrade card. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Lightning Element Control, Level 1. There are extra rewards after completely conquering a heroine. Chen Tianming was stunned at first. Then I was overjoyed. Before, I just had the mentality of playing the game and completing it. Give it a try. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. He immediately had an idea. Silently said. Use the Minor Realm Enhancement card. Moment. His original Ming Jin cultivation was improved again. Reached the middle stage of Ming Jin. Accompanied by a surge in the internal strength in the body. Chen Tianming's eyes flashed with a gleam. Cool. This feeling of increased strength. It's always fascinating no matter what time it is. Almost at the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Should I completely conquer Qi Wanzhi as well? Since you can get extra rewards by completely conquering a heroine. So can I max out the black and white favorability of every heroine? In this way, wouldn't that mean I can get 2 rewards? Chapter 30. Chen Tianming's mind subconsciously flashed through the image of Qi Wanzhi. However, after a little thought, he still forced himself to calm down. Give up this idea. It's okay if the white favorability is maxed out. But I want to max out the black favorability of a heroine. You must make the other party constantly do things that violate your own personality. This is equivalent to forcing an introvert to give a speech. It prevents extroverts from talking to others. It's quite torturous for a person's spirit. Now Qi Wanzhi is his woman. An unconditional trust in yourself. There is no need to torture the other party deliberately for extra rewards. After all, he is very good to his own people. Certainly. This doesn't mean giving up completely. At some point, make the other person violate their own personality. Make her shy. It can also increase the black favorability little by little, thus getting rewarded. But the speed is much slower. Let out a sigh of relief. Let go of the thoughts in your mind. After tidying up, Chen Tianming leaned back in his office chair. He let Zhao Xuequan, who was like a puddle of mud, sit on his lap. I simply looked through the documents that needed my review and signature. I nodded secretly in my heart. She is worthy of being the heroine with the setting of a business talent. That's how long it has been. He has completely taken control of the Chen group. Even already steady and steady. Start growing your business. At this time, Zhao Xuequan had been completely conquered by him. No need to worry about betrayal. Therefore, Chen Tianming only glanced through it. Just signed your name directly. Chen Tianming put down the documents. Looking at Zhao Xuequan, he asked, "Do you have any impression of this employee Lin Yu?" He did not forget the child of destiny whom he had seen downstairs before. Zhao Xuequan is worthy of being the heroine. I thought about it briefly. He nodded and said, "You mean the new employee who just came?" Chen Tianming originally just wanted to ask. I didn't expect that Zhao Xuequan actually knew this person. I immediately perked up a bit. Zhao Xuequan recalled and said, "There's nothing wrong with his background. I'm working normally. The only thing is that I like playing games and chatting with others online. I was reported for this matter before. But since then, I've calmed down a lot." Just listen to Zhao Xuequan's description. Chen Tianming grasped the key point. Play games, chat, and add the golden finger of love. Is he trying to capture the heroine online? Is this the legendary online love? Chen Tianming quickly searched through the types of novels he had read. Finally, a conclusion was reached. Think of this. He immediately took out his cell phone. Ask someone to pay attention to the content of Lin Yu's account. The person I chatted and played games with recently. It is very likely the heroine. Wait until Chen Tianming leaves the company. It's already afternoon. Get in the car and return to the villa. Not long after, he received the investigation report about Lin Yu on his mobile phone. Because the background is simple, and the information provided by Chen Tianming is detailed enough. Therefore, compared to Dong Qingyun, his information was sorted out even faster. Chen Tianming immediately began to look through the information. Lin Yu, 23 years old, graduated from Nanhai University, currently works at Galaxy Group. 4 years ago, Lin Yu met Bai Menging, the real-life beauty of Nanhai University, in an online game. Because we work well together and are in the same guild, we've added each other on WeChat and often go online together to fight monsters and complete quests. Over time, their relationship gradually grew stronger, and 2 years ago they fell in love online. A week ago, the two agreed to meet in Central Park 3 days later. One thing worth noting is that the two have never met each other, and they don't know each other's real identities. After Chen Tianming finished reading the information, he put down his phone and began to think secretly. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. It's the same routine as starting an online romance with a school beauty. However, what he didn't expect was, Dong Qingyun has nothing to do with Lin Yu. That is to say, this time, the two destined sons and the heroine appear at the same time. Is this the effect of the Destiny villain's enhanced physique? Chen Tianming was a little surprised. But I wasn't that surprised. Recalling the previous information, a plan to deal with this Destiny child quickly emerged in his mind. Since this is an online romance, I just need to prevent you from meeting the heroine. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. A plan quickly emerged in my mind. His plan was simple. Through hackers, the accounts of the destined child Lin Yu and the heroine Bai Menging were stolen. After sending Lin Yu away, pretend to be the child of Destiny. Go meet the heroine. Get the heroine in advance. In this way, how many tricks does the protagonist have? Unable to reach the heroine. It's all fists hitting the air. What a waste. Time is like flowing water. Soon it was 3 days later. It happened to be the weekend. Lin Yu got up early. A look of anticipation. Today is the day we agreed to meet offline. After the two agreed on a location, he then knew. It turns out that this is the gaming partner I've been playing with for 4 years. We're actually in the same city. This made him look forward to it even more. Although the two have never sent photos to each other. But because we played games together, he had heard the other person's voice before. The crisp and melodious sound of pearls falling on a jade plate. He was sure of it. Definitely not a voice changer. Voice changers can't be so natural. Even if you have never seen the other person's face. However, this did not prevent him from visualizing the image of a goddess in his mind. And I don't know if it was his illusion. He always felt as if he had heard this voice in real life. This made him start to speculate in his mind. Maybe I have met the other person in real life. But because I am more of a homebody in real life, he seldom goes out. Not many people saw it. It feels a bit familiar though. However, after thinking about it, but there was no way to connect the owner of the voice. We can only give up for now. Lin Yu cleaned up. I was planning to go out. Anyway, I'll be able to see the real person soon. But just as he touched the door handle, suddenly a message alert interrupted his thoughts. Take out your phone and take a look. It turned out that the message was from my online lover. Change the meeting place to a cafe. He muttered to himself. But I don't care. For the woman. Let the other party choose the meeting place. It's a very normal thing. Anyway, both places are not far from him. Plus I haven't gone out yet. It's not a problem. Replied to the other party. Lin Yu pushed open the door. Come to the intersection. Changed to the opposite direction from before. Rushing towards the distance. Chapter 31. Central Park. Ice cream shop. Chen Tianming sat in a seat by the window. Sunlight shines through the window. It fell on his extremely handsome face. Playing with the phone casually. As time goes by. Finally. A girl wearing JK mustered up her courage. Holding a mobile phone. Walked towards him. Said timidly. Little brother, can I add your WeChat? Chen Tianming raised his head. Glanced at each other. This girl's appearance score is around 85 points. Place it among the crowd. It can be said to stand out from the crowd. She is worthy of being called a beauty. It was 10 minutes ago. He came into the store. Among the few who were secretly observing him. The one with the highest appearance. Certainly. Perhaps that's why. She had the courage to be the first to take action. If it were an ordinary person. Probably flattered. But. This level of appearance. For Chen Tianming who has tasted the heroine. There was no way to cause even a ripple in his heart. This is what is called going from simple to luxurious. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Chen Tianming is used to eating delicacies from land and sea. Faced with ordinary food. I really can't muster any interest. Not to mention. With powerful cultivation. He could see it easily. The one opposite. This is not the first time. Rich experience. I'm afraid I can't even count them on one hand. However, Chen Tianming still smiled politely and said, sorry, I'm waiting for someone. The meaning of this rejection is very clear. The girl's eyes dimmed noticeably. However, I was not discouraged. After all, a man of Chen Tianming's level. She was just trying her luck. The other girls in the store were eager to try it. I saw the person before me take the lead. I was a little upset at first. But he was turned away when he saw the other party. Instead, I felt a little relieved. Neither of them could conquer the other, even the most beautiful one. The same result will surely come to pass if I do it myself. For a while. Everyone in the store is eager to try it out. They all calmed down a lot. Only. Still looking at it quietly. Since I can't take it. It's not too much to take a few more glances, right? Such a handsome guy. This is the first time they've met. At the same time. Outside the store. Two furtive figures were quietly looking inside. The two people were Bai-menging. And for courage. Her best friend Yechin was forcibly pulled over by her. They arrived here 20 minutes early. A little earlier than Chen Tianming. Only. After they arrived. Did not go to the agreed location. Instead, he hid in the dark. Observe quietly. Their secret signal for meeting was to buy a glass of Nongfu Sanquin mineral water and sit in the second row by the window. That's where Chen Tianming is. Therefore, the moment I saw him, Bai-menging and Yechin were sure. Chen Tianming is the person they are looking for. Only. What Bai-menging didn't expect was. This person said on the internet that he looks average. A friend who told her not to have too high expectations. The appearance in real life is so amazing. This is normal. Do other men still want to live? She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Bai-menging thinks that she doesn't particularly care about a person's appearance. It's mainly about the inside. Even so. The moment she saw Chen Tianming. I still can't help but feel a kind of heart-pounding feeling. Even my best friend called my name. No one reacted immediately. This caused her to be teased by her bold best friend for a long time. Bai-menging blushed. I wanted to refute. But I felt that based on my performance at that time. It's really not convincing. In the end, I chose to shut up. And just when they were about to go in, Bai Menging suddenly saw someone in front of them. Walked towards Chen Tianming. When I saw a girl whose appearance was no less than that of my good friend. When I came to chat with Chen Tianming. Bai Menging paused. My heart suddenly lifted up. There was a flash of panic in his eyes that he himself didn't even notice. After seeing Chen Tianming reject it, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Little did they know, Bai Menging's performance was all seen by her best friend. She curled her lips and couldn't help laughing. This is the first time I've seen our Bida campus beauty so nervous. It seems that this online lover is really important to you. Bai Menging finally came back to his senses. Hearing this, his face suddenly turned red. What are you talking about? In a fit of rage, she raised her hand as if to hit. Yechin was not afraid either. After some laughter, the two finally calmed down. The time is almost up. Bai Menging took a deep breath. Then he took Yechin into the ice cream shop. The moment I saw Chen Tianming, Bai Menging suddenly felt shy and didn't dare to look him in the eye. At this time, the best friend next to her rolled her eyes. Suddenly he smiled and pushed Bai Menging beside him in front of him. Said generously. You are Xiao Bai's online love interest, right? Can we sit here? Said. She pointed at the red water bottle in Bai Menging's hand. Chen Tianming looked up at the two of them. It was as if he had just discovered that they were here. Then put down the phone. A smile appeared. Certainly. He had already fine-tuned his voice through the methods of ancient martial artists, making his timbre between his own and Lin Yu's. In this way, he could slowly and subtly make the heroine who had heard the voice of the Destiny Child adapt to his own voice, thereby completely replacing the other person's identity. While speaking, Chen Tianming secretly observed the two of them. I found that they really didn't hear anything wrong. After all, the voice on the internet, compared with reality, there is indeed a certain gap. Yechin smiled and pulled Bai Menging to sit down. Everyone in the store. See Bai Menging and Yechin opposite Chen Tianming. A look of envy suddenly appeared on his face. Chen Tianming didn't care about the gazes of people around him. He smiled and said, I wonder what you two like to eat. It's my treat. This is just an ordinary park. The prices in the store are not high either. Therefore, the two girls did not refuse. Yechin, who was more cheerful, brightened up when she heard that. I want chocolate ice cream. Xiao Bai, do you want strawberry flavor? At this point, she seemed to suddenly think of something. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yechin, and this is Bai Menging, the former campus belle of Nanhai University. As she spoke, she also lifted up her best friend beside her. Chen Tianming glanced at Bai Menging, who was feeling a little uneasy beside Yechin. He smiled slightly and said, My name is Chen Tianming, and I currently work in a small company. While speaking, the ice cream was served. After chatting for a while, Yechin, who was standing by, couldn't help but reach out and poke her best friend. Xiao Bai, what are you daydreaming about? From the moment I walked until now. He looked absent-minded. Feel sorry. After being reminded by his friend, Bai Menging finally came to his senses. Just when I saw Chen Tianming, I still can't help but subconsciously avoid the other person's gaze. Her face turned red with shame. The carefree Yechin. At this time, he finally discovered the abnormality of his good friend. He glanced at Chen Tianming who was sitting opposite him. Slightly stunned. Only then did a hint of realization appear. Chapter 32. At the same time, the other side. Lin Yu has arrived at the agreed cafe. He ordered a cup of coffee. While drinking coffee, he looked out the door from time to time with anticipation on his face. Finally, when the agreed time is about to come. Lin Yu, who was drinking coffee with his head down, suddenly heard bursts of exclamations from the people around him. He looked up subconsciously. As everyone looked over, I saw a figure with a ponytail and long legs walking into the store. The moment his eyes fell on the other person, suddenly, it was like a magnet, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. Beautiful. So beautiful. As a otaku who likes playing games, it was the first time for him to see a beauty of this level at such a close distance. Even compared with those celebrity idols on the internet. Not inferior at all. Even worse than that. Lin Yu couldn't help swallowing. The woman in front of me was wearing a black sportswear. Her hair was tied up high, revealing the white neck. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque. There was a hint of coldness in his sharp eyes. It gives people a feeling that it is difficult to get along with. After walking into the store with rhythmic footsteps, she casually glanced at everyone in the store. His gaze rested on Lin Yu. Lin Yu only felt it the moment he met the other person's eyes. I felt like I was being stared at by some wild beast. I suddenly felt a little hairy on my back. But this feeling came quickly. It went away quickly. Just when he was wondering if he didn't sleep well last night. In the extremely envious eyes of everyone, the other party has come over. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and raised the farmer's 3 punches in his hand. Following Chen Tianming's example, he changed his voice through ancient martial arts techniques. Can I sit here? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Follow the other person's line of sight. He subconsciously glanced at the water bottle beside him. Then I felt ecstatic. He quickly said, of course. The woman was not polite. Shi Shiran sat opposite Lin Yu. As for the identity of this beauty, it was sent by the Chen family. A Deadpool who was originally responsible for protecting Chen Tianming. His name is 13. Before taking action, Chen Tianming specially gave the other party a piece of anti-aging grass. Take its appearance to the next level. Although it still can't compare to the stunning beauty of the heroine. But among ordinary people, she is definitely a rare beauty. Combined with Deadpool's cold temperament from years of fighting, it can reach a level of nearly 90 points. Especially for a otaku like Lin Yu who often stays at home playing games. The lethality is even higher. And 13 was sitting opposite Lin Yu at this time. Looking at the man in front of him who was already a little restless. A hint of doubt flashed through my mind. Through the breath of the other person. She could clearly feel it. The guy in front of me is just an ordinary person. Like ordinary people like this. For the Chen family. Want to deal with each other. It's not much more difficult than stepping on an ant. Why would the master spend so much effort to deal with an ordinary person? In her opinion, this is completely unnecessary. But this doubt only stayed in her mind for a moment. Then disappeared quietly. As a Deadpool who has been trained since childhood, she never considered why. There will be no discounts. Complete your own tasks. A smile like melting ice and snow suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu, who was sitting opposite her, was stunned. Garden. Chen Tianming glanced at his phone inconspicuously. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just as he expected. Face the professionally trained Deadpool. The child of destiny has been completely controlled by 13. At the same time, opposite him was Yechin. Suddenly he said with a smile. Brother Tianming, you are much more handsome than you say on the internet. You've been asked for authority by girls a lot, haven't you? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Menging, who was beside her, suddenly became nervous and glanced at Chen Tianming who was sitting opposite her. Chen Tianming smiled calmly and said, not bad. Unfortunately, I haven't met a girl I like yet. Said. He seemed to be unintentional. He glanced at Bai Menging who was sitting next to Ye Qin. Since coming in, the other party has been very quiet. I didn't dare to look him in the eye. Fortunately, Ye Qin is here. Liven up the atmosphere. Otherwise the situation would be a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Ye Qin glanced at Chen Tianming. Follow the other person's gaze. She turned around and glanced at her best friend beside her. Slightly stunned. Immediately following, she smiled slyly, taking the opportunity to say, "So what do you think of Xiaobai? She is the campus belle of our Nanhai University. I don't know what boys are chasing after her." Bai Menging's pretty face suddenly turned red. He quickly interrupted. "What are you talking about? This is the first time we've met. How could you?" Bai Menging noticed Chen Tianming's gaze. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. "I can't say any more." But Ye Qin beside her just chuckled. A hint of understanding flashed across his expression. Leaning on her, he whispered, "Is it enough to meet a few more times?" Okay. Today, that's it for today. I want to go back." Bai Menging stood up quickly. My ears felt like they were burning. "We've certainly talked a lot." Chen Tianming then stood up. He smiled and said, "Let me take you there." Said. He stretched out his hand and suddenly released a burst of internal force silently. Bai Menging didn't dare to look Chen Tianming in the eye at this moment. I was just about to say something. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt her calves go weak. The whole person's center of gravity shifted. I couldn't help but let out a scream and fell forward. Her best friend next to her didn't have time to hold her back. He could only watch her fall towards Chen Tianming who had just stood up. Chen Tianming, who heard the sound, subconsciously looked back. The next moment, warm and soft jade in my arms. Bai Menging threw herself into his arms. Chen Tianming took advantage of the situation and put his arm around the other person's waist. "Pull it in front of you." The mountain presses down on my chest. Their cheeks were almost touching. You can even feel the other person's breath. Chen Tianming raised the corner of his mouth with an imperceptible smile. His eyes instantly became deep. Bai Menging was trying to struggle in front of him. His eyes suddenly became slightly dull. Immediately following, in Ye Qin's shocked eyes, his good friend was slightly stunned. Then he closed his eyes. Leaning in Chen Tianming's arms. Leaning forward slightly, he kissed her. However, this loss of consciousness only lasted 3 seconds. Bai Menging's eyes quickly regained their spirit. After realizing my current situation, her eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, her cheeks became redder at a speed visible to the naked eye. Subconsciously, I wanted to struggle. But as an ordinary person, how could she possibly break free from Chen Tianming's arms? Soon, her delicate body collapsed like mud. It was as if mist was rising from his eyes. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Until Chen Tianming felt Bai Menging's delicate body completely limp. Looking at each other's blank eyes. No more resistance. Even after only a slight instinctive tremor remained. Then he slowly let go of his hand. Chapter 33. Chen Tianming released his hand that was pressing on the back of the other person's head. Let Bai Menging go from his arms. Between the two of them, a transparent silk thread was pulled. Eventually disconnected. Bai Menging was like a person who had just come ashore from drowning. He started breathing heavily. A pair of straight long legs. A tremor. I can't use any strength at all. If Chen Tianming hadn't been holding her up. She at this moment. I'm afraid even standing up will become a problem. After a while, Bai Menging finally came to his senses. She just felt like a cooked lobster. Leaning in Chen Tianming's arms. It felt like there was steam coming out of my head. How could I just? Until now. She didn't figure it out either. Why did I see Chen Tianming the moment I saw him? Suddenly became so bold. A good impression in my heart. It was like it was magnified several times in an instant. I couldn't help but kiss her in public. Looking at Bai Menging, she seemed to have lost her soul. Chen Tianming laughed in his heart. He let go of the hand that was holding the other person's waist. Seeing this, Ye Qin, who was standing nearby, immediately came over with a curious look on her face. With a wicked smile, he asked, "How was your first kiss?" She didn't expect it either. The usual gentle best friend. He actually has such a bold side. Even. She couldn't help but doubt. Even the initial fall. It was all intentional on the other side. This is the thought. The look she gave Bai Menging became even weirder. The look in her bestie's eyes. How could she not know what the other person was thinking? She wanted to defend herself. But he opened his mouth. But I found that I couldn't say anything. From beginning to end. Chen Tianming is passive. Now, anything you say will only make things worse. Bai Menging simply chose to shut up. Chen Tianming saw this. I laughed secretly in my heart. But he knows too. More haste, less speed. After inheriting the 4 years of accumulation of the Destiny Child, the heroine already had some feelings for him. I just detonated it in advance. But if you continue, it's like forcing something to grow too fast. It will have the opposite effect. Therefore, he looked at Bai Menging's somewhat panicked back. No further action was taken. But before leaving, he saw Ye Qin secretly giving him a sly smile. Then he quickly caught up with Bai Menging. Chen Tianming shook his head slightly. He turned around and got into his sports car. Glanced at the time. I silently estimated the planned time in my mind. Sent a text message to 17. Not long after, his cell phone rang. "How's it going?" "Master, I have brought Lin Yu to the hotel." Chen Tianming nodded. He showed a look of satisfaction. "Good. Stay with the original plan." Hang up the phone. Chen Tianming drove towards the hotel. Soon it disappeared. Time goes back 10 minutes ago. After 17 had a conversation with Lin Yu, he was taken to a nearby hotel. Lin Yu has been single ever since birth. I thought this was a romantic encounter. Who would have thought? Just walked in. Before he could take any action, my neck suddenly hurt. Everything went dark. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness. 17 put down the phone. His expression turned cold again. Looking down at the person lying on the ground. Like the destined child of a dead dog. Turning his head, he faced the restroom next to him. He said coldly, "Come out." After 2 breaths, accompanied by a sound of cautious footsteps, the door of the toilet was opened by a woman who could barely be considered pretty. A look of fear crossed her face. But he still stood in front of 17 obediently. 17 glanced at the other person. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Yu on the ground and said calmly, "It depends on your performance next." After saying that, 17 did not drag his feet. Turned around and left. Accompanied by a bang. The door is closed. The only people left in the room were the pretty woman and Lin Yu, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The pretty woman glanced at Lin Yu lying on the ground. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. But, thinking of the high-interest loan debt he owed because of gambling, and before 17 found himself, the kind that is being chased and blocked by people, a life of uncertainty. Finally, a hint of determination flashed across his face. Gritted his teeth. "Take off your clothes." Took out a pill. Time passes. Wait until Lin Yu wakes up. After opening your eyes. He couldn't help rubbing his head. Why did I fall asleep? As consciousness returned, he suddenly realized something. Suddenly sat up from the bed. Subconsciously looked around. Where is 17 in the room? Right at this moment, he suddenly found that the quilt on him was moving. Lin Yu's face changed. He quickly lifted the quilt covering himself. I saw a strange woman lying next to me. His face is red. He murmured softly with a look of pain on his face. What's going on? Lin Yu was stunned. Hey, how are you? Lin Yu subconsciously reached out and pushed the strange woman. However, just as his hand touched the other person, the pretty woman was still twisted in pain. Suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. Lin Yu was shocked. Subconsciously wanted to stop. However, women are faster. Before Lin Yu made any move, it pounced on him like a wild beast, tearing his clothes madly. Quick! Give it to me. Lin Yu looked at the other person. I was slightly stunned. Finally reacted. She was drugged. After realizing this, Lin Yu shouted in a panic. Calm down. The sound echoed in the room. But it didn't work. The pretty woman seemed oblivious to what he said. With a plop, Lin Yu was thrown to the ground by the woman. After taking drugs, with Lin Yu tied up, he was actually suppressed by a woman. Before Lin Yu could think of a way to escape. Right at this moment, suddenly, footsteps and voices came into the room. Officer, officer! What on earth happened? Our shop has always been law-abiding, you. We have received a report that someone is soliciting illegal prostitution in room 255 of your hotel. This. Why don't you open it quickly? Are you trying to obstruct public service? As the sound gets closer, Lin Yu in the room. Finally I could hear what the people outside were talking about. His expression suddenly changed. 225. Isn't this my room? At this time, no matter how stupid he is, I also realized that something was wrong. Before he could think of a solution. With a click, the door of the room has been opened. The person who came was the policewoman Gau's Hyman. After she came in, I saw it in the room at a glance. The pretty woman and Lin Yu twisted together. The faces of the many police officers behind her changed when they saw this. Gau's Hyman glanced around. Locked on the pretty woman with a red body. Then he glanced at the pills and water cup on the bedside table. A pair of beautiful eyebrows. He frowned immediately. Take away. She waved her hand. Several members of the police department behind him were already ready to go. Hear the order. They immediately filed in. Breaking into the room. Chapter 34. Looking at the police officers coming in one after another, Lin Yu widened his eyes. The fear comes from within. I just felt like I was falling into ice. The whole person couldn't stop shaking. As a homebody, where had he ever seen such a scene? He couldn't help but said anxiously, wait a minute. I was wrongly accused. Whether it's a false accusation or not, come back with me and we will naturally investigate. Gau's Hyman's voice then rang out. Without any emotion. Interrupted Lin Yu's defense. The police officers who were originally beside Lin Yu looked at each other. Separate the two of them. Take control. A trace of panic flashed across Lin Yu's face. But he is an everyday novel protagonist who has no fighting ability. Faced with this situation, there is absolutely no ability to resist. We can only hope that the police department can clear his name. As for the woman who was drugged, because it's too difficult to control, I could only give him a sedative injection temporarily. Although this method will cause certain harm to the body. However, in the current situation, they have no better solution. We can only let the other party stabilize first. Then call the hospital. Take away. Just finish tidying up the things here. Gau's Hyman waved his hand. He turned around and walked outside with his men. At this time, outside the hotel, Yechin and Bai Menging happened to pass by here from the opposite side of the street. Bai, look. That person looks so familiar. Yechin, who was beside her, suddenly spoke. Bai Menging's heart had not yet calmed down at this time. After leaving the park, she just remained silent. My brain is a mess. His face turned pale and red. She couldn't figure it out. Why did I feel like a different person at that time? Such a bold act. If this makes Chen Tianming feel that she is actually an undisciplined woman, what should I do if I feel disgusted? Think of this. Her heart seemed to be suddenly tightened. A flash of panic. Even she didn't realize it. Just one side. How important Chen Tianming is in her heart. It has reached an extremely high level. Just as her mind was turning, the voice beside her suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Bai Menging subconsciously looked up at the place Yechin pointed. Only in the hotel, Lin Yu and a disheveled woman were sent out. Among them, the woman had her eyes closed. He was taken to a nearby ambulance. Such an eye-catching scene. Still on the roadside. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. For a moment, many people stopped and pointed. Tisk tisk, young people nowadays have such messy private lives. Who says it isn't? But as the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Something like this will get you caught sooner or later. I think this guy is good looking, but I didn't expect he would do such a thing. Oh, you don't know this, do you? This is why you can't judge a person by his appearance. The more good-looking and honest they are, the more likely they are to indulge in extravagant activities. Listen to the discussions of people around you. Yechin became more and more excited. He looked as if he couldn't wait to go over and see it with his own eyes. Bai Menging frowned. Looking at Lin Yu being escorted away. There was a flash of disgust in his eyes. Shook his head. She had nothing good to say about such people. Didn't even bother to look at it. But just when she was about to leave, her pupils suddenly shrank slightly. An inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly flashed through my mind. I seem to have seen this person. Yechin, who was standing next to her, glanced at Bai Menging, who was standing there with a slightly frown on her face. He stroked his chin and thought for a while. Immediately following, a hint of realization flashed across his face. He clapped his fist on his hand. Oh, I remember now. He's the boy who helped you fix your computer. Speaking of this, Yechin shook her head. A trace of regret flashed across his face. Oh, I didn't expect him to be such a person. Bai Menging couldn't help but look at the other person again. But, after all, the two were not familiar with each other. Now this scene. At most, it would make her impression of Lin Yu drop to freezing point. Her attention quickly shifted back to Chen Tianming. His expression also began to become a little dazed. His face then turned rosy. The other side. Lin Yu listened to the discussions and pointing of the people around him. My mentality exploded. Wait until you get into the police car and sit down. He couldn't help but say to Gau's Hyman, the hotel's affairs have nothing to do with me. Said. He will tell you how he met his online friend. He told the whole story of how he was tricked into the hotel and knocked unconscious. Gau's Hyman listened to Lin Yu's words silently. No words said. She was just following Chen Tianming's instructions. Naturally, he didn't care whether Lin Yu was wronged or not. But, after listening to Lin Yu's words, another police officer beside him laughed disdainfully. According to what you said, you were set up by someone. Then what is the reason for the other party to do this? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Yes. What is the other party's purpose in framing him to the police department? The purpose of a honey trap is usually to force the other party to pay money to avoid disaster. But after being knocked unconscious, open your eyes. The first thing you see is policing. That is to say, the other party has put in so much effort. Actually got nothing? Did I offend someone? The thought flashed through my mind. He shook his head. As a homebody, he hardly ever goes out. How can you talk about offending others? Seeing Lin Yu fell silent, the police officer just now couldn't help but sneer. No more words. Like this kind of person. After each one was caught, they all say they are innocent. However, once the loopholes in the words are pointed out, but he would hesitate. I can't say anything. In his heart, Lin Yu and that group of people, they are totally birds of a feather. At the same time, the other side, the beautiful figure that Lin Yu had seen before walked out of the hotel again. Got into a black van parked on the side of the road. Chen Tianming turned his head and glanced at the other person. Said lightly. How about it? 17 nodded and said, I have already replaced all the surveillance cameras in the hotel and nearby areas. Chen Tianming nodded with satisfaction. The most crucial evidence was eliminated. He felt relieved. Although there are tall branches, even if there is any evidence, there won't be any problem. But, as a qualified villain, he still instinctively wanted to do things perfectly. Even if Destiny's Child wants to investigate afterwards. I don't know where to start. Right at this moment, Chen Tianming's phone suddenly vibrated slightly. He turned on the screen. Then my eyes lit up. The investigation of the other heroine finally has results. Chapter 35. Chen Tianming turned on his phone. I started to read the information about this beautiful professor from Magic City University. In fact, with the power of the Chen family, some basic information is still very easy to find. The reason why the information was only sent to his mobile phone now. The main reason was that Chen Tianming asked his men to investigate the men with whom she had unusual relationships. After some understanding and tracking, discovered by Chen Tianming, there is no such person around Dong Qingyun. Although she is the goddess of Magic City University, she has no shortage of suitors. However, no one fits Chen Tianming's description. That is to say, until now, Destiny's Child has not yet appeared. In this way, considering that I was dealing with Bai Menging's affairs at that time, Chen Tianming asked his men to start investigating the past few days. A man who appears around Dong Qingyun more frequently. According to his understanding, the Destiny Child and the heroine are the same as this villain. There is a force of mutual attraction. Even if the Destiny Child has not yet contacted the heroine, it is also very likely that they have already appeared around the other person at an abnormal frequency. He can collect information by having his subordinates identify photos, directly lock on the Child of Destiny. In this way, this job involves much more workload. That's exactly why, until now, he just got this information. Chen Tianming flipped through the photos. After the system upgrade, he now relies on photos. The identity of the Destiny Child can also be identified. The photo in his hand at this time. After a screening, the 100 most frequently appearing pictures, accompanied by a while of flipping through. Chen Tianming's fingers paused. My sight suddenly locked onto a photo of a young man. In his eyes, the photo actually came through the screen. A faint golden light emerged. Chen Tianming narrowed his eyes. Su Chen, 18 years old, grew up in an orphanage, has been an excellent student since childhood, has now been admitted to Magic City University. Haha, he's actually a future alumnus. Chen Tianming roughly scanned the survey information on his phone. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I already understand it in my heart. His expression changed. Moment. In front of him, a line of small words appeared under Su Chen's photo that only he could see. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Charm, 85. Identity, college student, destiny child. Strength, mortal. Gold finger, super dad system, not activated. Activation condition, automatically activated after having your own child. After activation, you can use system points, draw prizes, open the system wall, and increase your skill proficiency. Super Dad System. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. A thought came to my mind. Dong Qingyun's information suddenly flashed before my eyes. The nanny system plus the easily drunk physique. He felt a flash of light in his mind. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I see. Relying on the experience of the previous life, he had roughly guessed how the plot would develop next. But, as a qualified villain, he naturally wouldn't let the child of destiny succeed so easily. A strange light flashed in Chen Tianming's eyes. A plan quickly formed in his mind. Night. Charm bar. Lights of various colors flash. On the booth. I don't know how many people were drinking. While quietly looking towards the front desk. His eyes are full of passion. The intersection of all sight lines. Dong Qingyun, wearing a dark blue dress, sat at the bar. The soft fabric outlines the perfect figure. The liquid in the glass in her hand was mainly blue and red. As it shakes, it moves slowly. This is a new cocktail launched by May Se Bar. It's called Neon City. The taste is cool and mild. The degree is lower. Once launched, it is welcomed by many women. But even so, Dong Qingyun slowly swallowed the liquid. Her beautiful profile was soon covered with an abnormal red. A pair of eyes, like autumn waves, then became blurred. This scene made everyone around eager to try it out. It is even harder to suppress the excitement in my heart. Some are more confident. Came directly to Dong Qingyun's side. Start showing your social skills. But Dong Qingyun has long been accustomed to this. Soon, these people were defeated one after another. But right at this moment, there was a commotion. An arrogant voice rang out from a booth not far away. Girl, come and have a drink with me. Don't touch me. Shame on you, hey. Young Master Wang is taking a liking to you, that's a big honor for you. Don't be ungrateful. What? Young Master Wang? I don't want to drink. Let me go. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of people around. There were looks of varying emotions at once. Everyone was attracted to it. I only saw him at a booth. A man with dyed yellow hair was arguing with a waiter. And beside him, the younger brothers started to make a noise. A wretched look. The faces of the people nearby changed. Quickly dodged to the side. He looked as if it had nothing to do with him. The movement over there naturally attracted Dong Qingyun's attention. She glanced into the distance. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. There was a hint of disgust in his expression. Right at this moment, she suddenly heard the people around her looking like they were watching a show. Whispering. Who is this? How dare they cause trouble in the May Se Bar? Do they think their life is too long? Hee, I think there will be something interesting to watch soon. What do you mean by that? Hee, you must be new here, right? This is the Chen family's property. Chen family. The world's largest chaebol. Yes, these guys must be new here too. Judging from their appearance, they must have been arrogant and domineering in other places, and this time they have hit a wall. Even the four great families of Magic City would have no choice but to bow down to the Chen family. Don't worry, someone will come to deal with them soon. Let's just watch the show here. just as everyone was discussing it. The yellow-haired guy was obviously drunk. Looking at the waiter who was still struggling with him. Suddenly, a nameless fire burst out in my heart. As a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Magic City. It was the first time he was rejected by a small waiter. There are so many people watching around. Wang Liang was embarrassed for a moment. Under the stimulation of alcohol. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. The waiter fell to the ground. A red slap mark suddenly appeared on his face. What a bummer! A hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the yellow-haired Wang Liang. He was about to step forward. Right at this moment. Suddenly someone pulled his clothes. Boss, look, there's a fairy. What fairy? Can't you see I'm busy? Wang Liang muttered. At this time, he was already drinking a lot and his mouth was a little greasy. He speaks with a bit of a lisp. That's why. Having said that, he subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction his younger brother pointed. The next moment, he couldn't move his eyes away. Chapter 36. The moment Wang Liang saw Dong Qingyun, I couldn't take my eyes off it. As the 3rd young master of the Wang family, he has played with many women. Among them are quite a few young models and celebrities. But if you compare those people with Dong Qingyun, it's like the ugly duckling and the white swan. There is no comparison at all. It's no exaggeration to say so. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Wang Liang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Even the waiter next to him ran away quietly. Didn't find anything. The small head controls the big head. He raised his leg and walked towards Dong Qingyun unsteadily. At this time, some people around also recognized Wang Liang's identity. Isn't this the dandy from the Wang family? Why are you here suddenly? Don't worry. These people are not something ordinary people like us can afford to mess with. I heard he loves hanging out around the university, but I didn't expect him to end up here. Speaking of which, why haven't the Chen family members arrived yet? Who knows? There was a lot of discussion. The people around Wang Liang recognized his identity. Everyone's expression changed. Quickly retreat to the side. Make way for him. Although Wang Liang is uneducated and unskillful. But anyway, he is from the Wang family. In the absence of deep hatred, no one wants to step forward at this time. Even the men who had approached Dong Qingyun before were the same. Naturally, there are many people of status and position among them. But that's only compared to ordinary people. If it were placed in front of the 4 major families in Magic City, it's totally not good enough. For a while, the look in their eyes when they looked at Dong Qingyun, full of mercy. What a pity. Wang Liang walked towards Dong Qingyun step by step. The closer you get, the closer he is, the more he can see the perfect curves of the other person. My breathing became rapid all of a sudden. Wang Liang put one hand on the bar. He said lazily, breathing out the smell of alcohol. This beautiful lady, did you come here alone? Would you like to have a drink with your brother? Dong Qingyun glanced at him indifferently. No answer, cold voice said. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Wang Liang repeated Dong Qingyun's words. Suddenly, he looked up with a crazy smile, laughed and said, I want you. As he said that, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Dong Qingyun's white arm. A hint of coldness flashed in Dong Qingyun's eyes. Sitting there, not moving. Actually, she couldn't hide at all. Just when Wang Liang's hand was about to touch her, suddenly, a voice that made people feel like spring breeze rang in everyone's ears. The sound is not loud, but it directly drowned out all the sounds in the bar. Someone actually dared to cause trouble on my Chen family's territory. Do they look down on my Chen family, or do they look down on me, Chen Tianming. Wang Liang paused. Following everyone's gaze, he subconsciously looked towards the second floor. All I saw was a figure so handsome that it drove people crazy. Walked down slowly. All the women present saw him the moment. For a moment, I forgot to look away. I subconsciously held my breath. The owner of the May bar followed him with sweat all over his face. It feels like carrying a mountain weighing thousands of pounds. From beginning to end. I didn't dare to straighten my back. Chen Tianming glanced indifferently at the waiter who ran over from the corner. Then his eyes fell on Wang Liang, who was next to Dong Qingyun. The sound he just made was an application of ancient martial arts techniques from the system's memory. The purpose was to intimidate Wang Liang, who was about to take action. This is his first time using it. It seems to be working well. Mr. Chen. Wang Liang felt as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. The whole person was poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe. He recovered from his drunken state in an instant. The body couldn't stop shaking. His eyes were full of fear. As a member of one of the 4 major families. Even a playboy like him. I know too. In the Magic City. If you provoke other people, he might still be able to survive. But if you offend Chen Tianming, then it's best to pray. I can have a happy death. Dong Qingyun, who was beside Wang Liang, subconsciously looked at Chen Tianming. A trace of trance flashed across his face. Chen Tianming glanced indifferently at Wang Liang and his younger brother, whose legs were almost trembling. Considering that the heroine is still here, he had no intention of taking action. He waved his hands as if to shoo away a fly and said, "Go away." Wang Liang felt relieved immediately, and nodded and said, "Thank you very much, thank you, Mr. Chen." After saying that, he took the lead. He rolled and crawled out. Everyone who witnessed this scene looked at the young man on the stairs in shock. Hiss, Wang Liang is a member of the Wang family in Demon City after all. How could he just run away like that after seeing this young man? This guy is usually arrogant and domineering, but this is the first time I've seen him so embarrassed. It's really satisfying. Those who do evil will eventually perish. This guy has really hit a wall today. Everyone around was talking about it. Wang Liang is gone. The situation soon returned to normal. These big family matters. After all, it has nothing to do with ordinary people like them. Now the matter is resolved. Of course, the music continued and the dance continued. Chen Tianming glanced at the owner of the May bar next to him and ordered, "Take this waiter down to have a good rest and give him compensation. If necessary, don't be stingy with medical expenses." The boss, sweating profusely, quickly responded, "Of course, of course. Arrange this here." Chen Tianming came to Dong Qingyun. At this time, only then did he have the chance to take a good look at the heroine. As a professor at Magic City University, although she was drunk, her eyes were a little blurry. The whole person was shaky. But he still exudes an aura that says keep away from strangers. Matched with a slender curve. It's hard not to let your imagination run wild. As he looked at Dong Qingyun, the other party was also looking at her. Just after Wang Liang came to her side, she forced herself to cheer up, maintaining demeanor. "Now, the matter is over." I felt relieved. She forced herself to suppress the drunkenness. Suddenly, they surged up in multiples. It almost made her unable to control herself. Looking at it right in front of me, Chen Tianming is extremely handsome. I realized that I was on the verge of losing my composure. Dong Qingyun couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But soon, this idea also became chaotic. Her vision gradually became blurry. Even keeping the body stable became a problem. Chen Tianming smiled and said, "Miss, are you okay?" Dong Qingyun shook his head and said stutteringly, No, it's okay. I have to go back first, said. She was about to get up. But, just as she stood up, my calf suddenly went limp. I couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The whole person fell sideways. Chen Tianming is quick-eyed and quick-handed. The figure flashed. He held her in his arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade in my arms. Chen Tianming only felt that it was soft to the touch. A fresh fragrance wafts into my nostrils. Wait until Dong Qingyun reacts. Feeling the extremely intimate posture of the two people. Her cheeks were already red from being drunk. At this time, it looks like steamed shrimp. She quickly tried to break free from Chen Tianming's arms. Sorry, I have to go. Chen Tianming did not stop him. I just laughed in my heart. Really? After Dong Qingyun left Chen Tianming's arms. Haven't taken 2 steps yet. Then he fell to the side again. Chapter 37. In the eyes of Chen Tianming, a Mingjin martial artist, Dong Qingyun's fall was like a movie clip slowed down countless times. He flashed away. Before the other party falls. He held Dong Qingyun in his arms again. This time, she didn't try to struggle again. Falling into Chen Tianming's arms. Breathing slightly. Chen Tianming looked at the beauty in his arms, his eyes moving slightly. He casually placed her arm, which was as white as a lotus root, on his shoulder. Where is your home? I'll take you back. XX Residential Complex, 3rd floor. Dong Qingyun glanced at Chen Tianming, who was very close to him. With a red face. Closed his eyes. He said with his last bit of strength. Same as in the data. He asked this question to suit the current situation. Chen Tianming estimated the distance in his mind. Discovery wasn't too far away. I took her out of the bar. At the same time. The other side. After Wang Liang left with a group of younger brothers. Blown by the cold wind. Also calmed down. A group of younger brothers behind him asked tremblingly, Boss, what should we do? They themselves are a group of bad friends raised by Wang Liang. Left Wang Liang. Just a street thug. To be able to come this far. It's all thanks to following Wang Liang and flattering him. In their capacity. Although I don't know who Chen Tianming is. But. Look at your own boss. I almost knelt down in public. I can guess it. These people have offended an extremely terrifying being. They are now in the same boat with Wang Liang. Compared to Wang Liang. There is no background behind them. Seeing Wang Liang leaving the Mei Se bar. Just remain silent. As time goes by. The pressure in their hearts is growing. Until now. One of them. Finally I couldn't help it. Asked. Wang Liang had a gloomy face. Hearing this, he became even more furious. He hadn't originally intended to cause trouble. It's because I drank some wine. Plus the instigation of these guys. That's when the fight broke out. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine. Relying on the big tree of the Wang family. No one dared to do anything to him. But this time I happened to meet Chen Tianming. As a descendant of aristocratic family. He still has some channels. Wang Liang knew it clearly. Just a few months ago. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family offended Chen Tianming. Almost overnight. The entire Zhao family was destroyed. Became a vassal of the Chen family. You can say that. The efforts of more than a dozen generations. Burn it all. The reason why the 4 major families are called the 4 major families. It's because of 4 families. Essentially, there is not much difference in strength. Chen Tianming can destroy the Zhao family. He can also destroy the Wang family at any time. If the other party tries to retaliate. Think of this. Wang Liang couldn't help but shiver. I felt the wind blowing in the air was so cold that it chilled me to the bone. My hands couldn't help but tremble. At this time, a swaying figure suddenly came over from the side, bumped into him, interrupted his thoughts. Wang Liang was already in a state of panic. Being touched like this, I almost jumped out of fright. Wait until you see clearly that the other person is not Chen Tianming who is catching up. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Then a nameless fire suddenly burst out from the bottom of my heart. He was already full of anger. He took a look at the other person's attire. The whole set of clothes cost no more than 200 yuan. Suddenly, I could no longer suppress the frustration and anger in my heart. Immediately, he pushed the guy who bumped into him against the wall next to him. Aggressive way. Damn it! You don't have eyes when you walk, do you? Do you know who I am? Do you know how much the clothes I'm wearing cost? I broke my clothes, what are you going to give me as compensation? And this drunk man was Su Chen, who had just attended a class reunion. At this time, being pushed by someone, I've also become a little more sober. He was about to have a fit. But I saw a group of younger brothers behind the other party. I could only suppress the anger in my heart. Said. I didn't see it, sorry. Apologize. Will an apology fix the clothes I'm wearing? Wang Liang just wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. If it is normal, maybe that's all. But today, Chen Tianming almost made him kneel down in public. The anger in my heart. Naturally, it can't be easily eliminated. The dandy spirit that was originally in him surged up again. Reaching out and pulling Su Chen's collar. I see you don't have much money on you. I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. You can go now. What? Su Chen widened his eyes. Anger arises from the heart. I just bumped into it accidentally. Were you forced to kneel down and kowtow in public? Isn't this too aggressive? He said sullenly, I've already apologized. Don't go too far. Wang Liang heard it. I suddenly felt excited. He laughed in anger and said, I just went too far. What can you do to me? Can't beat Chen Tianming. He can't even beat an ordinary person? You. Just as the two were arguing, Chen Tianming held Dong Qingyan in one hand and watched this scene from afar. The corners of the mouth are raised. A light chuckle. After getting the information of the two people, he discovered the Destiny Child and the heroine's home live in the same neighborhood. Plus the news passed on by his subordinates. I learned that Dong Qingyan went to the bar today. Su Chen went to a classmate party to drink. He realized it immediately. This is likely the opportunity for the two to meet. Considering the nanny system in Su Chen, I rushed over without thinking. Keep track of time. Everything is arranged. Intercept Dong Qingyan before Su Chen. In this way, on the way back, Su Chen would happen to meet the angry Wang Liang and his little brother. It seems now. Sure enough, everything was going according to my plan. Watching the two of them confront each other. But he never really took action. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. An invisible internal force fell on Su Chen. The next moment, Su Chen only felt as if his body was suddenly pushed hard by someone. The whole person stumbled forward. He directly knocked Wang Liang and several of his younger brothers to the ground. Boss! The younger brothers around were stunned. Dare to attack the boss. Beat him. Although they didn't dare to attack Chen Tianming. However, ordinary people like Su Chen, they don't feel any pressure when they start fighting. Before Su Chen realized what was going on, countless fists fell on him like raindrops. For a while, the severe pain made him curl up subconsciously. I couldn't even speak. Can only passively take the beating. The protagonist Su Chen is furious, villain value plus 564. The protagonist Su Chen is mentally unstable, villain value plus 822. Listening to the continuous prompt sounds from the system beside my ears, Chen Tianming curled the corners of his mouth. Block system prompts. Take advantage of the chaos. He took Dong Qingyun and left from the side. Chapter 38. The next day, accompanied by a muffled groan, Dong Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. I just feel a splitting headache. My muscles all over my body are extremely sore. She subconsciously wanted to get up. But at this moment, suddenly I felt that there seemed to be another person next to me. Dong Qingyun was stunned. I subconsciously turned my head to look. I saw a man lying next to me. Her pupils suddenly contracted. What on earth is going on? Right at this moment, as consciousness regained consciousness, yesterday's memories came back to mind. Wait until I recall everything that happened yesterday. Dong Qingyun's expression became quite complicated. Take another look at the bed sheet. Like a bloodstain spreading out from a plum blossom. She has a pretty face. It turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. I actually slept with a man. Dong Qingyun bit her lips lightly. It seemed as if there was mist rising above my head. Feel it carefully. I realized that I was still in pain. Under shame. I wish I could find a piece of tofu and pretend to be dead. Shameful. It's so embarrassing. And accompanied by Dong Qingyun's actions, Chen Tianming also slowly opened his eyes. For a while, their eyes met in mid-air. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. There was a long silence. It was Chen Tianming who spoke up and broke the situation. Well, what happened yesterday? Without waiting for him to continue, Dong Qingyun's ears turned red, and she hugged the quilt and quickly lowered her head to interrupt him. Yesterday, I was wrong about what happened yesterday. She herself knew that she was easily drunk. Normally. Although she likes wine. But try to keep it at home. Even if I'm drunk. It's no big deal. But yesterday I heard that May SE Bar has new products on the shelves. I really can't stand it. I couldn't help it for a moment. I didn't expect it would cause such a big mess. Dong Qingyun knew that he was in the wrong. If Chen Tianming hadn't helped her out, the consequences will only be more serious. There is no doubt that I made the mistake first. She was too embarrassed to blame others. And she couldn't help but secretly glance at Chen Tianming beside her. His eyes lingered for a moment on the other's perfect muscles. A trace of shame quickly flashed across her pretty face. The other person is obviously younger than himself. And he is so handsome. He is even better than the male protagonist in the TV dramas I usually watch. Even more handsome. I slept with such a handsome guy. It's like an old cow eating young grass. It's not much of a loss. After washing and changing clothes, the two of them changed their clothes. Sit on the edge of the bed. Dong Qingyun didn't dare look at Chen Tianming who was sitting beside the bed. Supporting my body. Grab what you need for today's class. He limped to the door. Hold the door handle with one hand. Hesitate for a moment. She still said, what happened yesterday was just an accident. Let's just pretend it never happened. I have something else to do, you can leave by yourself later. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Tianming to answer, she opened the door directly. Accompanied by a bang, he fled from the room. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. This feeling, why does it feel like I was the one being slept with? He couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He lit a cigarette casually. Looking at the direction Dong Qingyun left, Chen Tianming narrowed his eyes. An inexplicable curve flashed across the corners of his mouth. Pity. You can't escape. Dong Qingyun didn't know it at this time. I'm already pregnant. At the same time. The other side. Su Chen woke up slowly. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling. The whole person was stunned for a moment. A trace of doubt flashed through my mind. What is this place? He subconsciously wanted to get up. But move slightly. A tearing pain came from the body. It made him grit his teeth. Lie back down again. Su Chen reluctantly turned his head. Trying to observe the situation. Wait until you can see the surrounding scenery clearly. He just discovered. I was actually in the hospital. The beds on both sides were filled with patients. He is now wrapped in white gauze all over. One foot was raised high. It's obviously a fracture. What's going on? Su Chen grinned. Trying to remember what happened yesterday. He also remembers going out at night. Attend a class reunion. I drank a little too much. Then, on the way home, I accidentally ran into a group of people. And then, he was beaten for no apparent reason? Su Chen's face suddenly turned dark. What is this? Just when his mentality exploded. Suddenly, a man from the police department pushed open the door. A light voice sounded in his ears. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su? Su Chen turned his head and looked. My eyes widened instantly. Beautiful curves and graceful figure. It's about to burst my clothes. The person who came was Gau's Hyman. I am. Su Chen was so nervous that he stuttered a little. He looked away feeling somewhat guilty. Gau's Hyman looked at Su Chen expressionlessly. After Chen Tianming passed on the ancient martial arts to her, her perception of the outside world increased significantly. Just now, Su Chen thought he was stealthily peeking at someone. In her perception, every detail is clear. Actually, ever since taking the anti-aging grass, not only walking on the road, even in the police department, it also often attracts various prying eyes. It's been a long time. She's used to it. Gau's Hyman didn't waste any words. He lowered his head and looked through the information in his hand, then said lightly. It was Wang Liang and his gang of followers who beat you up yesterday. According to surveillance footage, your situation is considered a fight. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but interrupt Gau's Hyman and retorted, fighting. Look at me now. More than a dozen people are beating me up. This is a one-sided beating. They weren't hurt at all. He was very angry. However, Gau's Hyman took out his mobile phone slowly. Clicked on a video. Placed in front of Su Chen. The video is an intercept of surveillance footage. We were walking down the street at the time. Although Wang Liang was the first to provoke us, it was you who took action first, knocking him and the people nearby to the ground. That's what happened next. So, even though you were more seriously injured, based on the actual situation, we can only classify it as a brawl. If you're willing to reconcile, Wang Liang is willing to pay your medical expenses until you're discharged. If you're unwilling to reconcile, according to the regulations, once you're able to get out of bed, both of you will be locked up for a period of time. Su Chen listened. I was so angry that I almost fainted again. He has just finished the college entrance examination. Naturally, I don't want to cause any trouble at this time. Once you enter the police department, maybe it will even affect your admission to university. But if you choose to reconcile, didn't I just get beaten up for nothing? This is such a loss. He just felt like there was something stuck in his throat. His face turned pale and then red. I almost vomited blood. What is this? But in the end, Su Chen still gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Signed the settlement agreement. No way. He can't get into trouble at this time. However, I don't know if it was just his illusion. He always felt that he was signing. In the eyes of the beautiful police officer next to him, A flash of mercy? Chapter 39. After Gau's Hyman left the hospital. Go straight to the parking lot. He opened the car door and got into the car that had been waiting there. Hubby, it's just as you said, Su Chen really signed it. Gau's Hyman looked at Chen Tianming, who was sitting in the driver's seat. There was a look of admiration in his eyes. Chen Tianming's mind moved slightly. He closed the villain value panel that was madly refreshing the screen in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Reach out and take it. He pressed the tall branches against his legs. He smiled and asked. How's Lin Yu doing? At this time, Gau's Hyman was still wearing his work clothes. Looking at Chen Tianming, who is so close. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. He stuttered a little and said. He never admitted it, only saying that he was framed. However, with all the evidence and witnesses, it's useless to deny it. Chen Tianming nodded. He had already arranged this. After confirming that the two sons of destiny are under control. The corners of his mouth curled up. Looked at Gau's Hyman's pretty face. The palm slipped. I suddenly came up with a new idea. Gau's Hyman naturally knew what Chen Tianming meant. Her pretty face instantly turned red. He lowered his head and dared not look him in the eye. However, my body remained obedient and did not resist. After sending Gau's Hyman away, Chen Tianming glanced at the sky. Drive towards Qi Wanzhi's home. After meeting the parents, the other party packed up the things from the previous rental house. He moved into a house that the company allocated to him. More than 100 square meters. Although not too big. But I live alone. It is definitely more than enough. Certainly. The most important thing is convenience. Boom boom boom. Snap. Qi Wanzhi opened the door. See Chen Tianming. Her pretty face turned red. My legs immediately went weak. Why are you here? Of course I came to see you. Chen Tianming smiled slightly. He didn't forget to increase his black favor ability. Now there is time. Naturally I have to try it. Enter the room. Chen Tianming smelled a faint fragrance. Look around. It only took a few days. Qi Wanzhi tidied the place up neatly. Chen Tianming sat casually on the sofa. Stretch out your hand and wave. Come over. Qi Wanzhi glanced at Chen Tianming. Take 2 steps forward. Suddenly, the delicate body was held in his arms. The next moment, her mouth was blocked. As time goes by, the fragments of fabric in the room increased. Chen Tianming's palm slipped. There was a flash of lightning between his fingers. Qi Wanzhi's eyes suddenly widened. Her delicate body trembled violently. 3 hours later, Chen Tianming was standing downstairs, watching the sunset. Rubbed his fingers together. I can still smell the fragrance of flowers. After a certain amount of experimentation, he was already sure of it. Just as he had expected. Violating the character setting to a certain extent can slowly accumulate black favor ability. As long as he keeps working hard. Get extra rewards. It's just a matter of time. The next day, Chen Tianming sits in front of the computer. On the screen was a recently popular online game. The screen flashes. A huge earth dragon suddenly emerged from the ground. Chen Tianming relied on the powerful reaction of the ancient martial artist. The moment there is movement on the ground, control the character to quickly leave the dangerous position. Several characters nearby were unable to dodge. He was blown away by the huge body of the earth dragon. The blood volume above the head began to drop. Tanks are in the front. Warrior harasses from the side. Mages and shooters are at the back. In the headphones, the commander of the same union spoke up quickly. Except Chen Tianming. It wasn't the first time for the others to face the boss. After some adjustments, The originally somewhat chaotic scene quickly stabilized. Chen Tianming said nothing and followed the other party's arrangements honestly. The account he has is Lin Yu's. His profession is warrior. The other party is still in the police department. Naturally, there is no way to access the internet. After receiving the news that the guild was gathering to fight monsters, Chen Tianming thought for a moment. The online person took over his online identity. He glanced at Bai Menging, the mage. Chen Tianming turned around and rushed towards the huge earth dragon that almost occupied 2/3 of the screen. When I walked halfway, he raised his hand and pressed the skill key. A sword energy was sent out. As a warrior, not only does he need to output, but he also needs to help the tank share the pressure as much as possible. It can be said to be one of the most difficult professions in this game. The earth dragon was attracted by Chen Tianming's attack. A pair of eyes looked at Chen Tianming's character. Suddenly one foot stepped on the ground. A transparent ripple was created. The huge body drove the tail like a long whip and swept towards Chen Tianming. If you have a rich understanding of the boss, you can dodge with experience. But now they are clearing the land. Naturally, I have no idea about this monster. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, this move is extremely fast and almost unavoidable. When everyone in the Union saw this scene, their hearts suddenly tightened. It's over, this fast and slow knife move is really hard to defend against. Who would have thought that a shockwave kick would be followed by a tail flick? Once a soldier dies, the formation is broken. Recover some blood and try again. This monster's stats are almost at the limit of their guild. If anyone loses points along the way, it's equivalent to a death sentence. This is also a common occurrence. Fight this kind of team battle boss. Often it takes constant trying, until you completely understand the monster's attack pattern. But at this moment, Bai Menging's incredible voice suddenly rang out on the public screen. Wait a moment. Chen Tianming is not dead yet. Everyone who was originally planning to withdraw subconsciously looked back. Chen Tianming, who should have been swept away by the earth dragon, actually landed on the back of the earth dragon with the help of a rope. Hook? A thief's skill. Did he use the hook at the moment he was flung away by the earth dragon? Is this a human reaction? Now is not the time to talk about this. Chen Tianming is still alive. If we organize our formation well, maybe we can get the first kill. Several people from the Union suddenly became excited. Quickly start output. Slowly reduce the boss's health. Chen Tianming landed on the earth dragon. Not idle either. Raise your hand and strike with your sword, and you will get the highest damage from the warrior, earth fire. Inserted into the other person's body. The skin behind the earth dragon quickly turns red. He pulled the rope again. Fly in front of the earth dragon. Throw out a flying knife. Blind. Accompanied by the computer screen showing the status of the earth dragon. Chen Tianming narrowly avoided the earth dragon's grab. A few rolls. Fell far away. The next moment, with a bang, a beam of fire shot up from the back of the earth dragon. The earth dragon suddenly screamed. He fell to the ground, shaking his head. Fell into a state of stiffness for a long time. This smooth operation stunned everyone in the Union. A thought couldn't help but flash through everyone's mind. Is this still the warrior, Lin Yu, they knew before? Bai Menging was the first to react. A crisp sound rang out in the channel. Don't be in a daze. Take advantage of the stiffness and attack with all your strength, she said, while shooting out a fireball. Being shouted like this, everyone finally reacted. Immediately start to output with all your strength. After repeating this several times, under Chen Tianming's incredible operation, keep hitting the earth dragon to make him stiff. The guild members finally succeeded in killing this newly appeared boss. As the earth dragon's body turned into pieces, A line of colorful small words appeared on the World Channel at the same time. Congratulations to the Red Leaf Guild for completing the first kill of the boss Earth Dragon. Chapter 40. Earth Dragon Fangs, Earth Element Crystals, Earth Dragon Scales. It's sent out. The guild president laughed loudly in the channel. Obviously, the harvest this time far exceeded his expectations. At this time, Yechin's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Tianming's moves just now were so cool. If it weren't for that long period of paralysis, we would have been almost wiped out. I can't tell normally, but I didn't expect Brother Tianming to be so sharp when he gets serious. Indeed. Wait, you call him Brother Tianming? Have you already met offline? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone finally reacted. Everyone looked at Yechin. Yechin chuckled. We met offline last week. Everyone immediately became interested. How about it? Is he handsome? Of course. Brother Tianming, it's no exaggeration to say that he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. Much better looking than those fresh-faced young men on TV. Wow! Suddenly, a burst of envious voices was heard in the channel. Are there any photos? Of course. Brother Tianming, can I send it? Chen Tianming sits in front of the computer. Shake your head and laugh. My best friend Bai Menging is really good at livening up the atmosphere. He also had no intention of hiding his identity. Based on his experience, this is also part of the normal plot development. But now this person has changed from Lin Yu to myself. I don't care. Chen Tianming's voice sounded indifferently. Where's Xiao Bai? Bai Menging didn't expect the topic to lead to herself. I subconsciously glanced at Chen Tianming's character. He stuttered a little and said, I can also. Yechin sat behind the computer. Suddenly a sly smile appeared on his face. Soon, several photos popped up in the guild's chat channel. Among them are Chen Tianming's and Bai Menging's. The photos of Chen Tianming were taken secretly by her. Oh my god, is Xiao Bai really this beautiful? The goddess is actually by my side. FK. Is this Brother Tianming? Isn't that cool? That phrase about instantly killing young handsome guys is no joke. With this look, she can debut right away. What debut? You don't know. This is the eldest son of the Chen family, the president of the Chen group. What? Xiaoye, you are not kidding, are you? Moment. The entire channel was silent. The eldest son of the Chen family? The eldest son of the world's largest chaebol? For a while, everyone's thinking almost stopped. Especially Bai Menging. She was even more stupid. The moment she saw Chen Tianming. I feel that the other person is not an ordinary person. But she never expected that Chen Tianming had such a great background. It's just an empty reputation. Chen Tianming's gentle voice sounded at the right time. I'm just your teammate in the game. This gentle voice without any airs sounded. Everyone who was originally tense suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Yechin, the most active, couldn't help but break the silence of the channel and said, Brother Tianming, you actually like playing online games too. In her opinion, aren't the young masters of those families living a life of luxury and extravagance all the time? This person's hobby is so simple. I actually like playing games. In fact, she was not wrong. But Chen Tianming won't admit it. Who says rich second generations can't play games? Chen Tianming's smiling voice sounded. This sentence was spoken with some joking nature. Everyone was completely relieved. There is no more pressure. After they heard Chen Tianming's identity, it's impossible to say I wasn't nervous at all. He is the eldest son of the world's largest chaebol. But the facts prove it. Yu Zhou, Lin Yu, is still the same member of their guild. Not because of real identity. There are any changes. For a while, Everyone developed a better impression of Chen Tianming. I didn't expect Xiao Bai to be in love with the boss. It's like a plot from a novel coming true. Yet, brother Tianming is so handsome. Speaking of which, how far have you two progressed? I heard that they knew each other earlier than us and started dating online a long time ago. At least we held hands during this offline meeting, right? After relaxing, everyone started discussing again. The atmosphere was very harmonious for a while. Bai Menging's heart skipped a beat. I was about to speak up to stop him. But it was too late. Yetchin is outspoken. He said directly, what, holding hands? Xiao Bai has already taken the initiative to kiss. Everyone was shocked again. There was a brief silence on the channel again. Then, the noisy voices of the crowd sounded again. FK, is this true? Is Xiao Bai so open? I don't usually notice it. Is this the legendary saying, the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first? If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. No one expected this at all. That quiet newbie in the channel. They acted so quickly. We kissed on our first meeting. But if the target is Chen Tianming. Plus, the two of them had known each other for a long time before. That makes sense. Bai Menging listened to what everyone around him said. The ears are red. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Bai Menging's obviously panicked voice sounded in the channel. Before anyone could react. The next moment, Bai Menging's character disappeared from everyone's sight. Just leaving like that. Hey, you don't know yet, Xiao Bai is a bit socially anxious. We probably scared her by saying this. Haha. Everyone was still chatting. However, Chen Tianming saw the heroine go offline. There's no point in staying here alone. We exchanged a few pleasantries. Also closed the game. Just turned off the phone. Chen Tianming suddenly felt his phone vibrate. It turned out to be Bai Menging who sent the text message. I have 2 concert tickets. Are you free to go with me this weekend? Chen Tianming looked at the message on the phone. Raise your eyebrows slightly. The other side. In the spacious room. Bai Menging crawled into the quilt. A face flushed red. When I think of the scene and feeling of kissing Chen Tianming. She felt her legs go weak. But deep down I feel an inexplicable expectation. Under the entanglement. She didn't dare to contact Chen Tianming in the past few days. Until today, someone revealed Chen Tianming's true identity in real life. It made her inexplicably feel a sense of crisis. After all, the two of them haven't confirmed their relationship yet. A man as outstanding as Chen Tianming. What if someone takes advantage of this time to snatch it away? When I was in the park, Chen Tianming just sat there. Someone came to him to ask for prestige. Although she is confident about her appearance. But no one can guarantee that no one can touch his heart. After thinking for a while, Bai Menging finally plucked up the courage to send this message to Chen Tianming. But after sending it, she shyly crawled under the quilt. Moment. Accompanied by the vibration sound of the mobile phone. She finally got out. Open your eyes. Okay, see you in 3 days. Bai Menging's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 41. Chen Tianming looked at the message on his mobile phone. Playing with the phone. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Should I say they are worthy of being the protagonists? What a great assist! He sighed secretly. According to the data, Bai Menging and Lin Yu are both socially anxious otakus and house girls. Now the other party suddenly becomes proactive. Apparently, it was because of what those people in the guild said during the game. But this is also an opportunity. Chen Tianming casually clicked on Lin Yu's panel. Looking at the half of the luck value left. Touched his chin. After all, what Lin Yu did was not serious. Compared to Ye Fan back then. The villain value decreases faster. Now only an occasional message pops up. With the experience from last time, he knew it was time to give this destined child a new environment. Chen Tianming suddenly thought of the next date. Squinting. A plan quickly formed in his mind. Hubby, you're finally here. Gao's hymen is still as passionate as ever. After Chen Tianming entered the room, she immediately charged into the opponent with the ball. It's like a kitten rubbing against my arms. A hint of darkness flashed across Chen Tianming's eyes. The qi and blood are surging. Naturally, I won't spoil her. He immediately picked him up. 3 hours later, he looked like a pile of mud lying on the bed. His eyes were staring blankly at the ceiling. A tall branch with a face full of doubts about life. Chen Tianming lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He casually placed a small white bottle on the bedside. Turned around and left. The next day. Police Department. Lin Yu, you can come out now. A police officer looked at the young man coldly. After some formalities were handed over, Lin Yu finally walked out of the police department. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside. Almost tears in my eyes. This is freedom. Being locked up for such a long time. He finally walked out of that small room. Although he didn't understand why he was initially classified as a strong base. In the end it turned into prostitution. But under the premise that all the evidence is against him, he is lucky to be able to come out now. However, as time goes by, wait until you calm down. He slowly recalled the whole incident. I still don't understand some of it. Why would his online girlfriend of 4 years set such a trap for him? He had no impression that he had offended anyone. This doesn't make sense. Just when he was at a loss, a burst of conversation suddenly reached his ears. Mr. Chen, your plan of replacing the prince with a cat is truly brilliant. Until now, that Lin Yu hasn't realized that he has been deceived. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly froze. I subconsciously held my breath. But my heart skipped a beat. This is the voice of the police officer named Gao's hymen. It was the other party who caught me in the first place. He was all too familiar with her voice. Haha, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for stretching your hand too far and touching something you shouldn't have touched. Bai Menging can only be my woman. Even if it's just to teach him a lesson this time. The other party talks casually. The more Lin Yu listened, the more shocked he became. The expression on his face gradually became angry. Many times he couldn't help but want to rush out and question the other party. But in the end I managed to hold it in. He never expected it. The person he saw was not Bai Menging at all. This man named Chen Tianming has gone through such a big circle. They even resorted to hacking to steal his account. All he did was to steal his woman. When I think about the days I was locked up, Bai Menging might have been deceived by Chen Tianming. It has even become the other person's shape. Lin Yu felt like he wanted to cut this man into pieces. The protagonist Lin Yu is furious with you, villain value plus 554. The protagonist Lin Yu hates you like crazy, villain value plus 842. Chen Tianming listened to the voice coming from his ear. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I couldn't help but think to myself, finally, he took the bait. But it's not enough. We need more fuel. This is the thought. He glanced at Lin Yu, who thought he was hiding well, without leaving a trace. Pretend not to see it. Suddenly he reached out and hugged the tall branches. In Lin Yu's shocked eyes. Bending his head, he kissed her. A hole. Lin Yu's back teeth were grinding so hard that they made a crunching sound. My eyes are about to spit fire from watching this scene. I went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days while at the police department. I can't eat or sleep well. But Chen Tianming was surrounded by women. None of these young men are good. There are obviously so many women. And yet you still want to deceive Bai Menging. Damn it. I must expose this guy's true face in public. Lin Yu's heart suddenly moved. He quietly stuck his head out. Pick up your phone and switch to camera mode. Secretly took a photo of Chen Tianming and Gao's Hyman kissing. Add your previous recordings. As long as I can get close to Bai Menging. He believed in the overwhelming evidence. I will definitely be able to get Bai Menging back. Think of this. He seemed to have seen Chen Tianming's fate. A twisted smile appeared on his face. I left here quickly. Little did they know. All this was part of Chen Tianming's plan. He held the tall and charming vine in one hand. Looking at Lin Yu's back as he hurriedly left. A playful smile flashed across his face. After Lin Yu was away from Chen Tianming. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turn on your phone. Confirm the evidence in your hands. He looked up to the sky and laughed out loud a few times. This caused many passers-by to look at him as if he was crazy. In fact, Lin Yu was almost like a lunatic at this time. After being locked up, he received the termination letter from Galaxy Group while in his cell. And because it has caused adverse effects on the company, also paid a penalty for breach of contract. As an orphan, he was fired shortly after he graduated and started working. I don't have much money left. I can't even afford the rent. Work, house, girlfriend. All of that vanished overnight. However, as long as I can expose Chen Tianming's true identity, there's still a chance to turn the tables. Lin Yu's eyes were red. Some crazy soliloquy. His first reaction was to hand over the materials in his hand to the police department. But think of Gao's Hyman. He dismissed the idea again. With the energy of Chen Tianming. If I go there now, I'll be giving away my life. I can only suppress the impulse temporarily. Lie in wait for the opportunity. Looking at the direction Chen Tianming left. He took a taxi. Followed him. Want to see Bai Menging. Expose Chen Tianming's disguise in person. Tracking is undoubtedly the best way. We can only drive here. The area ahead is private. Lin Yu glanced at the villa area that almost occupied the entire mountain. Take a deep breath. Forcefully suppress the anger in your heart. After getting off the bus and paying, Lin Yu found a nearby park to stay. This position can just capture the vehicles passing through the villa area. It is an excellent observation point. As long as Chen Tianming goes out again, he will be able to find it immediately. Chapter 42. Qi beside Chen Tianming suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. Looking into the distance. Owner. Chen Tianming knew what she wanted to say. Waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Although the cultivation levels of these dead pools are not as high as his, but his sense of murderous intent is quite strong. I could sense Lin Yu from such a long distance. The car entered the gate. Drive into the villa. Disappeared at the end of Lin Yu's sight. This guy just succeeded a few days ago. Judging from the time, he will go out and meet Bai Menging again sooner or later. That will be my chance. Lin Yu looked from afar in the direction where Chen Tianming left. I thought silently in my heart. There was a moment of silence. He suddenly felt a deep sense of fatigue. I couldn't help but sit on a bench in the park. Starting from a few days ago, he never really rested. This is true even in the police department. Now relax. Lin Yu only felt his eyelids twitching. He actually fell asleep while sitting like this. Wait until you open your eyes again. It was already early morning the next day. He slowly stood up. The clothes on my body were already wet with dew. Stick to the body. Very uncomfortable. Right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. After some exploration, he found that his wallet was missing. All over the body. Except for the cell phone which he always holds in his hand even when he sleeps. Nothing is left. Obviously. After he fell asleep, a thief stole all the valuables from him. If I wasn't afraid of waking him up. I'm afraid even the phone in my hand is safe. Damn thief! Lin Yu was burning with anger. I have so much anger in my stomach that I have no place to vent it. Until now. He had only a watch and a cell phone on him. There is nothing left. Lin Yu sat down on the ground dejectedly. I don't know if it was his illusion. He felt that since he was targeted by Chen Tianming, my luck has become ridiculously bad. It seems like the whole world is against him. As if to confirm his thoughts, there was a sound of footsteps. Shadows obscured the sky. Lin Yu looked up. 2 or 3 ragged men stopped in front of him. He said with a bad face. Where are you from? Don't you know that this place has been occupied? Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. He had no idea there was such a rule. Aren't parks public places? Before he could react, fists rained down on him. Lin Yu didn't even have time to scream. He fell down like a dead dog. Can only passively take the beating. After a round of punches and kicks, the leader raised his hand to stop the rest of the people from taking any further action. I'll teach you a lesson this time. Remember, this is our territory. Get lost. Wait until these beggars leave. Lin Yu took several deep breaths before he slowly recovered. I cursed the damn beggar in my heart. One hand covering his stomach, I found a dark and damp corner and sat down. This is the kind of place where even beggars don't want to come. After a long time, it's easy to get sick. Now it has become his temporary resting place. In the villa, Qi Wanzhi leaned on Chen Tianming's chest. The snow-white skin was now bright red, like a blooming flower. Trembling slightly. Yes, at this rate, it's only a matter of time before I get the extra reward. Chen Tianming glanced at Qi Wanzhi's black favor ability. I nodded secretly in my heart. Very satisfied. Let go of Qi Wanzhi, who has reached his limit. He casually picked up his cell phone. After seeing Lin Yu's current situation, the corners of his mouth twitched for a moment. I was wondering why the villain value indicator kept ringing. Originally, I just wanted Qi to suppress it casually. I didn't expect it to be so tragic. But I like it. As a villain, he had no reason to sympathize with Destiny's Child. The relationship between the two is a life and death one. The more miserable Lin Yu became, he became happier instead. Put down your phone. Chen Tianming glanced at Qi Wanzhi. Anyway, nothing has happened in the past 3 days. It's a good time to try out a new posture from another world. Did you bring the things I asked you to bring? Qi Wanzhi's delicate body trembled. A blush flashed across her pretty face. In the bag in the corner. Good, put it on. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans use tools. Chen Tianming nodded with satisfaction. Garden. Time passes by every second. The sun slowly sets in the sky. Lin Yu gradually felt hungry. Goo. He reached out and touched his belly. Most of Lin Yu's money is in his wallet and credit cards. Mobile payments are not well developed in this world. Only a small portion is on the phone. Now in the trend of hunger, he found a nearby supermarket. Picked up a piece of bread with mineral water. Hid back inside the concrete pillar, swallowing dry mouthfuls. Lin Yu couldn't help but think. How did I become what I am now? He was originally in society. Not to mention how high the status is. But he is also a white-collar worker. Life is pretty good. Unexpectedly, just a blink of an eye, everything disappeared. He actually ended up in a situation where he had to compete with homeless people for territory. It's not a big ups and downs. This is a descent like jumping off a building. It's all because of Chen Tianming. Lin Yu's eyes gradually became fierce. In my heart, I feel for that person who appears to be gentle and polite. In fact, it is like a demon in human skin. The hatred becomes deeper. Wait until the hatred subsides. He couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. If I hadn't accidentally overheard their conversation. He had no idea how he ended up in such a situation. This feeling of using the world as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces made him tremble slightly. This kind of person is so scary. Fortunately, I still have hope of a comeback. Lin Yu forced himself to free himself from that feeling of powerlessness. His eyes gradually became firm. As the child of destiny, he seems to be born with a strong confidence in any situation. But confidence can't make a living. Lin Yu finally understood why even homeless people were unwilling to come to where he was. There are not only many mosquitoes near the river, and there is an inexplicable stench. As time goes by, I hardly had a good night's sleep these days. I fell asleep a few times. Fell into the water. Although I climbed up in time. But the clothes got soaked. Plus malnutrition. The wind blows. I actually developed a low fever. At this time, Lin Yu was in tatters all over. Full of stains. Disheveled hair. His eyes were bloodshot. It seems that there is really no difference between him and a beggar. The child of destiny is suffering. Chen Tianming is in the land of gentleness. After putting down Qi Wanzhi, who was already like a boneless person, Chen Tianming glanced at the time. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Has the agreed time finally arrived? Under the torture these days. At this time, Lin Yu's luck was less than 1/3 left. It's time to harvest. Chen Tianming muttered to himself. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 43. 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Garden. Lin Yu was just like he was 2 days ago. A hand of mineral water. A hand of bread. Squatting numbly on the side of the road. A pair of lifeless eyes looked towards the gate of Chen's villa area. Just like an old man in meditation. He unconsciously stuffed bread and mineral water into his mouth. His skin, which had once been somewhat handsome, was now covered in dirt and filth. Ragged clothes. His hair was a mess like a chicken coop. The complexion was even worse due to malnutrition and sleeping by the river every day. The cold air invades. Become extremely pale. Occasionally I cough a few times. A former white-collar worker in a company. If you put it in front of the crowd at this time, there was no difference between him and the other homeless people in the park. Lin Yu's experience these days can't be described with just one word: miserable. Not only was he ostracized by other homeless people because of his identity. I can only sleep by the river. Even to monitor Chen Tianming's movements. You also have to go to bed early and get up early every day. As a senior otaku, his physical fitness is not that good. After all this trouble, Lin Yu felt that he was shaking even when he walked. If it weren't for the belief in my heart, he might have already fallen. As time goes by bit, just when Lin Yu thought that there would be no gain today, suddenly, a white light lit up on the green winding path. Driving towards the gate of the villa area. Lin Yu trembled all over. The eyes are emitting color again. I quickly looked over there. I saw the Emperor's sports car with a bold and domineering shape slowly driving out. If it wasn't Chen Tianming, who else was sitting in the car? Finally, the chance has arrived. Lin Yu's hands were shaking with excitement. Watching Chen Tianming driving away into the distance. He quickly turned around and ran to the side of the road. I used the remaining money to take a taxi. I quickly chased after him. I'm driving so slowly, I should be able to keep up, right? Chen Tianming couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wait until I see a sneaky taxi following behind me. I felt a little relieved. Fine. This destined child has some brains. Otherwise, his plan might be ruined because the child of destiny has no money to take a taxi. This funny reason was stillborn. Of course, even so, it wouldn't have any effect on him. At most it will be a little troublesome. By then, I will have conquered Bai Menging. Bring it back in front of Lin Yu. It can also achieve the effect of harvesting the last wave of luck. At the same time, the entrance to the concert. Bai Menging was wearing a white off-shoulder miniskirt today. Long black hair reaches the waist. Holding a bag in both hands. A pair of straight beautiful legs are exposed to the air. Delicate little feet in high heels. Revealing toes as white as jade. At this moment, she was standing at the door of the concert. Looking expectantly at the passing vehicles. Seems to be waiting for someone. Her perfect profile attracted everyone around to turn around and look at her. What a beautiful girl! Mom, I believe in love again. If I could have a kiss with you, I would be willing to live 10 years less. I'm going to try to gain the goddess's prestige. Brothers, wish me good luck. Don't go, you're ugly. Just when everyone was eager to try and step forward. Suddenly a low roar sounded from the other end of the street. Everyone looked over subconsciously. I saw a dark gold sports car coming. It slowly stopped in front of Bai Menging. The car door rose upwards. Chen Tianming stepped out of the sports car and stood in front of Bai Menging. Bai Menging, who had been expressionless all this time, suddenly brightened up. Revealed a surprised smile. For a while, it's as if everything around has lost its color. The people around who were about to step forward to ask for prestige were stunned. However, this surprised smile soon turned into shyness with the head lowered. Chen Tianming watched this scene. My heart moved. Reach out and touch the other person's head. Have you been waiting for a long time? No, actually I just arrived. Bai Menging felt very comfortable being touched by Chen Tianming. His eyes were slightly narrowed. There was a hint of enjoyment on her pretty face. Snap! At this moment, countless people around were heartbroken. Woo woo woo, I didn't expect my goddess already has a boyfriend. Mom, I'm heartbroken again. This man is so handsome. She's on the same level as that young lady. Only a man like this is worthy of my goddess. They are a perfect match. Are they both actually celebrities? People were talking around. Among the crowd, Lin Yu, who was following behind, saw this scene as soon as he got out of the car. Standing there blankly. Messy in the wind. What did he see? Bai Menging actually showed a happy and shy expression? Doesn't that mean Chen Tianming has already taken her down? Lin Yu only felt a dull pain of emptiness in his heart. My eyes turned red when I looked at Chen Tianming. I wish I could replace the man next to Bai Menging. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, a loud shout came from the crowd, interrupting the intimacy between the two. Lin Yu walked out from the crowd in tattered clothes, holding your cell phone high in your hand. Who is this guy? What are you yelling so loudly all of a sudden? Look at his tattered clothes. Could he be a beggar from somewhere? A beggar wants to come to the concert. Looking at him, it doesn't seem that simple. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Everyone around quickly hid aside. It wasn't that I was intimidated by his voice or his domineering aura. It's purely because of the smell of this guy. It's simply unbearable. Chen Tianming curled the corners of his mouth. Finally took the bait. Bai Menging beside him looked at Lin Yu, who looked like a homeless man. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Frowning. Are you, the one who solicited prostitution? Lin Yu was originally accumulating strength. I almost couldn't breathe after hearing that. I almost vomited blood on the spot. He couldn't help but glared at Chen Tianming fiercely. It's all because of this man. I am the one who was misunderstood by Bai Menging. The protagonist Lin Yu resents you, villain value plus 542. Ah Chi frowned slightly beside him. Immediately stood in front of Chen Tianming. Owner. Chen Tianming looked at Lin Yu with interest. He raised his hand to stop Qi from attacking. Almost at the same time, this bodyguard who had always kept a low profile appeared. The people around exclaimed again. The look he gave Lin Yu was filled with even more disgust. Hide a little further away. It's like seeing dog shit on the side of the road. A face full of disgust. He was interrupted again and again when speaking. Lin Yu's face turned pale and blue. I'm so angry. It took me a long time to remember what I was here for today. He held his cell phone in one hand. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, Muning, Chen Tianming is a liar. Don't trust him. Chapter 44. When Bai Menging heard Lin Yu say in public that the man she liked was a liar, I was stunned for a moment at first. Immediately following, her pretty face suddenly turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, everyone around couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, where did this idiot come from? I think there's something wrong with your brain. To slander this person in public, one must be either crazy or have some kind of mental problem. What do you mean, is that young man famous? More than just famous. This girl is the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Menging. What? It's actually the Bai family. What about the guy next to him? The one next to him is even more important. This young master is the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Tianming. Is that the world's largest chaebol? This madman couldn't have provoked anyone else, but he actually provoked this person. Tisk tisk, this is really going to be a good show. Lin Yu listened to the harsh ridicule in his ears. His face turned red. My body is shaking slightly. The protagonist Lin Yu is in an unstable state of mind, villain value plus 584. Right at this moment, Bai Menging, who was not far away, suddenly said expressionlessly. Sir, I hope you won't speak nonsense and slander others. Although my Bai family is not big, we will not allow others to trample on us at will. Bai Menging rarely brings up his family. It can be seen that Lin Yu's words this time really angered her. Even Chen Tianming showed a hint of surprise. I couldn't help but glance at the heroine next to me. I didn't expect it would just be a meeting. My status in the other person's heart has reached such a high level. However, he also heard from the female protagonist's words that she didn't have 100% trust in him. That's the problem with not having 100% favorability. Chen Tianming couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If this situation happened to other female protagonists now, I will never have the slightest doubt about myself. Lin Yu's face turned extremely ugly. Saying the truth loudly, which couldn't be more true, everything I said is true. The person you were originally dating online wasn't him at all, it was actually me. Then he recounted how he accidentally heard Chen Tianming talking with Gao's Hyman at the police department. All said out loud. Listen and listen. Everyone's expressions gradually became strange. Even Bai Menging couldn't help but have a hint of doubt in his eyes. After all, the story Lin Yu told was too complete. Even some time details. They all match. It's obviously not randomly arranged. Is this really true? Everyone subconsciously glanced at the person standing nearby. Chen Tianming didn't say a word from beginning to end. This thought suddenly popped up in my mind. Lin Yu naturally noticed the change in everyone's attitude. A hint of ecstasy flashed across his face. Yes, that's how things should be. As he said that, he couldn't help but look at Chen Tianming provocatively. Chen Tianming felt the gazes of the people around him. Knowing it's time to step out on your own, he smiled slightly. Suddenly, everyone felt like they were in spring breeze. This caused those who had originally doubted him to become shaken again. The other party is still so calm until now. This isn't the reaction to being exposed in public. Chen Tianming didn't care about that. He looked at Lin Yu, smiled faintly and said, I've said so much. Do you have any evidence? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he was waiting for. For a moment his hands were shaking with excitement. He seemed to have seen Chen Tianming's downfall. After some operations, he didn't even have time to take a closer look himself. Just show your phone. Look. This is the photo I took of him and Gao's hymen together. Wow! Everyone present at once. All eyes were focused on Lin Yu's mobile phone screen. But it was beyond Lin Yu's expectations. Everyone's expressions changed from curiosity at first, to confusion, then to indifference, and finally to sneers. Especially Chen Tianming. Judging from his expression, he didn't look scared at all. There's even a bit of pity for watching the show. What's going on? Lin Yu looked at his phone. The next moment, he was completely stunned. There were no intimate photos of Chen Tianming and Gao's hymen in the phone. But it was Bai Menging's back. From a perspective, it was like he was taking a sneak shot. I didn't take this photo. Lin Yu muttered to himself. The mobile phone album opened in a panic. But I can't find the photos I took at that time. No. I still have the recording. Lin Yu continued to browse his phone. He soon found the blank recording folder. There's nothing inside. He stayed where he was. It was like my soul was taken away in an instant. Suddenly, he seemed to have figured something out. He suddenly looked up at Chen Tianming. Hands trembling. It's you. You did it. Lin Yu's eyes turned red. The protagonist Lin Yu's mentality explodes, villain value plus 999. Chen Tianming listened to the voice beside his ear. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. But it's still not enough. He looked at Bai Menging beside him. Suddenly, he said calmly, you two seem to know each other very well. You took so many photos. Bai Menging's face turned pale. He quickly explained, no, I don't know him at all. Chen Tianming glanced at Lin Yu's dazed figure out of the corner of his eye. If you only say an apology, it's not sincere. As he spoke, he pointed to the corner of his mouth. He gave a wicked smile. Bai Menging was stunned for a moment. I immediately understood what Chen Tianming meant. A blush quickly appeared on her pretty face. So many people are watching. She stood there hesitating for a moment. Finally I mustered up the courage. Stand on tiptoe. Kissed him. Lin Yuren was stunned. Seeing the woman he loved distancing herself from him in front of Chen Tianming. She even offered him a kiss in front of him. He felt as if a thread in his head had snapped. Ah! A-hole, I want you dead. Lin Yu completely lost Liqi. Bai Menging's body trembled. But Chen Tianming held her tightly. He was enjoying the sweet kiss of the beauty. He showed a hint of sneer. The next moment, Lin Yu hadn't run to Chen Tianming yet. A dark shadow flashed by. Qi grabbed his arm, pressed his knee against his back, and pressed him to the ground. Chen Tianming finally let go of Bai Menging. Tidy up the clothes. He looked back slightly before entering the concert. The lips moved slightly. A voice that only Lin Yu could hear sounded in his ears. In fact, everything you saw at the beginning was deliberately made visible by me. I also tampered with your phone. Bai Menging, I'll enjoy it. Lin Yu's body trembled. He immediately began to struggle even more violently. Like a mad beast. But as an ordinary person, how could he be a match for Qi? A hole. The protagonist Lin Yu hates you to the core, villain value plus 999. The protagonist Lin Yu's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. An order reached Qi ears. Kill him. He's no longer useful. Yes. Chapter 45. Looking at Lin Yu who was pressed under him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, she quickly withdrew this aura. The onlookers watched as the crazy homeless man was caught by the Chen family. There was also a lot of interest watching. Pointing fingers. There were occasional sneers. Dare to tease the other woman in front of Chen Tianming. This can no longer be called courage. But it's a diseased brain. I was almost fooled by such a psychopath's confident words. It's so shameful. You are not alone. Someone in the crowd looked at Lin Yu with displeasure. The other party's confident look at the time had persuaded them at some point. Looking back now, I was actually fooled by a lunatic. Naturally, I felt quite unhappy. The words of a mentally ill person cannot be trusted. Someone in the crowd said quietly. Many people nodded in agreement after hearing this. Qi didn't care what people around him said. He raised his hand and touched Lin Yu's neck. The latter's frantic struggle suddenly came to a halt. She effortlessly grabbed Lin Yu, who was nearly twice her size, with one hand. Throw him into the car. Driving towards the distance. I plan to find a deserted place to dispose of it. These children of destiny were all orphans. It's not so convenient to handle. Concert. Chen Tianming is enjoying music in a private room. The system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the child of destiny. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small realm upgrade card *1. Chen Tianming looked straight ahead. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. I secretly said in my heart, use it. Click, click, click. As the sound of braking rang out in his body, a warm current appeared out of thin air in his body like a river. The heat flows through every meridian in the body. Streams of heat spread to every corner of the body. He began to slowly improve his already extremely strong physical fitness. Moment. As the heat flows, it all merges into the body. Chen Tianming's realm has officially entered the late stage of Ming Jin. After reaching this inhuman state, he could clearly feel the improvement of each of his small realms. The corresponding growth is much higher than before the Grand Master. Even vitality has been improved. To put it simply, it means you can live longer. Of course, this limit is still within the scope of human beings. Right at this moment, Bai Menging in his arms suddenly gasped and opened her misty eyes. A hint of doubt flashed across his face. Mr. Chen. Chen Tianming, who seemed to be distracted, came back to his senses. Glanced at each other. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I suddenly thought of an interesting thing. Bai Menging glanced at Chen Tianming in confusion. After a while, Chen Tianming carried the unconscious Bai Menging out of the box. This ability to control water elements can indeed be used on the human body. Although its current role is limited. But it's only level 1 after all. Once I reach a higher level, I will drain all the water out of any carbon-based creature. Who can stop me? Chen Tianming was in a good mood. With time and practice, he has gained a preliminary grasp of the 3 supernatural powers he now possesses. And I don't know if it was his illusion. After the proficiency of supernatural powers is improved, he could occasionally feel it in the air around him. There seems to be a very active energy factor. Follow his breathing. The body is changing at an almost imperceptible speed. Maybe this is what's called spiritual revival. Chen Tianming made reasonable guesses based on what he felt and his experience in his previous life. Qi had already driven to the door and was waiting. After Chen Tianming sent Bai Menging to the car. Sitting in the car, watching things outside the window recede, shook his head. Let go of the thoughts in your mind. His attention returned to the system panel. Ding! The heroine Bai Menging's favorability, white, has reached 100. You can now add it to your villain family. Do you want to conquer it? Subdue. Ding! The host successfully recruited the heroine Bai Menging into the villain family. Host successfully conquers the heroine and is rewarded with 1 rejuvenating pill, 1 essence boosting pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Small Realm Upgrade Card *1. Activation. Boom. He only felt that the internal energy in his body, which was already extremely abundant, had increased dramatically again. The liquid internal force turned into a white sphere, slowly rotating in the Danshan. More solid. As the invisible pressure continues to compress. In the end, the white sphere turned into a mud ball. It is only one step away from final solidification. His internal energy is even stronger now. The invisible internal force not only appears translucent. There have also been significant improvements in other aspects. This is the dark energy. Chen Tianming felt the changes in his body. He originally thought that he still had to go through the stages of Ming Jin Peak, Ming Jin Great Perfection, and so on. A series of processes. I didn't expect that I could directly advance to the dark power level. It's quite straightforward. After receiving the ancient martial arts memory provided by the system, he also had a comprehensive understanding of dark energy. The difference between dark power and obvious power is as the name suggests. About the release of strength. If the original Ming Jin is upright and aboveboard. A head-on confrontation. Nothing fancy at all. Then the hidden power is a more subtle control of the power. It is possible to inject internal force into a person's body and cause it to explode. And so on. The lethality is more objective. After all, no matter how strong a warrior's muscles and bones are, the internal organs in the body are always relatively fragile. After understanding the general meaning of dark power, Chen Tianming exhaled a breath of foul air. At this moment, his aura was more restrained. There is no longer any trace of sharpness. Stand there. There is not much difference between him and an ordinary person. The upgrade is complete, and it's time to draw the lottery. Chen Tianming opened his eyes. A hint of excitement flashed across his face. No matter when the lucky draw is held, it is always something to look forward to. Drain a destiny child. The villain value he accumulated had already reached the standard of 10 consecutive draws. The system has already prompted this before. However, he still habitually put this matter together with recruiting the heroine into the villain family. Opening champagne at halftime is not a good habit. Chen Tianming's mind moved. A colorful turntable that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Start the lottery. Wow! As the colorful colors spin rapidly, the pointer of the lottery wheel slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wood elemental power. Another superpower? Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows. Before he could react, a green spot of light sank directly into his brow. Chapter 46. The green light sank into Chen Tianming's brow. The method of using the wood element's ability suddenly appeared in his memory. It simply skips the familiar process and becomes instinct. After several awakenings, he was already used to it. Shook his head. It alleviated the strange feeling brought by the direct insertion of memory. Adapting to the current situation. I don't know if it's because the number of superpowers has increased. He felt that his perception of the spiritual energy in the air seemed to have become more acute. A good start, not bad. Continue the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of white silk. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cat ear decoration. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level cooking skills. Chen Tianming only felt that a large number of memories about cooking were inserted into his mind out of thin air. At the same time, some cooking techniques. It's like instinct. As long as he wants. Ready to use at any time. There is no need to perform exercises from memory. My cooking skills are probably at the level of a 5-star hotel chef now. But Chen Tianming showed a hint of hesitation on his face. I don't usually need to cook for myself, so this skill doesn't seem to be very useful. As the eldest son of the Chen family, the meals he eats are all prepared by world-class chefs. There's absolutely no need to do it yourself. Even if you have master cooking skills, it doesn't seem to be of any use. But hold the mentality that something is better than nothing. He shook his head. Turn your attention to the turntable. Continue the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning a thermos cup. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pancake. Congratulations to the host for gaining control of the supernatural gold element. A golden light appeared out of nowhere. Lost in Chen Tianming's mind. Wait until the dizziness subsides. He shook his head. I couldn't help but mutter. Which superpower is this? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. It seems like the only two powers I'm missing are fire and earth, right? Certainly. This does not include other special abilities. Until now, Chen Tianming has gradually discovered. My own rewards have begun to transition towards a higher level of power. In addition, the revival of spiritual energy is becoming more and more obvious in perception. As a hardcore novel reader, he inexplicably felt that things didn't seem simple. Keep smoking. Chen Tianming shook his head. Get rid of the guesses in your mind. The current spiritual energy level is still at a very low level. Even if something happens. It was also quite a long time later. The colorful turntable spins rapidly. Next comes a series of ordinary supplies. Occasionally, some things about ancient martial arts will pop up. However, no new superpowers appeared. Wait until the remaining villain value is consumed. Chen Tianming casually closed the lucky draw wheel. After driving by Menging home, he also gave the other party the 2 pills in his hand. Complete the teaching of ancient martial arts. Just gave a brief explanation. Just left. At the same time, on the other side, the first hospital of Shanghai, Dong Qingyun was wearing sunglasses and a mask. Cover yourself tightly. Look left and right. A sneaky look. Afraid that others would recognize him. However, even though he had covered his entire face, that graceful figure still attracted the attention of many passers-by. It's the same even if you turn off the lights. As long as my identity is not recognized. Dong Qingyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She actually thought about this issue seriously before going out. Although I have tried my best to find a looser piece of clothing. But I didn't expect that I have such a good figure. Walking on the road. That kind of looming. The feeling of being convex in front and curved in the back. Instead, it attracted more attention. She herself didn't know whether to be happy or angry about this. Dong Qingyun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After that crazy night with Chen Tianming, she had planned to forget about this matter. In fact, she actually did that. Working like crazy every day. Additional overtime. Divert your attention. Overtime. What happened that day when I was drunk? It has become increasingly vague in her memory. Just when she almost forgot. However, Dong Qingyun found that he had started to have frequent dry heaves recently. And I feel sick just by looking at greasy food. At first she didn't care. Just treat it as indigestion. I bought 2 digestion tablets specifically for this purpose. Until time passes. The situation is getting worse. When she consulted a doctor online, I suddenly remembered that day when I was drunk. When you realize you might be pregnant. She sat in front of the computer as if struck by lightning. I was completely stunned. Dong Qingyun thought of countless possibilities. I just didn't expect that I would be hit by a single shot. After a period of struggling with shame and anger, she finally decided to go to the hospital for a checkup. Dong Qingyun took a deep breath. Walk through the door. We came to the floor plan map in the middle of the hospital gate. She has been to the hospital many times. But I have never been to an OB/GYN. At the same time. The other side. When Dong Qingyun was checking the map. There is a corridor next to it. A pale figure walked out slowly. This person is Su Chen, who has been lying in the hospital for more than half a month. Being stuck in a room for such a long time. Now it has finally seen the light of day again. He looked at the light outside the hospital. I'm almost in tears. Just when he was about to leave this damn place. Time to go out and have some fun. Su Chen suddenly noticed that most of the people around him were focused on what was behind him. He subconsciously turned his head to look. I saw a beautiful figure standing on the other side, carefully looking at the map of the hospital. Just a glance. Su Chen couldn't take his eyes off it. Although the other person was wearing a mask and glasses. Cover your face tightly. But that hot body still under the loose clothes. It is really eye-catching. This kind of figure. Not to mention stunning. Even if he has an ordinary person's face. The overall score can definitely reach 85 points. Not to mention on the other person. Su Chen felt a temperament that was quite attractive to him. He couldn't explain the details clearly. If you insist, you will say it. Maybe you can call it love at first sight. It's different from the quick glance that others give you. Just a glance. Su Chen was deeply attracted to the other party. Like a magnet. Can't look away. Right at this moment. The other party seemed to have determined where he was going. He stood up and walked towards the depths of the hospital. A hint of hesitation flashed across Su Chen's face. He paused as he was about to leave immediately. Finally, I followed quietly. From childhood to adulthood. It was the first time he met a woman who made his heart beat faster just by looking at her back. He doesn't want to miss it. The location and time are a bit awkward. Su Chen planned to wait until the other party left the hospital and then go up to him to ask for prestige. But the more they follow each other, his expression became weirder. Because the other party actually walked towards the women's department. He was a grown man walking in a place where only women were around. The expressions of the people around him looked at him became much strange. Although I didn't say anything. But my eyes kept looking down. It still made his face flush. But it was for the woman I fell in love with at first sight. Su Chen still tried hard to suppress the embarrassment. I followed Dong Qingyun to a department at the corner. Before entering this place, Su Chen subconsciously glanced at the label above. The next moment, he looked like a fool. Stay where you are. Obstetrics and Gynecology. Chapter 47. Dong Qingyun didn't notice Su Chen behind him. She registered and checked according to the regulations. Just sitting there fidgeting in the room. Waiting for the result with all my heart. Not long after. A doctor in a white coat walked into the room with a checklist. How about it? Dong Qingyun's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up and asked. The doctor in a white coat nodded and said, "You are indeed pregnant." Dong Qingyun's expression froze beneath the mask. I just felt like my heart suddenly skipped a beat. As if petrified. Standing there motionless. A buzzing sound in my ears. I didn't even hear the doctor's instructions on what to pay attention to during pregnancy. Moment. She finally came back to her senses from that state. His expression became extremely confused. Although there have been some speculations long ago. But before that, I still hold a glimmer of hope in my heart. Now the reality is before her. For a woman. Even if you are prepared. A huge mental shock. Or let her have a brief moment of unconsciousness. Wait until you come to your senses. A thought subconsciously flashed through Dong Qingyun's mind. Should we abort this child? The other side. As obstetrics and gynecology. It was naturally difficult for Su Chen, a grown man, to go in. I can only walk up and down the corridor anxiously. He didn't expect that the woman he fell in love with at first sight was actually pregnant. So many years. The first woman who made his heart beat faster was actually a married woman? For a while. Even Su Chen, who thought he was normal, couldn't help but doubt himself. Do I really have some strange hidden attributes? No, even if you go to the OB/GYN department, it doesn't necessarily mean you're pregnant. She came to the hospital alone, with no one else around her. Going to the obstetrics and gynecology department doesn't necessarily mean you're pregnant. Maybe it's some other disease. Yes, I must be overthinking it. Even if she really has a boyfriend, I can take over. If it really doesn't work out, I can still take the child's surname. I'm an orphan anyway. Su Chen looked conflicted. Thoughts flashed through my mind. I don't know why. He had an obsession with Dong Qingyun that he couldn't even explain. It's as if the two of them were born to be a couple. Little did they know. If Chen Tianming knew what was in his heart, I must have handed him a cigarette with a respectful look on my face. If Fei Yanjiang doesn't accept me, then I will accept you. You are not a bootlicker. You are a wolf warrior. Just when Su Chen was feeling conflicted, a familiar sound of footsteps passed by him. Dong Qingyun had ignored Su Chen, who was sitting at the door. Walked towards the other side of the corridor. He was holding a list in his hand. Above are some Huxia medicines prescribed by doctors that are good for children. As a female protagonist, she finally relented. Su Chen stood up quickly. Followed quietly. Dong Qingyun was wrapped tightly. I can't wait to leave. In his haste, he naturally didn't notice Su Chen behind him. After taking the medicine, I plan to leave the hospital directly. Su Chen became anxious when he saw Dong Qingyun planning to leave. Hesitate again and again. He still planned to go up and ask the other person if she had a boyfriend. After all, if you miss this village, you will miss this store. Made up my mind. Su Chen was not so nervous anymore. I left the hospital and was about to catch up. Right at this moment. But he noticed that Dong Qingyun in front of him paused. Looked at a strange man. You, why are you here? Dong Qingyun's expression suddenly became complicated. Expectation, shyness, anger. Not enough but one. Mixed together. As for the man in front of Dong Qingyun, of course it's Chen Tianming. He was nearby. Received report from subordinates. Su Chen and Dong Qingyun both appeared in the hospital. Just came here on the way. As for those disguises, naturally, it had no effect on Chen Tianming. Not to mention that he is now a dark energy expert. No need to even open your eyes. You can identify someone just by their aura. Not to mention, the two of them know each other well. What kind of look have I never seen before? A simple disguise like wearing a mask and glasses. You can still recognize each other at a glance. Dong Qingyun was also aware of this. In fact, even if it's just a change of clothes, facing some people who are more familiar with her, the other party can still sense her identity. Not to mention Chen Tianming, who didn't even wear clothes. I've seen it all. Chen Tianming smiled slightly and replied casually, my stomach is a little uncomfortable, come and get some medicine. Said. He glanced at Su Chen behind her without leaving a trace. I feel a little sad. He is indeed the child of destiny. It seems to be fate. Even fate is helping him get in touch with the heroine. Just discharged from the hospital. The next thing he did was run into Dong Qingyun, who came to the hospital for a checkup because of her pregnancy. This can't be called a coincidence. Unfortunately, with me here, you're destined to have no chance. Chen Tianming thought to himself. A chill flashed in his eyes. Su Chen, who was following Dong Qingyun, subconsciously stopped when he saw this. Looking at the expressions of the two people, he was slightly stunned. Immediately following, he understood. He understood it all. Chen Tianming is the man who made Dong Qingyun pregnant. After realizing this, The look he gave Chen Tianming was suddenly filled with hostility. The woman he just fell in love with. She actually got pregnant by another man. He subconsciously looked at Chen Tianming. I secretly compared them in my mind. How is this guy better than me? Isn't it just that he is taller, more handsome, and richer than me? Just when Su Chen was shouting wildly in his heart, Dong Qingyun, who was sitting opposite Chen Tianming, showed a hint of concern when he heard this. Subconsciously took half a step forward. But think about their current relationship. He forced himself to control his impulse. He asked, "Are you having a stomachache? How is it? Is it serious? Do you want me to go with you? I heard that some people with severe gastroenteritis may even faint." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Chen Tianming raise his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Even Su Chen, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded. What did he hear? You yourself are pregnant. Not only do you not let the other person care about you, instead, you are concerned about his minor stomach problem? For a while, Su Chen stood disheveled in the wind. I felt like my heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. Full of holes. The goddess you like. Licking another man in front of him. If looks could kill, then Chen Tianming has died tens of millions of times now. The protagonist Su Chen hates you to the core, villain value plus 822. The protagonist Su Chen tells you. Chen Tianming listened to the sound of the villain value increasing in his ears. I couldn't help but chuckle in my heart. But he remained calm on the surface. He looked at Dong Qingyun, shook his head, and said, "I'm fine." After saying that, he paused, then asked with a curious look on his face, "Speaking of which, what are you doing in the hospital? Are you sick?" said. He also looked Dong Qingyun up and down. Especially if it stays on the other person's face for a few seconds longer. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Chapter 48. Dong Qingyun felt Chen Tianming's gaze, and his heart suddenly tightened. But he still pretended to be relaxed and laughed dryly, saying, "Some skin diseases. No big deal. She is not mentally prepared to tell others that she is pregnant. As the heroine, she is naturally kind-hearted. But she wasn't sure what Chen Tianming was thinking. After all, the two of them only met once. What if I say I'm pregnant? What should I do if the other party asks me to have an abortion? The child is innocent after all. Although it seems easy on the surface. But a hint of hesitation flashed across Dong Qingyun's eyes. Chen Tianming looked at Dong Qingyun's reaction. Naturally, I guessed what she was thinking. But he didn't care. After all, the other person's affection for you is limited. However, Chen Tianming believes it. Through one's own efforts. Sooner or later, Dong Qingyun will take the initiative to confess to himself. Su Chen, who was standing next to him, felt like his whole body was about to break apart after hearing this. Skin disease? Your skin disease requires you to go to the obstetrics and gynecology department, right? If he was a little unsure at first. Or in other words, there is a 1% chance of luck in my heart. Now it can be confirmed 100%. Dong Qingyun was indeed pregnant with Chen Tianming's child. But what he never expected was, Dong Qingyun didn't seem to intend to let the other party know. Plan to take it on yourself. Su Chen felt like his three views were about to shatter. What magic does this man have? How could Dong Qingyun be so obsessed with him? A fire called jealousy. It expanded rapidly in Su Chen's heart. I wish I could replace Chen Tianming. The protagonist Su Chen becomes jealous of you, villain value plus 822. The protagonist Su Chen is angry with you, villain value plus 842. Chen Tianming listened to the voice beside his ear. I laughed secretly in my heart. It seemed that he just noticed Su Chen, who had been standing next to him. Turn your head slightly. I noticed this person has been standing there since just now. Your friend. Dong Qingyun followed Chen Tianming's gaze and looked at Su Chen not far away. The latter's expression changed. Dong Qingyun frowned slightly, shook her head, and said, I don't know him. Her expression changed from shyness when facing Chen Tianming. Quickly became indifferent. He looked at Su Chen and asked calmly, What's the matter with you? What else could Su Chen say? He forced a smile on his face. Said it was nothing. I left quickly. But before leaving, Chen Tianming noticed the way the other person was looking at him. Full of resentment. Interesting. Chen Tianming's mouth corners curled up. I thought the reaction of this destiny child was very interesting. The other party should have guessed that Dong Qingyun was his woman. Even so. Although he is a latecomer. But I still feel resentment towards myself. Just like a little kid. He doesn't hide his double standards at all. But, if you can't activate the system, what can you use to fight me? Chen Tianming shook his head. No longer care about this child of destiny. The other party still has a lot of luck left. It is not time to harvest yet. Just let it jump around for 2 more days. Chen Tianming glanced into the distance. There was a man wearing a hat. After Su Chen left, he reached out and pushed down the brim of his hat. Followed quietly. This person is the Chen family's dead pool arranged by Chen Tianming. Specially used to keep an eye on these destined children and heroines. The two met before. These are the people who reported it to him. Chen Tianming withdrew his gaze calmly. Next. With Dong Qingyun's repeated insistence, he followed the other person to the hospital and got some medicine. By the way, I drove the other person back home. After returning to the car, Chen Tianming glanced at the tall building behind him. Ponder for a moment. Although Dong Qingyun has some good feelings towards him now. But that's not enough. We cannot act rashly for the time being. I can only wait for the next opportunity. Chen Tianming did not linger any longer. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Chen family villa area. The last time was because of time. I didn't have a good conversation with Bai Menging. Say hello in advance this time. Invite the other party to your villa. I can observe the changes in him after he swallowed the youth pill and the essence pill. At the same time, the other side. Zizhu. Airport. 2 men and 1 woman are seeing off a tall man. Seeing that the time is almost up. One of the 3 men endured for a long time. Still couldn't help it. With a complicated expression, he said. Brother. No more. I'm determined to leave. The tall man waved his hand. Interrupted him. A pair of tiger eyes. Determined eyes. 3 years ago, the Wang family wiped out my Qi family. When I fled to Zizhu. I swear. If you achieve anything later, I will repay you 100-fold. Now you and I have fought our way out of Zizhu. Establish the temple of War God. He's quite famous in the dark world. With the ability. Of course I'll go back for revenge. Qilin said here. It seemed as if he recalled the scene when the Qi family was destroyed by the Wang family. A pair of tiger eyes turned slightly red. Clench your fists. Revenge for genocide. Irreconcilable. Even himself. In order to avoid being hunted down by the Wang family. I almost starved to death. If it weren't for the woman who happened to take him home. He was revived with a bowl of hot porridge. Is there a god of war who is shocking the dark world of Zizhu now? Still 2 different things. After being rescued by the woman, Qilin did not want to implicate the other party. Wait until you regain your mobility. Hurried away. But before leaving, he left his ring behind. Promise to wait until you return to the magic city. I must marry her. Thinking of that woman back then. His expression gradually became gentle. Huaixuan, wait for me, I'll be back soon. He said secretly in his heart. The three people opposite him were his brothers in life and death in Zizhu. They have laid a solid foundation in Zizhu in the past 3 years. It is now in its rising period. There are many things to deal with both inside and outside. Logically speaking, it would be best for Qilin to stay here for a few years. It's better to wait until you're completely stable before leaving. But seeing my boss like this, they just know it. Qilin has decided to leave. It's no use for us to say anything more. I can only sigh in my heart. No way. Who made the other party the boss? It's a pity for Grace. 2 of the 3 men, one tall and one short, couldn't help but glance at the blonde woman next to them. This is a woman Qilin met in Zizhu. I have always admired Qilin. The women in Zizhu are different from the women in the alliance. Be bolder. During a mission, after Qilin conquered the opponent with his strength, the other party became a die-hard fan of Qilin, always following them loyally. The construction of the Temple of War in recent years also put in a lot of effort. He is considered a veteran figure. Pity. Qilin only has the woman named Chu Huaixuan in his heart. Chapter 49. Grace is a typical Zizhu beauty. Blonde and blue eyes. White skin. High nose bridge. If placed in the entertainment industry, her appearance is definitely top-notch. But she is such a beauty. But in the dark world, it has another nickname. Ghost. It means the top killer who kills people invisibly. Feeling the gazes of the 2 people next to him, her expression didn't change much. Just a look at Qilin. Burning with passion. But few people know about it. The person she was pursuing was not actually Qilin, but power. Only someone with a power stronger than her can make her surrender. Qilin was on a mission at the time. The killer group she belonged to was defeated head-on. Instead, Grace became deeply fascinated by Qilin's powerful strength. Qilin also discovered this when he accepted Grace. This guy is a complete crazy beauty. From beginning to end, she had no real allegiance to anyone. Just surrender to a stronger force. He defeated the enemy camp at that time. Grace actually has some people around her. If you take the opportunity to organize a counterattack, except myself, I'm afraid the others will die at the hands of the other side. If you want to escape, even Qilin couldn't guarantee that he could catch up with the other party. Nicknamed Ghost, she is very agile. I'm not kidding. But it was beyond Qilin's expectation. But Grace counterattacked and killed everyone on their side. Walked out by himself. Expressed the hope to be by Qilin's side. At that time, Qilin could see that this woman was mentally abnormal. But considering that they are in urgent need of manpower now, the other party pledged allegiance in public. Plus, his strength is indeed enough to suppress Grace. So he agreed to take the other party under his command. Since then, Grace is okay. He will go and challenge Qilin to a duel. But as the child of destiny, Qilin carries the blood of the Qilin. He is a natural martial arts genius. In just 3 years, he broke through the Ming Jin realm, standing at the pinnacle of the dark world. Grace is talented, but he was no match for Qilin. The abuse lasted a long time. The other party is too lazy to make things difficult for himself. Behave and keep a low profile. He began to help Qilin honestly. After a long time, everyone thought that Grace was defeated by the boss. Plus the burning look in the other person's eyes when he looked at Qilin. Almost everyone feels that way. Grace actually has a special feeling for the boss. But Qilin only has the woman named Chu Huaixuan in his heart. There is no room for anyone else. The time is almost up. Qilin carried his luggage, walking towards the airport. The third brother next to her couldn't help but say, "Grace, are you just going to watch the boss go back to find that woman? Once I leave this time, I don't know when I can come back." The second guy next to him, who was taller, didn't say anything. But he also looked at Grace beside him. The meaning is obviously the same as that of the people around me. They have also investigated Chu Huaixuan. Qilin kept muttering about it all day long. They got each other's information easily. Just an ordinary person. How can I be worthy of my boss? More importantly, the other party knows nothing about the dark world. The two of them are not a good match at all. About this matter, these little brothers actually said a lot. But Qilin was very determined. Have no choice. They could only place their hopes on Grace. I hope she can keep the eldest brother. Grace glanced at the two of them and said in broken alliance language, "I can't change what he wants to do." After saying that, she turned and left. She didn't care what Qilin did. Her goal is to defeat him. Become stronger. Other things. It has nothing to do with her. Magic City. Chen family. Bai Menging leaned on Chen Tianming. What he was wearing was the reward he got from the system lottery. A cat ear, a cat tail. There is a bell hanging around the neck. There is also a pair of claws on both hands. Leaning on Chen Tianming's shoulder, the whole person was shaking as if he had been electrocuted. For a long time, Bai Menging's body suddenly relaxed. With a seductive look, she said, "Hubby, that electric current just now really made my soul fly away." At this moment, she looked at Chen Tianming's fingers curiously. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. "Honey, I'm more than just a sparkler," said. He held up his finger. In Bai Menging's shocked eyes, vines, not much thicker than wool, slowly appeared and grew. Staggered extension. Bai Menging is now his woman. He had already taught the other party the ancient martial arts training techniques. Let the other party see your special ability, which is currently only for entertainment purposes. It doesn't matter. Bai Menging opened her mouth in shock and asked, "This, husband, is this your superpower?" "That's not all." Chen Tianming's mouth corners curled up. Gold element control. Although he couldn't deform the metal too much yet. For example, a random piece of metal can be transformed into a long sword. But if there are some subtle changes, he can still do it now. Chen Tianming grabbed the cat's tail. Bai Menging still didn't understand what this meant. Next second, she opened her eyes wide. In the future, Chen Tianming drove Bai Menging back home. After some ancient martial arts guidance, the heroine's legs were trembling. "Can barely walk on my own. He can only deliver it home." When Bai Menging was sent to the Bai family, Mr. Bai warmly invited him to his home for dinner. For so long. Naturally, he also heard about Chen Tianming. Before, Mr. Bai thought his daughter was too much of a homebody. "Unless he forces me, I don't usually attend any parties. I don't get to know some outstanding young people in the family. If it wasn't a girl, it's not impossible that Father Bai would just kick her out. Who knows, in the blink of an eye." His own daughter actually became the woman next to the eldest son of the Chen family. When he found out about this, he almost laughed his mouth off. For these big families, to put it bluntly, whether men or women, at that age, they are all tools for family marriages. Without Chen Tianming deliberately concealing it, they are from big families. Everyone knows that Chen Tianming has many women around him. They are all stunning. But even so, as long as you can be related to each other, that means you make money. The power of the Chen family is simply not something that other families in Shanghai can match. Even the four major families, no, now they should be called the three major families. It's the same when you add it all up. The world's largest chaebol is not kidding you. But in the eyes of Chen Tianming, the only important thing is Bai Menging. Bai Menging is now asleep. Eat here by yourself. It's a complete waste of time. So be polite. Under the reluctant gaze of Bai's father, he drove away alone. Give the Bai family some benefits for Bai Menging's sake. There is nothing wrong with mutual benefit. But if you want to trap him completely, it can only be said that it is wishful thinking. Chapter 50. Chen Tianming didn't care about this little episode. After leaving the Bai family, he was driving on the road. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw a ray of golden light on the road. Golden light? Chen Tianming was originally distracted and thinking about what to eat tonight. Suddenly came to my senses. Narrowed his eyes. Slowed down. Look in the direction of the golden aura. Soon, his eyes were fixed on a figure on the road. I saw a long-haired woman holding a little girl in one hand on the side of the road. Walking and talking and laughing. Both of them are extremely good-looking. It is very conspicuous among passers-by. It attracted the attention of people around. Chen Tianming's eyes were slightly distorted. A small translucent word appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Chu Huaixuan, female lead. Age, 26. Identity, ordinary white-collar worker. Appearance, 9'5". Special, 4 years ago, on a rainy night, I found an abandoned baby by the flower pond. I adopted her and named her Chu Waner. Abandoned baby? Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows. His gaze shifted slightly. According to time, it should be the little girl that the other party is holding. He originally thought this was the other person's child. Now it seems that he was adopted just out of kindness. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He is not the Prime Minister. There is no good wife. Then Chen Tianming paid attention to the community the other party entered. Sent a message to his men. Step on the accelerator. Left here. Chen Tianming just returned to the villa. The mobile phone received a text message. Information about the new female lead Chu Huaixuan. The heroine's interpersonal relationships are simple. And there is no background. Naturally, I found the other party's information quickly. With the power of the Chen family. Want to strip an ordinary person naked. In fact, it doesn't even take 10 seconds. That's why it was delayed for more than 10 minutes. Or it was because of something that happened 3 years ago. 3 years ago, in order to completely annex the Qi family, the Wang family secretly assassinated the Qi family's direct descendants. At that time, all members of the Qi family who participated in important family affairs were killed. Except Qilin, the eldest son of the Qi family. Qilin? Qilin, Kailin. Chen Tianming looked a little strange. Good job. This time there's no need even to investigate. He can be sure. This guy must be the protagonist. Such an awesome name. Except for the protagonist. Who can bear this kind of cause and effect? Plus the whole family was killed. It's almost a done deal. Chen Tianming muttered secretly in his heart. However, despite what he said, he still retrieved Qilin's information. A resolute face appeared on the phone screen. Emitting a faint golden light. A pair of tiger eyes seemed alive. Even through the photo. Chen Tianming could also feel the oppression from the other party. If an ordinary person were here, it is very likely that you will be frightened and dare not look at it. I couldn't even think of resisting. But Chen Tianming, however, felt something more from the other person. This guy, has he practiced? Chen Tianming narrowed his eyes. He won't admit his mistake. This feeling of oppression. When I just broke through. Deliberately exuding your aura can achieve a similar effect. Wait until your cultivation level is high enough. He can even scare people to death with just his aura. This photo was taken before his family was wiped out. He should have just started practicing at that time. When you first start practicing, you may also have this kind of energy that is difficult to control. A situation where you can't be restrained. After all, everyone starts from the very beginning when they know nothing. Interesting, a eldest son who hasn't even reached the level of one of the 4 great families actually has an ancient martial arts inheritance. And a pretty powerful one at that. It's even not inferior to what I gave to the heroines back then. Chen Tianming found it very interesting. This is not something you can get in the magic world. Looks like it's time to investigate. A change of mind. His eyes were fixed on Qilin's photo. Lines of small, translucent characters slowly appeared near the photo. But he is the only one who can see it. Name, Qilin, Destiny Child. Age, 26. Identity, the eldest son of the Qi family, founder of the Temple of War God. Gold finger, Qilin bloodline, Qi family heirloom pendant. Strength, Midming Jin. Qilin bloodline, a powerful bloodline that aids in ancient martial arts cultivation. It strengthens the body to a certain extent, making it difficult to find an opponent of the same realm. Qi family heirloom pendant contains a map to a secret realm, where one can gain powerful strength. However, due to the harsh conditions and the fact that only the eldest son of the Qi family can open it through blood, in the past 3 generations, no one except Qilin has been able to open the secret realm. Chen Tianming understood. In other words, only Qilin obtained the power of the secret realm. Otherwise, the Qi family will not perish. The Wang family said on the surface that they were planning to annex the Qi family. Become the 4 major families. In fact, it is possible that he knew something. Use this as a cover. Intend to take this opportunity. Received the Qi family's inheritance quietly. But now it seems that the Wang family has not succeeded. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this mess now. It's just a little blood of the eldest son. We can get it by killing Qi linear. For those who know the secret, it's not a problem. The key is information. The Qi family's secret was leaked back then. Traitor, secret sentry, bribe. Forget it, it's none of my business. Chen Tianming shook his head. Take back your thoughts. Then he couldn't help but complain about the Qi family again. This baby of the Qi family is really useless. So many requests. Holding the map of the secret realm. And they were almost wiped out by others. If it is a level set by the Qi family themselves. I wonder if the other party regrets seeing this scene in the underground. Chen Tianming actually wanted to laugh for a moment. Laughing is laughing. After some complaints in my heart. Chen Tianming still followed his usual habits. Send someone to monitor the Destiny Child and the Heroine. Prevent rollover when you are not paying attention. Su Chen's incident gave him a wake-up call. Even if there is no way to turn on the system, these children of destiny will also be affected unconsciously. Cause him trouble. You have to watch it carefully. After all, the only good Destiny Child is the one who is dead. Chen Tianming was still looking at the information in his hand. His subordinates passed on a lot of information to him. Soon, he noticed a detail. After the Wang family wiped out the Qi family, they naturally wouldn't let it go when they discovered the pendant was missing. With a quick search, they would have surely discovered that Qilin had escaped. Then the Wang family must have issued a wanted notice for Qilin and sent people to look for him. Chen Tianming flipped through it. It was just as he thought. This wanted notice is still up to this day. The reward is not low. Like the mission issuing building in the dark world. Have identity and status. Everyone can see it. It's just been this long. If Chen Tianming hadn't gone to look for it, the others had long forgotten about it. Qilin is the son of destiny after all. It's impossible to be caught. After being rescued by the heroine as if she were the abandoned baby, The other party rested for a while. Just happened to avoid the Wang family's pursuit. Relying on the Qi family's backup. Left the alliance. Think of this. Chen Tianming narrowed his eyes. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. This is a good entry point. The heroine saved the man because he was kind. What if this kindness brings disaster? Will the heroine still have a good expression when she sees the child of destiny again? Chapter 51. Chen Tianming's thoughts turned. He touched his chin with one hand. Narrowed his eyes. Soon. Some information about Qilin also appeared in his mobile phone. No way. This guy is also famous. But not in the league. But in the dark world of Zizhu. Although the Chen family's assets are spread all over the Blue Star. But the main base is still in Zizhu. Especially the dark world. Even the rankings of the dark world were created by the Chen family. There are many things in it that the Chen family doesn't even need to investigate. The most detailed information can be provided directly. War God Temple, the newly rising dark world force. The War God Temple has 4 main members, with over 3,000 men under their command. FK, isn't this the return of the God of War? Chen Tianming's expression turned a little strange. The God of War returns. 3,000 powerful men from the Temple of War God. Seeing your wife and daughter living in a doghouse at the beginning? This is a classic. As an old bookworm who traveled through time, he naturally knew all this. As soon as I saw the beginning, the following plot immediately came to my mind. Chen Tianming shook his head. Get your attention back. His eyes scanned the 4 photos at the back. His sight finally rested on a blonde beauty with blue eyes. Grace. On the other person's photo. He also saw the golden light. That is to say, this is also a female protagonist. Name, Grace, female protagonist. Age, 24. Identity, the 4th killer in the dark world, codenamed Ghost. Appearance, 9'5". Strength, Mid-Ground Master. Special, a fanatical pursuer of power. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows. This heroine is quite interesting. Among so many heroines, this is the first one with great strength. Late Grand Master stage. A little stronger than the current Qi. Certainly. Just a little bit stronger. After all, I have given him the Qi nourishing pill. If it is still too bad. That's weird. Chen Tianming briefly browsed through Grace's information. As a celebrity in the dark world, this person's information is directly included. Certainly. The most important thing is that it is easy to investigate. Many people know about it. Grace is the eldest daughter of a gangster family in Zizhu. 10 years ago, he lost because of his parents' involvement in the gang war. The family was destroyed. The world of Zizhu is more chaotic than the alliance. No matter what is said in the alliance. At least there won't be such things as gangs existing openly. But in Zizhu, gangs are all legal. So someone like Grace. Gang fights often lead to the annihilation of one side. It's still very common. Grace witnessed the death of her own parents. After escaping, there seems to be something wrong with his mind. 5 years ago, because of some coincidences, she inherited the ancient martial arts. Entered the dark world. With his powerful talent, he cultivated to the Grandmaster level. Killed all the gangsters who killed her parents. Avenged the genocide. From that day on, she is also quite famous in the dark world. Then I met Qilin. Of course, that's another story. Because his family was slaughtered, he became mentally ill and developed an abnormal pursuit of powerful strength. That's why she joined the Temple of War God. Chen Tianming felt that he had roughly restored the situation at that time. Even if there are some errors, it shouldn't be too much. Pity. Grace is still in the Temple of War God in Zizhu. There is no sign of returning. Let's focus on Chu Huaixuan. He reached out and touched his chin. Integration of various information in the mind. A plan for the Destiny Child quickly emerged in his mind. Charm bar. Su Chen, Su Chen. Ah, ah. Su Chen, who was a little dazed, finally raised his head. Sorry, I got distracted. The middle-aged man looked at him with some dissatisfaction. He opened his mouth, but finally couldn't help but say. Don't blame me for saying too much, you've been quite out of shape recently. My superiors have told me several times that they wanted to fire you, but I stopped them every time. If you continue like this, even if I intervene, it won't be enough. Su Chen stood up somewhat awkwardly. Continuous assurance. I will definitely adjust myself. Only then did he send the person away. Why? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Since I came back from the hospital last time. He would think of that scene from time to time. No. Su Chen gritted his teeth. This is not a solution. I kept thinking about what happened back then. He can't do anything. Just when he was struggling. There was a sudden commotion. Su Chen raised his head and looked. I saw that all the people who were working at the door of the bar were now gathered there. Among them is the one who is usually lazy. A bar owner who looks down on everyone. At this time, he followed a figure respectfully, nodding and bowing. No, not alone. But two people. Su Chen was behind the huge crowd. It seems a little unreal. But as we walked into the bar, the crowd dispersed. He finally saw clearly. Who is coming to the bar? Chen Tianming. The moment Su Chen saw the other person, I was slightly surprised at first. Then his eyes quickly turned red. The guy who stole his woman. He would recognize her even if she turned into ashes. But when he sees the person next to him, the whole person was stunned. The person next to him was not the original Dong Qingyun, but another woman. A woman who is no less beautiful than Dong Qingyun. After this guy harmed Dong Qingyun, he wants to harm other women. Su Chen felt that he was not the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs. But at this moment, he was so jealous that he wanted to rush to the other person. Tell the story about Chen Tianming. Why? The protagonist Su Chen becomes jealous of you, villain value plus 666. Protagonist Su Chen's plasmolysis, villain value plus 889. Chen Tianming glanced at the crowd without leaving a trace. Su Chen was shaking with anger. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Right at this moment, Qi Wanzhi, who was beside him, also felt the prying eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. I subconsciously looked around. But her cultivation is still too weak. Still a warrior now. I could only feel someone watching me with malicious intent. There is no way to perceive specific objects like Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming took a look and was startled. Divert attention stealthily. Su Chen started wiping the cup. I couldn't help but chuckle. You pretend to be quite similar. Then he acted like he knew nothing. Look at Qi Wanzhi beside you. Deliberately asked. What's wrong? Qi Wanzhi sensed it. But he no longer felt the gazes of the crowd. She shook her head. Nothing. Maybe the feeling is wrong. Or maybe it's those fanatical pursuers like before. After letting go of this thought, Qi Wanzhi followed Chen Tianming to the private room on the second floor. Chapter 52. A hole. Scumbag. Su Chen looked at Chen Tianming's back as he left. Gritting his teeth secretly. Jealousy, anger, and a hint of envy. All kinds of emotions erupted. It almost made him lose his mind. No. I want to expose this guy's true face. Serious. Etc. Su Chen's eyes lit up. A light suddenly flashed in my mind. Yes. The woman brought by Chen Tianming must have been deceived by the other party's sweet words. I just want to expose the true face of Chen Tianming's extramarital affair. Tell that to the woman he brought. Chen Tianming is finished. The same goes for Dong Qingyun. Think of this. There was an expression of excitement on his face. It seems that I have seen Chen Tianming's collapse. I almost laughed out loud. I took a look at a private room on the second floor. He turned and walked towards the kitchen. Wait until you come out again. A fruit plate and a cocktail appeared in his hands. That's all. When no one was paying attention to him, he quietly slipped to the second floor. Su Chen thought he was being secretive enough. Little did they know. A beautiful figure in the corner of the booth frowned. He locked onto the sneaky Su Chen at a glance. The corners of her mouth moved slightly. Be ready to get up at any time. But a moment later, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. It seems like he received some instructions. Sat down again. At this time, Su Chen didn't know that his plan almost failed before it even started. He successfully reached the box on the second floor. But I don't know if he heard it wrong. At the stairs, Su Chen seemed to hear a strange sound. But wait until he walks up. The sound disappeared again. Cat. Su Chen looked around. Nothing else was found. Could it be hallucination? Shook his head. He put aside his doubts. Knocked on the room that Chen Tianming had entered before. Boom boom boom. Hello, as the 100th customer today, we'd like to give you a complimentary wine and fruit platter. Would you like any? Su Chen skillfully said the excuse he had thought of long ago. There was silence in the room for a moment. Chen Tianming's voice sounded, "Come in." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then I felt ecstatic. Push open the door of the room. But after seeing the situation in the room clearly, the lines he prepared got stuck in his throat. Chen Tianming was the only one in the room. Sit in your seat. Playing with the phone. The woman who had entered the room with him before was gone. Chen Tianming saw Su Chen enter the room. Looking at the other person's surprised expression, an imperceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It soon returned to its original state. Su Chen quickly came to his senses. A thought subconsciously popped up in my mind. The few seconds I just spent in the kitchen. The room the other person left? I came up empty-handed. Su Chen's expression almost collapsed. Why am I so unlucky? It seems to have started from the last class reunion. I have always been unlucky. He forced a smile. Sir, this is the wine and fruit plate given by our bar. After watching Su Chen leave the room, Chen Tianming revealed a playful smile. Just turn off the reminder of villain value gain in your ear. He looked at Qi Wanj who was hiding in the table in front of him. Fortunately there is a table. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Certainly. It's just difficult to do. At worst, you can just not let the other person in. Or let Qi take action. Etc. However, Su Chen's interference actually helped me a lot. Just as he thought this, Chen Tianming's body suddenly stiffened. The system prompt sounded. Ding! It has been detected that the heroine Qi Wanj's favorability, black, towards the host has reached 100 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Space Ring. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Friendly Buff. The friendly buff can make the target person naturally trust you and have a certain degree of goodwill towards you. Who says villains have to have it written all over their faces? Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. A thought came to my mind. A silver ring appeared in his hand. This is the space ring. Even with his mind. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel excited. This is good stuff. Chen Tianming observed it carefully. There is no extra frills on the surface of this ring. There are no gemstones or anything. The overall color is very simple silver. Many patterns are engraved inside and outside. Crowded. There are also some words that I don't even recognize mixed in. I can't figure out what it means. I didn't understand Chen Tianming, but I didn't force it. Brought it directly to your hands. The ring seems to adapt to the size of the finger. There was no issue of size. Not bad. For this reward. He was still very satisfied. Just from the surface workmanship. This is also a nice decoration. It looks like some kind of high-end handmade product. It won't attract attention. Low-key luxury with connotation. Chen Tianming reached out and touched it. The apple on the table disappeared out of thin air. A thought came to his mind. The apple reappeared in his hand. The system space can only store items won in the lottery. There are still too many restrictions. The space ring can solve this problem. Chen Tianming nodded with satisfaction. The harvest this time was pretty good. As for the buff bonus of friendliness, it's like doubling the charm. It can also be regarded as a small passive bonus. Chen Tianming let out a sigh. A smile appeared. The harvest this time was good. Finally, the second heroine's favorability has also been maxed out. Now, he still feels very accomplished. Take a look at Qi Wanj. The look the other person gave him at this moment. You can literally pull out threads. Outside the door. Su Chen is an employee. It's not like I have nothing to do. As the sky gradually darkened, the bar business is gradually becoming booming. He was soon very busy. Finally I can take a break. He couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. Look towards the box on the second floor. Why don't these two guys come out yet? What on earth are they doing? Just said. He reacted immediately. His face suddenly turned ugly. Two people, one man and one woman. Staying in a box for such a long time. What else can I do? Even a fool can see that something is wrong. But just when the other party arrived, even the boss was very respectful to them. Chen Tianming's status should be quite high. At this time, even if someone guessed something, no one dares to go up and cause trouble. There's no benefit. Instead, you will offend a big shot. The gain does not outweigh the loss. Su Chen calmed down and reacted. How impulsive I was to go upstairs just now. A man who needs to respect even his own boss. If I really did it in front of him. Revealed his true face. If the other party stops pretending. Just clean yourself up. What to do? He doesn't have any background. Chapter 53. Think of this. Su Chen's expression changed. I was blinded by anger before. I really didn't think that much about it. Now think about it. Fortunately, Qi Wanj was not in the room at that time. Otherwise, I might not be able to get home safely today. Damn you, young man from aristocratic family. He cursed under his breath. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes. However, he did not intend to give up. Since there is no way to offend Chen Tianming, then tell the women around him quietly. In this way, the other party didn't know who reported it. Of course there is no way to retaliate against him. Almost the moment he thought of this, a graceful figure suddenly walked out from the room on the second floor. If not Qi Wanj, then who else? Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If you are really sleepy, come to the pillow. I was just thinking about it. How can I meet with the other person alone? Now is the chance. No need to take risks. He glanced around the room. Chen Tianming did not follow out. Su Chen quickly took this opportunity to run to the bathroom. Little did they know. Behind him, Qi also restrained his breath. In Su Chen's blind spot. I followed him and walked over calmly. Su Chen is an ordinary person. Naturally, he didn't know he was being followed. But he was a little late. After rushing to the bathroom, Qi Wanj has already gone in. Even though he was anxious, I can only wait outside. Ah Qi was leaning against the wall in the distance, watching this scene, frowning slightly. The lips moved slightly. But this time she received the same response. Don't worry about it. As long as it doesn't threaten the heroine. Just don't worry about it. Just let them touch it. Even though Ah Qi was confused. But he didn't say much. After all, as Deadpool, their duty is to follow orders. Su Chen waited at the door for a while. Soon, Qi Wanj walked out. This was also the first time Su Chen was so close. See the heroine from the front. I was a little dazed for a moment. Beautiful, so beautiful. Her figure is not inferior to Dong Qingyun at all. Her looks can easily beat most of the stars he has seen. The skin is so smooth that it feels as soft as a baby's. Like a newborn baby. The pores are barely visible. Su Chen's eyes widened. I couldn't help swallowing. But right at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Qi Wanj's walking posture. It feels like I sprained my ankle. Some slight tremors. This moment, even if Su Chen is an idiot, I guessed what was going on. Damn it! You already have a beautiful woman, but you're still not satisfied. He gritted his teeth. Seeing Qi Wanj was about to leave. No time to think about it. Hurry forward. Called the other party. Wait a moment. Qi Wanj looked at the man standing in front of her. Raise your eyebrows slightly. Look him up and down. In terms of appearance, he is quite handsome. Not particularly outstanding. But he has an extraordinary temperament. It makes people feel a sense of intimacy involuntarily. Wearing clothes from May Se Bar. He should be the waiter here. Feeling the other person's gaze on him, she felt vaguely familiar. What can I do for you? Qi Wanj looked indifferent. Except facing Chen Tianming. She faced outsiders. Still the academic master from Shanghai. He looked as if he was keeping strangers away. Su Chen saw Qi Wanj like this. I don't know where that is yet. The other party may have fallen deeply in love with Chen Tianming. While feeling jealous, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. Woman. Women are born to be more emotional than men. The more I love, the more intense the reaction will be after discovering that you have been betrayed. And this is exactly the effect he wants. Su Chen quickly said, something's going on. It's something important about you. A hint of doubt flashed across Qi Wanj's face. About me? Or a big deal? All right. Even if something happens. How did a small waiter like you know this? And why tell me? Seeing her alert expression, Su Chen knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he gritted his teeth and said, the man who came with you today. I last saw him at the Magic City Hospital. There was a woman beside him at the time. And that woman is very likely pregnant with his child. Su Chen gritted his teeth. Say this kind of thing out loud. He himself felt mixed emotions. But just let Qi Wanj know about this. Even if the other party doesn't believe it, we'll also investigate. When the time comes. Naturally, you can prove that what you said is true. Think of this. He looked at Qi Wanj with excitement. Even if a woman loves a man again, you can't stand your man having a child with another woman, right? But what made Su Chen stunned was 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed. Qi Wanj's expression did not show the anger he expected. But it was calm, so calm that it was scary. Just looking at him calmly. Are you done? That's all. Su Chen answered subconsciously. But he soon realized something was wrong. He quickly said, "Don't you believe what I say? I have evidence. I took photos." Before he could finish, Qi Wanj interrupted him. He said calmly, "I believe what you said." What? Su Chen was really stunned now. Believe me? So what's your reaction now? Su Chen doesn't know yet. This time Chen Tianming brought the other party with him. On the one hand, he planned to harvest the remaining villain value from him. On the one hand, it is to find an opportunity to max out Qi Wanj's double favor ability. And now, both goals have been achieved. Not to mention knowing that Chen Tianming had a child with another woman. Even if he asked her to serve him together with other heroines, Qi Wanj would not have any dissatisfaction at all. Really? Qi Wanj glanced at Su Chen, who was standing there in a daze. There was a flash of disgust in his eyes. If you are here to sow discord between me and brother Tianming, you can give up now. Brother Tianming is so outstanding. It's normal to have a few women out there. As long as he still has a place for me in his heart, that's enough for me. After saying that, she turned and left. What? Su Chen's body shook. Almost fell to the ground. What did he hear? Such a stunningly beautiful woman. Just a place in Chen Tianming's heart? What kind of magic potion did Chen Tianming give her? How could such a woman say such words? I can't figure it out. I can't understand it at all. Su Chen didn't react until Qi Wanj walked away. He hadn't even taken out the photos from his phone. It failed. How on earth did he do that? So is Qi Wanj. Dong Qingyun too. One by one, they all obey Chen Tianming. Isn't it just a little more handsome? A little richer? My personality has improved a bit. That's all. Just to make all of you stunning beauties fall in love with me? You even don't care if the other person is having an affair outside? It's outrageous. Su Chen was jealous and angry. His face turned blue and red. Chapter 54. Husband. Qi Wanj finished using the bathroom. Returned to the room. She suddenly threw herself into Chen Tianming's arms. Looking aggrieved. What's wrong? Chen Tianming laughed in his heart. Asking despite knowing the answer. He reached out and rubbed the other person's little head. Qi Wanj whispered to him what happened in the bathroom. After saying that, she said in a coquettish tone, "Is what the waiter said true?" Chen Tianming took a look at the other person's stunning face. A pair of eyes flickered. Pouting. Such a pitiful look. It's hard to imagine. Just now, she still had an extremely cold attitude towards Su Chen. Chen Tianming was too lazy to lie. He chuckled and replied, "What he said is true." Qi Wanj suddenly became jealous and said, "Then I also want to get pregnant with my husband's child." She didn't care who the pregnant woman was. She only cares about her position in Chen Tianming's heart. When Chen Tianming maxed out Qi Wanj's double favor ability, he was the only one left in her heart. Love is deep. Even if Chen Tianming asked her to die now, she won't have any hesitation. Not to mention such trivial matters as having other women outside. Qi Wanj knelt on the sofa. Press the shoulders. Leaning into Chen Tianming's ear, he whispered, "Is it okay, husband?" Qi Wanj after taking the rejuvenating pill. She is truly stunningly beautiful and charming. She is not inferior to the legendary fairies in any way. Smell the fragrance of flowers in the air. Chen Tianming's ears are itchy. Reject at this time. Is he still a man? He stretched out his hand and flipped. The other side. After Su Chen was slapped in the face in the bathroom. I didn't have the energy to continue to cause trouble for Chen Tianming. But I still have doubts about life from time to time. Busy until after 11 o'clock. The shift has arrived. He changed his clothes. Finally, he took a deep look at the room on the second floor. Let out a sigh of relief. He left the Mai bar with his head down. Maybe I won't come back. Su Chen stood at the door, muttering to himself. He knew he had failed. Even Chen Tianming getting another woman pregnant is acceptable. Proof that Chen Tianming not only occupies the other person's heart, it even captured souls. In this case, no matter what you say, it's useless. Failed to implode from within. As an ordinary person, naturally, there is no chance to confront the other party head-on. He has no chance of winning at all. He returned to his dark and cramped rental house. Su Chen was about to turn on the light. Right at this moment, he suddenly paused slightly. In the moonlight, a figure is standing in front of the window. Who are you? Su Chen suddenly became nervous. Is there a second person in your room? He subconsciously glanced behind him. The door lock was not broken when I opened it just now. I live on the 4th floor. How did the other party get to my house? Leave now and I can pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, I'm going to call the police. Although the figure did not move, but Su Chen felt as if the blood in his body was freezing inch by inch. My hairs stand on end. It was like facing a wild beast in the wild. Every cell is frantically reminding that there is deadly danger on the opposite side. Must escape immediately. My whole body couldn't stop shaking. The figure with his back to the moonlight chuckled. Walk forward slowly. Walked into the dim light. The moment the other party made a move, Su Chen wanted to turn around and run away. But he was shocked to find out. My body felt like it was really frozen. Don't even mention running away. Can't even lift a finger. I could only watch the figure walk towards me. After seeing the face of the person clearly, Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He cried out. It's you. The person who came was Chen Tianming, whom he had met at the Mai bar. Su Chen's heart suddenly rose to his throat. What do you want to do? Chen Tianming put his hand to his lips. Lie. The entire room is enveloped by my energy. Forget about yelling, spreading the message, and trying to lure people to rescue you. Su Chen trembled when his thoughts were seen through. Chen Tianming casually sat down on the chair next to him, crossing his legs. Smiling, he said, come to think of it, I still want to thank you. As a thank you, I'll let you die with a clear mind. Those Wang family dandies you met at the class reunion were arranged by me. Otherwise, you should have met Dong Qingyun earlier, and the child in her belly now should be yours. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that Dong Qingyun is the woman you met in the hospital. As for your plan, I actually knew it a long time ago. You met my woman in the bathroom. I actually allowed it. I just wanted to see you get slapped in the face. Chen Tianming stretched out his finger. He told how he quietly changed Su Chen's fate. Listed one by one. Su Chen was fixed in place by Chen Tianming. I was completely dumbfounded. He felt like a puppet. My fate was arranged by Chen Tianming. He thought everything was real. In fact, it's all a bubble. It's like the Truman Show. A huge mental shock. It directly shattered all his three views. Ah! Su Chen let out a painful roar. His eyes seemed to be dripping blood. He pounced on him like a mad beast. I'm going to kill you. The protagonist Su Chen suffers a mental breakdown, and his villain value is plus 999. The protagonist Su Chen hates you to the core, villain value plus 1000. Chen Tianming watched Su Chen's performance with great interest. If it is not the blockage of qi. Such a loud noise had already attracted the neighbors to check. But in reality, just one door away, the corridor was silent. Even the voice-activated lights didn't turn on. Chen Tianming watched helplessly as Su Chen's luck, which was already scarce, rapidly declined. The corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. As an ordinary person, Su Chen was unable to break free from the restraints of the Dark Force warrior. I could only scream and shout on the spot. As time goes by, Chen Tianming discovered that the luck value above Su Chen's head finally returned to 0. Almost. He stood up from the sofa. He casually released his internal energy into his body. The blockade was lifted. Su Chen, who was originally shouting, suddenly fell silent. Staring eyes. He fell to the ground with a thud. Curled up into a ball. Started to tremble. White foam began to spew out of the mouth. Chen Tianming casually cleared away all traces in the room. Tidy up the wrinkles on the clothes. He stepped over Su Chen's head, who was still twitching. Walked out of the rental house. This internal force will create the illusion of death from cardiac arrest. No institution can find any abnormalities at present. Congratulations to the host for killing Su Chen, the son of destiny. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 2000 villain points. Chapter 55. After leaving the rental house, Chen Tianming no longer cared about what was happening here. Some finishing touches. Gao's Hyman and Achi will naturally take care of it. Ding! The daddy system has been detected as capable of swallowing. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Chen Tianming's heart moved. Make confirmation. Swallowed successfully. Upgrading. Chen Tianming took a look at the system status. Just shift your attention. He still has some villain value in him. According to previous habits. After killing the child of destiny. Now he should use these villain points to draw a lottery. However, considering that the system will be upgraded, the lottery system will probably be upgraded as well. In order to ensure maximum benefits, he planned to wait for a while. Save up some more villain points. Wait until the system is upgraded before drawing the lottery. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a vibration came from his pocket. Chen Tianming took out his cell phone and took a look. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Has the action already begun? At the same time, on the other side, Qilin at the Jinguo airport has not yet gotten off the plane. I was stuck on the plane by a crowd of people. The entire airport had already been evacuated of ordinary people in advance. There were countless Jin soldiers wearing bulletproof vests on the empty tarmac, holding a firearm, aiming at the plane he was on. Under this firepower, even if Qilin is a strong man in the middle stage of Ming Jin, once you start, the probability of survival is also very small. Certainly. To ensure the smooth operation, it's not just Qilin. The plane he was on, including other passengers, they are all surrounded. Other people on the plane saw this scene. All stupid. Screaming. FK. What's going on? Damn Jin Kingdom, what do you want to do? My father is a prominent figure in Zizhu. If something happens to me, you won't have an easy life. Shit. What the hell is going on at the Jin Kingdom's airport? We have people from so many countries here. Are they planning to tear their faces off with the whole world? Captain? Where is the captain? What on earth is going on? Except Qilin. There were many people from other countries on the plane. Saw someone being stopped at gunpoint at an official airport. Everyone was in a panic. What is going on? Don't say it's them. Even the captain and the flight attendant didn't know what was going on. Keep contacting the control tower on the ground. As for escaping, the fuel on the plane is fixed. Even if it can barely take off, it will crash soon after flying. They have no way to escape. At this time, in the cabin, Qilin also frowned. Completely confused. In his memory, this is the first time I've been stuck in traffic at an official airport. But as the child of destiny, he quickly calmed down. Pretend to be an ordinary person. Blended in the crowd. Want to see what's going on. Right at this moment, a horn sounded. Don't panic, everyone. Jin Kingdom received the intelligence. There is an extremely dangerous terrorist on the plane. His name is Qi Lin. It's the killer from the dark world of Zizhu. He's our only target. Qi Lin. If you could hear me. Now drop your weapons and come out. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. We'll give you another chance. The broadcast was first spoken in the Alliance language. Then it was switched to other languages and started playing in turn. Chaotic plane. Only then did things gradually stabilize. Qi Lin's face turned pale in the plane. Someone leaked my actions. But this thought just came up. He was suppressed by him. Go to the Alliance yourself. Only a few of the most trusted brothers know. It must have been leaked due to other reasons. Anyway, I'm in trouble now. Qi Lin let go of what he was thinking. His face was as cold as ice. I originally thought about changing planes a few more times. Enter the league with a clean identity. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred on the way. No way. Gritted his teeth. Hesitate for a moment. He could only put down the luggage in his hands. Get off the plane. This move by the Jin Kingdom was clearly an attempt to resist. Even if it means killing the entire plane. Keep him here too. Rather than risking serious injury or even death. He felt like he was being held captive after getting off the plane. Then find an opportunity to escape. The chances of survival are higher. But in this way, his plan to return to the Alliance. I don't know how long it will be put on hold. Chen Group. Top floor. Office. Chen Tianming sat in the boss chair. Holding the information in one hand. Look at the recent development of the company. Zhao Xuequan knelt down and reported his work hesitantly. Right at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. A look of panic flashed across Zhao Xuequan's pretty face. Subconsciously, I planned to get up. But Chen Tianming pushed it back with one hand. Come in. Click. The door opened. The person who came was Qi Wange. He was holding a report in his hand. The moment I saw Chen Tianming, her eyes lit up. Surprised. Husband. I couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Move with your body and gaze. She suddenly saw a familiar figure. A hint of surprise flashed across her pretty face. This is... Chen Tianming smiled slightly. Said, one of your sisters. Didn't you want to have a baby yesterday? I specially called President Zhao over. Give you a helping hand. Said. He reached out and pulled Qi Wange into his arms. Savoring the sweet kiss of the beauty. Warriors want to have offspring. It's much more difficult than for ordinary people. But once born, more than 90% of the descendants have a talent for martial arts. Can inherit the mantle. This is also normal. Otherwise, those sects and families that inherited ancient martial arts, they have all been warriors for a long time. What else does ordinary people have to do? Certainly. Dong Qingyun's success was an unexpected surprise. Time passes. The sun sets. Both heroines are almost turning into puffs. Chen Tianming still didn't feel any fluctuations in vitality. Have no choice. I can only leave first. At this time, an old residential area. Chu Huaishan is cooking in the kitchen. Chu Wan'er was sitting on the sofa watching cartoons. Chu Huaishuan's expression was calm. There was a hint of happiness on his face. Even though I have lived in such a bad environment for such a long time, her face and skin seemed unaffected. Still like a girl in her early 20s. As white as jade. Actually, if it wasn't for supporting Chu Wan'er, She could have moved to a new house with a better environment a long time ago. But she doesn't regret it at all. In her heart, a life was saved. It is far more important than her getting some material conditions. Not to mention, so many years. She found that Chu Wan'er was like a gift from God to her. It was like an angel walked into her life. From time to time, it heals her inadvertently. Eliminate suffering from life. Finally, stir-fry the food in the pot. Chu Huaixuan put the fried dishes into a bowl. Served on the dining table. Shouted. Dinner is ready. Chu Wan'er's eyes lit up. Turned off the TV. Jumped off the sofa. I'll help Mom serve the rice. Looking at Chu Wan'er's back. A hint of tenderness flashed across Chu Huaixuan's face. There is such a little angel. Even if I suffer some injustice. What does it matter? Chapter 56. Just as Chu Huaixuan was thinking this, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chu Huaixuan glanced at Chu Wan'er. The room suddenly became quiet. Turned and walked to the door. Who is it? To check the water meter. Chu Huaixuan frowned slightly when he heard this. It's the middle of the month. Generally it comes at the end of the month. Why is it suddenly early? She glanced into the cat's eye. It was a familiar middle-aged man. Plus it's daytime now. I didn't think much about it. Opened the door. Almost at the same time the door opened. With a bang. One hand grabbed the door frame. Under Chu Huaixuan's shocked gaze, 7 or 8 guys who looked like gangsters walked out from the middle-aged man who was checking the water meter. Forced the door open. The red-haired thug who was leading the group glanced at the middle-aged man behind him who had a guilty look on his face. He laughed, well done. There's nothing for you to do here. Get lost. Watching the middle-aged man leave in a panic, Red Hair forced his way into Chu Huaixuan's room. Looked around. I couldn't help but shook my head. It's too broken. The room was so shabby. It's obvious that there's not much profit at first glance. But a shift of sight. Wait until I see Chu Huaixuan. He couldn't take his eyes off it. Look him up and down. I couldn't help but swallow hard. Not just him. Even the little brother behind him. My eyes were wide open at this moment. Chu Huaixuan frowned, his face alert, and asked, "Who are you?" Red Hair came to his senses after hearing this. He sneered and said, "We are from the Wang family. From now on, this piece of land belongs to us. The purpose of our visit today is also very simple. Just here to collect protection money," said. Red Hair doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. While walking to the dining table, he sat down next to Chu Wan'er, who looked innocent and confused. Leaning sideways in the chair, he reached out and touched the other person's hair. Even though Red Hair is knowledgeable and experienced, I couldn't help but sigh. This mother and daughter pair are truly the best of the best. There is no need to say much about Chu Huaixuan. Even the little girl is as pretty as a piece of jade. A true beauty. I wonder which guy got the benefit? Chu Huaixuan saw Hung Mao sitting next to Chu Wan'er. His face changed instantly. I couldn't help but say. I paid protection money just half a month ago. Red Hair and his many younger brothers looked at each other. Burst into laughter. Are you talking about that guy Zhao Hu? One of the younger brothers said, that crazy guy got drunk a few days ago. He flirted with young Master Wang's girlfriend in public. Who knows where he's lying under a concrete pillar right now? Now our Wang family has taken over this place. So. Redhead grinned and continued, your previous protection fee no longer counts. Now you have to pay new protection fees. Chu Huaixuan's face turned pale. He said with difficulty, but I have no money this month. She is just a white-collar worker in a company. The income is very limited. And raising children. Where does so much money come from? Red Hair's expression suddenly changed. The smile on his face gradually turned cold. So, you don't intend to cooperate? Red Hair waved his hand and said, search. He has seen countless people who pretend to be pitiful and refuse to pay protection fees. Naturally, I would not believe Chu Huaixuan's one-sided statement. The younger brothers around grinned when they heard this. Leave two to block the door. The rest walked towards the rooms. They are already familiar with this kind of thing. No command is needed at all. Chu Huaixuan's face looked a little ugly. But unable to stop it. Red Hair picked up the chopsticks on the table. I took a bite of lettuce. It tastes pretty good. He made a pertinent comment. Just took a quick glance. He shook his head and said. There wasn't even a speck of meat on the table. At this time, Chu Wanner seemed to have no idea what was happening. He looked around curiously. Finally. At this time, the younger brothers who entered the room came out one after another. They held $1,000 and a silver ring in their hands. Boss, we've looked everywhere, and these are all we have. Speaking of this, one of the younger brothers couldn't help but complain, I thought this ring was made of silver. Who knew it was just a coat of silver paint? Red Hair took a look. I couldn't help but frown. He simply ignored the more than 1,000 yuan. It's really too little. He casually picked up the ring that his younger brother had mistaken for silver. Took a look. Except that it feels a bit heavy after you get it. I don't know what it is made of. The rest is normal. Flip your hand. He looked under the ring. There were only two small words engraved on the back of the ring. Qilin. Red Hair was stunned for a moment. It was as if I was hit by some memory. He seemed to have seen the name somewhere. That was, the family wanted poster from 3 years ago. His pupils suddenly contracted. Can take over this area. In terms of seniority, Hung Mao is considered an old man in the Wang family. Now I see the name Qilin. A slight reaction. I immediately recalled that rainy night 3 years ago. The whole family is in harmony. No one is left alive. Except for the eldest son of the Qi family named Qi Linear. The Wang family issued a reward at the time. Search for the last man in the Qi family. But in the end, nothing was achieved. Because the matter is of great importance, the reward has not been withdrawn. It has been preserved to this day. At the very beginning, there are still many people looking for it. But, as time goes by, until today, no one is paying attention to this person anymore. If it weren't for the red-haired man's seniority, I absolutely can't associate this with anything. He immediately stood up and looked at Chu Huaixuan with burning eyes. His voice trembled with excitement. Where did you get this ring? The other younger brothers were all shocked to see their boss's big reaction. It was the first time they saw their boss showing such an expression of excitement, anticipation, excitement, a mixture of various emotions. A brave thug couldn't help but ask. Boss, what's wrong with this ring? Red Hair didn't care about the others. He just stared at Chu Huaixuan. Chu Huaixuan didn't expect that Hung Mao would have such a big reaction after seeing the ring. But he saw Chu Wanner was still beside him. Plus, she didn't know what the ring represented. So, he honestly said, 3 years ago, a man fainted from hunger on the side of the road. I took him home and fed him a bowl of hot porridge. Before he left, he gave me this ring. Still saying. Chu Huaixuan's face flashed with an unnatural look. What else? He also said that he would marry me when he came back. Chu Huaixuan blushed and repeated what Qilin had said. And a hint of ecstasy flashed through Red Hair's heart. At this point he was certain. This ring belongs to Qilin. At the beginning, countless people tried to get it but failed. Unexpectedly. Such a great achievement actually fell on my head. A huge surprise. He didn't even think about it. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the Wang family manager. Chapter 57. After Red Hair finishes the call, one of the younger brothers couldn't help but grin and said, "Boss, did this girl do something wrong? Otherwise, let the brothers enjoy it first," said. Several thugs had obscene smiles on their faces. His unscrupulous eyes swept up and down the beauty's body. A strange laugh. Chu Huaixuan's body suddenly tensed up. The red-haired man gave the other person a sidelong glance. He said lightly, "You can try. The Wang family has rules for collecting protection fees. The most important thing is not to hurt anyone. This is the bottom line. Otherwise, there will be some trouble. No need for others. The Wang family will clean up on their own. This is also to prevent overfishing." Hehe, we were just talking. The gangsters obviously knew the pros and cons. He laughed dryly twice. But no one took action. Now they are considered non-staff members of the Wang family. Being arrested by the police department is no big deal. But once the Wang family rules are broken, the consequences would be serious. Broken hands and feet are common. Something serious. Just discard it. Lying in bed for the rest of your life. It's not impossible. Red Hair saw that these guys really had the intention but not the courage to steal. I couldn't help but sneer. Didn't say much. His eyes turned. He said coldly, "Butler Wang has given orders. Take them back," said. Hung Mao picked up Chu Wan'er directly. The little guy is quite honest. Being held by a stranger. Neither crying nor making a fuss. He opened his big eyes with clear black and white and looked at the red-haired man. Chu Huaixuan's face changed when he heard this. I couldn't help but say, "Wait. What are you going to do?" Redhead is quite patient. Holding the ring, he said condescendingly, "The man you saved. My name is Qi Linear. He is a wanted person of our Wang family. It doesn't matter if you don't know. We're going to take you back to ask some questions. As long as you cooperate, we won't hurt you." Chu Huaixuan's face turned extremely ugly. She hadn't expected it at all. The person she saved would actually bring such a disaster to her in the future. I left this ring behind. In fact, I didn't really want to accept Qilin's reward. The main reason is that I really can't get away with it. Thinking it's someone else's thing. Wait until the next time the other person comes back and return the item to the original owner. Who knows? This kindness actually harmed himself and Chu Wan'er. This moment, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Said he would go with them. But left here. Arrived at someone else's territory. Wouldn't you and your children be at the mercy of everyone? Where is there room for resistance? Chu Huaixuan stood there in silence. No words. Right at this moment. But the red-haired man's face changed. Rushed forward. Grabbed Chu Huaixuan's wrist. I saw a mobile phone hidden in Chu Huaixuan's hand. Red Hair snatched the phone away. Took a look. With a sneer. Still want to call the police? He turned off his phone, stuffed it into his pocket, waved his hand, and said sternly, "Take it away. See that your last resort has been discovered." Chu Huaixuan was completely desperate. He was escorted out of the room by a group of thugs. When I arrived at the community, there are still quite a few passers-by around. See this scene. They all looked around curiously. But I saw Red Hair. One by one they quickly shrank back. Pretend you didn't see anything. He left in a hurry. Obviously. They all knew Red Hair. Facing the four major families, ordinary people like them are simply powerless. Chu Huaixuan saw Hung Mao walking towards a van from a distance. There is another younger brother waiting in the car. At this time, Red Hair was looking at the car in the distance. It's as if I have already seen my bright future. I couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in the corner of my mouth. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingers. I couldn't help but scream. He let go of Chu Wanner. Chu Wanner took advantage of Hung Mao's pain. Jumped out of Red Hair's arms. Quickly ran towards a place not far away. Hiding behind a figure. Little BD. After the red-haired man reacted, he took a look at his bitten and bloody fingers. A trace of violence flashed across his face. Wanner. Chu Huaixuan couldn't help but scream. The redhead glared at the woman. Took 2 steps forward. At this time, only then did he see the man in front of Chu Wanner. An extremely handsome face. There is a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Certainly. The most important thing is the clothes he is wearing. All are handmade and customized. Obviously not an ordinary person. He paused. Standing in front of the man, he frowned and said, "Sir, this is our Wang family's business." He also knew that his words were insignificant. Although I don't know who the other person is. But just to be on the safe side. The Wang family was moved out cautiously. I hope to make the other party give up. Wang family. Chen Tianming seemed to laugh. The 4 major families of the Demon City. Is it remarkable? Red Hair's face suddenly darkened. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Tianming was like shooing away flies. Waved his hand. Said, "Go away. Tell your people in charge. I, Chen Tianming, will come to visit you in person in a few days." Red Hair still wanted to speak. But he saw the police chief coming behind him. In the end, I cursed in my heart. He turned around and quickly got in the car with his younger brother and left. What they did was against the rules. Plus, this person is obviously not an ordinary person. It would be better for me to avoid the spotlight for the time being. But he did not forget to take the silver ring. There is this thing. At least he could go back and report. Chu Huaixuan stood there blankly. Some people can't believe it. The other party actually ran away like that. Chu Wanner looked at the red-haired man's back as he left. Suddenly he smiled. Holding Chen Tianming's calf, he said, "Brother is so awesome." Chu Huaixuan finally reacted. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Chu Wanner over. He quickly bowed his head and thanked her, "Thank you for your help." As she spoke, a trace of guilt appeared on her face. Obviously, he felt that it was because he was helping himself. Let Chen Tianming offend the so-called Wang family. I feel uneasy. Chen Tianming waved his hand indifferently. It's a small matter. Right at this moment, Gao's Hyman from the distance finally arrived with a group of people. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Chu Huaixuan couldn't help but glance at the young man next to him. She hadn't expected it at all. Even the people from the police department have to give face to this person. As soon as Gao's Hyman came over, she saw Chu Huaixuan standing next to Chen Tianming. A strange emotion flashed across his face. Chen Tianming said calmly, "There are too many thugs collecting protection fees in this area. Take someone and clean it up. With me here, you don't have to give face to anyone." Gao's Hyman's heart trembled. She knew that Chen Tianming was planning to use the power of the Chen family to take action. She agreed. Turned around and left with his men. Right at this moment, Chu Wanner in Chu Huaixuan's arms suddenly said, "Brother, haven't you eaten yet? Would you like to come to my house for dinner?" Chen Tianming glanced at Chu Wanner. "Raise your eyebrows slightly. The corners of the mouth are raised. So good at handling things. He is worthy of being the one around the heroine. Is this the IQ of a 4-year-old? Chapter 58. He turned and looked at Chu Huaixuan. The latter was slightly stunned. He nodded quickly and said, "Yes, you have helped us so much, we haven't been able to thank you properly yet." Chen Tianming reached out and touched his nose. He smiled and said, "Okay. Yeah." Chu Wanner let out an excited cry. Chu Huaixuan took 2 steps. Suddenly, I seemed to remember something. He turned his head with an embarrassed expression. He said, "I just remembered. There's no food at home." The food that Hung Mao had eaten before naturally could not be used to entertain Chen Tianming. Besides, the family is clean. There really is nothing left. Chen Tianming didn't mind at all. He smiled and said, "Then let's go buy it together." The 3 of them just walked on the road. Just like a family of 3. Chu Huaixuan couldn't help but secretly glance at Chen Tianming's profile. "I don't know what I was thinking about." A blush appeared on her pretty face. Along the way, Chu Wanner played the role of adjusting the atmosphere. Because there is no need to conceal one's identity. In conversation, Chu Huaixuan also learned a lot of information about Chen Tianming. For example, Chen Tianming had friction with the Wang family a long time ago. The power behind Chen Tianming is even more powerful than the Wang family. And the reason why I passed by here this time. Mainly because I happened to come here to get medicine. Certainly. He made up this last one. As the understanding becomes deeper, Chu Huaixuan quietly searched for Chen Tianming's information on his mobile phone. Through thousands of degrees, she discovered that the other party's background was even more terrifying than he said. The eldest son of the world's largest chaebol, chairman of the Shanghai Chen Group. As for the conflict between Mei Se Bar and the Wang family, she can also be found in the news. There is evidence of everything. See these. Chu Huaixuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As an adult, she actually thinks more. She is kind though. But not stupid. When I happened to meet Chen Tianming on the road, Chu Huaixuan actually had a moment of doubt about what those red-haired people had to do with Chen Tianming. But after she saw Chen Tianming's identity, she just knew it. I'm overthinking it. People like Chen Tianming. If you really want to do something for yourself, there is no need to go to so much trouble. She was completely unable to resist. Little did they know her thoughts now. It is also within Chen Tianming's calculations. If he really wants to get these heroines, it's really within reach. The other party has no room to resist at all. But what Chu Huaixuan didn't know was, there are things like systems and favorability in this world. Want to get rewards from the system. He was destined not to use overly simple and crude means. Talking and laughing all the way. Plus, all 3 of them are handsome men and beautiful women. It attracted the attention of countless people on the street. Right at this moment, Chu Huaixuan seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned to look at Chen Tianming and asked, "Right. You said before that the Wang family came to trouble me because of that person named Qi Linear." Good. Chu Huaixuan's expression suddenly became a little complicated. She lowered her head and said, "Then, is Qi Lin a good person? Are you worried that you saved a bad guy?" Chen Tianming glanced at her again. 2. The person I saved. Wanted by a big family. Anyone would have this concern. Chen Tianming quickly guessed what she was thinking. The corners of his mouth curled up. On the surface, he avoided the topic calmly. Then he said from another perspective, Qi Lin was originally the eldest son of the Qi family. 3 years ago, after I escaped with your help, he went to Zizhu. Chen Tianming briefly explains how Qi Lin started out as a mercenary. Step by step to the Dark World Killer. A brief overview. The implication is simple. A killer. The executioner with blood on his hands. What kind of good person could he be? According to the normal plot, after Chu Huaixuan and Qi Lin had a strong emotional foundation, this heroine is labeled as kind and gentle. Only then can you accept the other person's identity. Now, Chen Tianming told Chu Huaixuan the other party's identity in advance. Add before. It's because of the other party. It almost put the mother and daughter in danger. That's it. Chu Huaixuan must have a good impression of Qilin. There's something fishy going on. Really? Just as Chen Tianming expected. Chu Huaixuan's eyebrows were furrowed. Immediately following. Laugh at yourself. I didn't expect, I actually saved such a person. Chen Tianming watched this scene. I laughed secretly in my heart. No words. The three of them finally returned to the shabby little room. At this time, Chu Wan'er, who was in Chu Huaixuan's arms, glanced at her mother. He turned his little head and looked at Chen Tianming again. The big eyes with clear black and white turned. I don't know what I thought of. Chen Tianming was playing with the phone in his hand. Just now, he received a message. Deadpool reports from Gao's Hyman. A strange man appeared recently. Contact high branches with an abnormal frequency. Strange man. Chen Tianming became interested. Click on the other person's profile. Suddenly, a golden light emerged. Almost at the same time, a mechanical voice sounded. System upgrade completed. Finally upgraded. Chen Tianming was a little excited. Add the last time. This system of mine has been upgraded for the second time. System upgrade rewards. 1 upgrade of Qi gazing technique. 2. Lucky wheel upgrade. It's still a classic 2-piece suit. Chen Tianming just glanced at it. He turned his attention to the information in his hand. Ren Fei, male, 25 years old, had a fever of 41 degrees Celsius 2 weeks ago and was sent to the hospital. After waking up, his temperament changed drastically. In the past 7 days, he bravely sent several criminals to the police department, shocking everyone and earning a banner. Because I often go to the police station, someone noticed Gao's Hyman and tried to strike up a conversation with me, but failed. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows. It feels a bit funny. He has always been the one stealing other people's women. This is the first time I have seen someone dare to attack his woman. He turned his gaze. Look at the photos on your phone. Accompanied by a slight distortion of vision. The next moment, lines of small words appeared in front of Chen Tianming's eyes. Name, Ren Fei, Destiny Child. Gender, male. Age, 25. No specific female lead. Gold finger, criminal radar. Strength, Grandmaster early stage. Gold finger introduction, you can scan criminals within a certain range centered on yourself. After bringing them to justice, you will receive system rewards. Another systematic child of destiny? Chen Tianming's eyes lit up. I'm interested. At the same time, his gaze turned to the line that was different from before. Extra introduction. No specific female lead. Chapter 59. Chen Tianming only reacted slightly. I guessed the meaning. In other words, before the novel worlds merged, this was a protagonist without a corresponding female protagonist. He felt that his guess made some sense. After all, in the previous life, not every protagonist in the novels he read had a heroine. Some of them just have ambiguous relationships with other people at most. Even some novels don't even have any ambiguity. Now countless novel worlds merge. It has caused some mutations. If it's the former, it makes sense that the child of destiny would feel close to the lucky heroine. That is to say, do I still need to prevent the destiny child from stealing my house? Chen Tianming thought about it. A little laughable. He doesn't go looking for the other person. These protagonists came to him instead. Whatever. This actually saves a lot of trouble. Just as Chen Tianming was thinking, Chu Huaixuan also prepared the meal. The dishes that Red Hair had eaten before had long been thrown away. And to repay Chen Tianming, This meal finally has meat. Chen Tianming actually considered helping the other party. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Relationships must be built step by step. Being impatient for success can easily backfire. After all, this is the other party's way of thanking you. After dinner, Chen Tianming left Chu Huixuan's home. His goal has been achieved. Staying would only make people suspicious. The next day, near Wang's house, a cafe, Chen Tianming sat by the window. Pick up the cup in your hand. Took a sip of coffee. Then he frowned. He shook his head and said, the coffee from Zizhu is still not as delicious as the tea from our alliance. It's a bit disgusting. After saying that, he put down the cup in his hand. Look across. Opposite him was a middle-aged man with some grey hair on his temples. This person is the head of the Wang family. Standing behind him was Wang Liang, who had been disturbed by Chen Tianming in the Mei bar. Hear what Chen Tianming said. Cold sweat broke out on Wang's father's forehead. He specially asked someone to ship this coffee back from Zizhu. The best batch. I didn't expect Chen Tianming to dislike it. Are these guys who collect intelligence just there to eat for free? Didn't Chen Tianming like to drink coffee before? Damn it! A bunch of idiots. When you get back, all of you will be punished by me. The king's father cursed in his heart. Little did they know. This information is quite good. But it was the version from a year ago. Logically speaking, information about this hobby, relatively fixed. It really doesn't need to be updated very often. But they would never have thought of it. Just recently, Chen Tianming has traveled through time. He is no longer himself. Now his soul has become another person. More with some habits from earth. Tastes naturally changed. Feeling Chen Tianming's gaze, the king's father gave a dry laugh. He turned and looked at Wang Liang behind him. He said sternly, what are you standing there for? Why don't you quickly go and change it into tea for Mr. Chen? Waste. Not enough to accomplish anything, but more likely to cause trouble. Wang Liang's face turned dark. What does it have to do with him? This thing was not arranged by him. How does it sound like he did it? But he glanced at the king's father's expression. He didn't dare to refute it on the spot. He turned around and left here in shame. Muttering to myself. Drink tea in a cafe. It's amazing that you could think of that. After the king's father sent his children away, he gave a flattering smile. Rubbing his hands, he said, Mr. Chen, do you think there is any misunderstanding between us? Misunderstand? Chen Tianming smiled. A beautiful profile plus the bonus of friendly buff. This smile is full of affinity. But in the eyes of the king's father, there was a hint of coldness in this smile. It instantly put a lot of pressure on him. His expression became a little stiff. Wang Liang came to my territory to cause trouble. Just this one. It's enough for me to destroy your Wang family. Chen Tianming put it lightly. The king's father broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. He could hear it. At some point, the other party really intends to destroy the Wang family. I don't know why I changed my mind later. Chen Tianming paused and continued, but this time I came to you not for this matter. The king's father's expression changed. A guess suddenly came to my mind. You mean Qilin? As the head of the Wang family, he also knew what happened that day. I originally thought it was a coincidence. But now it seems. This seems to be part of the other party's plan. What exactly does the eldest son of the Chen family plan? Is it because of that woman? At this time, Wang Liang has already brewed a pot of tea. Chen Tianming poured himself a cup of tea. Nodded. Said, not bad. Chu Huaishan is the woman I like. You should know what this means, right? The king's father didn't expect it was because of this matter. After a pause, he said, "Do you want me to deal with Qilin?" Chen Tianming showed a hint of appreciation on his face. "You old fellow, you're not that stupid. Actually, can become the head of one of the 4 major families. There are no stupid people among these people. Just a little reminder." I guessed what he meant. Chen Tianming took out a document in a small porcelain bottle. "This is..." The king's father looked at Chen Tianming doubtfully. Chen Tianming said lightly, "Qilin's documents. There is also a pill that can improve your strength. When you destroyed the Qi family, you didn't get the most important map. But after so many years, you should have obtained some of the ancient martial arts inherited from the Qi family. This pill can improve the strength of ancient martial arts. You can let the guy next to you take it here. I'll be watching over you and can also help you open up the acupoints." The king's father was shocked when he heard this. He never expected that Chen Tianming even knew about their arrangements 3 years ago. This is the most core secret in the family. Although it took 3 years, there will be some leakage. But the Chen family's intelligence capabilities can be seen from this. Is this the world's largest chaebol? A trace of bitterness flashed through the king's father's heart. I originally thought that I could soon catch up with him. Who knew we would meet today? Only to find out that it's far from enough. But he soon cheered up again. His eyes were full of passion. His eyes turned to the pills on the table. In his eyes, this kind of elixir that can directly improve cultivation is also produced by the Chen family. This kind of elixir passed down from a big family. Needless to say, the effect is great. Not just him. Even Wang Liang next to him was staring at the pills on the table. Few people knew that he practiced ancient martial arts. I didn't expect Chen Tianming to see it at a glance. The other party is so strong. He should have taken these pills, right? Think of this. His breathing couldn't help but become heavier. This thing is so precious. Chapter 60. Wang Liang was excited. But the king's father thought more. Didn't reach out immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously, "I wonder what Master Chen needs our Wang family to do." He had heard of some legendary elixirs made from rare and precious materials. It can be of great help to practitioners of ancient martial arts. But this kind of medicine is really too precious. Even the Wang family doesn't have many. And they are all things from who knows how many years ago. I don't even know how much of the medicine is left. Now Chen Tianming directly took out a bottle. This is a favor from a great man. Chen Tianming smiled. This old guy is quite cautious. What you need to do is very simple. After some explanation, Chen Tianming turned and left. Looking at Chen Tianming's back, Wang Liang quickly opened the porcelain bottle in his hand. Suddenly, the fragrance of elixir wafts towards me. Nice one. The king's father's eyes also lit up. Just the smell of medicine. The bottleneck in his body showed signs of loosening. This is indeed a very powerful pill. Even those few useless pills inherited from the family were only like this when they were intact, right? But then he gave a wry smile. Took something. From now on they will be the same as the Zhao family. It's a vassal of the Chen family. As for not taking it, does he have a choice? What Chen Tianming said before was a demonstration. Poor silly son of mine who doesn't even know this. Now the Wang family and the Chen family have been forcibly tied to the same boat. Chen Tianming naturally didn't care what the Wang father and son were thinking. After leaving the cafe near Wang's house, he turned around and drove towards Dong Qingyun's house. After killing Su Chen, the corresponding heroine has not been completely conquered yet. Now is the chance. Let's sort out the issues here. While thinking, he has arrived at Dong Qingyun's door. After getting off the bus, knocked on the door. Who is it? You, why are you here? Dong Qingyun saw Chen Tianming. He was obviously stunned for a moment. There was a flash of panic in his eyes. And a hint of shyness? Chen Tianming couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why does the heroine always say these two sentences now? How's your health lately? Chen Tianming smiled. It's okay. Come in and talk. Dong Qingyun found himself blocking the door. Move your body out of the way. Chen Tianming naturally follows advice. Enter the room. He glanced inconspicuously at the room he had entered before. It was there that the two of them had spent a night of passion. The whole room was left with their footprints. Dong Qingyun naturally also noticed Chen Tianming's eyes. Following his gaze, I glanced behind me. I was too shy to even look up. I went up and poured him a cup of tea. Chen Tianming took a sip of tea. I couldn't help but praise, good tea. These heroines are set by the original author. Very versatile. I have to say. Dong Qingyun's craftsmanship is very good. Received praise. A smile appeared on Dong Qingyun's face. After getting up, said, haven't you eaten yet? I'll go make some food. After saying that, she turned and walked to the kitchen. Cooking is an excuse. The main reason is that she doesn't dare to face Chen Tianming yet. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. Naturally, he could see that the heroine was trying to avoid him. But he didn't expose it. Instead, he stood up and said with a smile, I'll help. At this time, the more shy a woman is, the more he wants to press on to win. The two of them squeezed into the small kitchen. There will be some physical foundation from time to time. At the beginning, Dong Qingyun was still a little stiff. But Chen Tianming chatted from time to time to liven up the atmosphere. Dong Qingyun also gradually got used to it. Slowly relaxed. Soon. Lunch is ready. Wait until 4 dishes and 1 soup are served. After placing it on the table, smell the fragrance in the air. A smile appeared on Dong Qingyun's pretty face. But then I saw Chen Tianming playing with his phone. She suddenly discovered. The two of them were now sitting across a table from each other. It's just like a family. A family. Something seemed to be touched in Dong Qingyun's heart. In a panic, she pretended to be nonchalant. Picked up the chopsticks on the table. He took a bite of food. The next moment, her attention was instantly drawn to the delicious taste bursting out of her mouth. Although it is just a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but the flavors are mixed perfectly. She remembered that this dish was made by Chen Tianming. It's almost instinctive. She took several mouthfuls of rice. So delicious. No hesitation. Her eyes were fixed on another dish on the table. Pork rib soup. The white broth is garnished with a few chopped green onions. She took a sip. The fragrance enters the stomach. She only thought about it after she became pregnant. It seems that he can't stand meat. But facing this soup stock, I didn't feel any discomfort at all. Chen Tianming naturally also noticed Dong Qingyun's reaction. He chuckled and said, my cooking skills are pretty good, right? Master class cooking. Finally, there is a place to show my skills. Dong Qingyun nodded repeatedly. This is not okay. This level. It's more than enough to work in a 5-star hotel. In comparison, she cooked the meals. It's just unbearable to watch. What are these? Originally, she was the one who entertained Chen Tianming. Unexpectedly, in the end, Chen Tianming cooked a meal for her. Besides being shy, she couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. I had kept it a secret from Chen Tianming before because I didn't know him well. Now Chen Tianming only met him because of the last time they met in the hospital. Because of an excuse I made up. I came here specifically to see myself. I also made something to eat for myself. She knows. The person in front of me is the boss of Chen Group. Normally, he must be very busy. And after all, there wasn't much affection between the two of them. The other party can do this. In addition, Dong Qingyun himself had some good feelings towards the other party. Not willing to let the child be born. No father. Her heart was actually shaken. There was a moment of silence. Dong Qingyun continued, do you still remember what happened between us last time? Her voice was a little dry. I didn't dare to look Chen Tianming in the eye. The roots of the ears are red. Chen Tianming watched the change in the other person's expression. I laughed secretly in my heart. But on the surface he pretended to know nothing. What is it? Dong Qingyun was a little angry. The face becomes more rosy. It's that last time I got drunk and you took me back, and then, we. Chen Tianming watched as the teasing continued. Dong Qingyun was about to break through. Only then did he hold back his laughter. Pretend to be stunned. Said, oh. Dong Qingyun saw Chen Tianming's reaction. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hesitate for a moment. He said with some difficulty, after that, I found something was wrong with me, so I went to the hospital for a checkup. When we last met, I lied before. I don't actually have any skin disease. I'm pregnant. Dong Qingyun spoke intermittently. Her pretty face was already red. She didn't even dare to look up at the man sitting opposite her. She admitted this herself. So shy. Chapter 61. Dong Qingyun finished speaking. Sitting opposite Chen Tianming nervously. Look across carefully. Although I am somewhat confident. But she didn't know what Chen Tianming was thinking after all. But this uneasiness soon disappeared. Because Chen Tianming thought for a moment after hearing this. Soon he said seriously, in that case. Then give birth to it. This is my child after all. I will take responsibility to the end. This is his first child after all. He still takes it very seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, Dong Qingyun, who was sitting opposite him, was stunned. Those so-called anxieties in my heart shattered with a loud bang. For a while, my eyes are a little red. Hold your head high. Looked at Chen Tianming steadily. This moment, in Chen Tianming's mind, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! The heroine Dong Qingyun's favorability, white, has reached 100 points. Should Dong Qingyun be included in the villain family? Finally reached 100. Chen Tianming felt relieved. Immediately muttered to himself, yes. Ding! The host successfully recruited the heroine Dong Qingyun into the villain family. Host successfully conquers the heroine and is rewarded with 1 rejuvenating pill, 1 essence boosting pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, P1 pills 20, minor realm upgrade card 1. Chen Tianming was slightly stunned. This time, in addition to the small realm upgrade card, there are also an extra 20 P1 pills. Is this an extra reward for the system upgrade? It's just what you want. He still reacted quickly. Although I can't use these extra P1 pills myself. But it can be used to improve the strength of one's own people. These pills are no better than the garbage used to bribe the Wang family. Much more precious. It can be used for your woman. Think for a moment. He casually activated the small realm improvement card. He raised his cultivation to the middle stage of dark power. Then, under Dong Qingyun's charming eyes, he gently picked her up. As for the issue of pregnancy, for dark energy warriors, controlling your own power is the most basic ability. Just be careful. Coming out of Dong Qingyun's house again. It's already evening. Just went out. He received a message on his cell phone. Ren Fei is here again. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. In just less than 2 days. This guy has caught another wanted criminal. Now I'm chatting with Gau's Hyman at the police department. Although according to the original plot, this guy doesn't have a specific female lead. But in the novel, those that don't have a specific object on the surface. But I especially like raising fish. It is not uncommon to see the Destiny Child having affairs with beautiful women. It seems so now. This is probably the case with the protagonist. Are you using my woman as a fish pond? Chen Tianming couldn't help laughing. The smile is very cold. Right at this moment, his cell phone rang again. Qilin escaped. Well, it's been delayed for so long, that's enough. Put down your phone. He squinted his eyes. The mind is turning. 2 Destiny children. Chen Tianming raised the corner of his mouth. A plan quickly emerged in my mind. Police department. A young man who looked lazy was sitting on a bench in the work area of the police department. His appearance can barely be considered handsome. What is particularly eye-catching is the eyes. Bright eyes. Sitting opposite him was Gau's Hyman, who was busy at the computer. After Gau's Hyman's operation, he looked up at Ren Fei who was sitting opposite him. A pair of beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed. He said impatiently, I have said this many times. I'm a police officer, and I'm working now. Please stop harassing me. Ren Fei chuckled when he heard this. I didn't feel any discomfort at all because of the other party's attitude. Instead, he showed an expression of great interest. Do you think I'm annoying? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I won't come. He said with a half-hearted smile. You. Gau's Hyman wanted to get angry. But after all, the other party had just sent a wanted criminal. He is considered a great contributor. I am now at odds with the other party. It's really hard to justify. If other people see it. How a good citizen who reported a criminal was treated by her. Wouldn't that chill people's hearts? Actually, this was also Ren Fei's strategy. He just relied on the fact that the other party had no way to kick him out of the police department directly. Take advantage of the time to complete the procedures. Entwined with tall branches. I don't do anything out of the ordinary. It means teasing the other person. He kept asking Gau's Hyman to be his girlfriend. It can be said that he is extremely shameless. Gau's Hyman just couldn't do anything about it. You can't beat up a good person who reported a criminal in the police station, right? But after so many days, she couldn't stand it anymore. Gau's Hyman took a deep breath. Look at the young man opposite. He said seriously, I'll tell you the truth. I already have a boyfriend. I hope you won't bother me anymore. There's no chance for the two of us. This is the truth. If it weren't for the worry of causing trouble to Chen Tianming, she was too lazy to say anything. But this guy is like a sticky candy. Once it's stuck, you can't tear it off. It's really annoying to the extreme. This made her finally say the truth about her refusal. Ren Fei's face changed when he heard this. But then he laughed. Hey, that must be your excuse. I know you are testing my sincerity. Don't worry, I won't give up easily. Gau's Hyman was stunned. Testing you? Excuse? For you? How can this person be so imaginative? She was completely speechless. The truth is told. The other party actually didn't believe it. Instead, treat it as a test for him. She was speechless about this kind of person. Gau's Hyman wanted to explain. But he opened his mouth. Still gave up. You've said too much. Who knows what this guy is going to imagine? Just when she was about to continue working. Suddenly, bursts of exclamations came from outside. Ren Fei wanted to say something. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown and look outside. What are you doing? He is flirting with girls. Right at this moment, an extremely handsome figure walked in. It was Chen Tianming with a smile on his face. Ren Fei frowned slightly. I don't know why. The moment I saw this person, suddenly I became very angry. An indescribable feeling of disgust rose in my heart. What's going on? It was the first time that Ren Fei felt this uncomfortable. He thinks he is not the kind of person who would treat others differently based on their taste. What happened today? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a mechanical voice came from his mind. Ding! A high-risk criminal has been detected near the host. Alert! Alert! The current criminal's danger level far exceeds the host's current ability to deal with it. Host, please stay away immediately. Host, please stay away immediately. Ren Fei stayed where he was. This was the first time he heard such a big reaction from the system. However, the next second, he reacted immediately. I'm in the police department now. Where do high-risk criminals come from? He subconsciously opened his system. Chapter 62. Ren Fei subconsciously opened his system. The next moment, a red and black light appeared on Chen Tianming in front of him. Flashing slowly. It stands out among the crowd. At the same time, a line of small words appeared above his head. High-risk criminal. Name, Chen Tianming. Identity, the eldest son of the Chen family, the eldest son of the world's largest chaebol. Strength, mid-stage dark power. Wanted, none. Mid-stage of dark energy. Ren Fei, who was sitting not far away, widened his eyes. He was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Isn't this a gradual process? How could he suddenly encounter a criminal of this level? The opponent's strength is 3 major realms higher than his. Don't underestimate him because he is a master. We really have to take action. As long as Chen Tianming wants, killing him is just a matter of thought. Even kill everyone present here. It doesn't even take as long as it takes to finish a cigarette. How could such a person appear openly in the police department? What on earth is he doing here? Ren Fei swallowed his saliva. My heart is trembling. I stood up subconsciously. Quietly retreat to the side. I want to find an inconspicuous corner to hide. Avoid being noticed. The protagonist Ren Fei is afraid of you, villain value plus 455. The protagonist Ren Fei is terrified, villain value plus 566. Chen Tianming, who had just walked in, raised his eyebrows slightly. Hear the voice coming from his ear. I couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I haven't done anything yet. The protagonist is afraid of him? Glanced at someone hiding in the crowd. Ren Fei's face turned pale. A thought came to his mind. Reacted. Did the protagonist's golden finger discover my identity? Although he is not wanted. But as a villain. Not to mention the time before I traveled through time. Some things the original owner did. He was the one who killed these chosen ones. Can be scanned by crime radar. This is normal. Interesting. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He glanced at Ren Fei who was hiding in the corner without leaving a trace. I originally planned to teach this child of destiny a lesson. Unexpectedly, the other party was surprisingly tactful. See yourself. Just hit aside. But, this guy can see through my information. This system is a bit troublesome. Be prepared for the worst. If this guy goes out and causes trouble, it's really difficult. And he's growing up a little too fast. Chen Tianming was secretly calculating in his heart. Keep this guy. Something will happen sooner or later. It's better to finish it as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about it, the tall branches not far away showed a look of surprise. Stand up from your position. Husband. This voice. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked shocked. Look at the heroic policewoman on weekdays. What did they hear? Gao's Hyman, who usually wouldn't even look a man in the eye. Now you actually call a man husband in public? Superintendent Gao is courted by many wealthy and handsome men. I was wondering why she never agreed to any of them. Turns out she's already been taken. I've noticed before that Superintendent Gao's expression is different when he's looking at his phone. It seems like he's been chatting on the phone with his boyfriend for a long time. Gao's Hyman's boyfriend is also very handsome. His figure and appearance are exactly my ideal type. Chen Tianming arrived at the same time as Gao's Hyman was getting off work. So everyone was shocked. There's nothing to worry about. They started whispering to each other. It's not just the police department. Ren Fei next to him. Stand still. It's like the soul has been sucked out. His eyes were glazed over. What did he hear? Husband? Gao's Hyman actually called a high-risk criminal husband? He was planning to escape during the chaos. Seeing this scene, I forgot what I was planning to do. He looked at Chen Tianming in shock. At this time, he suddenly remembered that Gao's Hyman had said before that she already had a boyfriend. At first he thought this was Gao's Hyman's excuse to reject him. I didn't expect it to be true. A moment. Even Ren Fei felt that the scene before him had completely shattered his three perspectives. The policewoman who is pursued by thousands of people in the police department actually found a high-risk criminal as her boyfriend. This is no longer outrageous. It's simply magical. Even novels don't dare to write like this. The protagonist Ren Fei doubts his life, villain value plus 666. The protagonist Ren Fei is in an unstable state of mind, villain value plus 886. Chen Tianming listened to the voice in his ear. I can probably guess what this child of destiny is thinking right now. Laughing inwardly. But he remained calm on the surface. And after Gao's Hyman, who was opposite him, threw himself into Chen Tianming's arms. It's also rare that he showed a shy expression. She is not the type to be shy. But thinking back to the words that came out of my mouth subconsciously, feeling the burning gazes of the people around him, she still couldn't help but bury her head in Chen Tianming's arms. I am so ashamed to face people. Chen Tianming watched this scene. It also feels a bit funny. Who told you to shout so loudly just now? Now everyone's attention is focused here. He didn't think there was anything wrong. The original owner had to endure all kinds of gazes all day long. He naturally inherited this immunity. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. He gave a gentle smile, nodding towards the surroundings. Some female police officers around felt as if they were shot by Cupid's arrow. A blush and heartbeat. My heart is pounding. Some dare not look at it. Ren Fei watched this scene. I'm so jealous that my eyes are about to spit fire. But I can only rage helplessly in my heart. I'm obviously the hero. This guy came here and did nothing but stole all my limelight. The protagonist Ren Fei becomes angry with you, villain value plus 886. Chen Tianming listened to the voice beside his ear. Laughing inwardly. The protagonist of this session doesn't have a very good mentality. Just a moment. His villain value behind the scenes has skyrocketed. Chen Tianming reached out and rubbed it, hiding in his arms. Gao's Hyman's head. How long are you going to stay here? Gao's Hyman finally reacted. I was shocked. Get out of Chen Tianming's arms quickly. I was used to snuggling in your arms before. I almost forgot where this place is. Chen Tianming had no idea what she was thinking. He smiled, put his arm around Gao's Hyman's slender waist, and said, let's go. After saying a simple goodbye to everyone around, he left the police department with Gao's Hyman. Ren Fei, who was watching this scene from behind, gritted his teeth. Gao's Hyman was the woman he had predetermined to marry. Now he sees his woman being taken away by someone else. How could he bear it? Hesitate for a moment. Followed quietly. He wants to expose the true face of this liar. Chapter 63. Yes. In Ren Fei's eyes, Chen Tianming is a liar. A high-risk criminal. He hooked up with a policewoman. This is not a lie. Is it still pure love? Ren Fei didn't believe it. He drove quietly behind. As an ancient martial artist at the Grandmaster level, he is confident. During the evening rush hour, even with hidden power, it is extremely difficult to detect his whereabouts. But what he didn't know was, almost at the same time, a key voice came from Chen Tianming's headphones. Mr. Chen, just as you expected, that guy is following us. Good. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. I subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the dense traffic. He really couldn't distinguish Ren Fei from so many cars. But as the eldest son of the Chen family, how could he not have bodyguards? Qi is just the one on the surface. Every time he goes out, someone in secret. At least we can form a reinforced platoon. And someone who can be his bodyguard. His cultivation level is at least that of a Grandmaster. He wanted to stir up trouble under the noses of 40 Grandmasters. It's almost impossible. Even if Ren Fei is the son of destiny, it is no exception. Chen Tianming didn't beat around the bush. We drove directly to a nearby couple's hotel. Ren Fei's car followed and stopped in the distance. He sat in the car and watched the scene. I'm about to burst. He hadn't expected it at all. Chen Tianming after get off work. He actually took Gao's Hyman to a couple hotel. Watching his own woman about to enjoy the pleasure in front of another man. If he could still bear it, then you are not a man. Ren Fei got out of the car and rushed to the hotel. But before he could take 2 steps, Ren Fei suddenly felt 2 streams of energy. Locked onto him instantly. Ren Fei froze. He stood still all of a sudden. The cold sweat on my back soaked my clothes in an instant. The hairs on the back of my hands stand on end. He could feel the meaning of these 2 energies. One more step and death. Who? Ren Fei stared at the darkness around him. Shouted. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything. 2 figures in black tights walked out from behind the trees on both sides. They are Qi and Shiki respectively. Just stood in front of Ren Fei. The place where they were located happened to be a place with less traffic. It is surrounded by green belts. In a dim environment. There were only 3 of them. The moment Ren Fei saw the 2 girls, the crime radar in my mind gave a hint instantly. Grandmaster. He was shocked. On the surface, he maintained basic composure. What do you want to do? Qi and Qi are both the Chen family's dead pools. Naturally I won't waste time talking to him. Without saying a word, rushed directly towards him. Damn it! Cold sweat broke out on Ren Fei's forehead. He didn't expect that these 2 women were as beautiful as Gao's Hyman. He just came up and hit me without saying anything. He quickly conjured up a pair of brass knuckles out of thin air. Came towards the 2 women. And upstairs high up, Chen Tianming stood in front of the French window. With strong strength. Watching this scene. His brows furrowed slightly. A reward from the system. Naturally, he also saw the brass knuckles that Ren Fei conjured up out of thin air. With this thing, Ren Fei, a master, can actually fight with 2 great masters. But a Grandmaster's internal strength is still inferior to that of a Grandmaster. He looked at it for a while. Shook his head. Made a judgment. Although Ren Fei relied on this set of brass knuckles, the 2 girls were a little afraid to get close. But the 2 of them just need to hold Ren Fei back. Sooner or later, he will be exhausted to death. Listening to the constant notification sound of villain value arriving in my ears, he no longer cared about what was happening downstairs. Except for the second daughter. There was also a group of other grandmasters watching. Nothing will happen anyway. Right at this moment. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind. Chen Tianming looked back. I saw Gau's Hyman, wearing a JK miniskirt and black stockings, walking towards me. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Damn it! Stay away from the roadside love hotels. In the darkness, Ren Fei covered his shoulder, which was still bleeding, with one hand. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. He never expected it. Chen Tianming is accompanied by 2 Grandmaster-level bodyguards. If he hadn't swallowed a blood-burst pill rewarded by the system at the last moment, I'm afraid this is all he has to say today. But even so, after swallowing the bloodthirsty pill, he will also have a long period of backlash. During this period of time, want to continue to complete system tasks? It's definitely impossible. When I think of this, he was just a burst of impotent rage. It's all that damn Chen Tianming's fault. When I think about my escape, Gau's Hyman may have been bewitched by the other party. She was enjoying herself in his arms. He wanted to rush back immediately. But in the end, he still suppressed this thought. He is now. There was no way to even break through those 2 bodyguards. I should take advantage of this period of time when the blood rage pill is increasing my strength and complete a few more system tasks to make it worthwhile. His mind was turning. Eventually, I plan to focus on the system. If you want to have the strength to deal with Chen Tianming, it still depends on the system. Ren Fei turned his gaze. Right at this moment, he suddenly noticed a figure getting off a taxi not far away. This man was wearing a mask and a hat late at night. Based on his recent experience in arresting people, this guy, there must be a problem. Ren Fei was delighted. I was planning to look for it. I didn't expect that someone would come to my door. But this distance is beyond the criminal's radar scanning range. He had no intention of alarming the other party. Quietly touched over, Qilin got out of the taxi and looked at the scenery of the magic city. My eyes couldn't help but turn red. All kinds of emotions erupted in my heart. I want to raise my head and roar. Finally back. 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I have been spending the past 3 years? Wang family. Thinking of the murderer who made me wander around. He clenched his fists. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Come back this time. He must make the murderer pay the price. Qilin was planning to go and take a look at the Qi family ruins first. But suddenly he found that there was a breath approaching him quietly. Qilin, who was born as a killer in the dark world, had a cold look in his eyes. However, he had no intention of taking action in public. Instead, he walked calmly towards the alley beside him. As expected, the aura behind him also followed. Wait until you feel you have almost gone. Qilin stopped. Turn around. Look into the darkness behind you. He said lightly, you have been following me for so long. You thought I didn't notice. Come out. Moment. Ren Fei walked out from the corner with a frown on his face. Chapter 64. Ren Fei walked out from the corner. Take 2 steps forward. In his eyes, he entered the scanning range of the criminal radar. A row of system marks appeared above Qilin's head. Name, Qilin. Identity, the eldest son of the Qi family. Strength, ordinary person. Wanted status, wanted in Zizhu, wanted by the Wang family. A wanted criminal from Zizhu. Ren Fei was stunned for a moment. And what is the situation with this so-called Wang family wanted list? Is this a transnational criminal? But this level of strength is too fake for an ordinary person. He must be hiding his strength. A trace of solemnity flashed across Ren Fei's eyes. If the strength is lower than yours, the opponent's hidden strength will also be detected. Now it shows ordinary people. Then it proves that the other party's strength is at least above that of a grandmaster. Grass. Ren Fei couldn't help but curse. It seems like my bad luck started after I met Chen Tianming. You can meet a master who is above the grandmaster just by walking on the street. Are there so many masters in this world? I saw that I kicked the steel plate. Ren Fei didn't even think about it. Turn around and run. He has now taken the blood-swept pill. Under the full force of the outbreak, even masters at the grandmaster level can't catch up with him. Qilin was also stunned for a moment. The other party followed me for a long time. He just ran away like that? Could it be someone from the Wang family? Qilin thought about what he had experienced along the way. Frowning. He had long suspected that someone was causing trouble along the way. This strange guy appears. It brought back his memory. We can't let him get away. Qilin also reacted very quickly. The figure flashes. The strength of the middle stage of Mingjin is no longer hidden. He appeared in front of Ren Fei in an instant. He raised his hand and grabbed his shoulder. Master of Mingjin. Ren Fei was shocked. No time to think. He raised his hand and pushed out. The palms are crossed. There was a dull bang. Ren Fei flew out backwards. One arm hung at his side. Obviously it's useless. Didn't wait until it landed. Qilin grabbed his neck with a slap. Raise your hands a few times. His limbs were removed cleanly and efficiently. Ah! A hole! Ren Fei screamed. Eyes are red. His voice was weakened by layers of qi. Spread outside the alley. It's already barely audible. Qilin ignored Ren Fei's screams. He took out a dagger and pressed it against his neck. Cold expression. Deal with this guy of unknown origin. He never shows mercy. Now I ask the questions and you answer them. What is your relationship with the Wang family? Ren Fei felt the coldness on his neck. I feel extremely regretful. But things have come to this. He could only endure the pain and said, I don't know any Wang family. Don't know him. Qilin narrowed his eyes. Snap. He crushed Ren Fei's knee with one kick. Ah! Ren Fei let out a pig-slaughtering scream. Immediately following. Roll your eyes. I fainted immediately. White foam began to spew out of the mouth. Qilin was also stunned when he saw this scene. Just now he felt that the other party's strength was at least above that of a grandmaster. I didn't expect that he would faint from such a small injury. And he seemed to be showing symptoms of shock. How did this guy practice? He frowned. Logically speaking, an existence that can cultivate to the grandmaster level. They all have extremely strong willpower. But this guy seemed a little different. Unfortunately, this is the alliance, and it's not easy to take people away. Qilin frowned. Looking at Ren Fei twitching on the ground. He glanced at the people coming and going outside the alley. He kicked Ren Fei's neck and broke it. Took out a bottle of potion. Sprinkle it on him. Soon. The body melted. There was only a pool of blood left on the ground. Qilin dealt with the scene. Turned around and left quickly. The other side. A system prompt sounded in Chen Tianming's ears. Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Destiny, Ren Fei. Congratulations to the host for obtaining villain value plus 2000. Oh. He actually died like this. Chen Tianming frowned slightly. I originally thought of arranging a meeting between the two. With the support of Ren Fei's system. There may be some conflicts. I didn't expect Qilin to act so decisively. Kill Ren Fei directly. Is this the legendary sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight? He chuckled randomly. Right at this moment. A mechanical voice suddenly appeared in my ears. Detected crime radar system, is it swallowed? Yes. Swallowing. Yes, the system can be upgraded again. Chen Tianming nodded secretly. I don't know if it was his illusion. The world seemed to be undergoing some changes that he was unaware of. And with each system upgrade, he is gradually coming into contact with certain truths of this world. Chen Tianming was in a good mood after getting another system fragment. Chen Tianming's mood improved. The unlucky one is Gao's hymen. Wait until you go out again. Gao's hymen's legs were trembling. Wait until you go downstairs. The young lady at the front desk also blushed when she saw Gao's hymen's current appearance. I couldn't help but secretly look at Chen Tianming. I saw Gao's hymen wearing her police uniform yesterday. She thought Chen Tianming would definitely not be able to get out of bed today. Unexpectedly, this little brother looks gentle and refined. The fighting power is so strong. She didn't know what she was thinking. He quickly lowered his head. But I couldn't help but cross my legs under the table. After Chen Tianming left the hotel with Gao's hymen, I planned to send Gao's hymen back to rest. On the way, he casually asked, "What's going on with the police department recently?" It was just a casual question. Unexpectedly, Gao's hymen hesitated for a moment. He actually said some useful news. There are indeed some situations. Oh. Chen Tianming became interested. The underworld in Magic City has been a bit restless lately. The two largest gangs in the underworld have recently experienced escalating friction. Several lives have already been lost over the ownership of Block 3. My dad has been extremely busy lately. Police officers are also on duty in shifts. Chen Tianming listened to Gao's hymen's verbal explanation. My heart moved slightly. It turns out to be the underworld of Magic City. There are currently two largest gangs. A gang called the Black Tiger Gang. One is called Qinglong Gang. The previous leader of the Black Tiger Gang was named Xiao Yu. Because of the fight for Block 3, he was seriously injured in the battle with Qinglong Gang boss Yan Yu, female. Ultimately, the rescue efforts were ineffective. He was already dead when he was sent to the hospital. But, after all, the forces of both sides are similar. Xiao Yu is dead. The Qinglong Gang also suffered serious damage. In the end, no one got block number 3. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Let's leave it at that. The stalemate lasted for a long time. Instead, a local gangster named Zhao Hu succeeded. The one that Chen Tianming had previously designed to kill. It should now be a qualified cement pillar. Many people died on both sides in Block 3. The attitude to uphold is, even if it is eventually obtained by outsiders, nor can the opponent get it. Instead, it allowed Zhao Hu to survive in the cracks. But Zhao Hu died recently. The Wang family took over this area. It was soon pulled out by Chen Tianming. Block 3 has no owner. Nature began to stir again. In addition, Xiao Yu's son Xiao Yu came to power. New and old grudges are added. Block 3 has completely turned into a powder keg. Chapter 65. After Chen Tianming sent Gao's hymen away, send the information of Yan Yu and Xiao Yu to his subordinates. Sit in the car by yourself. Turning his attention to the system panel. The third system upgrade has been completed. Plus, Ren Fei was killed before. It's a good time for a lottery. Start the system lottery. The lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the minor realm upgrade card. Another upgrade card. Chen Tianming's mind moved. Activate the small realm upgrade card. Moment. His strength increased again. The realm has reached the late stage of dark energy. The terrifying aura on his body fluctuated. Only one step away from becoming a powerful Huajin master. Chen Tianming was a little excited. Finally, it's time to improve my realm again. It's not easy. He nodded slightly. Continue the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-grade alloy longsword. Brush. A long sword as long as an arm appeared in an instant. Fortunately, the car has enough space. Otherwise, it might have been scratched somewhere. Chen Tianming looked down. There are no unnecessary patterns on the surface of the A-grade alloy sword. Appears very low-key. The edge is restrained. The dark grey blade of the sword represents the extraordinary material. Chen Tianming reached out and grasped the long sword. His arm suddenly shook downwards. It's so heavy. Chen Tianming was shocked. He hadn't expected the weight of such a sword. Caught off guard. It almost made him drop it. You know. He has just upgraded to the late stage of dark energy. One punch can even penetrate a 10 cm steel plate. But that's it. He almost failed to catch this A-grade alloy sword. This sword weighs at least several thousand pounds. Chen Tianming sighed secretly. He suddenly pulled out a strand of his hair. Call. A blow. When the hair falls on the sword blade, it broke into 2 pieces silently. Blowing hair and breaking it. Nice sword. Chen Tianming played with the long sword in his hand. If it weren't in the city, he really wanted to get out of the car and practice it right away. At this time, he suddenly thought of the pair of brass knuckles that Ren Fei had taken out before. It's because of this thing. He forcibly broke the daggers of Qi and Shiki. This buys time to maneuver. He immediately saw the extraordinary nature of the brass knuckles. You know. The weapons that Qi and the others were holding were all made by the Chen family themselves. It was shattered at the first sight. This means that the materials of the weapons of both sides are not at the same level at all. After getting this A-grade alloy sword, he felt that the pair of brass knuckles should also be made of this special alloy. Chen Tianming thought of this. I immediately asked in my heart. System, what grade of alloy were Ren Fei's brass knuckles made of? Reporting to the host, it is a C-grade alloy. Just C-grade alloy? Chen Tianming was a little surprised. He looked at the sword in his hand. Wouldn't this weapon made of grade A alloy be much stronger than that pair of brass knuckles? Chen Tianming felt a little regretful that he didn't get the pair of brass knuckles. My mood suddenly improved. Put away the sword, he said in his heart. Continue the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning a portion of stinky tofu. Congratulations to the host for winning a Porsche sports car. Garage in Chinjia Villa area. A luxury sports car appeared out of nowhere in an empty seat. Among many luxury sports cars, this change is insignificant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level alloy long sword. Another alloy weapon. It seems that I can also equip my woman with alloy weapons. Although most of the time it is not necessary. But what if? Chen Tianming suddenly thought of the mysterious hand. This idea became more and more firm in my mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an apple tree. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of underwear. After a bunch of useless stuff, the turntable finally released golden light again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supernatural power training manual. The void trembled. A seemingly ordinary booklet was thrown out. A manual for cultivating supernatural powers. Chen Tianming was delighted. I have obtained so many superpowers before. Now I can finally practice. He quickly opened the manual. Page 1. Kaiwan 666. What date is this? Chen Tianming was stunned. Isn't this the name of the date on this planet? Flipped it a few times casually. He just discovered. The manual in my hand is all in fonts that I don't recognize. It's just under system translation. He will understand it naturally. So this is a training manual from another planet or parallel world. Chen Tianming used his clever brain. The Kaiwan calendar should refer to the 666th year of spiritual energy's revival. Is this a training manual from another world, from the future. The blue star is still in a state of spiritual energy condensation. Don't even mention cultivation. I guess not many people have awakened yet. Needless to say, this training manual is so precious. With strong mental power, Chen Tianming memorized the above content after reading it once. The key to awakening and cultivation lies in introducing spiritual energy into the body, and then flowing it through different meridian routes according to different attributes. Every method of operating spiritual power has been tested by countless predecessors, and ultimately the most perfect route has been found. If you try to figure it out on your own, who knows what will happen if you get your qi wrong. This is the benefit of having a complete version of the technique. After extracting the main content, Chen Tianming was overjoyed. With this manual, not just him. In the early stage of spiritual energy revival, he can also awaken other people's superpowers. And becoming a psychic is much easier than becoming a warrior. Strong warriors have spent at least several decades honing their skills. The resources required are countless. Even a martial arts genius like Chen Tianming. Without the support of the Chen family, it's also easy to become lost in the crowd. The most important thing is not to achieve success quickly. But it's different for people with special abilities. As long as you know how it works, you can practice it anytime and anywhere. Of course there are special cultivation resources. But it is not as necessary as for warriors. The key is the fast progress. Much faster than warriors. This training manual is truly a priceless treasure. Chen Tianming couldn't put it down. Certainly. Psychics are not without flaws. The psychic has high attack and low defense. We really have to take action. A low-level warrior launched a sneak attack. Maybe it can also kill high-level psychics. The body is too fragile. Head-on confrontation. At the same level, it is also extremely difficult for people with special abilities to defeat warriors. It's just like the relationship between AD and warrior. The AD output took a long time. The warrior killed you with one punch. Play shit. Fortunately, I am a dual practitioner of physical and magical skills. Chen Tianming's mouth corners curled up. He doesn't need to worry about this at all. Warrior physique plus supernatural powers. It will only make him more powerful. Put away the panel that has been drained of villain value. He began to use his supernatural powers according to the route in his memory. Soon, a prompt popped up in front of his eyes. Practice +1. Practice +1. Good. Level up slowly. Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. Hang up in the background to gain experience. He turned around and drove towards the direction where Yan Yu was in the file. Chapter 66. Lost Bar. The stronghold of the Qinglong gang. In the office on the second floor, Yan Yu was sitting in a chair with a headache on his face. There's been constant friction in the third block. Zhao Hu and the Wang family have both fallen on hard times. We sent people to investigate, but they can't find out what's going on. I heard that Xiao Yu recently broke through to the Grandmaster level. Is it really God's will to destroy our Qinglong gang? In the last battle, Yan Yu was in the late Grandmaster stage. Both the father and son of the Xiao family are in the middle stage of Grandmaster. Now she has no breakthrough. But Xiao Yu broke through 2 realms in a row. Entered the realm of Grandmaster. There is a huge gap in realm. If it really comes to a head, the Qinglong gang has very little chance of winning. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yan Yu immediately returned to his cold appearance. The more this happens, the calmer she needs to be. Otherwise, the people under you will inevitably become distracted. The war might not have started by then. The situation is a mess internally. Boss, young Master Chen wants to see you. Mr. Chen? Yan Yu was slightly stunned. Master Chen from the Magic City? Young Master Chen. Yan Yu reacted. Yes, it's me. While speaking, Chen Tianming has already walked in. Yan Yu glanced at his men and said, "You go down first." "Yes. Wait until everyone leaves." Chen Tianming sat casually on the sofa by the wall. He didn't consider himself an outsider at all. He casually glanced at the heroine in front of him. Name, Yan Yu, female protagonist. Age, 26. Identity, leader of the Qinglong gang. Appearance, 9'5". Strength, Grandmaster Peak, Suppression. Corresponding protagonist, Xiao Yu, leader of the Black Tiger gang. Special, because of the hidden special constitution, elixirs are needed to help break through the bottleneck. After reaching the Grandmaster level, there will be no more bottlenecks on the road of martial arts. Special physique introduction. Chen Tianming took a quick look. Understand Yan Yu's current situation. This is a relatively rare warrior physique. Certainly. It's not the kind that has no solution. All you need is a pill that you draw yourself. It will allow the other party to break through the current barrier. From then on, this physique only has benefits and no disadvantages at all. Thinking about this, a complete plan instantly appeared in Chen Tianming's mind. Instead, I'm not in a hurry anymore. He just looked at Yan Yu's figure wantonly. I have to say, although the heroine's appearance is not much different, but each has its own style. Like the female gangsters like Yan Yu. Even Chen Tianming saw it for the first time. Black hair tied up. Tie into a high ponytail. Revealing the snow-white neck. The eyes on the beautiful face are bright and sharp. It's hard to look directly at. The clothes he wears are also sportswear that is easy to use. Just by standing there, she exudes a fierce aura that other women don't have. Like a rose with thorns. It's really top-notch. Chen Tianming admired the beauty silently. Yan Yu could no longer sit still. Under the watchful eye of Chen Tianming. I don't know why. She actually felt an inexplicable pressure. I wonder what business Master Chen has with my Qinglong gang. Chen Tianming curled the corners of his mouth. I heard that the Azure Dragon gang and the Black Tiger gang have been fighting each other recently. You must be under a lot of pressure. Yan Yu was slightly stunned. I didn't expect Chen Tianming to still pay attention to these things. Isn't it rumored that this is a playboy with a dissolute nature? Before she could react. Then Chen Tianming continued. From what I know, you killed Xiao Yu's adoptive father, who was also his master. Now Xiao Yu has successfully broken through to the Grandmaster realm, while you are still stuck at Grandmaster. The third block is in chaos. When the war starts in a few days, the Azure Dragon gang will undoubtedly be defeated. What do you think he will do to you? Speaking of this, Chen Tianming was also a little nervous. After all, what happened in the third block was entirely his fault. Fortunately, there were tall branches and vines there. Plus because of Chu Huaixian. He deliberately blocked the news. Currently, only the Wang family knows about this matter. Yan Yu's face turned pale. She deliberately didn't consider the consequences of her failure. Now mentioned by Chen Tianming. My heart was moved for a moment. Yes. How will Xiao Yu treat her? Once I fail, I guess, dying quickly will be a luxury. But, after all, Yan Yu has been in the underworld since he was a child. Until now. I am still very strong inside. He was not defeated by Chen Tianming in just a few words. Quickly regained composure. He frowned and looked at Chen Tianming, asking, Young Master Chen, you've come all this way here, right? It's not just to mock me, right? Smart woman. Chen Tianming smiled slightly. Good. I'm here to help you this time. Help me. Chen Tianming has no nonsense. Just throw a small bottle over. This is. Yan Yu checked and found no mechanism. Opened the bottle. A medicinal fragrance suddenly filled the entire room. My bottleneck is shaken. Is this the legendary Great Dan? And it's not just one. It's a bottle. Yan Yu was shocked. She could feel it. Just take one pill and you can immediately break through to the Grandmaster level. By then, all the problems in front of us will no longer be problems. Yan Yu's expression changed. Finally, he mustered up great willpower to shift his gaze away from the pill. He looked at Chen Tianming and asked, "What does this mean, Master Chen?" Yan Yu's series of reactions. Chen Tianming saw it all. The evaluation of Yan Yu couldn't help but get higher. You can endure this. She is worthy of being the heroine. It's nothing. Chen Tianming twisted his lips and said, "I just want Miss Yan to become my woman. If you are the protagonist, you must conquer him slowly. But as a villain, if he still hesitates, Chen Tianming will look down on himself. First, take it by force. Then I can teach you slowly." Being a bootlicker is not Chen Tianming's style. What? Yan Yu was stunned. Just now she suspected that Chen Tianming's womanizing was fake. But now she takes it back. This guy is indeed a playboy. How could he give away such a precious thing just for a woman? This kind of pill can be sold for billions on the warrior black market. It is often priceless. Even as powerful as the Chen family. There isn't much inventory, right? But Yan Yu is not an ordinary person. She tried to remain calm and said, "I don't have to go to war with Xiao Yu. The third block is just a small part of the territory. What if I give it up? Or, does young Master Chen intend to use force?" Chen Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised. Not shaken by it. Instead, he crossed his legs comfortably. "Miss Yan, you misunderstood me. I never force women. Even if I want to get Miss Yan, I must make you climb into my bed obediently. As for the situation in the third block, I'm afraid it's not what Miss Yan said. You two sides have been deadlocked for such a long time, and so many people have died. Are you going to just let it go? There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. The Qinglong gang's morale is already wavering. If they lose their temper at this moment, their morale will surely collapse. They will be defeated without a fight, and that will be the end of them. If they are defeated, the Black Tiger gang will not be able to kill all the members of the Azure Dragon gang. They will most likely recruit a mixed group. But as the gang leader, what will be your fate? I think Miss Yan should know better than me how the underworld dealt with the previous gang leader." Yan Yu's face changed. I didn't expect Chen Tianming to hit the nail on the head with just one sentence. Yes. Now we can only fight, not retreat. But... Yan Yu gritted his teeth. Forget it. Rather than falling into Xiao Yu's hands and suffering a fate worse than death, it's better to let Chen Tianming get away with it. At least this guy is known to be good to his women. Yan Yu hesitated for a moment. Finally, he lowered his head. He said with difficulty, "Mr. Chen has a keen eye. I promise you." Chapter 67. Speaking of this, she suddenly looked up at Chen Tianming. "However, the matter of repaying you will have to wait until I really defeat Xiao Yu." Chen Tianming raised the corners of his mouth and agreed very readily. "No problem. Even if Yan Yu took the elixir, he still couldn't beat Xiao Yu. I will take action myself." He wasn't worried at all. But... Chen Tianming flashed and suddenly stood in front of Yan Yu. "I've already given you the pills, so it's not too much for me to take a small deposit, right?" "Wha? With you?" Yan Yu still didn't understand what was happening. Chen Tianming pinched his chin. Glued the mouth. Although Yan Yu has been in the underworld for such a long time. But in fact, she is still a virgin until now. Now her mouth was blocked by a man. After the shock, her legs suddenly felt weak. Yan Yu felt the changes in his body. Besides feeling ashamed and annoyed, Subconsciously, I tried to push Chen Tianming away. But it was only at this time that she discovered that Chen Tianming's arms were like steel pillars. Tied her arms. No matter how hard she tried, it can't be shaken at all. A hint of shock flashed across Yan Yu's somewhat dazed eyes. She didn't expect it. This rumored playboy. He is actually an extremely powerful warrior. The corners of Chen Tianming's mouth rose slightly. Right at this moment, his eyes suddenly glanced towards the door. Eyes flickering. But there was no action. The next moment, with a bang, the door of the room was kicked open. A younger brother ran in from below. He said in panic, "Oh no, boss. Xiao Yu from the Black Tiger gang has brought people here to cause trouble again. Several of our brothers have been injured by him." The younger brother stood at the door. Only then did he realize that Yan Yu Zheng, with his eyes blurred, was being held in Chen Tianming's arms. "Your own boss." He was actually in the office with that young master from the Chen family. "I'm totally dumbfounded. Open your mouth wide." For a moment I forgot what I was going to say. Is this still the cold and beautiful gang leader he knows? Yan Yu also woke up immediately at this time. I don't know where the strength came from. He pushed away Chen Tianming, who was smiling. Yan Yu's expression quickly returned to its calm and composed state. He immediately ordered, "You are no match for Xiao Yu. Tell everyone outside not to act rashly and retreat to the bar for the time being. I'll be down soon. Call the people outside and have them return immediately. If this guy doesn't leave, surround him here." I have to say, Yan Yu's decision was still very calm. However, the pair of long, beautiful legs that were still trembling slightly really ruined her queen-like aura. "Yes. I'll go and tell them right away." The younger brother didn't dare to stay here any longer. He lowered his head and swallowed. He ran out of the room. Yan Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glared at Chen Tianming fiercely. Chen Tianming also looked up with a guilty conscience. Reached out and touched his nose. "I just did it for fun. I didn't expect Yan Yu's reaction to be so big." "What are you still doing standing there? Get out. I need to change," Yan Yu said with shame and anger. Chen Tianming could only leave in disappointment. At the same time, the other side, Xiao Yu was leading his two subordinates, the brothers Dehu and Erhu. A large group of people followed behind him and blocked the entrance of the Lost Bar. There were also a few bouncers from the Lost Bar around. At this time, he fell to the ground with blood all over his face. "I don't know whether I'm dead or alive." A sea of people. Everyone in the Qinglong gang suddenly panicked. They didn't expect that Xiao Yu, who was stronger, would fight without declaring war. "Go straight to their base camp. Why haven't our people arrived yet? Didn't you just call?" Second brother seems to be held up. "What?" Xiao Yu came prepared. "What should we do?" "Lao Wang, you just went up to report, why hasn't the gang leader come down yet?" Should be soon. The war hasn't started yet." Everyone in the Qinglong gang is already in a panic. No one expected it. This guy Xiao Yu clearly has the advantage in strength. They actually want to launch a sneak attack. Caught off guard. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Xiao Yu stood at the door of the Black Tiger gang and watched the scene quietly. Erhu beside him suddenly said, "Boss, why are we just standing here watching? If we attack now, won't we wipe them out?" Xiao Yu chuckled and said, "Erhu, you have been a member of the Black Tiger gang since my father's generation. When it comes to fighting, you're quite good at it. But when it comes to strategy, I'm not being arrogant, but you really need to learn more. The people of Qinglong gang are in a panic now. If we attack now, they will definitely fight tooth and nail. A crazy counterattack before death. We will definitely suffer heavy losses by then. But if we stand here and do nothing, On the contrary, it can cause them invisible psychological pressure. Wait until they're about to collapse. We promise again only if you surrender. We can stop pursuing this. By then, many people will inevitably give up resistance. If we take action at that time, we can minimize the casualties. Erhu scratched his head. A silly laugh. This is too complicated. I don't understand it, but it makes sense to me. Xiao Yu laughed and shook his head. No more words. My Black Tiger gang is good at everything. The only drawback is that there are no smart people. What's the matter? Just reckless. Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, he would be killed by that woman Yan Yu sooner or later. Just as his mind was changing, suddenly a loud noise attracted his attention. I saw him among the people of Qinglong gang. A familiar figure walked out from the crowd. The person who came was Yan Yu. Xiao Yu looked at Yan Yu. A complex expression of hatred and greed flashed in his eyes. But just at this moment, he suddenly saw a man standing behind the other person. Chen Tianming. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment and frowned. Why is he here? The protagonist Xiao Yu is dissatisfied with you, villain value plus 223. Chen Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Xiao Yu with interest. No words said. Yan Yu did not notice the hint of displeasure that flashed across Xiao Yu's eyes. She looked down at Xiao Yu, frowning, and said, "There are so many people from the Black Tiger gang. Xiao Yu, do you want to start a war now?" The two tigers beside Xiao Yu suddenly looked eager to try. But he blocked it. Xiao Yu smiled slightly and said, "Miss Yan, you're joking. Some fools damaged my clothes before. I taught him a lesson. I originally wanted to see who trained these men. I didn't expect it was someone from the Qinglong gang. I'm really sorry to offend them." He hadn't finished speaking yet. Everyone in the Qinglong gang suddenly burst into a barrage of abuse. "Bah! You were the one who started it, and you even slandered our people. Boss, Lao Li was injured by the guy next to him. You have to take charge of this for us. Damn Black Tiger gang, let's fight them. What's so great about being a grandmaster? Can a grandmaster confuse right and wrong?" Chapter 68. For a while, everyone in the Lost Bar was in an uproar. Most gangsters have bad tempers. Now Xiao Yu is going too far. They are like a powder keg. As long as Yan Yu gives the order, ignite this spark, a bloody battle may break out at any time. Erhu, who was next to Xiao Yu, couldn't help but glance at him. Scratched his head. A trace of doubt flashed through my mind. Didn't you just say that you wanted to undermine the fighting spirit of the Qinglong gang? Why are you provoking the other person now? Chen Tianming, who was standing next to Yan Yu, raised the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This guy changed his mind after seeing me. I am now a guest of the Qinglong gang. If they act recklessly, it would be a provocation to the Chen family. Now I'm taking the initiative to provoke. Wait until the Qinglong gang takes action first. They fought back in self-defense, which gave them a reason to take down the Qinglong gang. This protagonist is quite smart. He glanced at Yan Yu, who was also frowning but saying nothing. Obviously, the hostess also noticed this problem. However, Chen Tianming had no intention of helping Yan Yu. Anyway, the fight will break out then. What if Yan Yu is defeated? He just crushed Xiao Yu. This also means that he has fulfilled his promise. Xiao Yu's idea is good. But the only thing he didn't expect was Chen Tianming is much stronger than him. Even if Chen Tianming did not actively hide his strength, he couldn't feel any of his internal strength at all. Treat him like an ordinary person. In this way, there was a blind spot in his thinking. Subconsciously excluded Chen Tianming's power from this battle. Yan Yu frowned slightly and raised his hand to stop the group of excited members behind him. Said, since Mr. Xiao is so eager to fight, then let's fight. 3 days from now, in Block 3, the battle will be over, and life or death will be decided. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Although I don't know why Yan Yu is so confident. But this is exactly what he wants. Xiao Yu's mouth corners rose slightly. Not to mention that he could feel that Yan Yu had not yet made a breakthrough. Even if she broke through to the Grandmaster level 3 days later. He is not worried about losing. Okay, 3 days later, Block 3. Although I originally planned to do it today. But since Chen Tianming disrupted his arrangements. The same thing happened 3 days later. Withdraw. See Xiao Yu leave. Yan Yu was obviously relieved. But Chen Tianming felt it was a pity. We have to wait 3 days. He shook his head secretly. After leaving Yan Yu, Chen Tianming was sitting in the car. Suddenly I received a call from Bai Menging. It was only when he saw Bai Menging that he suddenly remembered. It seems like I haven't seen this socially anxious online love heroine for a while. Hello? What's wrong? Chen Tianming smiled. The sound is refreshing. For his own woman. Chen Tianming is famous for being good. Bai Menging's voice sounded softly on the phone. Tianming brother, I didn't disturb you, did I? When calling out brother Tianming. On the other end of the phone. She couldn't help but blush. Although she is several years older than Chen Tianming. But Chen Tianming always insisted that he call him brother. With a favorability rating of 100 points, she naturally wouldn't refuse such a small matter. But it still feels weird every time I open my mouth. No interruption. Now the company is run by Zhao Xuequan, a business talent. There's nothing wrong with him. Well, can you come to my house tonight and stay overnight? When Bai Menging said this, Chen Tianming could tell from her voice that she was so shy that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. My father needs to attend a cocktail party tonight. No one will be home. I have something I want to tell you in person. Chen Tianming was stunned for a moment. Reacted quickly. I just felt my blood boiling. A stunning beauty with an appearance score of over 95 points said that no one was at home at night. This. I'll be right there. Hang up the phone. Chen Tianming drove towards the Bai family. The other side. Father Bai always felt that there was something wrong with his daughter. He stayed in his room all the time. I didn't even go out to eat. But considering that Bai Menging usually likes to be alone, he didn't think too much about it. Shook his head. Turned around and left the Bai family. About 10 minutes later, Chen Tianming's car arrived at the Bai family's house. Brother Tianming. As soon as Chen Tianming arrived here, Bai Menging ran out of the big villa. A look of excitement. She threw herself directly into Chen Tianming's arms. Chen Tianming lowered his head and looked around. Bai Menging was seen wearing a set of dinosaur pajamas. There are headphones around his neck. She looks like a typical internet addict. No wonder I met my destiny's child online. Chen Tianming complained in his heart. On the surface, he said, where is the housekeeper? Why did you come out in person? Bai Menging whispered, I let them rest early. Tonight, it's just the two of us. Chen Tianming only felt that his breathing became a little faster. But considering that this is the gate of the Bai family, considering that someone may come at any time, I still suppressed the excitement in my heart. Let go of Bai Menging. Follow her towards the Bai family. As he walked, he said, it's not convenient to always be like this. Bai Menging thought about it and felt that what Chen Tianming said made sense, so she said, I have another house outside, we can meet there next time. Chen Tianming nodded. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. She is indeed a rich woman. Oh, so I'm also a rich second generation, that's okay. He paused and continued, "How's your training going?" "I'm already a martial artist." "Not bad." As they were talking, the two of them had already returned to Bai Menging's boudoir. As expected, there was no one on the road. Chen Tianming sat cross-legged on the bed, stretched out his index finger, pressed it on Bai Menging's brow, and said, "Now I will teach you another set of skills. Follow my guidance and feel the spiritual power in the air." What Chen Tianming taught her was the technique to awaken supernatural powers. "It's so hard to come here." He naturally had to do all the important things. Bai Menging saw Chen Tianming's serious expression. "Dare not neglect." Nodding repeatedly. "Sit cross-legged." Soon, Bai Menging's face turned red. The body's temperature rises rapidly. The next moment, she opened her eyes suddenly. With a whoosh, breathe out a breath of fire. Fire elemental power. Among the 5 elements, I was just missing the fire element, and you found it. Bai Menging quickly covered her mouth. Look at Chen Tianming who is sitting opposite him. "Brother Tianming, I didn't mean it." Chen Tianming waved his hand casually. "I can release my internal energy. Your flame is only a first-level ability. It can't hurt me." Bai Menging finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she seemed to react. He looked at Chen Tianming in shock and said, I can breathe fire now." Chapter 69. Chen Tianming looked at the shocked Bai Menging. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I really enjoy it." I briefly introduced Bai Menging to some knowledge about superpowers. Next, he tried to let Bai Menging practice the spell a few more times. It's a pity that no other superpowers were activated. It seems that not everyone can activate multiple superpowers. Chen Tianming seemed lost in thought. Right at this moment, Bai Muni's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Brother Tianming, I feel so hot." Chen Tianming hasn't reacted yet. The dinosaur was pressed down. A soft body pressed on top. Not only did I not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it gave him a different kind of comfort. Muning. "Brother Tianming, this time, I want to be on top. Women are really made of water. The ancients never lied to me." Looking at the wet room, Chen Tianming put Bai Menging down. Shook his head. After using the water elemental power to clean up the scene, Chen Tianming put Bai Menging, who was already fast asleep, on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Turned around and left the Bai family. At the same time, the other side. Old residential area. Chu Wan'er looked at Chu Huaixuan and asked with a pout, "Mom, why hasn't Brother Tianming come yet? I want to play with Brother Tianming." Chu Huaixuan was very upset. Since the last time Chen Tianming came here, Chu Wan'er seemed to be fascinated by him. "I keep asking Chen Tianming when he will come again. He doesn't even kiss himself anymore." This made Chu Huaixuan feel like his cotton-padded jacket was leaking air. Chu Huaixuan couldn't help but asked jealously, "Isn't it good to play with Mom?" Before, Chu Wan'er always stuck to her. Ever since Chen Tianming came, things changed. All he kept muttering was Chen Tianming. Chu Wan'er shook her head. She said crisply, "I like playing with Brother Tianming." "Why?" Chu Huaixuan asked curiously. "Because I want to be Brother Tianming's wife." Ahem. Chu Huaixuan almost choked to death on his own saliva. But looking at Chu Wan'er's innocent expression, obviously, she had no idea what she meant. Chu Huaixuan's pretty face turned red. Scolding, "Don't say such things again." At the same time, I secretly regretted it. It seems that I have to reduce the time my daughter spends online. No one had ever told her these things. Apparently, I saw it from somewhere on the internet. The internet has done a lot of harm to people. Why? This time it was Chu Wan'er's turn to be confused, with one hand to her mouth. Small head. Big doubts. Because the age difference between you is too big. Chu Huaixuan felt a little tired and covered his forehead with one hand. And it's illegal. Oh. Chu Wanner was obviously a little disappointed. I can no longer be Brother Tianming's wife. Sodaing. Just as the mother and daughter were talking. Suddenly. There was a knock on the door. Chu Wanner jumped up immediately. Planning to open the door. But what happened last time? This time Chu Huaixuan stopped his daughter. I came to the door myself. I took a look through the cat's eye. Slightly stunned. Only then did he open the door. Brother Tianming. The moment I saw Chen Tianming. Chu Wanner suddenly passed Chu Huaixuan and rushed into Chen Tianming's arms. Chu Huaixuan stood behind and looked at his daughter. His eyes were somewhat resentful. But as soon as he made eye contact with Chen Tianming, a blush quickly flashed across her pretty face. Look away. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Chen Tianming's lips. Let go of Chu Wanner. He handed her the bag of snacks in his hand. Wow! Thank you, brother. A hint of surprise flashed across Chu Wanner's face. Kissed Chen Tianming on the cheek. There is no child who doesn't like snacks. The same is true for Chu Wanner. It's just that she is more sensible. It's not easy to know Chu Huaixuan. I didn't ask my mother for. Chu Wanner jumped out of Chen Tianming's arms. I took the snacks and ran to the TV. Chen Tianming looked at Chu Huaixuan and said, how are things going recently? No one from the Wang family came over again, right? Chu Huaixuan finally reacted. Nodded. He said with a grateful look, since you came last time, there are fewer thugs around here collecting protection money. Everyone in the neighborhood wants me to thank you. That's good. Chu Huaixuan suddenly found himself standing at the door. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, come in quickly. No need to change shoes. Chen Tianming is quick to accept advice. Walk into the room. Chu Huaixuan suddenly came from behind him and asked in a low voice, why are you helping us like this? Until now. What Chen Tianming did went far beyond what a passerby should do. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. No one would help a stranger like this for no reason. Chu Huaixuan is not a fool either. I took this opportunity to ask the doubts in my heart. Chen Tianming turned his head. He smiled and said, from the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. If I had to say why, it would probably be love at first sight. After saying that, he turned and looked at Chu Huaixuan. Chu Huaixuan's body suddenly froze in place. She never expected that Chen Tianming would confess his feelings at this time. Feeling excited. Her mouth opened slightly. My mind went blank. Chen Tianming continued, if you don't want me to, I can leave now. No, no. Chu Huaixuan blushed and stammered. Chen Tianming rescued the mother and daughter. How could she, who is so kind-hearted, drive away her benefactor? Chen Tianming looked at Chu Huaixuan's reaction. A smile appeared. Knowing that the heroine has fallen into his trap. So, you agree? Chen Tianming took a step forward. Chu Huaixuan was forced to the door panel. Look her in the eyes. He reached out and pressed his hand on her side. Bang! Wall dong! Chu Huaixuan had nowhere to escape. The blush on her face has spread to her neck. Although she is much older than Chen Tianming. But this moment. But like a little girl. Being controlled. I promised you. The moment Chu Huaixuan finished saying this, Chen Tianming had already hugged her waist with one hand and pressed the back of her head with the other. Bending his head, he kissed her. Chu Huaixuan's brain suddenly crashed. I don't know how long it took. Chu Wanner, who was watching TV, found that the voices of the 2 people in the room disappeared. I stood up and walked to the door curiously. I happened to see Chu Huaixuan hugging Chen Tianming's neck with both hands and kissing him. Moment. Chu Wan'er was shocked. She never imagined that Chu Huaixuan didn't let her become Chen Tianming's wife because he wanted to monopolize him. I want brother Tianming to kiss me too. Chu Wan'er's tender voice rang out. Hug Chen Tianming's thighs. Chu Huaixuan heard his daughter's voice. Only then did I react. I didn't even realize that my hands were around Chen Tianming's neck. It looked like he was reluctant to let Chen Tianming leave. Shocked and embarrassed, Chu Huaixuan quickly let go of his hand. He turned around in panic like a guilty thief and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? I'm going to cook for you now. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Tianming's response, she hurried away as if escaping from the kitchen. Only the fragrance of flowers remains in the air. Chapter 70. Looking at Chu Huaixuan's back as he left in a panic, Chen Tianming's mouth corners curled up. At this time, Chu Wan'er hugged his thigh and said, Brother, I want a kiss too. Good. Chen Tianming picked up Chu Wan'er. He kissed her on the forehead. Chu Wan'er immediately laughed happily. At this time, Chu Wan'er suddenly leaned over to Chen Tianming's ear and said, Brother, I want to tell you a secret of my mother. Secret? Chen Tianming was stunned for a moment. He laughed and said, What secret? Chu Wan'er said, My mother is actually sick. Said. She showed a sad expression. I found that every night, my mother would tremble uncomfortably in her room, making strange noises. Her face was very red, and she looked very painful. After I found out, I wanted my mom to go to the hospital, but not only did she refuse to go, she also wouldn't let me tell anyone else. Brother, do you know what this disease is? Why doesn't mom go to the hospital when she's sick? Chen Tianming was originally very confused. Listen to the back. His expression suddenly became strange. I recalled Chu Huaixuan's information. I haven't been in a relationship for 26 years. This problem occurs. That's normal. But this isn't a disease. He glanced at Chu Wan'er, who was in his arms with a worried look on her face. Suppress the smile. I asked, Since mom told you not to tell anyone else, why did you tell me? Chu Wan'er said confidently, I saw someone say online that once you kiss, you're no longer an outsider. So brother Tianming is no other than you. Chen Tianming almost laughed out loud. I couldn't help but give Chu Wan'er a thumbs up in my heart. She is worthy of being the heroine's daughter. There is indeed nothing wrong with the logic. Chu Wan'er reached out and grabbed Chen Tianming's collar, and said with a worried look on her face, Brother Tianming, can you cure my mother? Chen Tianming smiled and said, Don't worry, I will definitely help you cure your mother's illness. I have a lot of experience in treating this kind of disease. Chu Wan'er's eyes suddenly lit up. Very good. Thank you, brother. Elder brother? It's time to call me dad from now on. Chen Tianming remained calm on the surface. But I couldn't help but complain in my heart. At this time Chu Huaixuan came over. Looking at the two of them, I feel shy. And I think it's really nice to have someone to rely on. She grew up in a single-parent family. Her mother died of illness when she was a teenager. Since then, Chu Huaixuan became all alone. Some people have been caught in the rain themselves. I just can't stand seeing others holding umbrellas. Some people have experienced the rain themselves. Can't bear to see others get wet in the rain. Chu Huaixuan belongs to the latter. Therefore, she really hopes to give Chu Wan'er a complete home. Chen Tianming, no matter from what angle you look at it, he is undoubtedly an excellent man. And he had saved them before. Entrust yourself and your daughter to such a man. She was still relieved. Chu Huaixuan put down the prepared meal. He looked at the two of them and asked, What were you talking about just now? Without waiting for Chen Tianming to speak, Chu Wan'er said first, "It's a secret." Chu Huaixuan was speechless. It's really a leaky little cotton jacket. It is said that girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. How old is this? Just turn your elbow outward. After dinner, Chen Tianming and Chu Wan'er sat in front of the TV. I started playing the game with the controller I brought. Chu Huaixuan watched this scene. His eyes were filled with tenderness. This is the home she has always wanted to give Chu Wan'er. Just at this moment, Chen Tianming suddenly glanced at the door. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I sneered in my heart. On the surface, he remained calm. Half a minute later, there was a sudden knock on the door. Dang dang dang. Here I come. Chu Huaixuan walked to the door. Because of Chen Tianming, she didn't think much about it. Open the door directly. The person standing at the door was Qilin, who had changed into clean clothes. After he returned to the magic city. First, we went to the Qijia ruins. The originally powerful Qi family. Now the ground is covered with weeds. After kowtowed 3 times to pay tribute to parents. Then he came directly to Chu Huaixuan. Huaixuan! I'm back! Qilin said excitedly. But Chu Huaixuan, who was sitting opposite him, frowned. I couldn't help but take a step back. Sir, do we know each other? At this time, hearing the noise, Chu Wan'er also put down the handle and ran over. He glanced at Qilin at the door. Tian Nai said, Uncle, who are you? Phew! Phew! What Chu Huaixuan and Chu Wan'er said. Like 2 sharp swords. Qilin was stabbed so hard that he covered his chest and almost vomited blood. The key is that Chu Wan'er looks serious. It even makes him doubly defensive. For a moment, Qilin couldn't help but doubt his own appearance. Am I that old? He couldn't help but touch his face. At this time, Chu Huaixuan glanced at Chu Wan'er and taught her, you can't talk like that. How rude. No manners. Does this mean that I really look old? It would be better if this was not explained. The more I talk about it, the more heartbreaking it becomes. In fact, Qilin is not ugly. On the contrary, because of his military service, he has the temperament of a tough guy. But it's no wonder Chu Wan'er said that. Mainly because I've been spending a lot of time with Chen Tianming recently. The aesthetic standards are naturally raised. See other men again. Naturally, you will feel that the other person is ugly. Forget it, forget it. Why are you angry with a kid? Qilin forced himself to comfort himself. Breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, Huaixuan. Do you still remember that rainy night 3 years ago? You saved a man with a bowl of hot porridge. Being reminded of this, Chu Huaixuan was stunned for a moment. Finally, I got to the tall man in front of me. It was connected to the thin and embarrassed figure at that time. Are you? Qilin. It's me. Qilin was overjoyed. I didn't expect Chu Huaixuan still remembered him. Having been abroad for so many years. Going through so much suffering. If I hadn't been thinking about this gentle figure. He gave up long ago. So many years have passed. In fact, he no longer had any hope of meeting Chu Huaixuan here. Who knows? The other party did not leave. Even that stunning face seemed to be frozen. The passage of time has not brought about the slightest change. Everything seems to be the same as the first time we met 3 years ago. He was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, Qilin seemed to sense something. He looked up and looked behind Chu Huaixuan. I saw Chen Tianming slowly walking out from the side. Qilin suddenly froze in place. Man! Why is there a man in Chu Huaixuan's family? In his perception, Chen Tianming is just an ordinary person. This moment, time seemed to slow down. Everything around him seemed to be moving away from him rapidly. Qilin thought of many things. Could it be that Chu Huaixuan is already married? I have been living until now by relying on the other person's thoughts. And now you tell me that I'm actually the outsider? The protagonist Qilin's mentality explodes. Villain value plus 999. Chapter 71. Although Qilin's heart was in great confusion, but on the surface, he still said, I came here this time because the Lord wanted to repay me. If it weren't for you, I would be a corpse now. These words are so heartfelt. Even Qilin himself was moved by himself. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Chen Tianming behind Chu Huaixuan, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Qilin's heart skipped a beat before he could figure out what was going on. Sure enough, Chu Huaixuan's face was quickly covered with a layer of frost. He said in a cold voice, Qilin, it was you who almost got us taken away by the Wang family. Wang family? Qilin was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said quickly with a nervous look on his face. Did those beasts from the Wang family find you? Are you all right? Speaking of this, he said angrily, those bastards actually attacked you. You're worse than pigs and dogs. If you have anything to say, come to me. Huaixuan, I really didn't know that I would implicate you, Chu Huaixuan saw Qilin like this. My heart completely turned cold. If there was still a trace of fantasy in her heart. Maybe I misunderstood Qilin. So now, this fantasy was also shattered. She took a deep breath, as if looking at a stranger, and said, I don't need you to repay me, I just hope you won't appear in my life again. Go away. Said. She raised her hand to close the door. Qilin finally panicked. He had no idea that things would end before they even began. Wait a moment. He pointed at Chen Tianming and asked angrily, who is this man in your house? Although I don't know why. But he always felt that all of this was related to this handsome man who hadn't said a word from beginning to end. Chu Huaixuan turned around and glanced at Chen Tianming, who had a smile on his face. The shame on his face flashed away. There was a hint of tenderness in his expression. Qilin is a master in the middle stage of Ming Jin. What a sharp eyes! Naturally, I noticed the change in Chu Huaixuan's expression. The whole person was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never seen Chu Huaixuan show this expression to him. It hurts my heart. Chu Huaixuan only said, this is my benefactor, and also my man. If it weren't for Chen Tianming, my mother and I would have been taken to the Wang family by now. After saying that, she was too lazy to continue the nonsense. The door slammed shut. Snap! Qilin stood at the door with one hand covering his chest. He seemed to hear the sound of a broken heart. But at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. Etc. Chen Tianming. Something suddenly came to Qilin's mind. The eldest son of the Chen family. Isn't this guy a well-known playboy? No. How could this guy appear at the place where the Wang family had an accident by such a coincidence? Could it be that his original target was Chu Huaixuan? Qilin's heart trembled. I feel like I've discovered a blind spot. How could such a playboy truly fall in love with Chu Huaixuan? It must be just for fun. A hint of hatred flashed across his expression. I didn't expect Chen Tianming to team up with the Wang family to deceive Chu Huaixuan. Damn rich kid. Sure enough, none of them are good. No, I must explain it clearly to Chu Huaixuan. Only I can bring happiness to Chu Huaixuan. Think of this. Qilin subconsciously wanted to knock on the door again. But his hand suddenly stopped in mid-air. Frowning. No, that's not right. I don't have any evidence right now. It's all speculation. Chu Huaixuan is now deeply in love with Chen Tianming. Even if what I said was true, she might not believe it. On the contrary, it might backfire. I just fell into Chen Tianming's trap. Qilin clenched his fists. I need more evidence. A feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. Finally stood at the door for more than 10 seconds. He gritted his teeth and left Chu Huixuan's house. Behind the door, Chen Tianming sensed this scene. Laughing inwardly. When Chu Huixuan mentioned his name at the end, Qilin should have reacted. But this was also within his calculations. Even if you really guessed something, Qilin also had no evidence. It's useless to say anything. Instead, it will deepen Chu Huixuan's disgust. As for finding evidence, he destroyed most of the evidence. The only place where evidence can be found is the Wang family. But he has already bribed the Wang family. Chen Tianming's mouth corners curled up. Reach out and grab Chu Huixuan's slender waist. What did you just call me? Chu Huixuan finally reacted. She just said that Chen Tianming was her man. Her ears suddenly turned red. Chen Tianming doesn't care about that. One hand pressed the back of the other person's head. Lowered his head and kissed her. Qilin wants to find evidence? Then let him find it. Wait until he finds the evidence. The rice has been cooked. Chu Huixuan's eyes were misty. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Chu Wanner next to her was speechless. Brother and mom are kissing again. She shook her head with a mature look on her face. He turned back to the sofa and started watching TV by himself. Online kissing means two people like each other. It seems that mom really likes brother. Well, no, it seems like I should call you daddy from now on. Chu Huixuan felt Chen Tianming's big hand gradually becoming restless. I was shocked. In shame and anger, he quickly held him down. Etc. Chen Tianming smiled. Who just said I was your man? Why are you still stopping me? Chu Huixuan was extremely ashamed and angry. I just didn't know what was going on. As if possessed by a ghost. He actually said such words. Now I have nothing to refute Chen Tianming. Just when Chu Huixuan was silent, Chen Tianming suddenly whispered into her ear, I heard you seem to have a strange disease. Every night, strange noises can be heard from the room. Chu Huixuan's brain suddenly crashed. His face turned red visibly. Chen Tianming seemed to see white mist rising from the heroine's head. I just thought the heroine's reaction was very interesting. Chu Huixuan instantly guessed how Chen Tianming knew about this. Why did Wanner tell you everything? I held it in for a long time. She just uttered these words. His head was buried in Chen Tianming's chest. I didn't dare to look him in the eye. But Chen Tianming could still see her red ears. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wanner, please let me heal you. And I happen to be able to treat this disease. Chu Huixuan's legs went weak. The sound is like a mosquito or fly. No, not here. Wanner is still here. Chen Tianming smiled secretly in his heart. Suddenly he reached out and picked up Chu Huixuan. The latter exclaimed. Subconsciously hugged Chen Tianming's neck. Her legs were wrapped around his waist. Wait until you react. Chu Huixuan looked at Chen Tianming who was close to him. Realizing the current posture of the two people, he quickly turned his head away. Chen Tianming didn't care about that. Holding Chu Huixuan with both hands, walked straight into the room. He raised his leg and slammed the door shut. Soon, the sound of serious treatment came from behind the door. Chapter 72. In the future. Ding! The heroine Chu Huixuan's favorability, white, has reached 100. Will you be accepted into the villain family? Yes. Almost subconsciously, Chen Tianming said in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the heroine Chu Huixuan into the villain family. Host successfully conquers the heroine and is rewarded with 1 rejuvenating pill, 1 essence boosting pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards, Soul Gathering Disc 1, Minor Realm Upgrade Card 1. Spirit Gathering Plate Introduction. It can gather spiritual energy in the air within a certain range of the plate. A flash of light appeared in Chen Tianming's hand. The size of a porcelain plate. An ancient-looking formation plate appeared in his hand. The entire array plate seems to be made of bronze. But it is even heavier to start with. A faint ochre light emanated from his entire body. There is a depression in the middle. Countless patterns and designs of strange beasts extend all around. A formation that can gather spiritual energy, doesn't that mean that once it's activated, the speed of cultivating supernatural powers will be greatly accelerated? Chen Tianming's eyes lit up. What a good thing! This is because the spiritual power is still in the recovery stage. The problem of slow cultivation speed caused by thin spiritual energy has also been solved. Chen Tianming played with it for a while. His sight suddenly fell on the depression in the middle of the array. I couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt in my mind. System, what is this groove? Why do I always feel like something is missing? Replying to the host, the spirit gathering plate is a formation plate created by immortal cultivators. Generally speaking, a spirit stone needs to be placed in the center of the formation plate before it can be operated. However, this array is a system reward. It does not require any spirit stones to activate. Just silently say activate in your mind each time you use it. What the hell? Chen Tianming was shocked. So convenient. Wrong. That's not the point. This formation plate is actually something used by immortal cultivators. He was not surprised that the system could obtain things from cultivators. The manuals on training superpowers I had obtained before were stolen from an unknown world. But isn't this something used by cultivators? Will it be useful for people with special abilities? Wait, spiritual energy is reviving. Could it be that this world will eventually enter the stage of cultivating immortals, and that people with special abilities will appear when the spiritual energy recovery is relatively low? As soon as these words came out, even the system seemed surprised by Chen Tianming's reaction. I didn't expect him to figure out the truth so quickly. After a while, then he answered. Host is right. In fact, the emergence of ancient warriors is essentially due to the revival of spiritual energy. However, at that time, the spiritual energy revival was still at a very low level. Currently, the spiritual energy recovery is about to enter the middle stage. As for immortal cultivators, they will appear in the later stages of spiritual energy recovery. Chen Tianming frowned in thought. Why do I feel that the development speed of the middle stage of spiritual energy is much faster than that of the early stage? Ancient warriors have appeared since ancient times, right? It took hundreds of years to develop from the early stages to the current stage. Although the spiritual power changes in the middle stage of spiritual energy recovery are still very slow, it is still much faster in comparison. Replying to the host, this is like a plastic bag filled with water with a hole punctured. Under pressure, the hole will get bigger and bigger, and the water will flow out faster and faster. The recovery of spiritual energy is slowest in the early stages, and will get faster and faster afterwards. The system answers all questions in great detail. This was the most Chen Tianming had spoken to the system in such a long time. Of course, even if there were any questions to ask before, the system would find it difficult to answer them. After all, it has not evolved to this level yet. Chen Tianming continued to ask, where does spiritual energy come from? What will happen when spiritual energy is revived? There was a silence. Obviously, the system doesn't know this question either. All right. Chen Tianming actually didn't expect the system to be able to answer this question right now. Just asking. As a hardcore novel reader, he quickly absorbed the information. There's no point worrying about anything now. The most important thing is to improve yourself. Wait until you become invincible. It doesn't matter what the world becomes. I complained a few words in my heart. Chen Tianming turned his attention to another reward. Use the minor realm enhancement card. Boom. A muffled sound erupted in the body. Countless blood is boiling. Chen Tianming felt as if the blood in his body was burning. The mud pill in the dantian was compressed again. Spin quickly. Chen Tianming felt like his body had evolved again. Every cell seems to be reborn. Wait until the blood and energy condense to the extreme. The blood pill in the dantian completely materialized. Chen Tianming finally entered the legendary realm of Huajin warrior. This moment, Chen Tianming seems to have returned to nature. Ming Ming was standing there. But it seems as if it does not exist. If you don't look carefully, it's easy to subconsciously ignore him. The internal force in the body can also be released and retracted at will. It can even deform internal forces. Condense the internal force weapon. Light kung fu floating on the water. Crossing the river on a reed. In short, this is something that only warriors in legends or TV dramas can do. He can do it all now. Except for missiles, which are weapons of large-scale destruction. Chen Tianming is now not afraid of any hot weapons. Without a doubt. This is a sublimation. Chen Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. There is a restrained charm in his eyes. He clenched his fist secretly. My heart is excited. Even in the history of this world, I'm the first 18-year-old Huajin warrior, right? I wonder what the scenery will be like in the final land-based immortal realm. It took a long time. He finally suppressed his thoughts. He casually took out the spirit-gathering disc. Silently recite in your heart. Open. Buzz. Only a yellowish-brown array light appeared. Countless spiritual energy quickly began to gather in the room. The panel prompt for Chen Tianming's AFK cultivation changed from the original cultivation +1 to cultivation +3. 300% cultivation speed. Chen Tianming nodded secretly. I am still quite satisfied. At this time, Chu Huaixuan next to him seemed to have sensed something as well. Slowly opened my eyes. The moment I saw Chen Tianming, I couldn't help but lose consciousness for a short time. Chen Tianming is clearly still the same person. But I don't know why. She always felt that the person in front of her had become a little different. Why, don't you recognize me? Chen Tianming smiled. He casually pulled Chu Huaixuan out of the quilt. Pressed on his thigh. I didn't, with you. Chu Huaixuan didn't have time to speak. His mouth was blocked. The latter's eyes quickly became blurred again before he could come to his senses. After another storm, Chen Tianming left the elixir to Chu Huaixuan. After teaching him the ancient martial arts and supernatural power cultivation techniques, in Chu Wanner's reluctant gaze, turned around and left. The other side. In a certain room, Yan Yu sat on the chair. In her hand was the pill that Chen Tianming had given her. Looking confused. Chapter 73. Yan Yu knew that as long as he took the pill, you will definitely be able to break through to the Grandmaster level. But this also means implicitly agreeing to Chen Tianming's proposal. However, hesitate for a moment. Considering the consequences of failure at the hands of Xiao Yu, Yan Yu finally gritted his teeth and put the pill into his mouth. Moment. With a loud bang, the sound of blood boiling sounded in the body. The next moment, she felt that a certain barrier in her body was suddenly broken through after her blood and energy exploded to the extreme. Her eyes fixed. The blood and energy had already been condensed to the extreme. Breakthrough to a new level. Grandmaster. This realm had trapped her for too long. It's so easy to break through now. Yan Yu even felt a sense of unreality. There was a brief moment of unconsciousness. He even forgot to regulate the blood and qi in his body. New blood and energy are rushing around. Her meridians were damaged to a certain extent. Feel the pain in your body. Yan Yu finally came back to his senses from his trance. She let out a sigh. Start to sort out the blood and qi in the body. Moment. Yan Yu's cultivation finally stabilized. Her gaze turned to the 7 remaining pills in the bottle. There are still 7 left. Yan Yu frowned at first, then couldn't help laughing and shook his head. I never thought that one day I would be troubled by having too many great pills and not knowing how to use them. After thinking about it, Yan Yu took out another pill. It is still a bit difficult for a Grand Master to defeat Xiao Yu in the early stage. No matter how much she had accumulated before. Now he has just entered the Grand Master realm. Only by reaching the mid-stage can we be more confident. She gritted her teeth. Swallowed another big pill. At the same time, her heart was bleeding. Behaviors like swallowing pills to force a breakthrough will inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. There is no way to reach the combat power of a normal mid-stage Grandmaster. This is still a small matter. After all, as long as you stabilize your state and spend some time, you can still adjust. What hurt her the most was like her taking the big pill continuously. What a waste of medicine. I guess there aren't many of these kinds of pills in the Chen family. After all, Chen Tianming really spent a lot of money just to have a body like mine. Yan Yu felt complicated. It was rumored that Chen Tianming was very good to his woman, and it turned out that he was not bragging. One pill is worth at least billions on the black market. Just take these 2 pills. She has already spent tens of billions. Not to mention her small Qinglong gang. Even the Chen family can't stand this kind of trouble. 8 pills added together. That's hundreds of billions. If you put it in an auction house and are lucky enough to meet a warrior who is eager to break through, it is possible that it can be sold for trillions. This amount of money is enough to buy out the 4 major families, and the other party will have to pay a lot more. At this moment, Yan Yu finally realized what the price Chen Tianming offered meant. The main reason was that the way Chen Tianming casually threw the pills at me was too confusing. It seemed that these pills were nothing to him. It made her subconsciously feel that it was nothing big. I didn't expect it to be so serious. The other party's investment is so terrifying. Even Yan Yu's heart was trembling at this moment. For me, is it worth it? If Chen Tianming used this money to find a woman, I believe that 90% of the women in this world would not refuse. But the other party still chose to put the big chips on himself. This moment, she suddenly thought of the legendary King Zhou of Shang. He lit beacons to trick the princes, just to win a beautiful woman's smile. Although Chen Tianming is a playboy, at least he's honest. Yan Yu's impression of Chen Tianming rose to a higher level. In the darkness, Yan Yu stood up and sat on the chair. There was a long silence. Her lips suddenly moved slightly. Send the message out. Soon. The door of the room was opened. 6 women walked in. These people are the most loyal people around Yan Yu. They are also some of the strongest people in the Qinglong gang. Yan Yu saved their lives. She reached out and ejected the remaining pills one by one. It fell into their hands. Eat them. Several people didn't even ask why. Without hesitation, swallowed it directly. Moment. Shock appeared on their faces at the same time. He immediately sat cross-legged on the spot to meditate. Start absorbing the medicinal power. After a cup of tea, as the drug is absorbed, the aura on them has all risen by at least 1 level. However, these people did not become arrogant because of this. Instead, they half knelt on the ground, bowed their heads and said in unison, "Thank you, gang leader, for the medicine. From now on, I will die for the leader." Yan Yu waved his hand. "Get up." She didn't need to hear this nonsense. If I didn't trust a few people, she also won't give them strong medicine. Actually, if the situation wasn't urgent, she would rather spend a few years to completely refine the medicinal power herself. Used for self-cultivation. Little did they know. If Chen Tianming knew what she was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. His woman just ate these pills as if they were candy beans. Anyway, anything produced by the system must be of high quality, so there is no need to worry about the problem of erysipelas. Want to upgrade? Just take drugs and that's it. Unstable realm? Chen Tianming, who was in the Huajin stage, personally took action to help stabilize his state. It can be said that Chen Tianming's women, even if they are slow, can break through a small realm in the first 2 or 3 days. Although the combat effectiveness will definitely be a little worse. But once you reach a certain level and have absolute numerical suppression, who would want to compete with you in terms of skills? Killed with one slap. All combat skills are useless. It's like an AD facing an assassin. I started and won in one set. What else is there to say? However, Yan Yu's dead pools don't know this. They became more and more grateful to Yan Yu. The gang leader even gave us such a precious medicine. I don't know what a heavy price he paid. We must not let him down. They looked at each other. Make a secret decision. His eyes became determined. Just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. After several people in the room saluted Yan Yu, the figure disappeared into the darkness. Yan Yu's voice sounded slowly, "Come in." Click. The person who came was the same little brother from last time. This time he learned his lesson. No matter what happened, always knock on the door first. What's up? My younger brother's face looked heavy. Boss, Xiao Yu's men are here. Is it finally here? Yan Yu let out a sigh of relief. He nodded, raised his head again, his eyes had become firm and indifferent. Let's go. I am also excited to see the current state of my leader. That cold and beautiful gang leader is back. And I don't know if it was his illusion. He felt that the pressure around the gang leader was a little greater than usual today. Think of this. He was slightly stunned. A thought flashed through my mind involuntarily. The gang leader has made a breakthrough. Chapter 74. After realizing this, my eyes lit up and my confidence increased greatly. Even my waist straightened up involuntarily when I walked. Those bastards still don't believe that the gang leader can make a breakthrough. This is a slap in the face. Wait until they get down there. I saw Xiao Yu and his younger brothers waiting on the other side. The entire street has been cleared. Wait until Yan Yu appears. The situation is becoming explosive. The air is full of gunpowder. At this time, in a room with the best view that overlooks the whole situation, Chen Tianming sat in front of the French window, leaning comfortably in the chair, holding a teacup in his hand. He looked down with a playful look. Like a king. At his side, Achi and Shiki stood respectfully on both sides, responsible for serving tea and water. Is it finally starting? A hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Tianming's eyes. Although some things already know the ending, but it still didn't affect his interest in watching. At this time, the Black Tiger gang downstairs is at the front. Xiao Yu looked at Yan Yu who was walking down from upstairs. But he frowned slightly. Dahu beside him also noticed something was wrong. He couldn't help but whispered to Xiao Yu, "Boss, this woman Yan Yu seems to have changed. Most of the people in the Black Tiger gang are not good at planning. But he is very keen on fighting. The war hasn't started yet." He noticed something was wrong with Yan Yu from a distance. Just like the so-called murderous intent. Someone who fights often. Face the opponent. Able to intuitively detect abnormalities. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "You are right. This woman Yan Yu has broken through to the Grandmaster level, and she's still in the middle stage." What? Dahu and Erhu were suddenly dumbfounded. Erhu quickly asked, could it be that she had been hiding her strength before? Xiao Yu shook his head slowly. There's only one level between us. Hiding my aura won't work for me. Besides, if she really had this kind of ability a long time ago, she wouldn't have had to endure it for so long. Dahu and Erhu still couldn't believe it. They just couldn't figure it out. How did Yan Yu break through 2 realms in 3 days? Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I can only think of one possibility. He saw 2 people looking at him. Xiao Yu said slowly, it should be the Chen family who intervened. Dahu and Erhu were stunned. I also thought of Chen Tianming's figure at that time. But what is the purpose of the Chen family intervening in such a trivial matter? Xiao Yu didn't know either. He looked at Yan Yu. I thought to myself, is this the reason you promised me? His expression suddenly became a little gloomy. Break through 2 realms in 3 days. If he guessed right, Yan Yu and Chen Tianming must have made some kind of deal in the room. Yan Yu did this to deal with himself. It must have cost a lot. Cost. Xiao Yu suddenly thought of Chen Tianming's reputation outside. My heart trembled. Then he quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of that thought. The protagonist Xiao Yu is uneasy, villain value plus 999. The protagonist Xiao Yu doubts his life, villain value plus 999. Chen Tianming, high up, listened to the voice in his ears. The corners of his mouth rose, haha, did you notice anything? Unfortunately, it's too late. Speculations are just speculations. Xiao Yu is the main character of the underworld after all. I immediately got rid of that state of wild thoughts. He looked up at Yan Yu approaching from a distance and shouted, the Qinglong gang has committed countless evil deeds and deserves to be punished by heaven and earth. Today, I will avenge the previous gang leader and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Xiao Yu still has a very high prestige in the Black Tiger gang. Shout loudly. Countless younger brothers suddenly became excited. Many people raised their weapons and let out strange cries. Yan Yu snorted coldly. Although the voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Even more fussy than a woman, said. Yan Yu deliberately released his aura. The aura of a mid-stage grandmaster enveloped the entire venue. Although Xiao Yu was blocking him, there is no way to intimidate the people from the Black Tiger gang. But it made the people of the Qinglong gang very happy, while the people of the Black Tiger gang all changed their expressions, and their momentum weakened a bit before the fight even started. The boss has made a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Black Tiger gang barbarians, today is the day you die. For a moment, everyone in the Qinglong gang shouted loudly. The feeling of decadence is gone. The army's morale is at peace. On the other hand, the Black Tiger gang's expressions changed, they remained silent, and their momentum weakened a bit. Xiao Yu cursed inwardly, knowing that he couldn't drag it on any longer. He took out a blood-red 3-edged bayonet. Shouting, kill! Yan Yu took out the dagger from his waist and rushed out in an instant. His cold voice rang in everyone's ears, kill them! The words haven't finished yet. Yan Yu and Xiao Yu had already crossed 100 meters. Collided together. Waves of terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Several unlucky guys nearby immediately vomited blood. Fly out backwards. Fall to the ground. Less air in, more air out. It was obvious that he was dying. The younger brother behind saw all this. They all gave the center of the battlefield to the 2 of them without any prior agreement. In this case, they don't ask for help. Can't even get close. Yan Yu and Xiao Yu are so powerful. Completely crushed everyone present. After Yan Yu and Xiao Yu fought for several rounds, Yan Yu, who is at a higher level, gradually gained the upper hand. Suddenly, several Black Tiger gang members rushed out at the same time. Kill towards the Qinglong gang. Obviously not an ordinary person. However, soon among the crowd of Qinglong gang, several figures also rushed out. They were the people who had been given the elixir by Yan Yu. The two sides became entangled on the battlefield. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Xiao Yu, who was standing next to him, saw this scene. I was shocked. He didn't expect that his tiger guards would not be able to break through Yan Yu's men in the first time. This once again exceeded his expectations. How much support does this guy have from the Chen family? He gritted his teeth secretly. The hatred towards Chen Tianming in my heart increased again. The protagonist Xiao Yu is resentful towards you, villain value plus 999. Chen Tianming sat above. No matter how fierce the battle below is. His expression didn't change at all. In his eyes. This level of battle. It's no different from playing house. If he takes action himself. It won't take 30 seconds. Everyone below must die. Therefore. Most of the time, his eyes were on Yan Yu's delicate body. I have to say. The heroine is quite pleasing to the eye even when she is fighting. Only occasionally can you hear the sound of Xiao Yu's villain value constantly increasing during the battle. To attract his attention. Watched for a while. Chen Tianming put down the teacup in his hand. He asked calmly, who do you think will win? Achi and Shiki looked at each other. Both of them are dead pools with extremely rich combat experience. Ponder for a moment. Achi quickly came up with the answer and said, it should be Yan Yu. The people below are all evenly matched, and it's hard to tell who's winning at the moment, so the key still lies with the two gang leaders. No matter what, Yan Yu has the advantage in realm. It will be difficult for Xiao Yu to defeat him. Chapter 75. Achi finished speaking. 17 next to him also nodded. Said he felt the same way. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianming smiled and shook his head. I think quite the opposite. Xiao Yu will definitely win. The two girls showed obvious surprise on their faces. Although they could not feel Chen Tianming's cultivation. But you can also guess it from the feeling of returning to nature. At least much stronger than the two of them. How could such a judgment be made? Could it be, because they felt something about Xiao Yu that they didn't know about? They couldn't help but speculate. In fact, Chen Tianming felt nothing. Even those with strong Huajin are not omnipotent. Only he knew. Xiao Yu is the protagonist. It certainly won't die so easily. Even if he caused some accidents. The other party must have a way to deal with it. Chen Tianming took a sip of tea and continued, Xiao Yu has a solid foundation and full internal strength. In my opinion, this guy has a good chance of breaking through during the battle. What? Achi and Shi were stunned. I originally thought Chen Tianming would explain the reason. I didn't expect that they actually hoped that the other party would make a breakthrough during the battle. Even if the internal force is full. Reached the peak of the realm. That doesn't mean that a breakthrough can be achieved just by doing so. On the contrary. Stuck at the peak of a realm. It is common for warriors to be unable to break through. It is common to be stuck in a realm for 10 years, or even a lifetime. Otherwise, warriors wouldn't be so crazy about pursuing those so-called great pills. Therefore, Achi and Shiki really cannot agree with Chen Tianming's opinion. It's like someone telling you that if you buy a lottery ticket today, you will definitely win the jackpot. Anyone who listens. Everyone will think that the person who is speaking is crazy. The same is true for the second daughter. Anyone who is even slightly familiar with martial arts knows that this thing only exists in theory. Rarely seen in reality. Little did they know. Destiny Child is this kind of bug. Good at creating all kinds of impossible things. Then slap everyone in the face. The reason why Chen Tianming is so sure. It's not really possible to predict anything. But it depends on the current situation. Destiny's Child wants to make a comeback. Breaking through this common novel trope during battle is the most realistic. Chen Tianming saw that Achi and Shi did not believe it. Not much to say. The corners of the mouth are raised. Lean back in the chair. Looking downstairs comfortably. Then let's wait and see. The two people downstairs naturally had no idea what Chen Tianming was talking about. Just as Qi said. The Black Tiger Gang and the Green Dragon Gang did not immediately determine the winner. As for Yan Yu and Xiao Yu, Yan Yu held a short knife. Relying on the advantage in realm, he chased Xiao Yu and hacked him wildly. No matter how many skills Xiao Yu has, it is difficult to perform under such mindless numerical suppression. Can only retreat step by step. Sometimes it's really hard to defend. I can only forcefully turn my body. Avoid vital points. Take the blow. Although each knife is not fatal. But, as time goes by, the wounds on his body increased. The whole person almost turned into a bloody man. It looks incredibly terrifying. And just because the wound isn't fatal doesn't mean you're truly invincible. The effects of excessive blood loss began to gradually appear. Xiao Yu's steps became more and more unsteady. Final. A local sound. Xiao Yu's movements slowed down. He didn't avoid Yan Yu's blow to the head. I can only use my bloody dagger to resist. Yan Yu saw an opportunity. His eyes shine brightly. Unleash all your strength in an instant. With one blow of the sword, Xiao Yu was forced to kneel on the ground. The long beautiful legs are like a whip. He kicked Xiao Yu and sent him flying backwards. Crashed into a shop. There was a series of ding-ding-bang noises. I don't know how many things were broken. This kick. Finally, Xiao Yu, who had always been on the defensive, was broken. Boss. Erhu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Subconsciously wanting to help. However, he was suppressed by Yan Yu's men and had to deal with the enemy in front of him first. Cough cough. Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood in the dust. The damage caused by this kick is still considerable. Xiao Yu only felt a burning pain in his chest. Even breathing was affected. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. He watched Yan Yu rushing towards him. He gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He took out a blood-red pill. Damn it! I was planning on using it to break through Ming Jin later, but you forced me to do it. This moment, even Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache. He spent all the Black Tiger Gang's income from the past 5 years to buy this low-quality pill. It is said that taking it can make the blood boil. It is easier to break through the realm. The disadvantage is that he becomes very violent after his blood boils. Difficult to control. It will cause hidden damage to the meridians. Once treatment is not timely, it may cause the realm to fall. Even some extremely serious hidden diseases. The path to martial arts will be cut off. Xiao Yu originally planned to buy a medicine that could treat hidden injuries to the meridians and take it together. But now there is obviously no chance. He wants to break through in battle. My destiny is in my own hands. I won't die here. Xiao Yu yelled in a very childish way. Swallow the blood-burst pill in one gulp. Moment. The extremely violent blood and energy forcibly rushed towards the meridians that had not yet been opened. Ah! Xiao Yu screamed. But he still insisted on directing the blood and qi to those meridians. The forced breakthrough to the next realm caused him to bleed from all 7 orifices instantly. His eyes were bloodshot. Like a wild beast that chooses its prey. However, the aura on his body experienced a qualitative breakthrough at this moment. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Xiao Yu roared. Rushed towards Yan Yu. Relying on the violent medicinal properties of the blood-burst pill. Caught off guard. Yan Yu was knocked flying backwards. Yan Yu flew back more than 10 meters. Finally half-knelt on the ground. The dagger was stuck in the ground. Coughed up a mouthful of blood. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. Mid-stage Grandmaster. How is that possible? Almost at the same time. Achi and Shiki on the second floor also showed shocked expressions. Chen Tianming really got it right. This guy Xiao Yu really made a breakthrough during the battle. The former sits on a chair. There was a flash of as expected in his eyes. Downstairs. Yan Yu was shocked. But as a female gang leader, she has rich combat experience. The moment the eyes change. Has calmed down. Hold the knife with both hands. Take a deep breath. He made a two-handed knife gesture. Stand sideways in a horse stance. A strange posture looking forward. A moment. Her eyes became extremely calm. Looks like a wild beast. Occasionally, Xiao Yu would even rush out of the smoke on all fours. She let out a breath of foul air. The slender thighs exert force. Crushed the ground with one foot. The moment when gravel splashes. The whole person burst out with unprecedented speed. Went towards Xiao Yu. This knife is her strongest attack. In order to explode this knife, all the remaining blood and energy in her body instantly burned up. If you don't succeed, you will die.